Transcending into the Warring States period, I have become Uchiha Yu, a cousin of Uchiha Madara. Upon binding with the system, it unexpectedly fled, leaving behind an absurd compensation panel. Uchiha Yu found himself transported to the era of Naruto, where he was adopted by the clan leader, Uchiha Taijima. His household included Izuna and 3 younger brothers. However, he was filled with trepidation. According to the narrative, 3 years hence, Madara would be left with only Izuna, as the other brothers would meet untimely ends. Given that my cousin regards me as a brother, the likelihood of him following suit is alarmingly high. When will the golden finger arrive? Ding. The super invincible ultimate system of all realms has been activated. Here we go. ZZZZ. Timeline error. System unbinding due to insufficient budget. AI wife on maternity leave. Initiating backup compensation plan. Farewell. The system fled, leaving behind a compensation panel. Name, Uchiha Yu. Age 3. Talent. Diligence can make up for lack of ability. Skills none. Compensation points 1. Backpack. Instruction manual X1. The instruction manual proclaimed that talent is rewarded by diligence, indicating that effort could consolidate skills and level up each year. On his birthday, he would receive 1 compensation point, which could either elevate a skill to its maximum level or allow a breakthrough for max skill. I must strive to live a little longer, he resolved. He aimed to closely follow Madara. Brother Madara, will you teach me the chakra refining technique? Brother Madara, your shuriken are formidable. Can I be like you? Brother Madara, your training is arduous. You are truly remarkable. Brother Madara, please teach me. Izuna won't be upset, will he? In the distance, Izuna seethed with resentment. That brat is stealing my brother's affection. If looks could kill, he would have been torn to shreds by now. With the system binding and then absconding, Uchiha Yu, at the tender age of 3, clung to Madara while being resented by Izuna. Could life in this Warring States era truly be bearable? With the talent of diligence, earning 1 compensation point each year, could he truly survive the looming threat of premature demise? If Madara were to discover the ulterior motives of his cousin, he would likely deliver a swift reprimand. The absurdity of the system's departure and the childish banter of clinging to a powerful figure were enough to induce laughter. Would the subsequent events unfold as a whimsical display of Uchiha rivalry, with father and son conspiring against Izuna? At 4, Uchiha Yu might even kick his brother aside, only to be subjected to rigorous training by Madara. Observing the interaction between Yu and Izuna, Madara remained silent, contemplating it all. Uchiha Taijima covertly acquiesced. It is not guilt. The love for one child will always outweigh all else. The 3 shared an unspoken understanding, crafting an illusion of neglect for Izuna, allowing Yu to accidentally reveal insufficient strength. Unable to keep up with my elder brother, Taijima was pleased to see this unfold, wishing for his son's growth. Though Madara wished to spare his younger brother from suffering, he also hoped for his strength to endure and thrive. Confronted by Izuna's pitiful gaze, he stifled his affection and feigned indifference. While you received guidance from Madara, he simultaneously employed tea ceremonies to provoke Izuna. He underestimated the Uchiha brotherly bond. Izuna's rapid ascent in power led him to challenge you each time. With a ferocious, relentless assault, you struggled to gauge the intensity, and Izuna emerged bruised and battered. Even suffering fractured, Madara remained silent on the surface, intensifying training to an almost cruel degree. Yet you remained undeterred. After being subjected to Madara's harsh regimen, Taijima would offer sweet rewards, ninjutsu, resources, and tools, even allowing him to wish for knowledge. He became addicted. Life is remarkably fulfilling. Over a year passed, as you stepped into the Patriarch's courtyard with a distinctive gait, evading a sudden punch aimed at him. He executed a spinning kick. The punch's owner, Izuna, blocked with both arms, only to be sent flying several meters, landing in a water pool. It's my foolish brother. In terms of strength, you cannot defeat me. You turned and entered the assembly hall, where the clan convened to discuss warfare. The Uchiha were to engage simultaneously with the Senju, Kagaya, and Uzumaki. A 3-front battle, which would not be easy. Those under 10 shall not participate. You sighed in relief. Retreating to his room, he opened his status panel. Name, Uchiha Yu. Age, 4. Talent. Diligence compensate for lack of skill. Father and son conspired to outmaneuver the younger brother. The 4-year-old Uchiha Yu fiercely besting his elder brother. Addicted to the rigorous training imposed by Madara, this Uchiha life is indeed quite dramatic. Izuna, each time he is beaten, fails to learn, a true love challenge indeed. As the 3-front war begins, can the Uchiha withstand it? Yu hides in the shadows, developing his strength, trading his suffering for resources. How long can this strategy last? Just the image of that kick sending Izuna into the pool, and Madara's relentless training of Yu, is enough to leave one astounded. Next, Will it be using compensation points to max out his skills? Taking off on the ground in an instant. At 4 years old, Uchiha's chakra rivals that of a special Jonin. His body flicker technique fully mastered, outrunning even those of shadow level. Uchiha's status panel. Skills. Chakra refinement technique LVMAX. Throwing technique LV3. Body flicker technique LV2. Compensation points. 1 year ago, he allocated his initial compensation points to the chakra refinement technique. Thereafter, the extraction of chakra no longer required arduous meditation. He could draw energy from every cell in his body at merely 4 years of age. His chakra levels rivaled that of a special Jonin from the Uchiha clan, with projections suggesting he could reach the level of a Kage by the age of 15. This skill, once fully mastered, paves the way for becoming a formidable force. He had yet to awaken his Sharingan. 1 Tomo signifies an elite Genin, 2 Tomo an elite Chunin, 3 Tomo an elite Jonin. The Uchiha legacy is not mere exaggeration, however. The awakening of the Sharingan necessitated a mental trigger, and he was solely focused on survival. Should it come to pass, I shall not force eat a year elapsed. He gained another compensation point, reminiscing about the Madara incident. Should I find myself outmatched, I shall flee. A swift retreat is also a form of victory. He invested points into the body flicker technique, LVMX. In an instant, enlightenment washed over him with a mere push from his toes. His form vanished, reappearing atop the rafters, silent, with only the dust on the ground stirred. This sensation is exhilarating. A fully mastered body flicker technique enhances leg muscles, compensating for his youthful shortcomings. With only 1 compensation point available each year, it is insufficient. He immersed himself in rigorous training, refining his skills, preparing for future enhancements. At this juncture, Uchiha Taijima led his elite away from their homeland as war loomed on the horizon. He confronted his sworn enemy, the Senju, returning 2 months later, weathered and worn, his face marked with unhealed scars, the elite force reduced to a mere third, with 3 core combatants lost, all of whom were cage level. This battle was brutal. The Senju also paid a heavy toll, yet the Uchihas felt the true sting of loss. They did not falter. Instead, they fought with even greater fervor, inflicting greater pain upon the enemy. To alleviate their own sorrow, Uchiha understood the gravity of the situation. They had been pushed to their limits. Regardless of victory or defeat, the repercussions will be severe. A recovery may take 1 or 2 decades. He possessed a fully mastered body flicker technique, yet could not alter the course of battle. Even if I wished to join the fray, no one would permit it. I am but 4 years old, a 4-year-old child with chakra on par with a special Jonin, dashing away with a fully mastered body flicker technique. This absurdity was almost unfathomable. If Madara were to discover how formidable his cousin had become, would he not employ extreme measures in training? Is it now to rely on the body flicker technique to evade the Madara incident? Simply the image of his swift movement atop the rafters would leave the Uchiha clan in awe. This allocation of compensation points was truly invaluable. Thousands of Uchiha ninjas awakened their Sharingan. The 4-year-old Uchiha defied Madara, even causing Izuna to question his existence. The Uchiha appeared cold to the outside world, yet cherished their children within. Children should grow up joyfully. This notion is deeply ingrained. Even when some, after awakening their ocular powers, become extreme, they still aspire to provide shelter for the younger generation. Amidst it all, extreme, yet the feeling of being protected is quite reassuring. Tajima issued a summons, recalling the warriors from afar, preparing for a grand maneuver. The atmosphere within the clan grew tense. For the first time, you witnessed the profound legacy of the warring clans, with thousands of Uchiha ninjas present. The lowest among them were seasoned Chunin. Most of them were special Chunin or elite Chunin. In the era of the shinobi villages, they could annihilate any major village, including Konoha. Nearly 1,000 Uchiha activated their Sharingan together, like a pack of hunters eyeing their prey, contemplating how to divide the spoils. You found himself amidst this gathering. His scalp prickled with unease. Even if it's not directed at me, I still fear the damage inflicted by the Senju. We shall repay with blood. Taijima's speech ignited their fighting spirit. Even the children were stirred. I want to go to the battlefield too, Izuna exclaimed. Yu subtly shook his head. What a naive child. Unaware of the true nature of war, Izuna bears some resemblance to Sasuke, with his reckless and foolish determination. How about a duel after the clan meeting? Madara proposed. Apologies, I must relieve myself. You declined. They'll wait for you. I have frequent urges. It will take quite a while. Madara was at a loss. He valued his pride, unable to abandon his dignity. The challenge ended without resolution. Madara's young admirers observed. Did you refuse Madara out of fear? Intriguing, Madara has invited him to battle several times. The truth is, Izuna constantly provokes you. After you retaliated and injured Izuna, Madara sought out you for trouble. The rumors spread among the younger generation. By the time they reached Izuna's ears, they had morphed. All gazes upon him were peculiar, as if viewing a spoiled heir. Izuna felt both wronged and furious, wanting to explain but met with disbelief, aiming to challenge but incapable of victory. Am I truly that weak? He began to doubt himself. The sight of thousands activating their Sharingan was more terrifying than any horror film. You narrowly evaded the duel due to his frequent urges, while Izuna was labeled a spoiled heir. This Uchiha drama was excessively sweet. Next, would it be Izuna's turn to prove himself, sneaking onto the battlefield? If Madara were to uncover Yes' secret intentions, he would surely pursue him relentlessly. The mere oppressive presence of those thousands of Sharingan was enough to suffocate anyone. Yes' refusal to engage in battle demonstrated a profound understanding of survival. The Vortex clan breached the Uchiha defenses? Madara volunteered for battle, but what conspiracy lurked behind this? I shall surely defeat you. Izuna, feeling provoked, dedicated himself to rigorous training. Unbeknownst to him, he was competing against a formidable opponent. Moreover, this individual will only grow stronger. The council hall erupted in chaos as the Uzumaki clan breached our defenses. The Uchiha clan was incredulous that Uzumaki specialized in sealing techniques, not in direct assaults, and their elite forces were limited. There must be Senju hidden within. Historically, they had always assisted the Senju, but now they were achieving victories independently, which was exceedingly strange. The Uchiha returning for aid had a broken leg, a blind eye, and was covered in wounds. The front lines are on the brink of collapse. I implore the elders to make a decision. He was filled with rage, yearning for immediate retribution. Elder Tian Lu of the Uchiha hesitated. The clan leader is leading the elite against the Senju. If I dispatch reinforcements, the clan territory will be left vulnerable, and should anything occur, I shall be deemed a sinner. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yes' expression shifted, and he fell silent. Observing intently, reports indicated that the Uzumaki lacked combat strength, and their clansmen were entangled in battle. Reinforcements could crush them in 3 days. Elder, I am willing to go support. Ban stepped forward, eager to enlist. On Lu's hesitation dissipated, his gaze resolute, determined to send aid. Yet you furrowed his brow. What if this is a ruse? If we draw away our elite from the clan territory, what if we are attacked? He inhaled sharply. The incident of Ban's reduction likely occurred around this time. He turned to the requesting clansman, in his 20s, with a singular tomo, a special jonin when he activated his Sharingan. It seemed incomplete, this detail. Everyone has overlooked that Uzumaki had suddenly grown powerful, and Ban had willingly jumped into the fray that clan territory might become vulnerable. And you sense the scent of danger. Could this requesting Uchiha be a potential threat? Would the clan territory soon face a surprise attack, leading to the unfolding of the Ban's reduction incident? Yes, perfected body flicker technique might finally be put to use. Just the sight of that requesting ninja's dire state, and Ban's decisive plea for battle, was enough to instill anxiety. This maneuver by the Uchiha might very well lead to their own downfall. Could the wounded Uchiha be a traitor, faking a broken leg and a blind eye, masquerading as a loyal soldier to carry out assassinations under the cover of night? That requesting Uchiha, his Sharingan had a defect. Once activated, could not be deactivated during battles. His chakra consumption was significant, making progress difficult. Yet in his current state, his disguise is too perfect. You felt a heaviness in his heart. If someone is impersonating a soldier, drawing away our last line of elite defense, assassins could infiltrate, erasing the future foundation of the Uchiha clan. That would spell great trouble. The clan would descend into turmoil. Elder Tian Lu would become a scapegoat, and a younger generation would be purged in the coming decades. A generational gap may emerge should the Thousand Hands seize the opportunity. The Uchiha clan could face extinction. A day later, Tian Lu resolved to provide assistance. Well, depart in the afternoon. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return. Following the conclusion of the council, Izuna intercepted. You stop right there. You, already in a foul mood, displayed his displeasure, openly feeling a bit restless again. You inquired, locking eyes with Izuna, who faltered, do you have something on your mind? You seemed off during the council. Do you wish to join the battlefield? I requested to go, but the elders denied my plea, just as they did for my brother. Izuna replied, disheartened as Madara remained behind as well. You pondered that as reassuring. There were 2 possible outcomes. Either nothing would occur, or calamity would strike. Yet, both Madara and Izuna would endure. Be cautious, your survival is of utmost importance. The first day passed without incident. The second remained tranquil. But as night fell, an unexpected upheaval ensued. Within the infirmary, a short-legged, one-eyed ninja suddenly opened his eyes. The single tomo of his Sharingan whirling, he produced a sealing scroll, performed hand seals, and retrieved a cultivation vial containing a Byakugan. Pressing the Byakugan into his eye socket, blood tears flowed. Was able to use it, his severed leg twisted and contorted, transforming into a functional skeletal limb. Today, let me witness your resolve. He darted from the infirmary, joining several shadows as they evaded patrols, stealthily advancing towards the core area where the clan leader resided. Silently infiltrating the premises, a flash of steel gleamed, and Uchiha clan members met their demise in their slumber suddenly. A shadow was snagged by something beneath its feet, and a clear bell chimed within the room. Who goes there? A cautious voice inquired. Feigning injury and pity in the dead of night, this traitor's performance was astonishingly adept. The Uchiha clan was being manipulated, their heads held under the water, so to speak. Next, would it be you, employing his perfected body flicker technique to ensure his survival, while simultaneously exposing this grand conspiracy? Just the image of the skeletal limb and the feigned Byakugan was enough to send shivers down one's spine. This assassination attempt likely targeted Madara and Izuna. All the Uchiha youth bore 3 tomo, yet they were being hunted by a traitorous infiltrator masquerading as one of their own. Madara was in a state of alarm. Kill. Outside, the assailants launched a fierce attack, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu and shuriken. However, the room stood empty. Be careful, warned the ninja pretending to have the Byakugan. It was too late. A figure silently appeared behind the assailants, causing the young face to freeze in an instant. A chill creeping into his heart, the Yukaha-style longsword was plunged into the ground, blood gushing from the heart. There was no hope left. It was Uchiha Yu. The Byakugan ninja's temples throbbed with tension. His speed is astonishing. Continue the mission. Eliminate them. Rushing into the clan's territory, they found no trace of Taijima's child. Ah, so this is where they are. With a sweeping glance from the Byakugan, he discovered a hidden chamber beneath the clan leader's residence. Dozens of faint chakra fluctuations. How was I detected? In the darkness of night, Uchiha ninjas pursued relentlessly. At all costs, blocked their advance. The subordinates remained silent. Their eyes glinted crimson, all bearing the 3 tomo Sharingan. They charged forward, fearless and reckless. Like puppets, the Byakugan ninja turned and ventured deeper into the clan's grounds. With one eye red and the other white, cold and merciless in the basement, he located the hidden youth. I found you. With a swift motion, several boys collapsed, coughing blood, unconscious. His right hand was pierced with bone spikes. With another strike, the youth was impaled. It is the Shikatsumiyaku of the Kagaya clan. The Uchiha youth had not entered the battlefield, lacking any means to resist. A flash of blade light appeared. It was Uchiha Madara, gripping a chakra-infused metal longsword. Killing you will suffice, he declared. Madara's words elicited a smile from the Byakugan ninja, a mix of admiration and amusement. Madara felt a pang of anxiety, desiring to strike. Yet his opponent initiated the attack first. You dispatched one foe and vanished in an instant, returning to collect the fallen. The earlier scene replayed in his mind. That group of ambushers bore all 3 tomo, their fighting style reckless. Not like living beings, but like marionettes under control. The traitor disguised as a Byakugan user commanded a puppet army, utilizing the Shikatsumiyaku to slay the youths. Madara faced them heated. The stakes were perilously high. Could, perfected body flicker technique save everyone? Would it soon be time for you and Madara to join forces to counterattack, unveiling the puppeteer behind this orchestrated chaos? After Hagen and the others left, Victor opened the box. The surface of the box was filled with pastries wrapped in oil paper, and beneath the pastries were gold bars. The gold in this box was worth at least 10 million Bailey. When the other boxes were opened, they also revealed brand new cash. Victor took all the money out and then opened his safe. Once the safe was opened, the space inside was almost filled with money. Victor had many similar safes. As a time traveler, he deeply resonated with the saying 3 years as a governor, 100,000 taels of silver. The reason he didn't stay at the headquarters was that there were too few opportunities to make money there. Unlike in the South China Sea, where the sky is high and the emperor is far away, he was the ruler in his own jurisdiction, and his word was law. After learning about Victor's background, Major General Hagen took the initiative to apologize and brought gifts while voluntarily retracting his report. Noblemen like Marquis Charlie and merchants also came to present gifts to solidify their relationship with Victor. They all wanted to avoid provoking Victor, fearing his revenge. No one came forward to testify, making it impossible to prove that Victor had extorted or blackmailed anyone. As for violating military orders and causing the 189th Division to be wiped out, the 191st Division all stated that it was due to the storm that they couldn't arrive in time to reinforce Williamport. The accusation of arms trafficking was even more absurd. The investigation team checked the warehouses and found a large number of weapons. They had already determined that Victor was innocent. Wood and Victor were strolling on a beach. The golden rays of the setting sun lit up the ground. Time flew by, and it had been 10 years in a flash. Wood sighed. Victor replied lightly. 10 years ago, I guarded the Valley of the Gods with your parents. Although we ultimately defended the valley, they sacrificed themselves. Wood brought up the events from 10 years ago again. However, Victor felt no sadness at all. As a time traveler with the soul of an adult, he didn't have much emotional attachment to this life as parents. Wood raised his hand and patted Victor's shoulder. Come back to headquarters soon and become a better Navy than your parents to carry out your justice. Yes, I will. Victor pretended to be earnest. Wood smiled with satisfaction, believing that Victor would become an excellent soldier because Victor's parents sacrificed themselves to uphold justice. Justice would be passed down. Wood firmly believed this. At that moment, a colonel ran over. The colonel was Wood's adjutant. He handed a fax to Wood. Lieutenant General Wood, a fax from headquarters. After reading the content of the fax, Wood said to Victor, Headquarters wants me to return immediately. Victor said, Uncle Wood, I have prepared some specialties from the South China Sea for you to take back to the uncles and aunts at headquarters. Upon hearing this, Wood smiled and replied, They will definitely like it. In Wood's eyes, Victor was a sensible child. Delaying military opportunities? Extortion? Trafficking in arms? How could Victor possibly do such things? It's purely slander. Victor, at the port, watched as Rear Admiral Wood departed and then said to Colonel Martha, Contact the arms dealer and have them remove the weapons from the warehouse. Victor had long known that he would be investigated. Therefore, he didn't sell weapons but kept them to prove his innocence. Now that the investigation team has left, there's no longer a need to keep those weapons. Selling them all and converting them into cash is the right decision. Victor is also uncertain about how long he can stay in the South China Sea. If he were to be suddenly reassigned, he could take all his wealth with him. Wood's investigation report was personally handed over to Sengoku by Wood. The report is 200 pages long. The subjects of the investigation include 100 Navy personnel from the 191st Branch, 15 nobles from the Talos Kingdom, and 40 merchants. After reading the report, Sengoku did not doubt the authenticity of its contents. He believes that Wood conducted the investigation very seriously. However, Victor has always possessed a maturity and shrewdness far beyond his peers. If Victor wanted to deceive Wood, it would be easy for him. Therefore, Sengoku does not think the investigation report can prove everything. Of course, Sengoku is also too lazy to delve deeper. Although the 189th Branch lost 3,000 sailors, Victor also eliminated the head pirates, removing a tumor from the South China Sea. Recent newspapers have been praising the greatness of the Navy. Justice has been promoted, and evil parties have been punished. The outcome is good. Sengoku is not only a tactical master, but also proficient in strategy. In his view, even if Victor has some selfish motives, it is not a big deal. At this moment, Crane entered Sengoku's office. Sengoku took out Victor's information and placed it on the table, saying, 10 years ago, after the God Valley incident, we lost many elite forces, which led to our loss of control over the New World. However, Zephyr has given us hope. Crane saw Victor's information and asked, Do you want to send Victor to the New World? Sengoku affirmed, not denying it. Sakazuki, Kazuru, and Victor, the strength of these three has been recognized by Zephyr. Now Sakazuki and Kizuru are active in the New World, continuously gaining experience. They will be the future of the Navy. I hope Victor will be as well. And Victor needs more experience. In Sengoku's eyes, Victor is an important combat force for the future Navy. He has already decided to cultivate Victor as a candidate for Admiral. Crane asked worriedly, Do you think Victor will follow the arrangements? I will guide him, Sengoku replied confidently. Although he is a Marine Ford, he has gained more information, allowing him to understand Victor further. Crane murmured, if he can truly follow the arrangements, that would naturally be a good thing. At the 191st Branch, in Victor's office, gold will shine eventually, and he still wants to make more money in the South China Sea for a few more years. Victor murmured to himself. Just now, Victor received a fax from the naval headquarters. The headquarters wanted to transfer Victor back to Marin Vondel. However, during this year, he had also made quite a bit, so it wasn't a wasted trip. Of course, Victor couldn't abandon his foundation in the South China Sea. In his eyes, the South China Sea was a cash cow. Victor decided to recommend Colonel Marta as his successor, allowing the 191st branch to continue making money in the Kingdom of Talos, while he could seek benefits behind the scenes. A few days later, at the Ren's dock, sailors were busy loading a large number of safes onto a warship. These safes were filled with gold, silver, jewels, and a substantial amount of cash. Once the last safe was loaded onto the ship, Colonel Marta boarded to count the number, confirming everything was correct before approaching Victor. "My Lord Victor, your luggage has all been loaded onto the ship." Victor was smoking and patted Colonel Marta's shoulder. "When I get to headquarters, I'll recommend you for the colonel of the 191st Unit. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to fax headquarters anytime, and I will help you resolve it." "Thank you, Lord Victor," Colonel Marta said, looking at Victor with gratitude. Victor said seriously, "Separation is only temporary. When I am in a high position with real power, you will all be able to return to my side." Colonel Marta sincerely replied, "I will definitely not disappoint Lord Victor's support." Before Victor came to the 191st Unit, Colonel Marta was just a captain. Without any background, Marta had always struggled to get promoted. However, Victor chose him, and in less than a year, he was promoted from captain to colonel. Now that Victor is leaving, he will also recommend Marta for promotion to colonel. "This is a great favor," Victor whispered to Colonel Marta. "Take good care of our territory. I will need a lot of money for many things in the future. Rest assured, my Lord Victor, I will complete the task." Colonel Marta stood straight and assured Victor. Victor was very satisfied. The reason he valued Marta was simple. Marta came from a new recruit camp in the South Sea, without any background or power, and had only risen to the rank of captain through his passion. However, after 5 years as a captain, he had not been promoted again. In the Navy, promotions are based on 2 points, strength and background. Those with strength can thrive anywhere. For example, after the Top War, the Navy recruited directly, appointing Green Bull and Fujitora as admirals. Those with backgrounds do not need to be mentioned. Smoker repeatedly disobeyed military orders, but was still promoted to Vice Admiral of G5. Therefore, Marta was loyal to Victor, knowing that without him, he would never rise in rank. "As for you all," Victor said, looking at the officers he had personally promoted, "I will also recommend you. When I return to headquarters, you will all receive promotions. Long live Lord Victor." The officers of the 191st branch shouted in unison. "Even if I leave, the benefits and treatment will remain unchanged." Victor said to the Marines of the 191st Unit, "Long live Lord Victor." The Marines shouted in unison. As long as there is a chance for promotion and wealth, the lower-ranking Marines are willing to pledge their loyalty. Moreover, after spending a year with Victor, their lives have improved. As for justice, it might work to fool the new recruits, but after serving a few years, one will understand the darkness of the world government. Justice is nothing but a hypocritical slogan of the world government. Is it worth risking one's life for a hypocritical slogan? Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Victor arrived outside the office of the Warring States. Report. Victor saluted. "Come in." The voice of the Warring States came from the office. Victor opened the office door and walked in. At that moment, Zhangguo was tearing up a discarded document and feeding it to the goat at his feet. Zhangguo looked at Victor and said, "You did well in the South China Sea." Victor stood expressionless. "Have a seat." Sengoku invited Victor to the sofa. Victor wasn't polite either and sat down on the sofa. Warring States picked up the fruit biscuits that Victor had sent and said while eating, "Do you know why I brought you back?" Victor replied, "I don't know for now." Sengoku did not hide it either. He stated directly, "I want to send you to the New World, and you also need more training." Yes, Victor is not surprised. He did not deliberately hide his strength. Moreover, he had a high talent for cultivation, and Zephyr greatly appreciated Victor. During the 2 years after Victor's graduation, he spent the first year interning in the first half of the Grand Line and the second year at the branch in the South Sea. This left Zephyr quite dissatisfied, feeling that it was a waste of talent. Therefore, both Zephyr and Sengoku would eventually make good use of Victor. Sengoku smiled and said, "First, go to the G5 branch." "Yes," Victor replied. Sengoku looked at Victor and said, "Your subordinates at the 191 branch will all be promoted." Although Victor was surprised, he was not shocked. As an intelligent strategist, Sengoku excelled at gathering intelligence. Therefore, he could deduce from Admiral Wood's investigation report that Victor was seriously managing the 191st branch. As for the intention, of course, it was to cultivate his own people. People are inherently self-interested, so it is normal to train trusted subordinates. Thus, Sengoku simply decided to do a favor while also conveying a message to Victor. He would take care of him in the future. "I thank Uncle Sengoku on their behalf." Victor expressed his gratitude. Even if Sengoku didn't help, Victor could still seek assistance from other uncles and aunts in the headquarters. However, Sengoku was now a general, and he would become a marshal in the future. He needed Sengoku's help to be promoted to general. The G1 branch and G5 branch are the only two direct branches of the Navy headquarters located in the New World. Both the G1 and G5 branches share a commonality. Each has 2 vice admirals for rear admirals and a total of 10,000 elite sailors, equipped with 10 large warships. Because they are directly facing the pirates of a new world, both the G1 and G5 branches are at the highest level of combat readiness, with the most elite sailors. Victor took a boat to Mariewa, then crossed Mariewa and changed ships to head to the G1 branch. From a G1 branch, he proceeded to the G5 branch. At this time, the warship that Victor was on route to Mariewa. Victor stepped out of the cabin, ready to get some fresh air on the deck. Is that Senior Victor? Suddenly, a man's voice came from behind Victor. Victor turned around and looked at the young man behind him. The young man had an excited smile on his face, and his eyes showed admiration. Who are you? Victor asked, puzzled. The young man first gave a military salute, and then replied, Colonel Victor, I am also a second-year student of Teacher Zifa. My name is Wright, and I just graduated this year. I am currently interning on Admiral Karp's ship. I never expected to encounter a senior here. It's truly a stroke of luck. Victor and Sakazaki. Borisolino is the first student of Zephyr. Victor looked at Light and said with a smile, How is Teacher Zephyr's health? I haven't seen him in a year. Light replied, Teacher Zephyr is in good health. He often mentions you to us and encourages us to learn from you. Victor smiled and said, Teacher Zephyr always praises me, and I feel proud of it. Light, in admiration, said Teacher Zephyr once said that any martial arts technique, as long as you've seen it once, you can learn it. You are a genius among geniuses, and you were the first to master hockey among all his students. Especially the 6-style combat techniques you developed, which are particularly practical. The records you left during your time at school still remain unbroken. Light spoke endlessly, looking like a little fanboy. However, this was not surprising. Victor is proficient in martial arts and hockey, and he has been training hard since he was young. In Zephyr's eyes, Victor not only has talent, but also works diligently, making him a role model for the students and a source of pride for Zephyr. Victor encouraged, As long as you maintain your passion and practice, you can be like me. Yes. Wright was naturally delighted by his idol's encouragement. Then you keep busy. I'm on the deck to get some fresh air. After Victor finished speaking, he turned and left. Kavicto and the others arrived at the G1 branch base. At this time, 2 major generals from the G1 branch were already waiting for them at the military port. Victor, it's been a while since I last saw you, said the first major general, named Boris, who is 57 years old. The major general behind Boris is named Cliff, who is 49 years old. Victor Boris, Cliff Boris. Uncle Cliff, Boris, I heard you went to the South Sea. Why were you transferred to the G5 branch again? Victor explained. It was the arrangement of Sengoku, who believes I need more training. Sengoku is right this time. Boris nodded in agreement. How could one send the elite of the department to the South Sea? Isn't that a case of overqualification? Although Victor did violate military discipline, Boris didn't think it was a big issue. Who hasn't been young and impulsive before? At this moment, Victor saw many familiar faces. One of them was Akainu. However, Akainu has not yet received a codename. He should be referred to as Sakazuki. Sakazuki was wearing a red short-sleeved shirt, a navy hat, and carrying a long knife on his back. At this time, Sakazuki had not yet obtained the powers of the magma fruit. Another was Borsalino. Borsalino was wearing a yellow shirt, a white vest, and a navy hat. Besides them, Victor directly ignored people like Fire Fist and Spider Demon. Sakazuki and Borsalino also saw Victor. Sakazuki had a blank expression. A hint of curiosity flashed in Borsalino's eyes. Originally, Victor would have been sent to the New World for an internship after graduation, just like them. However, Victor remained in the first half of the Grand Line. Now, with so many promising young people gathered together, it meant the Navy was making big moves. During dinner, Victor saw the trio of Sakazuki, Spider Demon, and Doberman, who always sat together. Spider Demon and Doberman both agreed with Sakazuki's justice. Sakazuki's justice is absolute. He aims to eliminate all the evildoers in the world. This kind of absolute hawkish justice naturally has its followers. However, the trio seemed somewhat out of place in the restaurant. Fire Fist, Jimmel, and others sat in the central area with the rear admirals, brigadiers, and colonels. Some of them were subordinates of Sengoku, Zephyr, Garp, and Tsuru. In the past, Sengoku, Zephyr, Garp, and Tsuru were comrades, and their subordinates formed a faction, especially Zephyr, who is known worldwide for his principle of not killing. Therefore, this faction is relatively moderate, representing the Dove faction of a navy. Victor's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Porcelino sitting alone in the corner, so he picked up his tray and walked over. Porcelino was engrossed in his curry, and he seemed a bit surprised when Victor sat down. "Is it okay to sit here?" Victor asked with a smile. "Suit yourself." Porcelino replied nonchalantly. "Thanks then," Victor said as he picked up a piece of chicken and dipped it in sweet and spicy sauce, eating leisurely. At that moment, Light walked into the dining hall. He had just ordered his meal and was looking for a place to sit when he spotted Victor. Upon seeing Victor, Light immediately tapped the person next to him. "Senior Victor is over there." Like Light, the young man beside him was also a little fan of Victor. "Senior, this is Connor." Light introduced the young man to Victor. Connor scratched his head and said shyly, "Hello, Senior. Your insights on the 6 styles have helped me a lot." During his time at the military academy, Victor wrote 2 books, 6 Styles of Derivative Techniques and Insights on the 6 Styles. After reading them, Zephyr praised Victor highly and promoted these books within the academy, especially among Victor's juniors. Nearly all have read these 2 books and benefited greatly from them. The 6 styles are difficult for ordinary people, let alone mastering them. Achieving mastery is even more challenging. Victor directly wrote down his insights on the techniques, which saved Light and others a lot of unnecessary detours. In Light and the others' eyes, Victor is incredibly selfless and great. Victor smiled and said, "You're welcome. If I can help you, then it has value." "Senior, can we sit beside you?" Light asked cautiously. Of course, Victor nodded in agreement. Light and Connor sat at the adjacent table. They were excited. It was amazing to have a meal with their idol. Porcelino was eating by himself, and he couldn't help but think. So this is the purpose of his writing. Indeed, he shouldn't be underestimated. Porcelino and Victor were classmates. When Victor wrote the 6 Styles Derivative Techniques and the 6 Styles Training Insights, his classmates all thought he was trying to show off. Unexpectedly, these 2 books had such a significant impact. For monsters like Porcelino and Sakazuki, the 6 Styles Derivative Techniques and the 6 Styles Training Insights don't offer much help. Victor smiled and asked Porcelino, "Haven't you been promoted to colonel in 2 years?" Porcelino frowned. "Is this guy looking for trouble?" Porcelino and Sakazuki, among others, currently hold the rank of major. Although Porcelino was somewhat displeased, he still teased, "You should write another book on how to quickly get promoted. That might help me." Victor pondered for a moment and then nodded, saying, "It's a good idea. I will write a book during my free time." Victor looked at Light and Connor, hoping to be of help to them as well. "Senior, really?" Light and Connor's eyes were filled with anticipation. To them, Victor's insights and experiences were invaluable. Victor reached out and patted Light's shoulder. "Let's work hard together." Light and Connor nodded simultaneously. Porcelino couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't do the same thing. The warship set sail from the G1 branch, heading towards Temi Island, where the G5 branch was located. The commander in charge of the team, this time, was Rear Admiral Kurofu. Kurofu had previously served as the aide-de-camp to Sengoku and was trusted by him. After sailing for 3 days and nights, the Navy soldiers on the mast spotted several pirate ships with binoculars, confirming their identity through the pirate flags on the masts. The soldiers shouted down, "We have spotted the Flying Sky Pirates." The lieutenant on deck immediately ran to the ship's railing to observe with binoculars. It really was them, and there were quite a few. "These guys are really bold, aren't they? They're not even hiding from us? Damn it, they're provoking us." Light, using the binoculars, noticed the pirates waving towards the warship, with some even standing on the railing and urinating in the direction of the warship. Soon, Rear Admiral Kurofu, responsible for the escort mission, also came to the deck. Kurofu's expression was serious as he asked, "Is Golden Lion also on the other side?" "We haven't spotted the Playa yet," replied Rear Admiral Robert. The main ship of Golden Lion, the Playa, was easy to identify. It had a huge Golden Lion head at the bow. Kurofu looked at the fast-moving pirate ship and muttered, "This guy is still as arrogant as ever." Although the Rocks pirates had been defeated, the remnants of the Rocks pirates were rising rapidly. Whitebeard established the Whitebeard Pirates. Big Mom established the nation of Tado. Kaido established the Beast Pirates, and Golden Lion established the Flying Sky Pirates. Especially Golden Lion and the Flying Sky Pirates. Currently, the Flying Sky Pirates had the most pirate ships in the New World and the largest personnel scale, making them the most qualified to reach the top position. Sakazuki coldly watched the Flying Sky Pirates. He had seen such provocations multiple times in the New World over the past 2 years. However, he had no way to respond. The higher-ups of the Navy or the world government seemed to have other plans, treating pirates very gently. Therefore, Sakazuki had learned to remain silent. He knew he had no say in the matter. Victor watched Sakazuki's reaction. No wonder Sakazuki would become increasingly reclusive in the following years. The trials in the New World not only gave him more combat experience, but also taught Sakazuki the art of patience. His personality transformed into that of a dormant volcano, seemingly calm on the surface, yet capable of erupting with destructive energy at any moment. As for Borsalino, Victor noticed that Polyasolino was yawning. It seemed that he had gotten used to it and knew how to adapt. Victor looked at the people from the burning mountain. Their expressions were calm, clearly accustomed to the situation. Only the freshly graduated young men like Light and Connor clenched their fists, sulking in frustration. Their purpose in joining the military was to eliminate pirates. However, the pirates were right in front of them, yet they were left unchecked, which was completely different from what they had anticipated. At that moment, Victor asked Krav, "Can I attack them?" Light and Connor looked at Victor with hopeful and admiring eyes, wishing Krav would answer yes. Krav looked at Victor and shook his head. That would be meaningless. The distance between both sides has already exceeded the maximum range of the ship's cannons. Moreover, the Golden Lion is about to become the overlord of the New World. Provoking them would invite the Golden Lion's revenge. Victor responded lightly, showing no signs of dissatisfaction or disappointment. Soon, the Sky Pirates accelerated their sailing and shook off the warship. After the Sky Pirates left, Krav and the others left the deck and returned to the cabin. Light and Connor approached Victor. Light said irritably, "I really want to eliminate these scum." Connor, who wasn't very talkative, also felt quite gloomy at the moment. Seeing the pirates arrogantly leave right before their eyes made him extremely furious. Victor leaned on the railing, looking at the sea, and said, "When I gain power, I will make the world clean." We believe in you, Senior." Light and Connor watched Victor's back, not doubting his words. At this moment, Victor was writing diligently in the room, compiling his insights and experiences on how to quickly advance in military rank, from a recruit to a colonel. Victor wrote his insights and experiences in a book. Promoting oneself is very important and highly rewarding. Victor wanted to establish his own faction and followers in his own way, gradually increasing his influence in the Navy. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. The door wasn't locked. "Come in," Victor said casually. Light and Connor walked in through the door. Victor said calmly, "Please wait a moment. I'm almost done." Light and Connor exchanged glances, and then their eyes both fell on the table. Victor wrote a stack of manuscripts, at least several dozen pages. As Victor put down his pen, he handed the original draft on how to quickly promote military rank to Light and Connor, hoping it would help them. Light and Connor widened their eyes upon seeing the content on the paper. Victor said to the two of them, "This is my promotion experience, which can serve as a reference. I hope it helps you. Senior, you have been writing this at night for the past few days." Light has already noticed Victor's dark circles. Victor said calmly, "What I promised, I will definitely do." "Thank you, Senior," Connor said gratefully. He could tell from the manuscript that Victor was putting a lot of effort into writing, sharing his own experiences and insights, especially the section on interacting with superiors. Victor wrote in great detail. Victor said, "All right, you can take it back and review it. The first year of the internship is very important, and I hope you can seize the opportunity. After you finish reading it, remember to make a few copies. Perhaps it can help more people and prevent them from feeling lost." We will." Light and Connor left with the manuscript as if they had found a treasure. On Temi Island, at the G5 branch naval base, as the fortress's gate slowly rose, the warships gradually entered the fortress. The Navy here all looked like pirates. At this moment, the interns on the deck looked curiously at the Marines in the port. The Marines either wore bandanas with the Navy insignia on their heads or had Navy insignias painted on their capes. Even so, these Marines had a rogue-like demeanor, not resembling soldiers at all. Once the warship stabilized, Major General Kolov was the first to disembark. Major General Kolov saluted Vice Admiral Tucker. His mission was completed. Next, the potential newcomers and interns who were drafted would face brutal training at the G5 branch. Check the roster. Vice Admiral Tucker was a meticulous person. Although the Marines at the G5 branch were all like rogues, as the commander of the fortress, Vice Admiral Tucker could not afford to be careless. If pirates infiltrated the fortress, poisoned it, or caused explosions, it would be a heavy blow to the G5 branch. After all, the G5 branch was isolated in the New World. Once something happened, they could only face it alone, and the support from headquarters would take at least several days to arrive. At this moment, a brigadier general began to check the names on the list. Colonel Victor, Major Sakazuki, Major Polyasolino, Major Firemountain. As the brigadier general called out names, Victor and the others responded one by one. After confirming that everyone was present, Vice Admiral Tucker said to Major General Kolov, "You can go back." Yes. Major General Kolov turned and returned to the warship. The G5 branch did not have the ceremony of a farewell banquet because the G5 branch was always ready for action and combat. The G5 branch is a mobile force, and they have one task: to carry out special missions according to headquarters orders. As for protecting allied countries and civilians, they cannot do so without orders from headquarters. It is precisely because of the G5's uniqueness that the Marines have very strong personalities. Some junior officers and veterans are old-timers and seasoned veterans who do their own thing and do not take naval regulations seriously at all. At this time, Victor had already moved into the officers' dormitory. The dormitory was a bit dirty, with dust covering the table, spider webs on the windows, and dirty bandages in the trash can. Before Victor could call for the orderly to come in and clean, the alarm sounded suddenly within the naval fortress. The beep 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 whistle echoed. Nearby, an officer began to blow the whistle to assemble the soldiers. Victor and the others came out of the dormitory. "Get ready to depart. Hurry up, move faster, you bunch of damn bastards. Haven't you eaten? Or are your legs weak? You bunch of drained uselessness." The officer's crude words scolded the Marines, and under their urging, the Marines quickly boarded the warship. "The rookies who just arrived today, come over here." At this moment, a poker-faced major general in his 40s called out to Victor and the others. No matter what rank Victor and the others held, in the G5 branch, there is always only the distinction between rookies and veterans. Victor and the others followed the rear admiral aboard a warship. "Where are we going?" Fire Burning Mountain asked. The rear admiral glanced at Fire Burning Mountain and coldly replied, "Newbie, do 2,000 push-ups or spend 3 days in the confinement room." Fire Burning Mountain was stunned for a moment, then shouted yes, and began doing push-ups. The rear admiral paced back and forth in front of Victor and the others, reminding them, "From now on, don't ask where we're going. You just need to know to obey orders and execute them," replying with yes. Yes. Victor and the others responded in unison. The rear admiral calmly said, "Welcome to the world of monsters. The New World is a very brutal place. Due to magnetic field issues, many areas in the New World have terrible weather and cannot produce enough food. To survive, young people go to sea and become pirates. Pirate attacks on countries, pirate attacks on pirates, and even pirate attacks on the Navy are common occurrences. It's like raising venomous creatures. The strength of pirates in the New World is increasingly powerful. To combat the pirates of the New World, the G5 branch of the Navy is different from other branches. They must be more like pirates than the pirates themselves, more ruthless, and more cunning to defeat the pirates and survive in the dangerous New World." As the fortress gates opened, 3 warships left the fortress. The commander of this mission is Vice Admiral Nan. Vice Admiral Nan is 46 years old this year, in the prime of his life. He has served in the G5 branch for 11 years and has often hovered on the brink of death. This mission is to capture a pirate named Jonathan, who currently has a bounty of 360 million. In the year 1494 of the Sea Circle calendar, a bounty of 360 million is no small amount. As for why the headquarters is in a hurry to capture Jonathan, that is not something Nan needs to worry about. He has never liked to overthink complicated matters. He just focuses on executing his tasks. The warships quickly arrived at their target, Helenson Island. Helenson Island is Jonathan's territory, where he has been entrenched for nearly 2 years. The competition for territory in the New World has always been fierce. Being able to hold territory for 2 years indicates that Jonathan indeed has strength. Under the cover of night, the 3 warships extinguished all lights, and the landing boats were quietly lowered. The pirates on the island did not expect a nighttime raid. At this moment, the pirates were drinking, gambling, and singing around a bonfire, enjoying their freedom and joy every night. Jonathan sat in a chair, resting with his eyes closed. Today's mission was simple: capture Jonathan. At this time, Nan approached the ship's railing and issued combat orders to Victor and the others. Taking advantage of the cover of night, the Navy quietly paddled the landing boats closer to the beach. The pirates on the beach were still drinking, gambling, and singing until one of the lackeys went to the beach to urinate. Bang! With a gunshot, the pirate lackey fell into the sand pit, shot in the forehead. With the sound of gunfire, the G5 branch of the Navy began to charge towards the island. Enemy attack! Wake up! The gunfire on the beach startled the pirates. The pirates quickly grabbed their weapons. Although the enemy attack came suddenly, Jonathan's crew had been able to hold Helenson Island for 2 years, indicating their battle-hardened experience. Jonathan opened his eyes, his cold gaze radiating a chilling, killing intent. "Are there still those who are not afraid of death?" Jonathan murmured, then grasped 2 spike clubs and stood up. Jonathan is nearly 8 meters tall, with each spike club measuring 5 meters in length and weighing 3 tons each. However, just as Jonathan stood up, a lazy voice came from behind him. "You better not go anywhere," Victor said calmly. After hearing Victor's words, Jonathan turned around and coldly looked at Victor. "Do you want to be smashed into meat paste?" Meanwhile, the battle between the Navy and the pirates had begun. Under the leadership of their captains, the pirates were launching a counterattack. There were more than 2,000 pirates on the island. The Navy sent by the G5 branch consisted of 3,000 men. In terms of manpower, the Navy had the advantage. However, Jonathan's group held the geographical advantage. The island's forest had been modified, and in some higher terrain areas, the pirates set up towers. Cannons were mounted on the towers, with shooting holes left open. Bang! Bang! Shells landed at their feet, blowing sailors into the air, who then fell heavily onto the beach. "Forget about the fallen. Charge onto the island," shouted the veterans of the G5 branch. Despite this, there were still new recruits trying to rescue their comrades. However, when they attempted to help, they became targets for the pirate snipers. The pirate snipers were cunning. They didn't shoot the rescuing recruits, but aimed at the legs of the sailors, incapacitating them. To rescue an injured sailor, at least 2 healthy sailors were needed. Damn it, Light and Connor, recent graduates, were experiencing such scenes for the first time. Nevertheless, fueled by their passion and eagerness, they rushed to the front of the line and engaged in a brawl with the pirate lackeys on the island. More and more pirates fell at their feet. Unknowingly, Light and Connor had already taken down nearly 100 pirate lackeys. As a result, they attracted a lot of attention. For example, from the captain of Jonathan's crew, the large shield wielder, Lore. Lore stood over 6 meters tall and had a bounty of 170 million berries. His weapon was a metal shield taller than himself. Lore could block any attack with a shield and would charge at enemies, smashing them to pieces. At that moment, Lore raised the shield and began to accelerate, taking large strides at incredible speed. With his charge, all the Navy blocking his path were sent flying. Lena, Connie, and others hurriedly dodged. Just Lore's momentum made them realize they couldn't match him. Those unfortunate Navy soldiers who were struck down fell to the ground, dying on the spot. "Ha ha!" Lore laughed heartily, completely dismissing the Navy. "You little brats are pretty strong." Lore charged at the 2 again. Connor, not daring to be careless, dodged the shield's impact and lifted his foot for a fierce kick. Storm kick. Connor concentrated the force of his kick into a slashing motion aimed at the enemy. And the storm kick shot forth like a spear, fiercely directed at the shield. Connor was confident in his storm kick. However, he underestimated the hardness of Lore's shield. Lore's shield was made of a special metal, indestructible. Finger gun, diamond shatter. Seeing this, Light used shave to approach at high speed. He then concentrated all his strength into the index finger of his right hand, hardening it and launching an attack in an instant. His fingertip had terrifying destructive power. Zephyr once said that Victor had shattered diamonds with a single finger. However, Light's finger gun was not yet perfected. Light, Connor, holding his sword with both hands, rushed in front of Jonathan. "You little brats are really getting more and more numerous." Lore sneered coldly, then swung his shield down again. The shield smashed directly toward Connor's face. Connor, holding his sword, tried to block it, but the blade in his hands shattered upon impact. "How much longer can you keep laughing?" Ghost Spider, wielding dual swords, charged at Lore. But before Ghost Spider could get close, a flash of blade cut through. Ghost Spider held his sword up defensively. However, he was still sent flying, sliding on the ground for a distance before barely regaining his footing. Quick reflexes. At that moment, a man wrapped in bandages appeared in front of Ghost Spider. The bandaged man held a sword in each hand and coldly said, "Zombie, Swordsman Rex. Bounty of 190 million berries. But today, how many of my blades can you block?" As Rex spoke, he swung his dual swords again, attacking Ghost Spider. Just as Ghost Spider was about to use Life Return, he saw Rex suddenly stop and sidestep to block. Clang! Under everyone's gaze, Sakazuki swung his sword at Rex. Single sword against dual swords. Rex struggled to hold on with his dual swords. He silently groaned, knowing Sakazuki's strength surpassed his. And the strength of Sakazuki and Ghost Spider was clearly not on the same level. The Navy still preferred to outnumber their opponents, right? Then a cold voice rang out. A black-skinned fishman with sharp teeth appeared in front of the Navy. Black mackerel fishman Uzar, bounty of 210 million berries. Uzar was skilled in fishman karate and also master hockey. Encountering Uzar at sea was undoubtedly a nightmarish experience. "Hey, let me play with you." Suddenly, Borisolino walked in front of Uzar. Yuzar looked at the casual-looking Navy major in front of him and did not take Borisellino seriously. "Where's Jonathan?" Rear Admiral Non observed. But after a while, Jonathan still did not appear. In the center of Helensong Island, Jonathan swung 2 wolf-tooth clubs, each swing producing a whooshing sound. However, no matter how he attacked, he couldn't touch Victor at all. "Who exactly are you?" Jonathan's expression was serious. He was proficient in observation hockey and armament hockey, but couldn't land a hit on Victor even once, which surprised him. It was normal for Jonathan to be filled with doubt. The number of Navy majors and brigadiers he had killed added up to double digits. As for colonels and lieutenant colonels, the number was even greater. Yet, a mere colonel like Victor could easily evade his attacks. Moreover, Victor was so young. This was simply unbelievable. Victor smiled and asked, "Isn't it normal for my age to have such strength?" Jonathan frowned, as Victor expressed his inner confusion. "Let me tell you a secret." Victor's hands were wrapped in armament hockey, and then he said to Jonathan, "I've never felt weaker than anyone, even when facing Roger and Garp." After hearing this, Jonathan's first reaction was surprisingly not to doubt him. He was startled by his own response. However, Jonathan calmed down and said, "Kid, although you are strong, this is a new world." After speaking, Jonathan's body underwent a transformation. He grew horns like a bull. His face changed into that of a bull, and his height increased from 8 meters to over 12 meters. He had transformed into the bull form of the zoan-type bulbul fruit. Jonathan's ability to dominate Helen's Island was not only due to the strength of his subordinates, but also his own formidable power. In addition to his beast transformation, Jonathan began to cover his entire body with armament hockey. With a low roar, Jonathan swung the spike club in his hand and smashed it down towards Victor. His strength was immense. A single strike could sink a warship. Facing the spike club coming towards him, Victor did not dodge this time. He unleashed his iron fist, wrapped in armament hockey, directly crashing into the spike club. With a loud bang, Victor's fist slammed heavily onto the spike club. At the moment it struck the club, a terrifying shockwave spread out. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shattered, and trees around them fell back in clusters. The armed hockey crackled violently. On the massive bull's head, the bull's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, and it gritted its teeth, trying to exert as much power as possible. However, no matter how hard Jonathan tried, he still couldn't overpower Victor. Victor calmly asked, "Is this your full strength?" With a powerful swing, Jonathan struck down with another wolf fawn club. Boom! The club hit the ground, creating a large crater. Smoke and dust filled the air, making it impossible to see through the haze. Only the observation hockey remained locked onto Victor. "Behind you." Jonathan immediately turned and swung hard at what was behind him. Earth shatter. Another heavy blow. Boom! This strike missed again. In an instant, Victor appeared right in front of Jonathan, lifting his leg for a powerful high whip kick. The kick hit Jonathan's cheek, deforming his entire face. Jonathan was kicked away like a cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. Jonathan's body soared through the forest, crashing through clusters of trees, until he embedded himself into a mountainside, finally coming to a stop. However, before Jonathan could crawl out from the mountainside, Victor had already chased after him. Stepping lightly, he quickly caught up to the mountainside. Shatter the sky. Victor raised his hand and pressed his palm against Jonathan's chest. His palm, enveloped in armament hockey, infused Jonathan with the power of armament hockey. Moments later, the entire mountain exploded, burying Jonathan beneath the rocks. After Victor dealt with Jonathan, he returned to find Nan and the others. Sure enough, as Victor had thought, today's battle was carefully arranged. The one responsible for the script was Sengoku. Jonathan and the pirates under his command were merely a sharpening stone for the Navy, responsible for honing the new generation of the Navy headquarters. At this time, Nan was watching from a distance, without intervening in the battle. This was Sengoku's order. However, the performance of the newcomers was indeed quite impressive. Fire Mountain, Ghost Spider Doberman, and others were now working together to surround Lore, while Wright, Connor, and others stepped back. Even the seniors found it difficult to take him down. Wright covered his mouth. He had just been hit by a shield and immediately felt his blood surging and his organs shifting. Connor's gaze was searching for Victor. He couldn't find him and could only turn his attention to Sakazuki. It was said that Sakazuki, Borisellino, and Victor were monsters among Zifa's first batch of students. Sakazuki faced off against Rex. Borisellino's opponent was Yuzar. Clang! Clang! Sakazuki swung his knife, continuously slashing at Rex. Each strike was faster than the last. Rex kept blocking, but his hands felt numb from gripping the sword. Monster! Rex looked at Sakazuki with fear in his eyes. He knew very well that Sakazuki was much stronger than Ghost Spider. Sakazuki approached Rex expressionlessly and calmly. Rex knew his enemy was powerful, therefore, he did not dare to be careless. Sakazuki suddenly began to accelerate and started running. Seeing this, Rex immediately swung his dual swords. Dual sword style. Assura Flame of Hell. Rex's dual swords ignited in flames, but as he slashed towards Sakazuki, Sakazuki vanished from in front of him. Zulfust, Rex muttered, standing still. After a moment, Rex's head rolled off his neck. Meanwhile, Borisolino and Uzar faced each other. Shark 2 straight punch. Uzar used all his strength to deliver a powerful straight punch, striking Borisolino's cheek. Borisolino tilted his head to dodge the attack, and the punch shattered a large tree in front of him, sending wood chips flying everywhere. Seeing Borisolino evade the attack, Uzar continued his assault. 5,000 tile spinning kick. Uzar executed a spinning kick powerful enough to split 5,000 tiles, striking fiercely at Borisolino. Borisolino raised his leg and delivered a side whip kick. The spinning kick and side whip kick collided. The armed hockey on both their feet fiercely rubbed against each other, creating shockwaves that pushed back the surrounding navy and pirates. The force was as great as that of a monster. Borisolino feigned fear. Damn bastard. Uzar felt like his calf bones were about to crack. Borisolino's armed hockey was too hard. At this moment, Borisolino caught a glimpse of Sakazuki out of the corner of his eye and realized that Sakazuki's battle was over. Tangras, tile straight punch. Uzar also noticed Borisolino's distraction. Thus, he prepared to unleash a straight punch that would generate a 360 shockwave in all directions. No matter how fast Borisolino was, he couldn't dodge this strike. However, at the moment Uzar threw his punch, Borisolino leaped into the air and shot out a finger gun. Whoosh! Whoosh! The flying finger gun hit Uzar's knee and arm joints solidly. In an instant, Uzar lost his combat ability. Each joint was precisely targeted. Is this the power of a monster? Nan thought to himself. Meanwhile, a crescent-shaped white slash cut through the sky, flying towards Lore. Lore turned around and hurriedly raised his shield to block. However, the shield that could defend against the combined attack of Fire Mountain and the others was actually cut through by the crescent-shaped white slash. Nan and the others looked up at the sky. It was Victor, Senior Victor. Seeing Victor appear, Wright and Connor immediately perked up. Nan looked at Victor and then at the direction Victor had come from. He must have gone to deal with Jonathan first, Nan thought. At this moment, Lore's eyes widened as he looked down at his abdomen. He was injured by Victor's crescent slash. How could this be? Lore looked ahead in disbelief. Although his strength was not the strongest within the Jonathan pirates, his defense was the strongest. When facing the Roger pirates, Lore had even blocked the slash from the Dark King Rayleigh. Victor walked over calmly, each step giving Lore a sense of pressure. Lore dropped his shield, clenched his fists, and covered his entire body with hockey. With a loud roar, Lore found courage through a shout. Lore was less than 100 meters away from Victor. With a few big strides, Lore reached Victor, suddenly stopping, hands tightly clasped, and threw a powerful punch downwards at Victor. Boom! A huge sound echoed. The ground shook violently, and the dust raised by the punch obscured everyone's view. At this moment, Sakazuki and Borisolino were all watching intently. During their graduation internship, they had already mastered hockey. How strong could he be? Borisolino thought to himself. During their time at the military academy, Victor had already displayed terrifying talent and formidable strength. Although the names of Victor, Sakazuki, and Borisolino were on par, all being monstrous existences, Borisolino believed that Victor was the real monster. Or rather, the monster among monsters. As the dust settled, it was clear that Victor had effortlessly blocked Lore's powerful punch with just one hand, while Lore's eyes were bloodshot, gritting his teeth, and veins bulging all over. Clearly, Lore had given it his all. You did your best. Victor spoke calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, Law felt an immense force, and his entire body was sent flying. Boom! Law's body rolled continuously on the ground, shattering countless trees, rocks, and small hills before finally coming to a stop. Nan's brows furrowed tightly, and he couldn't hide his shock. Initially, he guessed that Sengoku wanted to train the new generation of a navy. However, after witnessing the strength of Victor, Sakazuki, and Borisolino, he seemed to understand Sengoku's intentions. This was not just training. It was also about allowing them to accumulate military achievements and prestige in a short period. They were cultivating these three individuals, especially Victor. Currently, Victor displayed the strength of a monster. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Victor maintained his fist-punching posture. Just now, a single punch had sent Law flying over a kilometer. That was too exaggerated. The battle was over. All that remained was to clean up the battlefield. The medical team began treating the injured, while the fallen Navy soldiers were placed in body bags. Victor came before Wright, Connor, and the others. Wright's left arm was broken, and he had 4 broken ribs, with damage to his heart, lungs, and liver. Connor's injuries weren't serious, but he would also need some time to recover. Are you all okay? Victor actively asked Wright. Connor, just a minor injury. Wright wanted to get up, but was pressed back down by the doctor. Victor said to Connor and the others, sweat more in peacetime, and bleed less in wartime. You need to train harder. Yes. Light and Connor responded loudly, invigorated. Well, that's enough. Rest well. Only by taking care of your body can you punish evil. After Victor finished speaking, he turned and left. When will I be as powerful as Senior Victor? Just now. Senior Victor's Gale kick was really impressive. I remember that move is called Crescent Moon Sky Charge. I want to learn it too, but it's so difficult. After Victor left, Wright and Connor began to talk about Victor's techniques. The technique is called Raging Foot Crescent Moon Sky Piercer. In his insights on the 6 styles training, Victor believed that to master techniques like the finger gun and aggressive martial arts such as Raging Foot, the prerequisite is to refine the body into a weapon. When using kicking techniques, one must treat the leg as a blade and take the ability to cut iron as the standard for training. While the two were discussing the 6 styles training, the Marines finally found Jonathan. Jonathan was still alive, but his body had suffered severe injuries. His internal organs were damaged. Bones were fractured, muscles were torn, and blood vessels were also compromised. Fortunately, Jonathan was a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be dead. When Jonathan was dragged to the seaside by a group of Marines, Non and others saw Jonathan's condition. Apart from a heavy kick to the face, he had no external injuries. However, the internal injuries were very serious. After reviewing the examination report, Non turned his gaze to Victor, curious about how Victor managed to do this. Marine Headquarters, Marine Fort. Sengoku received a report from the G5 branch. The Jonathan pirates had been eliminated. Jonathan, the Great Shield Law, and Black Manta Uzar were captured alive, while Zombie Rex was killed. The number of pirates eliminated exceeded 600, and nearly 400 pirates were captured. This time, the results were substantial. However, Sengoku was more concerned about the performance of Victor, Sakazuki, and Borsalino. In fact, non-speculation was correct. Sengoku sent Victor and the others to the G5 branch, not only to train the 3, but also to hope they could accumulate military achievements and prestige. In the coming decades, Victor and the new generation would be the future of the Navy. Victor's performance also satisfied Sengoku. Non evaluated Victor's strength as a monster. Victor was only 20 years old. Moreover, Victor had not yet consumed a devil fruit. How to cultivate Victor and the others to become the strongest combat power of the Navy was something Sengoku needed to discuss with Kong and report to the Gorosei. Sengoku believed the Gorosei would take this issue seriously. In the Marshal's office, the current Marine Marshal Kong was reading the battle report submitted by Sengoku. The task of capturing Jonathan alive was not an order issued by Sengoku on his own. Sengoku was not like Garp. He would do something that would annoy his superiors. After reading the report, Kong said, I will go to see the Gorosei. The world government controls most of the devil fruits, and the Navy and the world government's direct agents are continuously recovering devil fruits. However, to ensure safety, the world government needs to observe and test to ensure loyalty before providing devil fruits. The rarer and more powerful the devil fruit, the less room for error. Otherwise, if there were acts of betrayal, the consequences would be unimaginable. The world government does not want to be harmed by its own power. Holy Land, Mariewa. Panga City, the Hall of Power. When Kong walked in, the Gorosei were already waiting for him. The Gorosei sat from left to right. They are the highest leaders of the world government. At this moment, the elder on the far left, dressed in a black suit, spoke. Can you ensure their loyalty? The elder had white curly hair, a fluffy white beard, wore a flat hat, and had a scar on his left cheek, looking very imposing. Kong replied, although they each have personality issues, so far, they're loyal to the world government. At this time, the elder sitting in the middle, dressed in a dark blue suit with long white straight hair and a long beard, said, the 3 of them all have the potential to become admirals. We can begin observing them. The elder with long straight hair expressed his opinion. Then, the elder dressed in a deep red suit without a bow tie and with a scar on his chest said, the Navy's strength indeed needs to be enhanced. The events from 10 years ago must not happen again. The bald elder in a dark green suit with 2 mustache curls also agreed. If similar events happen again, it would be a disgrace. The 4 members of the Gorosei had already expressed their stance. After hearing the responses of the 4, the elder in a white robe, wearing glasses, the only one not dressed in a suit among the Gorosei, placed the katana in his hand on his lap and said, "You can go back. We will make the best arrangements." Yes. Kong turned and left the Hall of Power. After Kong left, the curly-haired elder said, "Regardless, we must ensure loyalty." The curly-haired elder's words made the other 4 Gorosei nod in agreement. At this moment, the elder in the white robe looked at Victor's information. This information was not provided by the Navy, but collected by CP0. The information about Victor provides a detailed introduction to his background and personality. Victor enjoys forming cliques, making money, and showing off. Victor is indeed unscrupulous in his pursuit of money. His indifference to the 189 branch, even deliberately delaying rescue efforts and allowing pirates to pillage Williamport, serves as proof of this. The old man in the white robe smiled and said, "Although he will not be loyal to justice, I believe he will be loyal to the world government. A flaw does not overshadow the virtue." Victor is willing to do anything to achieve his goals, even abandoning his principles for money. People with such questionable character are actually more trusted by the 5 elders. If Victor had a strong sense of justice, the 5 elders would have to think twice. Of course, it's still too early to make a decision. Further observation is needed. G5 Branch Training Ground. Victor is in the training ground, teaching Wright and Connor the 6 styles. At this moment, he demonstrates the flying finger gun. The steel pillar, 30 meters away, is hit by the air bullet shot by Victor, leaving deep dents. This is a steel pillar. Then, Victor begins to use the Gale Foot. Gale Foot, Crescent Moon Sky Charge. Victor decisively kicked the steel pillar in front of him, sending a white crescent-shaped slash flying out that cut nearly 100 steel pillars in half. This scene not only amazed Light and Connor, but also left the onlooking G5 Branch Navy in shock. Although the G5 Branch Navy had heard that Victor was very strong, hearing about it and witnessing it firsthand are completely different experiences. I have written in my book that in order to master the 6 styles, one's physical body is the most crucial factor. After Victor finished speaking, he took off his shirt, revealing a strong and sculpted physique. Although Victor's image was as elegant as a prince, and he never dragged his feet in battle, removing his shirt added a touch of the iron-blooded tough guy aura. Our strength is hidden within us, and if we can mobilize it and unleash its maximum power, this is what we need to master. At this moment, Victor's body underwent a noticeable change. His right arm became robust. It was the return of life. Light, Connor, and the surrounding school-level officers thought simultaneously. You all know that the return of life allows one to freely control the body, hair, and internal organs. Once consciousness is infused, any part can be freely controlled. And now, we are mobilizing all the energy in our bodies. Victor aimed at the steel plate in the distance as he spoke. With a loud bang, a massive air bullet shot out from his fingertips. The air bullet pierced through the steel plate, creating a large hole. At this point, Victor released the life return. And I was just giving an example, hoping you could understand the practical use of life return. Light and Connor looked at Victor with admiration. I have other matters to attend to, so you can continue practicing. After Victor finished speaking, he turned and left the training ground. Borisellino watched everything from a distance, muttering to himself, still as showy as before. At that moment, some Navy personnel from the G5 branch approached Wright and Connor. One lieutenant colonel seriously asked Wright, "May we borrow Colonel Victor's training insights to read?" Wright replied, "Of course." He believed that Senior Victor wouldn't mind. In his eyes, Senior Victor was a great and selfless person who had always helped others without reservation. Victor returned to the dormitory from the training ground. His dormitory is very clean. However, it was not cleaned by him personally. Now he has more and more fans. Naturally, there are plenty of people eager to take on tasks like cleaning the dormitory and other chores. Victor sat at his desk, picking up a fountain pen, ready to write down his powerful cultivation insights. As an advanced chapter of the 6 Styles cultivation, Victor planned to make it public, allowing more Navy members to practice it. The benefits of doing so were clear. It would generate more followers. With the strength of these followers, Victor could establish a faction on his own in the days to come. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knocking sound came from outside the door. "The door's not locked," Victor said casually. The door was opened. Major General Nan walked in, came up behind Victor, and, after looking at what Victor had written, he couldn't help but frown. Such a precious thing, is it really necessary to share it? The method of cultivating Baki has always been a secret of the strong. Only by following the strong can one obtain it. Without the guidance of the strong, many ordinary people would never be able to master in their lifetime. Victor said calmly, "If our Navy had been strong enough 10 years ago, there wouldn't have been so many sacrifices. After hearing Victor's words, Nan nodded. The incident in the Valley of the Gods should not have happened. He had been misled by Victor. Nan thought it was because of his parents' deaths that he was so actively trying to strengthen the Navy. After Victor put down his pen, he said seriously, Uncle Nan, one day, I will make the world clean. In this life and the next, Victor believes the most important thing is to establish a persona for himself. In front of his juniors, he is a selfless senior. In front of elders, he is a person with great ambitions. In front of the world government, he is a flawed individual. In front of his subordinates, he is a person worth following. A persona can provide a rationale for actions. In short, a persona is very important. So far, Victor feels he has done it perfectly. His juniors admire him. The navies of the G-191 branch are willing to follow him. The elders have also been misled by him. He believes the world government will be misled by him as well. Only in this way can he gain greater power, as well as a higher status and authority. Since capturing Jonathan, the G5 branch has not gone out on a mission for nearly half a month. During this time, Victor has been selflessly teaching cultivation methods every day while also writing his personal insights. Within the G5 branch, both officers and soldiers are copying Victor's writings, whether for promotion or cultivation. Victor's insights and experiences can help them. It's like the notes of a top student, which are invaluable to those eager to advance further. Moreover, whenever Victor arrives at the training ground, there are many sailors watching. They're all there to attend his lessons. The cultivation methods and practices taught by Victor can more efficiently enhance their strength. Colonel Victor. Victor walked on the way to the restaurant, and the officers and soldiers along the way would greet him. His selflessness and strength earned him the respect of the G5 branch. Victor responded with a smile. Senior Victor. At that moment, Light and Connor ran over with a group of officers to Victor's side. It's you guys. Victor stopped and looked at Light, Connor, and the people around them. Who are these? Senior. Light introduced the people beside him. They were Major Eric from the G5 branch, Major Kennard, Captain Wild, and Lieutenant Garol. They all came to thank you after recently finishing your book. Victor smiled slightly and said, We're all Navy. There's no need for such formality. Major Eric raised his hand in salute and said, Colonel Victor, your book has been a great help to me. If there's an opportunity, please let me follow you. The others, including Kennard, Wild, and Goler, said in unison, So do we. Why were there so many people willing to follow Garp? It wasn't just because of his title as a naval hero. More importantly, following Garp meant receiving his guidance. However, among so many Navy personnel, not everyone had the opportunity to stay by Garp's side. But Victor was different. He was truly selfless. If one could stay by Victor's side, they could receive his guidance when encountering cultivation issues. Of course, besides receiving Victor's guidance, there were also opportunities for promotion. Most of the Navy assigned to the G5 branch had no background in the headquarters or had personality issues and poor relationships. Otherwise, those with backgrounds or good relationships would never end up in the G5 branch due to its high casualty rate. Therefore, in the original timeline, when Smoker applied to transfer to the G5 branch, most people found it unbelievable. Well, there will be opportunities, Victor said seriously. Those willing to follow him, the more, the better. Victor's current actions are promoting himself, allowing his charismatic personality to influence more people. Year 1494 of the Sea Circle, August. Victor was called into the office by Nan. Nan handed Victor a letter of appointment, stating that from now on, he was appointed as the commander of the G5 branch's special forces. When Victor looked at the appointment letter, guessing it meant a promotion. Nan was very strict and never gave anyone any special treatment, so he wasn't very popular in the headquarters. Sure enough, Nan continued. As the general of the warring states said, you can choose your personnel and equipment as you wish. Thank you, Uncle Nan. Since they were in the office, Victor didn't stand on ceremony. Get to work. Nan nodded. Yes. Victor saluted and then turned to leave. Victor arrived at the training ground. Ever since he joined the G5 branch, the training ground has been crowded every day. At first, people came just to join the fun, then to learn cultivation methods. And now they're all working hard to improve their strength. The desire of men to become stronger is ingrained in their bones. Therefore, when this group of overlooked G5 branch Navy found a way to get stronger, they naturally seized the opportunity. Now, each of them is training hard under the blazing sun, enhancing their physical strength, and the ground beneath them is already soaked with sweat. Upon seeing Victor arrive, the Navy personnel in the training ground stopped and saluted him. Victor walked over to Wright, Connor, and the others. They were currently training with Eric, Kennard, and others. Based on the training methods and insights shared by Victor, they were looking for each other's shortcomings. Senior Victor, Colonel Victor, Eric, Kennard, and the others stood up straight and started to salute. Take a look at this. Victor handed the appointment letter to Eric. After reading the contents, Eric showed an excited expression, although it was just a special operations unit directly under the G5 branch. The commander was Victor. Moreover, the officers needed could be selected by the commander himself. Subsequently, Eric passed the appointment letter to Kennard and the others. After reading it, Kennard and the others were equally excited. Victor calmly asked Eric and Kennard, "Are you willing to join the Special Forces?" "Of course we are." Eric, Kennard, and the others replied in unison. Victor said, "First, do me a favor and help me recruit enough people for 2 squads." "Yes." Eric, Kennard, and others saluted in response. The Special Forces have a total of 2 squads, each fully staffed with 500 people. Victor directly chose Eric and Kennard to serve as squad leaders. Like Connor, and others naturally joined the Special Operations team as well. It was heard that Victor had become the commander of the Special Operations team and needed to recruit members. As a result, there were particularly many applicants. In less than half a day, the Special Operations team was already fully recruited. The day after the Special Operations team was established, Victor received a new mission. The new mission: track down the Roger Pirates. Tracking the Roger Pirates is a very dangerous task. In the past, Navy personnel who attempted to track the Roger Pirates did not end well. However, a mission is a mission, and it must be executed. After receiving the mission, the Special Operations team left the base that same day. 10 days later, the sun was shining, the sky was a clear blue, and the sea was calm. On the deck of the warship, Light, Connor, and several young officers gathered together, chatting and enjoying afternoon tea. At this time, Light curiously said, "The headquarters really cares about Roger. There are so many pirates in the New World, especially the Golden Lion, who is much more rampant than Roger." Connor nodded, noting that there had been a lot of news about the Golden Lion in recent newspapers. Following, there were stories about Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, and others. As for news about Roger, they had only seen it once 10 days ago. Wilder lowered his voice and said softly, "I've heard that Roger holds the secret to ancient weapons." Ancient weapons? Light and Connor were unfamiliar with the term ancient weapons. We looked at the two and said, "I also heard about it by chance in my previous unit." It said that ancient weapons possess the power to destroy the world. If Roger has obtained them, isn't that very dangerous? Light said instinctively. Weirder said, "That's why the world government and the headquarters are eager to deal with Roger and his crew." "I see," Light, Connor, and the others finally understood the danger posed by Roger. At that moment, Victor, Eric, and Kennard approached. Upon seeing Victor, Light, Connor, and the others immediately stood up straight and saluted. "We are almost at Gal Island, so everyone pay attention. There might be extreme weather conditions coming up." Victor reminded Wright and others, "Extreme weather?" Wright and the others looked at the clear sky and the calm sea. To become a qualified Navy, one must not only rely on personal bravery, but also understand geography and meteorology. After Victor finished speaking, he handed a nautical log behind him to Light and the others, suggesting they could take a look if they had time. Light opened it and said, "This is the pirate's nautical log from the day before yesterday." Victor nodded and said, "There are many spoils, among which the maritime log is the most valuable." "Thank you, Senior. I will definitely read it." Wright replied earnestly. Wright believed that Victor's words were correct. "All right, everyone else, get ready to face the harsh weather at any time." Victor spoke to the Navy on deck. "Yes." The sailors on the mast and the deck responded loudly. As the ship approached Gal Island, the sky suddenly darkened. This phenomenon could only be described as bizarre. Just a moment ago, the sky was clear, and in the blink of an eye, dark clouds gathered, black as ink. Not only that, but the sea was also tumultuous, with towering waves suddenly rising over 10 meters high. Additionally, thunder and lightning roared in the sky, occasionally accompanied by fierce winds and torrential rain. The sailors on deck quickly stowed the sails and returned to the cabin. At this moment, the cabin felt like a tin can, and the sailors inside were like candies in a tin. Against the forces of nature, the warship seemed insignificant. The night of the storm came to an end. The Special Forces sailors were exhausted from the ordeal. However, everyone admired Victor. If Victor hadn't warned them in advance to prepare for emergencies, they would have been caught off guard. A careless mistake could have led to shipwreck and loss of life. After the warship docked, the sailors quickly disembarked onto Gal Island. The beach was littered with the wreckage of ships. These remnants, battered by the waves and scorched by the blazing sun, were in terrible condition. The Special Forces needed to replenish supplies on the island as quickly as possible, such as fresh water, fruits, food, and other essentials. However, there were already guests on Gal Island. This guest was not welcoming to the Navy. At that moment, the sailors entered the forest, where they would hunt, chop wood, and gather herbs and other resources. However, in a clearing in the forest sat a tall, thin man. When the sailors saw the tall, thin man, they froze. They couldn't be mistaken. The man's appearance was too distinctive. He wore a crimson shirt and blood-red trousers, black shoes with golden edges, and a wide blood-red cloak lined with checkered patterns. He had a blue rose around his neck and held a slender bat-handled umbrella. The man's eyebrows were crimson, and he sported a gold chain on his mouth, always wearing a wicked smile. Are you kidding me? How could this guy be here? This is bad. We might die. Even though they were selected sailors from the G5 branch, it didn't mean they weren't afraid, especially when the enemy's strength exceeded their imagination. They actually chased them here. The man smirked mockingly. Is it Carp or Sengoku? As soon as the man's words fell, a sailor turned and ran, shouting, "The Red Count. The Red Count is on the island. Don't come over. Everyone run." The sailors loudly warned their comrades. The Red Count, Beloric Redfield. Although he was just one person, he could rival the strongest on the seas with his own strength. He was a notorious pirate of the New World, a powerful figure. Countless pirates and navy had been killed by the Red Count. However, in the next second, the forest fell silent. The sailors lay on the ground, blood pooling beneath them. Redfield still maintained his umbrella grip, using it like a sword. He possessed extraordinarily powerful swordsmanship. In terms of personality, he was similar to Hawkeye Mihawk. What's going on? Did you hear that? Did he just say the Red Count? Go check it out. You go report to Colonel Victor. The sailors split into two groups. One went to inform Victor while the others headed to the forest. However, when they arrived at the forest, they found the ground littered with corpses. At least more than 50 sailors had met a tragic end. Their bodies were chopped into pieces, and the sight was horrifying. Meanwhile, the sailor who returned to report didn't even catch his breath before reaching Victor. Colonel Victor, the Red Count is on the island. Upon hearing the name of the Red Count, Eric, Kennard, and others widened their eyes, filled with unease. Some sailors gasped, taking a sharp breath. It was said that even the admirals could not defeat the Red Count, and the admirals were the Navy's strongest force. Unlike their mission against Jonathan, while Jonathan was strong, he was not on the same level as the Red Count. In the past, whenever the Navy encountered the Red Count, there were basically no survivors. The Red Count was extremely ruthless. Therefore, the Navy feared him greatly. Are you all scared? Just then, Victor's voice came from behind Eric, Kennard, and the others. Colonel Victor. Senior Victor. Upon seeing Victor, Eric and the others felt their anxious hearts suddenly calm down. Victor looked at Eric and the others and calmly said, "It's just a Red Count. I will handle him." Colonel Victor, the enemy is the Red Count. Eric wanted to remind Victor. Although Eric knew Victor was strong, the Red Count was a great pirate and had been famous for many years. Victor ignored it and stepped out with his right foot. Whoosh, whoosh. Victor dashed through the air, running towards the forest. At the edge of the forest, nearly 100 Navy personnel stood outside, afraid to enter. The Navy that had just gone in had only let out a series of screams before none of them returned. With a thud, Victor landed in front of them. Colonel Victor. Seeing Victor appear, the Navy personnel outside the forest, just like Eric and the others, felt reassured as if they had taken a calming pill. Victor said without turning his head, "Don't get too close, or you'll get caught in it." "Yes." The surrounding Navy instinctively nodded. Victor grunted, then strode into the forest. The ground was littered with corpses, and the bodies were not intact. Riderfield strikes had cut them into pieces. A casual count revealed at least over 100 corpses. "You've caused me such losses among my subordinates," Victor said calmly. "How do you plan to atone for this?" Riderfield stood directly in front of Victor, his hands resting on the handle of his umbrella, expressionless as he surveyed Victor. "If you want to take revenge for your subordinates, then come at me." A smile appeared on Riderfield's lips. "As you wish." Victor took off the cloak of justice behind him and threw it into the air. At the moment he discarded the cloak, he raised his foot and kicked fiercely forward. His black foot, wrapped in armed color hockey, landed solidly on the tip of the black umbrella. Zzzz. The two armed color hockey clashed violently. "You're stronger than I expected," Laidfield said with a frown. Just as Victor tossed away the cloak, it was actually a flaw. Laidfield seized the opportunity, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Victor. However, Victor not only anticipated Laidfield's actions, but also moved with incredible speed. "Then your judgment is wrong," Victor said calmly. Laidfield showed a look of confusion. "My strength is greater than yours." The moment Victor spoke, his right foot exploded with immense power. Whoosh! Laidfield was momentarily caught off guard and was pushed back a distance by the tremendous force. Just as Laidfield steadied himself, he saw Victor transform into a series of afterimages. Charging at him, Such speed, such explosive power. Laidfield felt that in terms of explosive power, Victor could even compare to Whitebeard and Roger. Moreover, Victor looked so young. Surprised? Do you think I'm too young? With a whoosh, Victor appeared in front of Laidfield and simultaneously raised his foot to deliver a downward kick. Victor's downward strike was like the blade of a guillotine, falling with incredible speed and terrifying power. Boom! Laidfield raised his umbrella sword to block. Zzz. Amid the friction of the armed color hockey, the trees surrounding the two were snapped in half by the shockwave. This kid's strength is incredible. Laidfield's mind was like turbulent waves crashing against the shore, unable to calm down. He had fought with the likes of Sora and Sengoku in his youth. However, their strength back then was definitely not this strong. Don't think I'm weak just because I'm young. Victor spoke as he delivered another high whip kick, striking like a blade towards Riderfield's neck. Boom, boom, boom. On the outskirts of the forest, the Navy was unaware of what was happening inside. All they could see were trees falling in large numbers. This was caused by the battle between the Senior and the Red Count. Light and the others were stunned. They hadn't seen the fight between Victor and Jonathan earlier. Therefore, they only knew that Victor was strong, but they had no idea he was this strong. Boom. At that moment, another loud noise echoed from the forest, shaking the entire Gal Island. No one knew what was happening inside. Within the forest, Riderfield glanced at a spot not far away. The dust and fog cleared, revealing a deep pit. Victor is still in the pit, maintaining a downward punching posture. If it weren't for Riderfield dodging just in time, that punch would have landed on him. It's really disappointing. I thought you would face me head-on with a punch. Victor said calmly. Is this guy a monster? Riderfield looked coldly at Victor. However, what Cap said is also true. Victor suddenly laughed. As a time traveler, he knew that during the Warring States period, people exaggerated the strength of the Red Count, claiming that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Roger, Whitebeard, and Gold Lion by himself. In reality, the Red Count's strength was not that terrifying. Carp stated that the Red Count was not significant enough to leave a name in history. The Red Count himself acknowledged that he was inferior to Roger, Whitebeard, and Gold Lion. Not to mention, just based on the Red Count's courage, it was clearly insufficient. A true powerhouse would never shrink back from a direct confrontation. What did Carp say? Redfield asked. It's not important. Victor shook his head. Although you're not as good as Roger and the others, if I defeat you, I can not only get promoted, but also gain fame across the seas. The last time he captured Jonathan, Victor did not get a promotion. Fortunately, Sakazuki, Borisolino, and others also did not get promoted. Now, if he captures Redfield again, promotion is secondary. Gaining fame across the seas is the main point. Do you think you can catch me? Redfield snorted coldly. He did not deny that Victor was strong, but he was not weak either. That's bite. In an instant, Redfield launched an attack, thrusting his umbrella sword in quick succession. The umbrella sword seemed to transform into hundreds of poisonous snakes, viciously biting towards Victor. However, Victor's expression remained calm, and he dodged all of them. Moreover, he dodged in advance. His moves seemed to be seen through and countered by Victor. This surprised Redfield. Can you see the future? Redfield said coldly. After years of wandering the seas, Redfield had heard that observation hockey could foresee the future. But reaching that level was extremely difficult. For example, Katakuri could see a short period into the future, and Luffy, during his battle with Katakuri, had raised his observation hockey to the level of seeing part of the future. Dodging attacks and predicting attacks were merely basic operations of observation hockey, not foreseeing the future. Did you figure it out? Victor smiled indifferently. In fact, he had no intention of hiding his strength. Since he traveled here, he had been very high profile. Throughout his life, he had always been viewed as a genius by outsiders. Whether it was talent or the degree of hard work and cultivation, he was the N.O., one among his peers. Therefore, it was only natural that he was strong. Ha ha! Redfield suddenly burst into laughter, then raised his umbrella sword, pointing at Victor, and said in a mocking tone, killing a genius like you would surely make the Navy high-ups very heartbroken. Kill me? Do you have that strength? Victor smiled, lightly shaking his head, as if mocking and ridiculing Riderfield. Kid, be prepared to die. Anger appeared in Riderfield's eyes, and then he swung his umbrella sword, thrusting it forward. A blood-red sword light pierced toward Victor. Victor tilted his head to dodge the attack. Whoosh! Riderfield stepped lightly and instantly disappeared from Victor's sight. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Victor like a ghost. However, Victor had already seen Riderfield's movement, and his heavy punch was suddenly thrown, striking Riderfield's cheek. Bang! Riderfield's cheek took the hit. However, this punch was intentionally taken by Riderfield. Although the punch was heavy, Ryderfield used the backward momentum from being hit to launch a powerful side kick towards Victor. Victor's abdomen was kicked, causing him to slide backward. The kick was heavy, with the sharp toe of the shoe wrapped in armament hockey, capable of easily kicking a hole in a warship. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Victor's right foot stomped heavily down, stabilizing his body. In battles between warriors of their level, if the competition were solely about observation hockey, it would turn into a prolonged war of attrition. Therefore, to quickly determine the outcome, it wouldn't be about observation hockey. Instead, it would be a contest of each other's physical strength. Simply put, the stronger the body, the more resilient it is to blows, allowing one to survive until the end. Rayfield, at 44 years old, was still in his prime and did not fear physical confrontations. Moreover, since setting out to sea, he had experienced countless fierce battles, having faced life-and-death struggles more than a dozen times. In contrast to Rayfield, Victor was just a young man. No matter how strong he was, he had not been tested by life-and-death situations. Both in physical strength and personal willpower, he could not compare to him. Come again. Rayfield lunged once more. His blood-red cloak billowed, darting through the space like a vampire. Victor let out a cold snort, his fists clenched as he gathered power for a short time. 6 Styles' ultimate move, 6 King's Spear. This was originally the strongest physical technique of the 6 Styles, used only by Luffy, and it could only be comprehended by someone who had mastered the aforementioned 6 Styles to the utmost level. However, Victor's talent could only be described as monstrous. He could use all the martial arts he had seen in his previous life. At this moment, with both fists brought together, he unleashed an attack resembling a shockwave, which struck Rayfield. Rayfield was hit and blood spewed from his mouth. However, Rayfield's counterattack followed immediately. He swung his umbrella sword and slashed forward. The blood-red slash hit Victor. Victor's body was gushing blood. However, the two of them acted as if nothing had happened. They both seemed seriously injured, yet completely disregarded it. Victor and Radfield each made adjustments, and then the two disappeared again. Their speed was as fast as a ghost. Whoosh, whoosh. From their simultaneous disappearance to their simultaneous reappearance, it seemed as if only a breath had passed. Victor kicked fiercely, and Ryderfield also kicked out. Boom! With this heavy kick, the power from both their bodies was unleashed. The sound of the armament hockey crackled, and the shockwave from the collision spread outwards. Madness was evident in both Victor and Ryderfield's eyes. You are strong, Ryderfield said to Victor. You are not weak either, Victor replied. Ryderfield showed a vicious grin and sneered. If you had a few more years, perhaps Roger and Whitebeard would not be your match. Victor said, I never regarded them as my targets. A flash of surprise and curiosity crossed Rayfield's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Because in an instant, Victor threw a heavy punch at Rayfield. Rayfield raised the umbrella sword in his hand, and the armed color hockey wrapped around the umbrella sword. Bang! The collision of two forces once again triggered a massive explosion of air. The shockwave generated by the impact completely destroyed the surrounding forest. The trees that were knocked down or even broken in half by the shockwave were shattered into countless wood chips under the torment of the overflowing armed color hockey. Rayfield's clothes were also torn into strips at this moment. The two had now appeared in the sight of the Navy. The surrounding forest was completely gone, and the ground was covered with traces of devastation and ravage. This scene left Eric and the others dumbfounded. This guy's armed color hockey is very strange. Rayfield widened his eyes and quickly distanced himself from Victor. Just now, he had noticed the anomaly of Victor's armed color hockey. Victor's armed color hockey actually managed to break through his defenses. In Ryderfield's perception, armed color hockey consists of 3 types: hardening, binding, and external release. Hardening and binding can enhance both attack and defense. External release involves gathering armed color on the hands or weapons and then releasing it, directly evolving into substantial attack or defense. It can deliver powerful shockwaves to knock enemies away, create a protective barrier, and even defend against intangible attacks. However, the armed color hockey that Victor just released somehow drilled into Ryderfield's body like a drill bit. Although it didn't cause significant injury under Ryderfield's defense, it had already raised his alertness. Did you notice? Victor smiled slightly. The use of flowing sakura is similar to the hidden strength in martial arts novels, a unique method from Wano Country. After Wano Country closed its borders, the method of flowing sakura did not spread overseas. It was only after Kazuki Odin and others set sail that the method was passed on to the Whitebeard and Roger pirate crews. It seems that if you want to kill you, it will come at a considerable cost. Ryderfield's eyes were cold. He knew he had underestimated Victor. Victor is very strong. Although Victor is young, he is proficient in more advanced methods of using his aura. To kill Victor, one can only fight for their life. And fighting for one's life comes at a cost. The cost could be a hand, a leg, or even a more serious disability. At this moment, Ryderfield's gaze became sharp and fierce, and the hand gripping the umbrella sword had bulging veins and tendons. The ground beneath his feet cracked densely as he exerted his strength. He was no longer just serious. He was prepared to fight for his life. Ryderfield knew that Victor was strong. In the face of a strong opponent, there is no luck. There is only the effort to fight with all one's might. Very good. You are a qualified stepping stone, Victor said calmly, then assumed a stance. This stance was one that Ryderfield had never seen before. However, just because he hadn't seen it doesn't mean that Light and the others didn't recognize it. It was the Life Restoration 8 Gates Duinjia Open Gate. Light, Connor, and the others were filled with excitement. Victor once wrote in the 6th style derivative technique, Life Return, 8 Gates Duinjia, Open Gate, which aims to unlock the restrictions of the brain domain to achieve 100 physical capability. Of course, the cost is the overconsumption of physical energy, which enhances strength and speed. However, they have yet to master it, because solving the restrictions of the brain domain is, for them, truly insane. Eric murmured, Colonel Victor wants to end this quickly. Sure enough, under the excited gazes of everyone, Victor instantly vanished from his spot. So fast. If Victor's speed earlier was ghostly, now his speed has become unbelievable. Wasn't Victor just using his full strength? Is this only now? As Latefield felt a shock in his heart. Bang! Victor raised his foot and kicked heavily towards Ryderfield. Ryderfield raised his umbrella sword, trying to block Victor's attack. However, Ryderfield was still kicked away. With a loud crash, Ryderfield's feet slid across the ground for a distance before barely coming to a stop. Is there such strength without charging up? Ryderfield was greatly shocked. However, before Ryderfield could steady himself, Victor had already launched an attack from behind. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of an explosion, Victor began to unleash a fierce barrage of punches at Ryderfield. This punch also had a strength of 100. That kick just now also had a strength of 100. When this punch hit Ryderfield's cheek, he was in excruciating pain. This punch directly caved in his nose, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. However, before Ryderfield could react, Victor's other foot had already kicked out, striking hard at Ryderfield's abdomen, sending him flying again. The attack was not over yet. Victor caught up again. Bang! Another heavy kick. Puffed. Ryderfield spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he felt as if his internal organs had been shattered. Ryderfield had not yet eaten the devil fruit and did not possess the abilities of a vampire, nor the recovery abilities of a Zoan-type mythical beast. Bang, bang, bang. Victor's fists and feet struck like a torrential storm against Ryderfield. Ryderfield could only defend and dodge with all his might. Bastard! Ryderfield gritted his teeth, holding on. He had thought it would be a brutal fight to the death. To his surprise, he found himself completely overwhelmed in speed and strength. Victor didn't waste any words. His current state would put an extremely high load on his body, so it was best to end the fight as soon as possible. 2 hours. Within 2 hours. He had to finish the battle within 2 hours. Time passed second by second. The two were engaged in a high-intensity fight that had already lasted for 1 hour and 50 minutes. Ryderfield's chest was heaving violently. Victor could feel the pain in his muscles and bones, a tearing kind of pain. Light and the others were dumbfounded. This was because Victor's book mentioned that the usage time of the 8 gates should be controlled as much as possible. If it exceeded 10 minutes, it could lead to ruptured blood vessels, torn muscles, and shattered bones. At that moment, Victor vanished from his spot again. His terrifying speed brought him instantly in front of Ryderfield. Victor moved quickly in front of Ryderfield, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Flaw. Before Ryderfield could react, Victor suddenly attacked. Victor kicked Radfield in the chin. The blow sent Radfield flying over a kilometer into the sky. At that moment, Victor also disappeared. He rushed towards the sky with terrifying speed, stepping in a moonwalk. Oh my God, he actually caught up. Senior Victor is just too fast. Like Connor. And others exclaimed in surprise. At this point, Victor arrived behind Radfield, then hugged him. After that, they spun rapidly in the air and crashed down towards the ground. Radfield's head hit the ground. With a loud bang, the entire island shook as if an earthquake had occurred, with cracks spreading all over the island. This collision caused Radfield to suffer immense damage. Fortunately, Radfield had a strong physique and a tough life. If it were someone else, this move could be said to be lethal. It was the life return 8 gates of Duinjia Manifest Lotus. Light, Connor, and others held their breath. It was their first time witnessing this move. Victor looked at Ryderfield lying on the ground, then released the open door state. When he released the open door, Victor felt a sense of fatigue, as if he had just run 1,500 meters in a past life. Although he was tired, it was acceptable. At that moment, Light, Connor, and others ran over. The Navy raised their weapons, pointing at Ryderfield on the ground. "Don't worry, he's already lost consciousness," Victor said to Light and the others. "The Red Count has been defeated by Colonel Victor." The Navy snapped out of their shock and began to cheer and shout, although they had just lost many comrades. Capturing Ryderfield alive was enough for them. Victor said to Eric, "Send a report to headquarters." Yes. Eric immediately went to send a fax. Marine headquarters. Sengoku was formulating a new operational plan. At this moment, a naval brigadier general ran in excitedly. "Marshal Sengoku." The brigadier general held a fax in his hand and excitedly said to Sengoku, "Colonel Victor has captured the Red Count alive." "What did you say?" Sengoku was stunned upon hearing this, and after more than 10 seconds, he asked, "What did you just say?" The brigadier general repeated, "Colonel Victor has captured the Red Count alive." Sengoku was taken aback. Victor actually captured the Red Count. At the same time, within the naval headquarters, including Vice Admiral Crane and Vice Admiral Wood, everyone learned about Victor's capture of the Red Count. As the fleet admiral, Kong naturally knew about this matter as well. His reaction was the same as Sengoku's and others. All of them were shocked. Speaking of which, Kong had wanted to capture the Red Count when he served as a general, but he was unsuccessful. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, someone knocked on the office door. "Come in," Kong shouted towards the door. Sengoku opened the door and walked in. Kong asked seriously, "Are you here to discuss Victor's promotion?" Victor captured Jonathan, which was already a significant achievement. Now, Victor has captured the Red Count. If he is not promoted after this, it would definitely be unreasonable. If he is promoted to Brigadier General, Kong fell into hesitation. It wasn't that he was unwilling to promote Victor, but the promotion to Brigadier General really did not match Victor's military achievements. At least the Red Count was a great pirate. Capturing him was a major accomplishment. Sengoku, however, did not hesitate. He said, "First promote Victor to Rear Admiral, and then promote him to Vice Admiral after a year." Kong looked at Sengoku, somewhat surprised. He originally only wanted to promote Victor to Rear Admiral, but Sengoku directly raised the bar, promoting him to Vice Admiral at 21 years old. Wasn't that a bit too fast? Thinking about how they joined the military back in the day, starting as privates and gradually getting promoted, Sengoku seemed to see Kong's thoughts and said seriously, "After the downfall of rocks, the rapid rise of pirates is a fact, and we must cultivate a new generation for the Navy." The implication was that the Navy not only needed to train strong sailors, but also needed to have deterrence. After a while, Kong nodded and accepted Sengoku's suggestion. Although Kong was the admiral, he was indeed not as good as Sengoku in terms of personnel and layout. At the Holy Land, Mariehua, in the Panga City, amidst the power struggles, the 5 elders also received Victor's battle report and the report submitted by Kong. They were surprised that he managed to capture the Red Count. Was he already strong enough to have the power of an admiral at just 20 years old? The old man with white hair and the old man with blonde hair both frowned. Was it really that surprising for a genius who could develop such physical techniques to defeat the Red Count? At this moment, the old man in a white robe with glasses was not surprised at all, and he had a book of the 6 powers derivative techniques in his hand. Among them was the technique of life return, opening the door, and manifesting lotus. By removing the brain domain restrictions, one could unleash 100 of their speed and strength. However, the cost was significant, as it would lead to excessive physical consumption. According to the reports from the spies implanted in the special forces, Victor used life return, opening the door, and manifesting lotus to defeat the Red Count. "You're right, he is a genius," the old man with white hair said. In Kong's report, it was stated that they should be trained to become the future of the Navy. Since he represents the world government, let's make him even stronger. There happened to be a devil fruit ability suitable for him, but let's not rush to give it to him. The old man with a mustache and a birthmark on his forehead said seriously, "His loyalty still needs to be tested. Let's wait until he is promoted to Vice Admiral before giving it to him." The glasses-wearing old man knew what it referred to. That was a power that surpassed the natural type. It was the most suitable for Victor and would best unleash his strength. Due to the encounter with the Red Count, the tasks of the special forces were temporarily halted. The military doctor also provided a report on Victor's injuries. Thus, Victor led the special forces back to the G5 branch. As the gate opened, the warships belonging to the special forces slowly sailed into the port of the G5 branch. Vice Admiral Nan and others were already waiting with their men. Victor was wrapped in bandages, slowly stepping down from the warship. Salute. Major General Nan led the salute. All the Navy personnel in the G5 branch saluted Victor. The Red Count had once killed a large number of sailors and committed countless crimes. Victor captured the Red Count alive, not only gaining military merit, but also avenging the fallen Navy. Therefore, Victor deserves the respect of the G5 branch. Victor also saluted Admiral Nan and others. Soon after, the Red Count was carried down from the ship. Radfield was now in a sorry state, bound up like a rice dumpling with chains as thick as his arms. He had his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to the gazes around him. In reality, even though he pretended not to care, he was quite unhappy. He felt like a beast in a zoo, being admired and commented on by others. Is that the Red Count? Even after such serious injuries, he is still alive. Living is even worse. He must be suffering immensely. The sailors whispered among themselves. At this moment, Victor approached Nan. Nan patted Victor on the shoulder and said, "Well done. It was just good luck that he happened to encounter him." Victor replied calmly. Nan held the appointment letter and said, "Yes, take good care of your injuries. You are a big star in the Navy." Victor received his appointment letter, and the Navy headquarters officially conferred the rank of Rear Admiral upon him. After graduating from military school in just over 2 years, Victor has already been promoted to Rear Admiral. On the sea, a newsbird landed on the Golden Jackson. Raleigh paid 500 berries to the newsbird for a newspaper. When he saw the headline news on the newspaper, Raleigh was shocked. "Mr. Raleigh, what happened?" At that moment, Buggy approached and asked upon seeing Raleigh's astonished expression. Shanks was about to come over when Roger pressed down on his straw hat. "Brother, what happened?" Roger asked Raleigh. "The Navy has produced an incredible figure." Raleigh handed the newspaper to Roger. "He's even tougher than the 2 we encountered last year." Roger took the newspaper and saw 2 photos on it. One was of Victor, and the other was of the Red Count. Victor, 20 years old, Navy colonel, has captured the Red Count alive. That's really something. Roger read Victor's personal introduction. He had roamed the seas for many years and was at the peak of both experience and strength as a sea pirate. Roger understood the Navy's intentions. They wanted to create a hero, just like Garp did 10 years ago by capturing the Red Count, Jonathan. Victor is young, but has already achieved remarkable military feats. Bucky jumped up, trying to see the contents of the newspaper. At that moment, Barrett also walked over. 3 years ago, Barrett joined the Roger Pirates with the goal of defeating Roger. Now, Barrett is already 17 years old and possesses strength that rivals Rayleigh. Therefore, Barrett has lost interest in most weaklings. Hearing that Victor captured the Red Count alive, Barrett noted down the name Victor. Roger handed the newspaper to Jabba and the others. Jabba and the others gathered together to read the report. At the same time, on the Moby Dick, Marco also bought a newspaper. When Marco saw the news about Victor capturing the Red Count alive, he was shocked. How is this possible? Marco couldn't believe his eyes. They had previously encountered the Red Count. The Red Count was very strong, although Whitebeard did not determine a winner against the Red Count. He acknowledged the Red Count's strength. However, such a strong figure was captured alive by a 20-year-old Navy colonel, a name that had never been heard of before. After Whitebeard saw the contents of the newspaper, he frowned, having a bad premonition. "Newgate, Marco, what are you looking at?" At this time, a tall man with phoenix eyes, thick eyebrows, and long wild black hair, especially with the top gathered into a large round flat shape, approached. The man was Kazuki Odin, dressed in an orange kimono, revealing his thighs. Kazuki Odin is now the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Recently, the Whitebeard Pirates officially established the division captain system. Whitebeard looked at Kazuki Odin and the Kazuki Odin's companion, Kazuki Toki, who was holding their son Momonosuke. Momonosuke had just been born and was lying in his mother's arms. However, because Kazuki Odin's voice was too loud, he woke the baby up. Whitebeard frowned upon seeing Kazuki Odin wake up Momonosuke. He is a man who values family, so he was displeased with Kazuki Odin's behavior. At the same time, Sachi, Vista, and others also gathered around, curious. Whitebeard handed the newspaper to Kazuki Odin, saying, "You read it." Kazuki Odin took the newspaper, sat cross-legged on the deck, and began to read the contents. Sachi, Vista, and others formed a circle around him. The Red Count was actually captured alive by a Navy colonel. "This is impossible. Victor? I've never heard of this name. Have you heard of him?" Sachi, Vista, and others looked at each other, their faces filled with shock. Only 20 years old, Whitebeard drank his wine, his furrowed brow representing his worries about the future. The current young people are truly remarkable. At this moment, the 12-year-old Teach also leaned over to take a look. 10 days ago, Colonel Victor captured the great pirate Red Count. Teach thought to himself, I should try to avoid him in the future. At this time, Whitebeard looked at everyone on the ship and said, in the future, if you encounter the Navy, avoid them if you can. Whitebeard has always advocated avoiding the Navy. He doesn't want to confront the Navy directly. It's not that he fears the Navy, he just doesn't want to get into trouble. Now, with the emergence of monsters like Victor in the new generation of the Navy, Whitebeard's view has been strengthened. At Cake Island, the capital of whole Cake Country. Inside the Cake Castle, as the eldest son of Charlotte Linlin, Charlotte Perospero has a strong sense of responsibility and mission. He is clear-headed, has excellent skills, and is adept at tactics, serving as the strategist of the Big Mom Pirates. He has his own views on the development of the pirate crew. At this moment, Perospero was reading today's newspaper. What? Perospero nearly popped his eyes out when he saw the headline of the newspaper. His incredulous expression caught the attention of his younger siblings. The eldest daughter, Charlotte Compote, second son, Charlotte Katakuri, third son, Charlotte Daifuku, and fourth son, Charlotte Oven, all gathered around. When they saw the contents of the newspaper, they were all just as shocked as Perospero. Mama, mama, mama. Charlotte Linlin enjoyed eating desserts and, seeing her children's reactions, asked with a smile, "What's the matter?" "Mama," Perospero said to Charlotte Linlin, "the Red Count has been captured." "Mama, mama, mama," Charlotte Linlin said dismissively. "Being captured only proves he is too weak." Charlotte Linlin did not think highly of the Red Count. Although the Red Count is indeed strong, those who are defeated are the losers of the sea, not worthy of sympathy or attention. "Mama, he was captured by a 20-year-old Navy colonel." Perospero, who is 22 years old, does not believe he could capture the Red Count. Katakuri stared intently at Victor's photo. Victor is the same age as him. It's unclear who is stronger or weaker compared to Victor. 20 years old? Charlotte Lingling's smile disappeared, replaced by seriousness as she took the newspaper. Perospero immediately brought the newspaper in front of Charlotte Lingling. She looked at Victor's photo. If it were Carp, Sengoku, or others who had captured the Red Count, Charlotte Lingling wouldn't be surprised at all. However, Victor is only 20 years old and a newcomer in the Navy. Having one more admiral-level combat power in the Navy would have a huge impact on the Order of the Seas. Charlotte Lingling said seriously, "Send order down? No conflicts with the Navy in the near future." "Yes," Perospero and others answered simultaneously. Avoiding confrontation isn't shameful. Charlotte Lingling is not reckless. 5 years ago, after Kaido and Ember escaped from the laboratory, they began recruiting new companions continuously, their power gradually growing, and their reputation spreading far and wide. At this time, the Beast Pirates were stationed on an island called Beast Island. On Beast Island, giant beasts could be seen everywhere. Elephants, lions, and tigers dozens of meters tall were common sights. In the center of the island, enormous skeletons were scattered everywhere. These skeletons were the bones of the ferocious beasts. Kaido was in a cave, holding a roasted elephant leg and eating it heartily. At that moment, a minion walked in holding a newspaper. The minion handed the newspaper to Ember. After reading the content of the newspaper, Ember's pupils contracted, and his hand holding the newspaper trembled slightly. "What's wrong?" Kaido glanced over and noticed Ember's unusual reaction. Ember said in a deep voice, "The Red Count has been captured. Isn't that normal? There's no need to make a fuss." Kaido was unimpressed. After the Rocks Pirates were destroyed, Kaido roamed alone and had been captured by the Navy multiple times. Once, after being captured, Dr. Vegapunk extracted the lineage factor from Kaido and created the first artificial devil fruit. Ember shook his head and said, "It was a 20-year-old Navy colonel who captured him." A 20-year-old Navy colonel. Kaido was shocked. 16 years ago, at the age of 15, Kaido collaborated with Roxy Zebek for the first time, becoming an intern pirate of the Rocks Pirates, and met Charlotte Lingling. Since then, Kaido's growth rate had been accelerating. However, Kaido also didn't think that he could capture the Red Count alive at the age of 20 in a one-on-one situation. Perhaps Charlotte Lingling could. After all, Charlotte Lingling is a natural monster. Ember said solemnly, "We should avoid conflicts with the Navy for the time being." Ember is Kaido's right-hand man, calm, courageous, and intelligent, and is extremely loyal to Kaido, always considering Kaido's interests. In Ember's view, the Navy now has a young admiral-level combat power. Moreover, Victor is in a new world. If they provoke the Navy could mobilize forces at any time to deal with them. Therefore, it is best to keep a low profile and let the Navy deal with those who are high profile, like the Golden Lion. In the New World, on Glossa Island. This is the headquarters of the Flying Sky Pirates. Currently, the Flying Sky Pirates is the largest force in the New World. Unless the Golden Lion gives the order for a full-scale attack, at least 20 pirate ships will be in the harbor of Glossa Island every day. In the Golden Lion's view, As long as he can collaborate with Roger and make Roger his right-hand man, he can dominate the world and become the king of the world. At this time, the Golden Lion had just woken up and was reading the newspaper. The front page headline caught the Golden Lion's attention. Navy Colonel Victor captured the Red Count alive. What a ridiculous joke. The Golden Lion snorted coldly. He had interacted with the Red Count once. At that time, Rox had invited the Red Count, but the Red Count declined. The Red Count's strength is not weak. But the Golden Lion is confident that he can defeat the Red Count in a one-on-one fight. It would just take a lot of time and cost. However, such a monster was actually captured by a 20-year-old Navy colonel. This is simply impossible. Boss, this is a lie fabricated by the Navy, said one of the captains under the Golden Lion. This isn't the first time the Navy has done something like this. Carp's hero name was made this way, wasn't it? The Golden Lion would not believe the story published in the newspaper. The Navy wants to create another hero. The Navy didn't mention how many casualties there were. Maybe Akiji and Sengoku are helping out. The pirate officers in the hall chimed in, all expressing views similar to the Golden Lion's. Birds of a feather flock together. The pirates willing to follow the Golden Lion share some common traits. Moreover, they're extremely loyal to the Golden Lion and believe in his judgment. Don't pay attention to him. Our target is Roger. The Golden Lion tossed the newspaper aside, dismissively saying, in the G5 branch commander's office. Knock, knock, knock. Victor knocked continuously on the office door. Come in. After hearing Nan's voice, Victor walked in. Nan gestured for Victor to take a seat. Uncle Nan, I heard you were looking for me? Victor asked as he sat down. Nan handed Victor the facts from headquarters and smiled, saying, Congratulations, Major General Victor. Although Nan was usually a very serious person, he was genuinely happy about Victor capturing the Red Count and his successful promotion. Nan believed that the Andersons would also be proud of Victor. Victor received the facts, and, after reading it, a faint smile appeared on his face. Rear Admiral. This was within his expectations. At the same time, Victor was appointed as the commander of the Special Forces directly under the headquarters. The Special Forces from a G5 branch were renamed to the Special Forces directly under the headquarters. This was not just a name change. The authority also expanded. Although Nun was a lieutenant general, after the renaming, he could no longer command Victor. Now, Victor was under the direct dispatch of the headquarters. To put it plainly, he was under the command of the general and the marshal. Nun said to Victor, Go and celebrate for a day. Yes. Victor saluted and turned to leave. Victor returned to the Special Forces camp. At this moment, the sailors in the camp stopped their work and quieted down. I'm now going to announce 3 things. Victor waved the facts in his hand and said to the crowd. Eric, Kennard, and others all looked at Victor. Victor said, the first thing is, I have been promoted to the rank of Major General, and the Special Operations Unit has also become directly under this department. After hearing this, the faces of Eric, Kennard, and others showed excitement. As the saying goes, when one person attains the Tao, even the chickens and dogs rise to heaven. Because of his promotion to Major General, it meant that the Navy members who had followed Victor from the beginning would all have the opportunity for promotion. The second thing, Victor raised his hand and extended 2 fingers. Everyone gets a promotion by 1 rank. Eric and the others were initially stunned, then shouted loudly. The cheers and shouts of nearly 1,000 people echoed throughout the G5 branch. What is the Special Operations Unit doing? I don't know. Let's go take a look. Some curious Navy personnel came to the vicinity of the Special Operations Unit's camp. At that moment, Victor clenched his fist. As soon as Victor clenched his fist, the camp fell silent. Victor then said the third thing. Starting tonight, let's celebrate, and all expenses will be on me. Victor said calmly. The Navy cheered again. Light Connor. At this time, Victor called out Light and Connor. Light and Connor came to Victor's side. Victor patted the shoulders of the two and said, starting today, you are promoted to captain and will temporarily serve as staff officers for the Special Forces. Light and Connor were stunned. They were actually appointed as captains directly. Now I need you to do me a favor, Victor said to Light and Connor. With expectant eyes, Light and Connor listened as Victor continued. Help me prepare the promotion list. Not a single one should be missed. Yes. Light and Connor nodded simultaneously. Eric was promoted to lieutenant colonel, and Kennard was also promoted to lieutenant colonel. Although the size of the Special Forces did not increase, everyone was promoted by 1 rank. Promotion means a pay raise. Who would refuse better treatment? Especially for Light and Connor, who were appointed as captains by Victor. They had only interned for a few months this year and were directly promoted to captain. Why did others only move up 1 rank? Part of the reason was that they called him senior and were closer to Victor, right? Eric, Kennard, and others also became more active in their thoughts. They needed to maintain a closer relationship with Victor. In other words, they had to let Victor see their loyalty. Only then could they be promoted faster. The news of Victor's promotion to Major General quickly spread throughout the G5 branch. Although Sikorsky, Polyasolino, and others were also promoted, they only moved up one rank, from Major to Lieutenant Colonel. In terms of promotion speed, they lagged behind Victor. Among the military academy students who interned at the same time as Wright and Connor, some are still sergeants or warrant officers. Look at Wright and Connor, who were directly promoted to captain by Victor. Moreover, Victor is already a major general. Promoted to Navy Major General at the age of 20, he even captured the red count, a figure difficult for even generals to deal with. Victor's future is bright. As a result, more and more officers and newly interned military academy students became inspired, starting to gravitate towards Victor. Following a strong figure like Victor promises a future. In the South China Sea, at the naval base of the 191st Branch in Lunset Port, Colonel Marta was, as usual, inspecting the port. Merchants and travelers entering the port had to pay taxes. Tax collection is normal, as every country's seaport requires taxation. However, Lunset Port also requires donations. This type of voluntary public service donation benefits the Disabled Veterans Navy Foundation. Although it is called a donation, it is mandatory and collected per person, regardless of age or gender. Anyone entering the port must donate. The saying goes, "The wind leaves traces, the wild geese pluck feathers." This is a fine tradition that Victor left for the 191st Branch. As Victor's successor, Martin naturally had to maintain it. At this moment, a newsbird landed in front of a traveler. The traveler had just paid the donation and casually bought a newspaper. The headline of a newspaper announced Victor's promotion to Navy Major General, the youngest Major General in naval history. However, before the traveler could finish reading the article, Marta snatched the newspaper away. Looking at the eye-catching headline and the photo beneath it, Colonel Marta's body trembled. He was too excited, because Lord Victor had been promoted. Marta believed that Victor would not forget him. This meant he could continue to be promoted. Temporary command post of the directly subordinate Special Forces unit at the headquarters of the G5 branch. Victor wrote a letter recommending Colonel Oren to command the 189th Unit. The 189th Unit was completely annihilated and has not yet been replenished or reestablished. However, today Victor saw news about the reconstruction of Williamport. He believes that the reestablishment of the 189th Unit is also a matter of the near future. Therefore, Victor recommended his former subordinate. Colonel Oren was also a member of the 191st Unit. After Colonel Marta was promoted to Colonel, Oren was also promoted to Colonel. In addition to Colonel Oren, the officers of the 191st Unit were also promoted. Light. At this moment, Victor called out. In the office, Light stood up. Victor said to Light, "Send this letter to headquarters." "Yes." Light nodded and immediately took the letter. Naturally, Light had seen the content of the letter. He admired Victor even more. Although he was already a rear admiral at headquarters, he still took great care of his former subordinates. Connor was also in the office, studying the pirates' nautical logs and drawing nautical charts. This was his interest and hobby. Moreover, Victor had told them that to become a competent commander, one must be familiar with celestial and geographic phenomena. Beep beep. At that moment, the telephone bug on Victor's desk was ringing. Victor picked up the microphone. The telephone bug mimicked the voice of War Country and said, "Victor, your special forces are responsible for escorting the red count." "Yes," Victor nodded seriously. Marine headquarters. War Country had just hung up the phone. At this moment, Brigadier General Hill, War Country's aide, walked in. "General War Country, this is a fax just sent by Major General Victor." Brigadier General Hill held the fax and placed it in front of War Country. War Country glanced at the recommendation letter. A long list of names, just like before. The recommended personnel were all former subordinates of Victor. War Country was already used to it. Subsequently, War Country wrote approved on the recommendation letter and stamped it with his seal. He would always accommodate Victor's requests. It wasn't an unreasonable demand. Victor wants to support his subordinates and make money, which is fine. As long as Victor can obey the orders of the department. That's all that matters. The flaws do not overshadow the merits. Polyasolino is at the harbor, watching the special forces assemble. Victor walked up behind Polyasolino, not expecting that we could act together. Polyasolino, Sakazuki, and others stood up straight and saluted simultaneously. Victor is now a major general and the highest commander of this escort mission. "Let's go." Victor said to everyone yes. Polyasolino and the others replied in unison. The Navy and the naval port boarded 3 warships. This escort mission was assisted by 2,000 Navy personnel dispatched from the G5 branch. After arriving at the G1 branch, the Navy from the G5 branch would return the same way. "Be careful on the way," Vice Admiral Nan said to Victor. Victor stood up straight and saluted Admiral Nan. Admiral Nan responded with a salute. Subsequently, the Navy at the naval port removed the gangplanks. 3 warships slowly sailed out of the G5 branch. Williamport, Branch 189. Colonel Oren, accompanied by a group of officers, entered the devastated base of Branch 189. "Go invite the nobles and wealthy merchants," Oren said to Colonel Becky beside him. Colonel Becky smiled and replied, "I'll go right away." Oren proudly said, "Tell them that if they don't show up, they shouldn't do business in Williamport anymore." The surrounding officers laughed out loud. They intended to inherit Lord Victor's ideals and practices. When the Navy should be making money, of course, making money is important, but ensuring local safety is also crucial. Under Lord Victor's governance, Leinster Port has enjoyed favorable weather, with very few thefts occurring. In the past, under Colonel Marlin's governance, Williamport was a complete mess. Therefore, Lord Victor's justice is indeed correct. In the evening, at the Branch 189 base, hundreds of Navy soldiers conscripted a group of civilians to clean up the base. At this time, a large number of tents were set up in a clean open space. Tables and chairs were arranged inside the tents. The invited nobles and wealthy merchants had already taken their seats. "Is everyone here?" Colonel Oren inquired. Colonel Becky replied, "I just counted. Everyone is here." Colonel Oren nodded in satisfaction, and then, under the gaze of the crowd, he shouted loudly to the sky, "Long live Lord Victor!" At that moment, the surrounding Navy shouted in unison. The Navy brought by Oren were all veterans from Branch 191, although there were only 1,000 of them. Their momentum was quite intimidating. The nobles and wealthy merchants present were frightened by this scene. Ladies and gentlemen, since Lord Victor arrived at Leinster Port last year, the public security has improved. All the pirates who dared to disturb Leinster Port were hanged in the harbor. This year, if it weren't for Lord Victor saving Williamport, it would have been completely destroyed by the head pirate group. Oren, filled with emotion, truly scared everyone present. However, Becky and the others were used to it. They didn't find it awkward. Instead, they learned from Oren. Because Oren's promotion speed was even faster than Martha's. Oren was very good at flattering. He was like a disciple of Victor, serving the deity with the most devout heart. Therefore, Victor liked Oren very much and promoted him exceptionally. In the holy land of Mary Geos, Pangu City, between powers, the 5 Elder Stars had just received an investigation report. After reading the report, the 5 Elder Stars all laughed. Victor really is inconsistent in his words and actions. Victor's recommendation of Oren as the commander of Branch 189 reached the ears of the 5 elders. Upon taking office, Oren immediately began extorting and threatening the merchants and nobles of Williamport. If they did not pay protection fees, the merchants and nobles would be unable to conduct business normally. In addition, all merchants and travelers passing through Williamport were required to pay a toll. Of course, whether it was the protection fee or the toll, it was all donated to the so-called Disabled Veterans Foundation. The world government easily found out from the bank accounts that the owner of this foundation was Victor. From Branch 191 to the expansion into Branch 189, Victor had been making money. Moreover, Victor also provided opportunities for promotion to those subordinates who were sycophantic. Those who are ambitious and greedy are indeed the most suitable candidates, right? Yes, we hope he can maintain that ambition. Then he can come to meet us. The 5 elders reached a unanimous decision. They want to see Victor in person. After several days of sailing, the fleet arrived at Branch G1. Subsequently, 2 ships from Branch G5 returned to Branch G5. Victor and the others continued on to Marineford. After entering the gates of justice from Marineford, they finally arrived at Impel Down. Hurry up, move faster. The prisoners are about to be delivered. Inside Impel Down, the guards quickly assembled at the dock under the urging of Chief Warden Magellan. They were prepared to receive the prisoners, always cautious when welcoming dangerous inmates. At this moment, Deputy Warden Gary, Chief Guard Salado, and others were waiting at the dock. Under their watchful eyes, 3 warships appeared on the surface of the sea. The warships docked, and Victor walked down from his ship. "The prisoners are in your hands," Victor said to the waiting Deputy Director Gary, Warden Camlott, and others. At that moment, Victor felt an unusual gaze from the crowd. Behind Gary and Camlott stood a huge figure, a young man who looked like Satan. Victor recognized the identity of the young man. It was none other than Magellan, the future director of the advancing city. Magellan stared at Victor. He was still very young, only 19 years old. Now, Magellan was already the deputy warden. However, Victor was only 1 year older than him, yet he had already gained worldwide fame. At the age of 20, he had defeated a notorious pirate who had been famous for a long time. That was a villain that even the Navy admirals could not handle. Victor noticed Magellan's gaze. Ahem. Gary turned his head to take a look and then deliberately coughed to remind Magellan to pay attention to his performance. He would be the future of the advancing city. Victor looked at Magellan and smiled at Gary and the others. At that moment, the Red Count was carried down from the warship and handed over to the guards. After Gary and the others confirmed the identity of the Red Count, they sent him into Impel Down. Then, they took the elevator directly to the Infinite Hell on level 6. After Victor and the others left, Gary couldn't help but glance at Magellan. Magellan is now just the deputy warden, and he hasn't eaten the poison fruit yet. However, Victor actually regarded Magellan as the future of Impel Down. Gary felt that this matter needed to be reported to Director Ragnar. After handing over the prisoners, Victor returned to Marineford. He believed that this return was not just about escorting prisoners. Sure enough, when Victor stepped off the warship, a naval rear admiral was waiting for him at the naval port. The rear admiral, named Sannes, immediately saluted upon seeing Victor. Major General Victor, the marshal is waiting for you on the ship, Sannes said to Victor. Victor glanced at the warship not far away and nodded, following Brigadier General Sannes. Soon, Victor met Kong and saluted him. Kong had a stern expression, showing no signs of emotion, and just said calmly, "Take a seat." Victor sat in his seat, silent. He didn't really like emptiness. In his impression, emptiness always had a poker face, as if the whole world owed him money. At that moment, the warship sailed away from the harbor. Victor didn't ask where they were going. However, judging from the direction of the voyage, it should be Mariehua. Kong suddenly spoke up. "The Gorsi, I want to see you." Victor calmly responded. Kong said seriously, "Today's meeting concerns your future with the Navy." "I understand." Victor nodded. Victor followed behind Kong and entered Panga City for the first time, arriving at the Heart of Power. The Heart of Power is the office of the Five Elders. At this moment, Kong and Victor stood before the Five Elders, one in front of the other. The Five Elders were each busy with their own tasks and did not stop what they were doing upon seeing the two. It was not until the elder with white hair put down the documents in his hands and said, "Kong, you may leave." "Yes," Kong responded and then turned to leave. Kong was different from Akainu. Akainu thought that by becoming the Fleet Admiral of the Navy, he could voice opinions to the Five Elders. In reality, whether one is a Fleet Admiral or the Supreme Commander of the three armed forces, they're all the same in the eyes of the Five Elders. They are all puppets. Of course, this was also a show of authority. The Five Elders were hinting to Victor that in the face of supreme power, even standing at the pinnacle of the Navy, one remains insignificant. Victor remained calm. He was neither surprised nor afraid. The Five Elders looked at Victor and then exchanged glances. The bespectacled elder spoke up. "We know what you want." The bald elder echoed. "What you seek is the essence of humanity." At this moment, the blonde elder looked at Victor and asked seriously, "What are you willing to sacrifice?" Victor stood upright, responding in a soldier's manner, neither servile nor arrogant. Absolute loyalty. "Ha!" The Five Elders exchanged smiles. The old man with white hair asked, "Tell me, what is absolute loyalty?" Victor answered without the slightest hesitation. "I will kill what the Navy dares not, and I will do what the Navy dares not do, as long as it is an order from the world government. I would rather kill 1,000 wrongly than let one go." "Ha!" The Five Elders laughed out loud again. The white-haired elder stood up and said to Victor, "We can feel your determination to help you better execute your mission and maintain the rule of the world government." The white-haired elder picked up a prepared box and handed it to Victor. Victor took the box and opened it. Inside was a devil fruit. The devil fruit in the box was purple and shaped like a pineapple. Victor had seen the devil fruit encyclopedia. Therefore, he recognized this devil fruit. It was a Zoan-type human fruit, mythical beast form. Mythical beast types are even rarer than Logia types. Moreover, Zoan-type devil fruits contain a will. Titans, they are from the legendary Titan race. At this moment, the white-haired old man smiled and looked at Victor. "It should suit your fighting style well." "Yes." Victor was very satisfied. The bespectacled old man said, "Eat it, and then make full use of its power, while maintaining the authority of the world government. You can also obtain everything you desire." In front of the Five Elders, Victor took a bite of the devil fruit. It was indeed hard to swallow. The first bite nearly made him gag. However, after swallowing the devil fruit, a lot of information appeared in Victor's mind. The Five Elders exchanged glances. At this moment, just as in the past, they chose Victor now, just as they had chosen Sengoku in the past. Among the new generation of the Navy, a person with both intelligence and courage is needed. Victor is worth cultivating. Moreover, the Five Elders believe that Victor is controllable. Because everything Victor wants, the world government can provide him. Victor encountered Kong in the corridor after leaving the power chamber. Kong was talking to a bald old man. Although the old man was aged, he still had a strong physique, and the insignia on his military uniform revealed his identity: the current Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. Glenn. Glenn was already 86 years old this year, which is considered advanced in age. He had seen countless people and was a standout in both intelligence and strength among his contemporaries. Glenn looked at Victor. Victor stood up straight and saluted Glenn, saying, "Commander. The first time I saw you, you were just this small." Glenn gestured with his hand and then smiled at Victor. "Time flies. I can't believe so many years have passed in the blink of an eye." Glenn walked over to Victor and patted his shoulder. "Anderson will be proud of you. Our Navy's youngest rear admiral." After saying that, Glenn walked into the power room. "We're going to meet the 5 elders. You should go back first," Kong said to Victor. Victor nodded and then left Panga City. Victor is preparing to return to the New World. He has now gained even more powerful abilities. In the world of One Piece, without the awakening abilities of the Zoan-type devil fruits, it would be impossible to engage in the peak battles later on. Luffy's Nika form allows him to restore his status completely. Kaido's awakened state is probably similar, because the awakening ability of the Zoan type inherently includes a recovery capability. Now, what Victor needs is military merit to be promoted to admiral. He aims to become the youngest admiral in the history of the Navy. However, before Victor can return to the New World, Sengoku has given him a new mission: Demon Slaying Order. Victor received the notification of the Demon Extermination Order. The target is a nation called Later. The Demon Extermination Order is a merciless attack that burns everything, consisting of 10 warships, 5 lieutenant generals, 10 major generals, and 10,000 elite naval forces. This time, Victor was included in the operation. Naturally, there are plans to train Victor as well. If Victor performs poorly in this mission, it will affect his future. Therefore, Victor cannot hold back. The fleet gathered in Malin Vondo, and the next day, it departed for Later. "Senior, who is our target this time?" Light, Connor, and others are executing the Demon Extermination Order for the first time. They have only heard the name and feel it's very challenging. The Demon Extermination Order must be to eradicate demons. Of course, this is just a literal understanding. Victor looked at Light, Connor, and the others, and suddenly said seriously, "You must remember one thing." Light, Connor, and the others listened attentively. Victor said to Light, Connor, and others, "You are soldiers, and you must obey your superior's orders at all times and in all places." Yes. After hearing Victor's words, Light and Connor both nodded. This is a lesson to remember for a lifetime. Victor patted the shoulders of the two and said, "The Later Kingdom is a small island nation with a population of less than 1 million. Although the country is small, it was once a member of the world government. Later, due to the depletion of resources on the island, it could no longer pay the heavenly gold and was forgotten by the world. However, this forgotten little island nation is now facing a catastrophic disaster. At this moment, 10 warships are anchored off the coast of the Later Kingdom. Strangely, there isn't a single ship in sight from the Later Kingdom. Is there no fleet here for trade? The cannon covers are torn away, and the cannon muzzles are aimed at the towns on the island. Fire! Sengoku issued the order to open fire. Boom! Boom! 10 warships, hundreds of cannons firing in unison. Shells land on the island, immediately causing towering flames. The shells fell into the town, destroying a house with a single shot. The entire building was instantly engulfed in flames. The residents inside didn't even have a chance to escape. At this time, Light, Connor, and others were observing the situation on the island with binoculars. They saw the townspeople on the streets with nowhere to flee, each one blown to pieces. These civilians had one thing in common. Their bodies were frail, and their skin was rotting, as if infected with some disease. "Senior, they don't look like pirates or villains." Light couldn't bear to watch anymore and turned to ask Victor. Victor was smoking and calmly said, "Do you remember what I told you before?" Light nodded with difficulty. Victor said, "We are soldiers, and the duty of a soldier is to carry out orders." Connor clenched his fists, looking puzzled. "But why target civilians with shelling? Isn't the Navy's justice about supporting the weak and punishing the wicked?" Victor smiled and said, "Just follow the orders." Connor hesitated. Victor was smoking, and he could feel someone watching him. Was it someone sent by the 5 elders? Were they testing his performance? If so, then let them watch closely. Absolute loyalty. The bombardment lasted for more than an hour. The entire island was on fire, and the whole capital had turned to ruins. With such intense shelling, how many survivors would be left in the capital? At that moment, the voice of Sengoku came over the ship's intercom. "Prepare to land. Leave no one behind." Victor looked at Eric, Kennard, Light, Connor, and others. After landing on the island, no survivor should be left, not even a single mouse. Yes, Eric Kennard and the others were deeply shocked. However, this was an order that must be executed. Under Victor's command, the special forces began to land. Their only task was to kill anyone they encountered, leaving no survivors. In the village closest to the beach, sporadic gunfire erupted at any moment. If survivors were found, they were shot on the spot. At this moment, a Marine named Omar discovered cellar. The cellar door was closed. Omar opened the cellar door. As the light shone into the cellar, Omar saw the faces of a dozen children. These children were all very thin, and their faces were covered with purplish-red sores, looking very frightening. At the same time, Omar noticed that their eyes were filled with fear as they huddled into the corners. "Did you find anything?" A lieutenant came to the cellar, asking Omar. Omar turned around and reported, "Sir, there are many children inside." "Then execute them all," the lieutenant ordered with a frown. "But they are just children." Omar's hand trembled with the gun. How could he kill these sick children? The lieutenant commanded, "Follow orders." "But they are all children." Omar gritted his teeth, still unable to bring himself to pull the trigger. He would fight pirates without hesitation, but killing sick children was something he couldn't do. "If you can't do it, get out of the way." The lieutenant had no patience to persuade him and then ordered several Marines to take action. "You're not allowed to go in." Omar stood in front of the cellar, preventing anyone from passing. "Arrest him." The lieutenant lost his patience. The surrounding Marines rushed forward to capture Omar. However, Omar raised his gun, seemingly ready to resist. "Put down the gun." "Omar, are you crazy?" The Marines also did not expect Omar to aim his gun at his comrades. Just then, Victor walked over. "What happened?" Victor asked the lieutenant. Upon seeing Victor, the lieutenant immediately stood up straight and saluted. "Major General Victor, we found children inside, but Private First Class Omar is preventing others from going in." Victor stood before Omar. Upon seeing Victor, Omar's hand holding the gun trembled. He could use the gun to intimidate others, but he couldn't threaten Victor. Never point a gun at your comrades, let alone at your commanding officer. Victor reached out and grabbed the rifle. He gently pulled it, and the rifle was in his hands. Omar didn't dare to resist at all. "Don't feel guilty. They are all infected with the virus. If it spreads outside, more people will die." Victor casually fabricated a reason in front of everyone. Of course, his subordinates would think it was a reason provided by the world government. "I can help you transfer to another unit." Victor patted Omar on the shoulder and handed the rifle to another Marine. "Blow it up," Victor said to one of the Marines. "Yes." The Marine threw the explosives toward the cellar. Boom! The cellar collapsed. There couldn't be any survivors inside. Omar stared in shock at all of this, then knelt down. In a small alley in the town, Light found a diary. The diary belonged to a doctor who recorded an outbreak of a strange disease in the kingdom of Later. Those infected with the disease experienced skin decay. The doctor investigated and discovered it was a problem with the water source. The water supply of the kingdom of Later had been contaminated, and the source of the pollution came from the mining area. The minerals produced in the mining area had once been the kingdom of Later's main economic source. It was precisely because of resource depletion that the kingdom of Later could not pay the heavenly gold and lost the protection of the world government. Moreover, when the kingdom of Later sought help from the outside world, no doctors came to assist them. The entire country was controlled by the army of the world government. All ships were destroyed. Nearly 1 million people in the country were isolated. Light handed the diary to Connor. After quickly reading through it, Connor frowned and said, "It's related to the world government." Light replied, "That's why the demon-slaying order was issued. Let's hand it over to the senior first." At that moment, Light said to Connor. Connor nodded. Soon, Connor and Light found Victor. They were responsible for clearing the east and searching for survivors. "Senior," Light handed the diary to Victor and whispered, "The world government is hiding the truth." Victor threw the diary into the fire after reading it. Victor patted Light's shoulder. "Do you remember what I told you? Obey orders." Light straightened up and replied loudly, Victor continued walking forward. This scene was being watched from afar by someone. The kingdom of Later, with a population of nearly 1 million, had all perished under the demon-slaying order. However, no one cared about it, because it had already been forgotten by the world. Over the years, the world government had isolated the kingdom of Later, preventing any information from reaching the outside world. A similar situation occurred in the country known as the White Town, Frevans. The world government had long concealed the toxicity of lead and its characteristic of accumulating toxins in those who were in prolonged contact with it. As a result, the residents of Frevans suffered from an abnormal pallor and shortened lifespans, ultimately leading to infertility due to lead disease. Moreover, because the world government deliberately ignored the issue, along with neighboring countries mistakenly identifying lead disease as a terrible infectious illness. They implemented isolation measures against Fravans and even killed infected residents. In Mariehua, Panga City, among the power dynamics, the elders were reviewing the CP0 report. According to CP0 surveillance, Victor had performed excellently under the demon-slaying order. He executed orders resolutely and removed all soldiers who refused to comply from special forces. Any evidence that could potentially harm the world government had also been destroyed by Victor. The white-haired elder smiled and said, "He didn't disappoint us after all. This meets our expectations." The bespectacled elder chuckled. The bald elder laughed, saying that the youngest and most powerful admiral in naval history would be the new face of the world government. The curly-haired elder remarked, "Indeed, he's much more reliable than Garp." At this moment, the blonde elder asked, "Should we transfer him to the new world?" The bald elder replied, "Let him accumulate some military achievements. It's necessary and will also enhance his deterrent power." The white-haired elder said, I think so too." "Huh." The elders exchanged knowing glances. Victor is a sharp sword they have forged. Not only must he possess immense strength, but also terrifying prestige. Just like Garp, pirates tremble at the mere mention of Garp's name. After executing the demon-slaying order, Victor and all the officers and soldiers of the Special Operations Unit received a month of vacation. The officers and soldiers of the Special Operations Unit immediately headed to the Sabeti Archipelago. They are human too and need to indulge. The Sabeti Archipelago is indeed the perfect place for enjoyment. Before the entire Special Operations Unit set off, Victor personally took out 300 million berries. This 300 million berries was enough for all the officers and soldiers to have a hearty feast. Naturally, the entire unit was grateful for Victor's generosity. As for Victor, he had other matters to attend to. On the first day after the vacation, Victor went to the Naval Cemetery. The Naval Cemetery is located in the southwest corner of Marineford. The remains of the Navy's personnel are buried here. Victor comes to visit his parents' graves in this life. He comes once a year. It's not out of filial piety, but rather to let others see his filial piety. Victor brought the Anderson couple's favorite wine and dessert from their lifetime as offerings: red date wine and chestnut cake. Victor set up the offerings and then quietly sat beside the tombstone, sitting in silence. He could sit there all day. During this process, there would always be sailors who would see him. If someone wears a mask their whole life, that mask will become their face. Victor has maintained this habit for a full 10 years. Therefore, everyone in the naval headquarters believes that Victor is a dutiful child. How bad can a dutiful child be? Now, Victor is conveniently putting on a show for the 5 elders to see. Since it's just acting, the number of spectators doesn't matter. As an actor, he just needs to perform his role well. "You are indeed here." At that moment, a woman's voice sounded behind Victor. It was Tsuru. Victor did not answer. The crane came to Victor's side and offered its flower. "Every year, as long as there is a holiday, you will come to accompany them." Victor asked, "Is there something wrong?" He replied, "Zifa heard that you are on vacation and wants you to go to the military academy tomorrow." "Okay, I understand," Victor nodded. He raised his hand and gently patted Victor's head. "I know you won't forget your parents' grudge, and I can't persuade you to let go of your hatred. But please, don't do anything extreme." Victor did not answer. Hijun let out a gentle sigh, looking at the gravestone of the Anderson couple. Interview. Victor's desire for promotion and to establish a faction was all for the purpose of revenge. Victor wants to purify the sea. This means war. Therefore, she judges that Victor is preparing for war in the future. However, the crane cannot persuade Victor. Although she can use her devil fruit ability to purify Victor's heart, she cannot do so. Marineford Town, Naval Academy. Victor attracted immediate attention when he entered the military academy. Victor was a star on campus during his time at school. Moreover, Zephyr often mentioned Victor. Even in the current naval martial arts textbooks, there are Victor's 6-style derivative techniques and 6-style training insights. Each book not only has Victor's name, but also his photo. He holds records in various categories at the military academy, which have yet to be surpassed. At this moment, Zephyr stood on the training ground's high platform, watching Victor approach step by step. Under the gaze of all the military academy students, Victor ascended the platform. "Teacher Zephyr." Victor saluted Zephyr. Zephyr patted Victor's shoulder with satisfaction and said, "You did well." Victor had a blank expression. At this moment, the military academy students in the training ground were watching him. In the eyes of most of the students, there was admiration. 2 years ago, Victor graduated from here, and now he was the brightest star in the headquarters. The news of him defeating and capturing the Red Count was already well known to the world. Among the crowd, a young man with a headscarf was looking at Victor. "Kazan." Zephyr looked at the young man and called out his name, Come up. Kazan now was very energetic, not only talkative, but also full of vigor. He yearned for justice and looked forward to life after graduation. He aspired to be an excellent Marine, punishing evil and promoting good, helping the weak against the strong. At the same time, Kazan also admired Karp. Hello, Senior. Kazan was very curious about Victor. At just 20 years old, he had become a rear admiral in the Navy headquarters and had even captured the Red Count. Victor said expressionlessly, "From now on, when you see the officer, you should learn to salute." Major General Victor Kazan stood up straight and saluted again. At that moment, Zephyr said to Victor, "Today is specially arranged for you to come back and give a speech, so please tell them how to exercise and strengthen their bodies." Hearing this, Victor did not refuse. He knew that Zephyr's actions were also meant to motivate the students, encouraging military academy students to take Victor as their goal. After all, not everyone possesses the talents of Victor, Sakazuki, Porisolino, Kazan, and others. It just so happens that Victor not only has talent, but also trains diligently. The training of the body is divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The beginner level focuses on health maintenance, strength training, and energy accumulation. Health maintenance, as the name suggests, involves having a regular diet and sleep to keep the body energetic. Only with abundant energy can we sustain high-intensity training throughout the day. Strength training refers to the daily exercise routines that teacher Zephyr has taught you and will supervise to make you stronger, enhancing your strength and endurance. As for energy accumulation, it means storing the increased strength within the body. It is well known that our bodies are containers that store energy in every part, and we can mobilize it when we need it. Victor began explaining the basics of physical training. Every student present listened attentively, including Kuzan. Although Kuzan admired Karp, he found that the physical training methods taught by Victor, as well as the derivative techniques of the 6 styles, were far more exquisite, understandable, and practical than what he had learned in military school. Of course, Kazan didn't think Zephyr taught poorly. It was just that Victor's way of thinking was completely different from Zephyr's. If you have seen the derivative techniques of the 6 styles, you should remember life return 8 gates of Duanjia, open gate. Originally, our body control was managed by the brain, with the left brain controlling the right side of the body and the right brain controlling the left side. However, life return allows for free control of every part of the body, including hair and pores. Therefore, I devised a method to release the brain's control, allowing me to concentrate all my body's energy, enabling me to unleash my full speed and strength in a short period. Victor spoke very seriously, and the students on the training ground listened intently, afraid to miss a single word. Zephyr arranged 3 speeches for Victor. The first 2 were about physical training and the 6 styles training. The last one was Victor's personal stand-up comedy. When I was 10 years old, I lost my parents. My parents died at the hands of pirates for the sake of justice. Of course, I am not the only one who became an orphan. There are many, many others in this world. Since that time, I have had a dream for the sea to become pure. No pirates, no evil, no killings. And every child can grow up healthy, happy, and carefree with their parents by their side. I know this is difficult, and I also know that it is hard to achieve with just my own strength. However, I want to try to create such a pure sea with our own hands. I also believe that there will be like-minded companions who share my ideals. Victor spoke with great emotion, his feelings sincere and moving. On the training ground, every military academy student was touched by Victor. Zephyr let out a quiet sigh. Victor's dream, he knew it early on. Over the years, Victor has been persistent. Zephyr also once asked Victor why he selflessly shares the martial arts insights and cultivation experiences he has gained. Zephyr will never forget Victor's response. If every Navy member could become a bit stronger, there would be fewer tragedies on the sea. Therefore, Zephyr believes that Victor's current actions are all for the sake of justice and dreams. Kazan listened attentively and felt admiration for Victor. If it were him, it would be difficult to be like Victor. It's not that Kazan is selfish and unwilling to share his training insights, but because it requires patience. In Kazan's eyes, Victor is indeed doing something great. The 3 speeches have come to an end. Victor did not leave the military academy. In the following week, Victor would be available for consultations. If the younger students had any questions, they could come to him for inquiries. Zephyr also had the speech recorded, and he would share the footage with every graduating class. Now, the persona is complete, right? After leaving the military academy, Victor felt a sense of liberation. To maintain his great image, he had to patiently act as a helpful senior. For every younger student who came to him for advice, he would patiently answer their questions. He suddenly admired Song Jiang and Liu Bei. It is said that Song Jiang and Liu Bei are hypocritical, but the fact that they can maintain this for such a long time is also a skill of theirs. At this moment, a news bird flew by. Victor waved his hand, and the news bird delivered a newspaper. After Victor paid the money, he began to read the content of the newspaper. The front page headline was about the Golden Lion, which had destroyed 3 pirate groups in a week, resulting in nearly 10,000 people being buried at sea during the annexation process. Those who follow me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish. Victor looked at the contents of the newspaper and couldn't help but smile. The Golden Lion was indeed a very proactive villain. If I capture the Golden Lion, could I be directly promoted to Admiral? Victor murmured. Now, there is only one Admiral in the Navy headquarters, Sengoku. Although Zephyr is also an Admiral, he is basically busy in the military academy and does not count as combat power. The world government wants to promote Garp to Admiral, but Garp has always refused to accept. Therefore, capturing the Golden Lion is a great opportunity for Victor. However, capturing the Golden Lion alive is quite a challenging task. The Golden Lion's strength is greater than that of the Red Count. If we talk about the strength differences among Roger, Whitebeard, the Golden Lion, and Garp, they aren't that significant. Moreover, the Golden Lion has the float fruit. Unless someone joins forces with Victor, it will be really difficult to capture the Golden Lion. Victor. At this moment, a soft and charming voice came from behind. Victor turned around and saw a woman in a red shirt and beige shorts waving at him. Next to her was a young man in a brown vest and brown long pants, looking careless as he picked his nose. It was Guillaume and Kaki. Victor, Guillaume, Kaki. Guillaume, Kaki, future candidates for the Naval Admiral. In fact, they both possess the strength of an admiral, just not as strong as Fujitora and Ryakadu. You should call me sister. Guillaume raised her hand and gently tapped Victor's head, her eyes filled with affection. Guillaume is regarded as a younger sister by Crane. During a mission, Crane brought Guillaume back and trained her to become part of the Navy. When he was young, Victor received a lot of care from Guillaume. She took care of Victor like an older sister. He wished Guillaume would tap his head too. Kaki, standing nearby, was forcibly getting jealous. However, Guillaume continued to ignore Kaki, linking arms with Victor and said, "You've been promoted to Rear Admiral, and we haven't celebrated you yet. Let's make up for it today." Victor replied, "Sure." "Hey, don't be so close," Kaki reminded. Guillaume smiled and said, "Then let's go to the Shibuti Islands." MHM, Victor nodded in agreement. Victor, Kaki continued to sulk beside them. But still, no one paid him any attention. Victor, Guillaume, and Jiajin arrived at the Comoros Islands. The 3 of them were dressed casually. However, Victor and Guillaume's looks and figures easily attracted attention. He looked so familiar. Where have I seen him? Now that you mention it, I feel like I've seen him somewhere too. I remember now. It's Major General Victor. Yes, it's him, the Major General Victor who captured the Red Count. Victor was recognized after all. He is now something of a celebrity at sea, a big shot making the front page of newspapers. So it's no surprise that he was noticed. However, Victor's expression was quite natural. He showed no signs of tension or discomfort. Even with thousands of eyes on him, he remained unfazed. At that moment, a boy with gray-green hair in the crowd took advantage of the distraction and stole a woman's wallet. Just as the boy was about to escape, Victor's gaze landed on him. The boy felt as if he had been locked onto. Before Victor could take action, Kaji, following Victor's line of sight, swiftly grabbed the boy and snatched the wallet back from his hands. Kaji thought he could show off in front of Guillaume. After being caught, the boy's face darkened. He had started stealing money to buy food when he was just 12 years old, and so far, every time he was caught, he was beaten up badly. Victor took the wallet and handed it to the bewildered woman. When the woman saw her wallet, she instinctively touched her clothes and realized that her wallet was indeed missing. Thank you, Major General Victor," the woman said gratefully. Victor took out some change from his pocket and handed it to the boy, saying, "Go buy something to eat. After you're full, look for a job. Don't steal anymore." The boy stared blankly at Victor. "Hey, Victor, he is a thief," Jiajia reminded. In Jiajia's view, Victor's approach was wrong. Victor said calmly that if he still had parents, they definitely wouldn't let him suffer so much. Shurjian led the applause. Cheers erupted around them. In Shurjian's eyes, Victor was a very gentle boy. Because he had experienced the rain himself, he always wanted to hold an umbrella for others. Victor lost his parents when he was 10 years old. GUN believes that Victor's words are heartfelt. Everyone around thinks that Victor is a very kind Navy officer. The young boy ran off quickly with his change. He hid in a corner, breathing heavily. His name is Gilder Tetsolo, born into a very poor family. Because he was poor, he was ostracized by his friends, longing for the entertainment performances he could see from outside the venue. However, His father was a gambler who fell ill and died one day. The family became even poorer afterwards, and his mother hated toSave's singing, so she ran away. With no food to eat, he began to steal money. He also made friends through the money he had. Major General Victor. toSave looked at the change in his hand. Remembering Victor, it was the first time in his life that someone had helped him. Victor, what a charming man he is. Behind a large tree, a young woman with short black hair, wearing a spider-patterned top, murmured to herself. Her name is Shaki. 12 years ago, she was pursued by Monkey D. Garp. After which, she went into hiding and opened a bar in the Sabaody archipelago. She is an information broker, collecting and selling a lot of intelligence. Currently, Victor's information is very valuable. Forces from all over the world are very interested in Victor. Under Shaki's watch, Victor and the others walked into a tavern. Victor could feel many people staring at him. However, he didn't really care. In the tavern, Victor ordered a lot of food and drinks, and Cheyenne sat next to him, singing and drinking with Victor. Kaki could only drink in silence. The taste of the alcohol was all sour. At that moment, Victor suddenly asked Cheyenne, "Do you want to join my squad?" "Your squad?" Cheyenne was taken aback for a second or two, then smiled and said, "Since it's an invitation from Victor, I naturally have to accept." Kaki was startled by this and quickly said, "Hey, Cheyenne, how can you join Victor?" Victor also ignored Jage. "So I will talk to Uncle Sengoku and let him transfer you over." Although the special forces are not weak, they lack strong individuals. In the New World, there are plenty of powerful factions with strong individuals both personally and among their subordinates. The month-long vacation will soon come to an end. Victor led the special forces and left Mary Geos. This time, Victor did not go to the G1 and G5 branches, but went directly to carry out extermination missions against the great pirates in the New World. Clearly, the thoughts of the Five Elders and Sengoku are the same. They both want to cultivate Victor into a second Garp. Or to put it another way, the Five Elders and Sengoku hope to reduce Garp's influence. The Five Elders and Sengoku provided Victor with a list of targets for extermination. This list includes Whitebeard, Gold Roger, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, and others. Of course, in addition to these figures, there are other optional targets, such as the cannibal crocodile Gustav, the troll butler, and the executioner Cindy. Each of these great pirates has a bounty of over 500 million berries. It seems there is much to be done. Victor smiled slightly and handed the list to Guillaume. Originally, the fates of these great pirates were either to be defeated by Roger, Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion, or to be sent to impel down by Carp, Sengoku, and others. "My goodness, do they think you're Carp?" Kaji exclaimed in surprise. Although Victor only invited Guillaume, Kaji still boarded the ship. He couldn't trust Guillaume to be alone with Victor. A man and a woman alone together, what if something happened? In short, he couldn't let them be alone. Therefore, at Kaji's request, Sengoku also agreed to transfer Kaji to the Special Forces. "Who do you want to hunt down?" Kaji understood Victor. This guy has always liked to come in first. Victor is too eager to show off. "Gustav," Victor said. "Are you crazy?" Jiaji exclaimed in shock. "The man-eating crocodile, Gustav. A bounty of 665 million berries. Gustav is not only powerful, but also has a habit of eating people. It is rumored that Gustav once ate an entire nation's population in his fury. They are actually going to hunt him down, and only bringing a special forces team." After several days of sailing, the warship arrived at a deserted island. Light stood on the mast, observing with a telescope. He discovered that several pirate ships were anchored in the harbor. On the masts of these pirate ships, the Jolly Roger with a giant crocodile biting a skeleton was hoisted. Report: the giant crocodile pirate cruise ships have been sighted ahead. Light quickly approached Victor. The intelligence from the Warring States General is indeed accurate. In Victor's hand, he held a small box. Inside the box was a fragment of a life card. In the early years of the Warring States, he sent someone to infiltrate the giant crocodile pirate group, becoming one of them. As long as the Warring States wanted to take action against the giant crocodile pirate group, he could deal with them at any time. Victor took out a cigarette, smoking it slowly, then said, "Let's get to work." "Yes." Light immediately conveyed Victor's order. Soon, the warship began shelling. Boom! Boom! As the cannon fire echoed, shells with a whistling sound fell towards the pirate ship in the bay. First, sink the pirate ship so that the pirates cannot escape. The giant crocodile pirates naturally heard the cannon fire. The officer on watch immediately picked up a telescope to observe the sea. "It's the Navy. There was only one warship." The officer shouted down below after seeing clearly. Gustav snorted coldly. "They dare to come after me with just one warship? Boss, could it be Carp?" At this moment, a white-bearded officer next to Gustav asked. Gustav was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this. "It's not impossible. Even if Carp comes, I won't be afraid of him. Gustav snorted coldly, opening his mouth to reveal his sharp teeth. I will chew Carp up and swallow him whole. Gustav is 33 years old and has encountered and fought against Carp, Sengoku, Roger, Whitebeard, and others multiple times since his debut. Yet, he has never been defeated. This is because Gustav's devil fruit is a very rare ancient zoan-type crocodile fruit, the form of the emperor crocodile. The emperor crocodile was one of the largest crocodiles, with an exceptionally keen sense of smell, and its giant mouth filled with sharp teeth could make even a dinosaur its meal in an instant. Since debuting, countless opponents have been crushed and devoured by his giant mouth. Report: all 3 enemy ships are on fire. At this time, Connor reported the results of the battle to Victor. Victor nodded and then continued to give orders. Tell the brothers to prepare for land assault. Yes, Eric, Kennard, and others went to make preparations. As the landing craft hit the water, the special forces were ready for the island assault. Victor looked at Guillaume and Kaki. Please take care of them. Guillaume nodded. You don't need to say it. I'll do it anyway. Kaki replied, unhappily, then muttered softly, I hope nothing goes wrong. Victor stepped lightly, charging into the air. His moon steps were swift, each leap covering a full 100 meters. In just a few moments, Victor's figure was already visible. Jiuyin and Kaji quickly appeared on the beach with their special forces. Only this few people dare to challenge us. Brothers, kill them all. Kill! A soldier roared as he took down an enemy pirate. Long influenced by Gustav, the pirates of the giant crocodile pirate crew were ferocious, especially bloodthirsty in battle. At this moment, spurred on by their leaders, the pirates rushed from the island's woods towards the beach. Bang! Bang! At this point, the ship's cannons began to bombard the woods. Shells fell into the trees, igniting them and sending some unfortunate souls flying into the air. Rush in and engage with the Navy. The pirates of the New World had rich battle experience. They were well aware that the Navy's guns were more accurate and powerful than theirs. Therefore, only in close combat could they unleash their strength and numerical advantage. A Marine raised his rifle butt and knocked down a pirate. However, before he could shoot again, a sharp blade pierced through his chest from behind. Gerald, the Marine, fell, still able to see his comrades calling out. Thud, he opened his eyes wide, feeling his life force rapidly draining away. Warm blood flowed from his body, staining the beach red. Pirates and Marines fell one after another. This was the brutal battle of the New World. Maintain formation. Don't get surrounded or cut off. Eric, Kennard, and others shouted loudly. Around them, dozens of pirates had been cut down, their knives stained with blood. There was no justice or evil on the battlefield. Only strength and weakness, life and death. The acrid smell of gunpowder, the stench of blood, and the odor of sweat mixed together. Heartbeats thudded violently, and, at this moment, everything was extraordinarily clear. Jiuyin and Kaji were both sword masters from the headquarters. Jiuyin wielded his golden blade, cutting down dozens while saving over 10 people. Kaji had killed even more pirates. Victor really knows how to pick his opponents. Kaji muttered, if this were the first half of the Grand Line, those pirate lackeys would have fled long ago. But the pirates of the New World were different. They were like bloodthirsty beasts. They wouldn't break until their leader was defeated. You seem quite strong. At that moment, a swordsman wielding dual blades charged at Kaji. Kaji glanced, and then quickly swung his sword at the approaching man. Clang! The 3 blades collided heavily. Kaji's face showed a hint of disdain. Ambush? As a swordsman, Kaji despised ambush tactics the most. He preferred to defeat his opponents face to face. I just want to take your head. How I do it doesn't matter to me. The man licked his lips, provocatively looking at Kaji. There are too many fools like you. Despite Kaji's laid-back demeanor, his strength ranked among the elite of the headquarters. However, Kaji lacked a strong desire for promotion and often caused trouble with the higher-ups. Otherwise, he would also be a major general by now. Oh, then go ahead and take my head. The man frantically swung his dual blades, his speed increasing, and his movements becoming exaggerated. Melto Yunson, 4th seat in the giant crocodile pirate crew, with a bounty of 150 million berries. Boom! Just then, a loud explosion occurred. Dozens of Marines were sent flying. Ha! A tall giant appeared. His left arm transformed into a dark black cannon. Giant Cannon Golding. Golding stood over 16 meters tall, with his left arm modified into a cannon, and his right hand wielding a giant sword. Golding, 5th seat of the giant crocodile pirate crew, had a bounty of 140 million berries. Their cadre has appeared. Everyone be careful. Jiuyin warned everyone. So beautiful. At that moment, a man wielding a trident leaped into the air. The man's skin was deep blue, with brown patterns on his face, and he had a mouth full of fangs. He was the fisherman Lori, third seat of the giant crocodile pirate crew. With a bounty of 190 million berries, Lori stood about 5 meters tall, and the nearly 7-meter-long trident in his hand was incredibly agile. He continuously thrust at Gun, who parried with his sword. Clang, clang, clang. Each clash of the trident and sword sparked fire. Gun knew Lori was strong, so she focused entirely, not daring to be distracted. At this moment, a loud wolf howl echoed from the bushes. 2 werewolves, one black and one white, jumped out from the forest. Standing about 3 meters tall, their claws smashing pirate heads with a single swipe. Werewolf brothers. Light shouted at the charging werewolves. The giant crocodile pirate crew had 5 powerful cadres. The first and second seats were the werewolf brothers. The older brother was Bogda, and the younger brother was Zynal. Bogda had eaten the zoan-type dog fruit, coyote form, while Zynal had eaten the zoan-type dog fruit, wolf form. At this moment, the black coyote and white wolf ambushed the Navy from behind. They had been hiding in the woods, waiting for the chance to strike. Let me be your opponent. Eric swung his sword and charged at Bogda. Kennard also rushed towards Zynal. Just you? In werewolf form, Bogda performed a spinning kick towards Eric. Eric reacted quickly and dodged. However, the next second, Bogda lunged at him, opening his massive jaws to bite. Eric swung his sword. Clang! The sword in Eric's hand was actually caught by Bogda's bite. Eric started to exert force, trying to pull the sword back. However, as Bogda shook his wolf head, his right paw viciously clawed at Eric. Under Victor's guidance, Eric's strength had significantly increased. He quickly abandoned the sword in his hand while adjusting his breathing and controlling his body. Paper drawing. Eric's body seemed to transform into a piece of paper, drifting backward to evade the fatal claw. Not far away, Kennard's situation was even more dangerous. Kennard knew his talent was average, so he focused his training on Galefoot and Iron Block. His slash missed Zyner. Zyner circled around Kennard, and in Kennard's blind spot, Zyner leaped above him. Kennard's body was shrouded in shadow. The claw lunged fiercely towards Kennard's head. If it struck, Zyner's claw could crush Kennard's head with a single forceful grip. At the critical moment, a whoosh sounded. A massive rock flew in. Before Zyner could react, he was struck by the boulder. Boom! Zyner fell to the ground, covered in blood. The stone had come from that direction. It was Victor. Gigi's eyes widened. He had just been about to rush in to assist, but Victor was faster. He found it hard to believe. Victor was actually able to provide support from a kilometer away. The area a kilometer away from the beach, which was originally flat ground, had turned into the surface of the moon. As far as the eye could see, there were craters everywhere, the ground was cracked, and fissures were visible all around, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. What are you doing? Gustav looked at Victor with confusion. Just now, Victor suddenly threw a giant rock towards the direction of the beach, which left Gustav puzzled. Victor did not respond. His observation hockey had spread towards the beach. Just moments ago, he predicted that Kage could not rescue Kennard, so he stepped in to lend a hand. The Special Operations Team was his foundation, a force he could rely on, and they would be the core of his future in the headquarters. Victor doesn't want to lose too much combat power. Kid, although you're strong, don't underestimate me. Gustav has just exchanged several moves with Victor. Victor's strength is immense, his speed is quick, and his hockey is terrifyingly hard. Incredible. Victor is only 20. Oh, Victor replied calmly. Even Roger and Whitebeard wouldn't dare to underestimate me like this. At this moment, Gustav's body began to change. His skin turned gray, as if a thick layer of gray mud was attached to it. And Gustav's head transformed into that of a crocodile, with a strong tail growing from his spine. Victor looked calmly at the giant crocodile before him, which was over 50 meters long. He had already read the information about Gustav. In its emperor crocodile form, Gustav possessed an incredibly terrifying bite force. Even a warship could be easily crushed by it. Of course, that wasn't the most frightening part. The emperor crocodile was covered in armor. The bony plates that grew in its skin made it very difficult to pierce. In addition, there was the terrifying vitality and regenerative ability of the emperor crocodile. It could survive for long periods without food. Moreover, it had 4 atria, and when hunting, its powerful heart could deliver a large amount of oxygen-rich blood to its tail and head, enhancing its explosive power. With this devil fruit, Gustav roamed the new world, challenging strong opponents. Transforming into the emperor crocodile, Gustav swung his tail. The thick tail swept across, shattering a hillside dozens of meters high. He was demonstrating the power he gained from his transformation. I know you're not easy to deal with, which is why I sought help. Victor calmly said, Upon hearing this, Gustav thought that Victor wanted to summon more navy to surround him. No matter how many people come, I won't be afraid. Before I fall, I will take down many, many people. Gustav's terror lies in his development of the devil fruit's abilities. According to intelligence from the Navy headquarters, Gustav has already awakened. After awakening, a Zoan-type devil fruit grants terrifying recovery abilities. Coupled with the fact that the Emperor Crocodile itself has thick skin, high attack power, thick blood, and strong recovery capabilities, defeating Gustav is not an easy task. Therefore, Roger, Whitebeard, and others did not intend to get entangled with Gustav. Victor shook his head with a smile and said, "You might be misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? Gustav's eyes were filled with confusion. Victor smiled and said, "I don't like anyone interfering in my battles because I have never been weaker than anyone in my life. Whether it's Roger or Whitebeard, I don't think I'm weaker than them. You really are arrogant." Before Gustav could finish his words, he saw Victor transform. It was the first time I fought with that power. Victor's body grew larger, from his original height of 3 meters to an instant 30 meters. At the same time, tattoos of the sky, earth, sun, moon, mountains, and stars appeared on his body. Even more exaggerated were his muscles, bulging and hard as granite. Moreover, Victor emitted a suffocating sense of oppression, like a deity. "Ah, what is this?" Gustav's eyes widened. Victor raised his right hand, his fist covered with a faint golden glow. Divine judgment. Victor pressed his right hand down, and that golden fist transformed into a massive golden light fist flying toward Gustav. Gustav's huge crocodile body tried to dodge, but it was too late. Boom! The light fist hit the ground, shattering the earth, and the area around Gustav was devastated, shaking the entire island. The battling parties on the beach paused. What's going on? Was that shock an earthquake? Could it be an underwater volcano eruption? The violent tremors unsettled everyone on the island. "It's a mythical Zoan," Gustav exclaimed in horror. Mythical Zoan devil fruits can transform into mythical or legendary animals or figures. In addition to having the characteristics of Zoan types that enhance the user's physical abilities, they also possess certain special superpowers. It is the strongest category among the Zoan-type devil fruits. At the same time, mythical Zoan devil fruits are extremely rare, even rarer than the natural and ancient Zoan types. The Emperor Crocodile, though rare, is simply incomparable to a mythical Zoan. Fighting will take a lot of time. So I found some help to take care of my subordinates, so I can fight you to my heart's content. At this moment, Victor, transformed into a titan, looked expressionlessly at Gustav. From a divine perspective, he regarded the humble reptile before him. "No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. However, even if the warring states came, they could never defeat me." Although he took a punch, Gustav's body quickly recovered. His devil fruit had awakened, and his recovery ability had reached a terrifying level. However, Gustav knew that in his beast form, he was no match for Victor. Thus, Gustav transformed again, his form becoming that of a giant crocodile, like the jailer beasts in Impel Down. Only now, after awakening into the Emperor Crocodile form, his body had grown even larger. Roar! Gustav roared to the sky. Boom! The ground shook violently, and the earth beneath Gustav could no longer bear his power, developing countless cracks that spread in all directions. Accompanied by the roar, Gustav's massive body actually leaped off the ground. Gustav spun in the air, then arced through the sky, charging toward Victor. "Come on!" Victor raised his arm and punched the giant crocodile head. The fist, wrapped in armament haki, collided with the crocodile head, which was enveloped in Conqueror's haki, in midair. Boom! A wave of destructive shock swept across the entire island. Everyone present felt as if they were in the apocalypse, and the ground began to collapse. Zzz. The armament haki was grinding fiercely. Gustav's face twisted as he tried to crush Victor. Therefore, he disregarded his own consumption and continuously released his armament haki. At this moment, the ground beneath Victor's feet was continuously breaking and collapsing. However, a smile appeared on Victor's lips. No wonder strong people like to challenge other strong people, recklessly unleashing power and destroying at will. This feeling is simply wonderful. As the two separated, a collapse with a diameter of several kilometers appeared in the area where they were. In the collapsed area, there was not a single flat spot. Yet, less than a second after they separated, they fiercely lunged at each other again. Both of their heights exceeded 30 meters. Bang! Bang! The heavy punches thrown by both were faster and heavier than the last. Their fists collided violently, creating explosive sounds and shockwaves that continued to ravage the surrounding environment. However, anyone with eyes could see that Victor held the advantage. Although his size had increased, Victor's combat skills remained superb. Gustav was repeatedly hit in the head and ribs by heavy punches. In contrast, Victor had hardly been hit in any vital spots by Gustav, as their strengths contrasted. Gustav's physical stamina was depleting more quickly. Sure enough, after more than 10 minutes, Gustav was gasping for breath, his body suffering continuous injuries that consumed even more of his stamina to recover. Do you need more time to recover? Victor did not continue the attack, but instead asked Gustav. It seemed polite, but in reality, it was contempt. Gustav gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and his armed color hockey wrapped around his hands. Haha, time and again, you underestimate me. Kid, congratulations, I will devour you. Gustav gritted his teeth, his anger, fighting spirit, and killing intent erupted simultaneously, and at the same time, his eyes glowed red. It was Conqueror's hockey. The Conqueror's hockey was then released. As the Conqueror's hockey spread, black lightning-like energy darkened the sky, and the insects, snakes, birds, and beasts on the island all hid in their burrows, trembling with fear and anxiety. Although Conqueror's hockey is a royal qualification, only one person out of a million possesses it. But this is the New World. Those who can come to the New World and dominate a territory cannot be ordinary individuals. As Shikuka said, in this sea, the number of silver medalists who have suffered defeat against Whitebeard and Roger is countless. At this moment, Gustav decided to kill Victor at all costs. He is the king of the sea. The wrath of a king is not something mere mortals can bear. On the island, whether it was the navy or the pirates, everyone felt extremely uneasy under the pressure of Gustav's Conqueror's hockey. Victor. Guillaume looked worriedly in Victor's direction. In the distance, Titan stood still, completely unaffected by Gustav's presence. I warned him not to make Gustav his target, Kaji muttered, continuing to complain. However, his attacks did not stop, while pushing back Johnson with his blade. He also blocked Bogner's attack, saving Eric. On the other side, Eric, Kennard, and the others were breathing heavily. They were also adapting to the battle. Thanks to you guys, we might not survive today. Bogner glanced down at the wound on his chest. Kaji had just slashed it open. However, the wound was not very deep. He was a Zoan-type devil fruit user, and the wound would quickly stop bleeding. We need to retreat soon, Zainal said worriedly. Every pirate in the Crocodile Pirates had witnessed Gustav's fury. After Gustav gets angry, his strength increases. Especially when he loses his rationality, he becomes completely uncontrollable and fights purely on instinct. Moreover, once out of control, he does not distinguish between friend and foe, killing and devouring everyone. Then let us take it a bit seriously. It will be a good opportunity to test its recovery ability. A gleam flashed in Victor's eyes. Gustav noticed the change in Victor. Does this guy see me as a test subject? Thinking of this, Gustav was furious. The animal-type devil fruits contain will within them. After awakening, Gustav also activated the will that resided within him. The imperial crocodile residing in Gustav's body is not an ordinary imperial crocodile. It is bloodthirsty. After awakening, Gustav will be influenced by this will, becoming brutal, bloodthirsty, and more courageous in battle. Victor took a deep breath. Life returns. 8 gates of Duanjia. Open the door. Victor assumed a lunge position, adjusting his breath and releasing the control of his brain domain. Tyrant's fury. Gustav charged directly at him, his claws viciously slashing towards Victor. Victor feigned a move to evade Gustav's attack, and when Gustav moved past him, he lifted his foot and delivered a side whip kick. Victor's whip-like kick struck Gustav's forearm, causing Gustav to retreat several dozen meters after being hit. As he stepped back, his feet crushed the ground repeatedly, leaving behind a series of giant craters. Moreover, before Gustav could steady himself, Victor had already charged in front of him. It was hard to believe that such a towering titan could move with such speed. A diving body punch. Victor ducked to avoid Gustav's claws and simultaneously threw a powerful punch that hit Gustav in the abdomen. Bang! The massive sonic boom caused everyone's eardrums to buzz, demonstrating the immense power of that punch. After being blasted away, Gustav's body rolled continuously, plowing a trench several meters wide and tens of meters deep in the ground. It wasn't until Gustav crashed through more than a dozen mountain peaks that he finally came to a stop. Gustav stood up, his claws wrapped in Conqueror's hockey, angrily swiping at the surroundings. Instantly, the mountain walls crumbled like tofu. Looking at Victor, he beckoned Gustav with his finger. Was he adding fuel to the fire? Did he still think Gustav wasn't angry enough? Gustav's skin changed color, from a gray hue resembling cement to a dark red, like magma clinging to him. Tyrant's domain. Roar. The will residing within Gustav's body completely influenced his consciousness at that moment. Seeing this, Victor's lips curled slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. That's how it should be. Boom, boom, boom. Gustav charged towards Victor. His eyes were bloodshot, and his aura was terrifying, as if he were a god or a demon. He seemed no longer human. Seeing this, Victor stood still, not dodging or avoiding. Suddenly, the Titan emitted a dazzling golden light. When Gustav rushed to the front, Victor threw a punch, and the golden light instantly engulfed all the surrounding darkness. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening roar. The Navy and pirates on the entire island were temporarily blinded by the strong light. As the golden light dissipated, the Navy and pirates slowly opened their eyes. The Navy and pirates present were stunned. They saw Victor still in the posture of throwing a punch. In front of Victor, a fan-shaped area appeared. This area was as large as several football fields. The stones, mounds, and trees within the area had completely disappeared, and even the soil on the ground had vanished over 3 meters deep, as if it had never existed. Where's Gustav? The people on the island could not see Gustav. Look, I found him. At this moment, a Navy soldier spotted Gustav. Gustav was lying thousands of meters away. He had just been blasted away. Victor's heavy punch knocked Gustav back. At that moment, Gustav lay on the ground, motionless, uncertain whether he was alive or dead. Did we win? One Marine asked his companion. It should be a win, the other Marine replied. Has the boss been defeated? No way. How could the boss lose? Even Roger couldn't easily defeat the boss, right? At this point, the pirates of the Crocodile pirate crew began to waver, their morale severely shaken. Gaki Gion, and others looked towards Victor. Victor stepped up step by step, seemingly ready to deliver the final blow to Gustav. When Victor reached Gustav's side, he raised his right arm. His right fist emitted a dazzling golden light once again. Roar! Gustav suddenly let out an angry roar. Victor's observation hockey has already seen the future. Gustav opened his blood-filled mouth, wanting to bite Victor's body in one go. Although Gustav was severely injured, he still had the strength to counterattack. The will residing within Gustav is not only fierce, but also cunning. It was waiting for Victor to come closer, then it would launch a sneak attack. At that moment, Victor raised his right arm, perfectly blocking Gustav's blood-filled mouth, allowing Gustav to bite down. Gustav's teeth intertwined with the armament hockey. However, Victor's skin, covered in armament hockey, was as hard as diamond. No matter how much force he exerted, he could not break through. Do you know why Roger and Whitebeard don't provoke you? Victor spoke calmly. Gustav, however, showed no reaction. He was now completely driven by instinct and will, because it was too much a waste of time. Victor raised his right arm and slammed it heavily onto the ground. Gustav's body crashed to the floor. Boom! It sounded like a mallet striking a drum. The entire island shook as if an earthquake had struck, with dozens of cracks appearing on the ground, stretching for kilometers and seemingly bottomless. Thud! Thud! Then, Victor swung his fist. His left fist struck heavily against Gustav. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Each heavy blow landed squarely on Gustav's head. Meanwhile, Gustav bit down on Victor's body, refusing to let go. After delivering hundreds of punches, Gustav finally lost consciousness. This time, Gustav stopped moving. It was finally over. Victor let out a light breath, releasing the life return. When he returned to his normal state, Victor clearly felt a sense of fatigue. The life return and 8 gates Duinja's opening put a significant strain on his body. Coupled with the prolonged battle between Victor and Gustav, it had dragged on for too long. His heart was pounding violently. The heartbeat frequency definitely exceeded 5,000 times per minute. Fortunately, he had consumed a phantom beast species, greatly enhancing his physical strength. Although he felt exhausted, he could still continue fighting. However, he needed to show signs of fatigue to prove that he had expended a lot of energy. At that moment, Victor turned around and lifted Gustav's body above his head. The entire naval force of the Special Operations Team erupted in cheers. However, Bogda, Zainal, and others looked on with despair. Victor commanded, "Eliminate all the pirates." Oh! The Navy cheered and shouted in unison, but some noticed that Victor's chest was heaving violently, clearly exhausted. Marine Ford, Navy Headquarters. Sengoku's desk was piled high with mountains of documents. He was the only admiral at headquarters, so his workload was enormous. Buru buru, buru buru. At that moment, the din-din mushi on the desk was ringing. Sengoku picked up the din-din mushi's receiver. At that time, the din-din mushi mimicked Victor's voice and said, "Admiral Sengoku, I have captured Gustav." Sengoku was taken aback. After a moment, He reacted. You said you captured Gustav? Yes. With Victor's affirmative answer, Sengoku was no longer in a daze, but shocked, then fell silent. Gustav's strength was not particularly strong. However, on the sea, no pirate crew would willingly encounter Gustav. This is because Gustav is notoriously tough-skinned and very resilient to beatings. Even Garp would find it difficult to defeat him easily. Moreover, the worse Gustav was beaten, the angrier he would become, and his destructive power would increase accordingly. The Navy had previously attempted to capture Gustav, but instead, they suffered heavy losses. Many of the Navy involved in the capture were eaten. After a moment of silence, Sengoku asked, "Did you capture him alone?" Victor replied, "Yes." The warring states nodded and asked, "Are you injured?" Victor replied, "My right hand is injured and cannot move for the time being." Sengoku nodded. "That makes sense. If he wasn't injured, that would be too ridiculous." However, Sengoku was sure that Victor had become stronger again. Sengoku said, "I will send someone to connect with you." After ending the call, Sengoku began to write the report. Victor has unexpectedly made another big news. The efficiency of this pirate hunt should please the Gorosei. Sengoku's face showed a smile. He can be more aggressive with the layout in the New World now. Meanwhile, inside the cabin, Victor held a red wine glass in his right hand and gracefully lowered the microphone with his left hand. Light, cradling a phone bug, asked with a smile, "Senior, are you going to be promoted again this time?" They were even more excited than Victor, because if Victor got promoted, they could rise with him. Although Light and the others followed Victor because of his greatness and selflessness, who wouldn't want to become stronger and get promoted? Moreover, the joy that came from getting promoted and becoming stronger had captivated Light and the others. Victor smiled and said, "The rank of Major General is definitely not going anywhere." In fact, Victor had little interest in the position of commander of the Special Operations Unit. Although the rank was not low and the freedom was high, the number of troops he could command was too small. Taking this opportunity, Victor wanted to secure a position as a commander of a direct subordinate unit. He wondered which unit he would be assigned to. Would it be G5 or G1? No matter where he went, the world government and headquarters would definitely make full use of Victor's combat strength. However, when the birds are gone, the good bows are hidden when the cunning rabbit dies. The hunting dog is cooked. What Victor wants is power, not to serve the fake world government. Maintaining the strength of one's own troops is the true path to kingship. Victor seized the news about Gustav, which was published in the newspaper a week later. Gustav was different from the Red Count. The Red Count did not indiscriminately kill innocents. However, Gustav had destroyed multiple countries, and he had indeed eaten a number of people. Within the Great Sea Route, if a child cried incessantly, the adults would simply say, "Gustav will eat the crying child." Soon, the child would stop crying. Thus, when a newspaper flew around the world with a newsbird, the news of Victor capturing Gustav this time shocked the whole world. The Golden Jackson. Riley waved to the newsbird. The newsbird landed on the ship's railing. Riley paid 500 berries to buy a newspaper. When he saw the headline of the newspaper, Riley's eyes widened. His surprised expression naturally attracted everyone's attention. The only way the crew could get information while sailing on the sea was through the newspapers delivered by the newsbirds. "Mr. Riley, what happened?" "Vice Captain?" At this moment, the crew members gathered around, surrounding Riley. Their eyes were all focused on the newspaper. Navy Supernova. Rear Admiral Victor captures the man-eating crocodile Gustav, annihilating the giant crocodile pirate crew. Is this guy really that strong? Didn't he just capture the Red Count not long ago? The Navy has really produced an extraordinary individual. Is he really only 20 years old? I hope I don't run into him. Otherwise, it would be a big trouble. Could he be hunting down strong opponents? The crew members of the Roger Pirates all exclaimed and speculated. After entering the New World, Victor has already captured 3 great pirates. At this moment, Roger walked over, holding 2 bottles of wine in his hands. Roger and Rayleigh leaned against the ship's railing. Roger handed 1 bottle of wine to Rayleigh, who took it and took a sip. Gulping down his drink, Roger laughed heartily. Rayleigh sighed, his expression serious, and said, "My intuition was right. The situation at sea is about to change." Roger laughed loudly in response. Then, looking up at the sky, he said, "It's all right, there's still enough time." GOLD. Roger was suffering from an incurable disease. Therefore, he invited Dr. Kurokas to come aboard as the ship's doctor. Kurokas agreed to Roger's invitation to search for the whereabouts of the Rumbar pirates. Implicitly, he meant that Victor would not affect his plans. Kurokas came over to examine Roger. Barrett watched from the side, his brow furrowed. On board the Moby Dick, Whitebeard sat in his position, holding a barrel of wine, gulping down a large mouthful. Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh heartily. Just moments ago, Kazuki Oden's 2nd Division had taken down a group of human traffickers, seizing their treasure and rescuing the people on the ship. At that moment, a newsbird flew over. "Hey!" Kazuki Oden waved at the newsbird while shouting. The newsbird flapped its wings and flew over. Kazuki Oden received the newspaper, while Kazuki Momonosuke walked over to pay. After looking at the content of the newspaper, Kazuki Oden opened his mouth in surprise. "Hey, Newgate!" Kazuki Oden hurried to Whitebeard's side. Whitebeard was listening to everyone share stories. Seeing Kazuki Oden's shocked expression, he frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" "Crocodile has been captured." Kazuki Oden handed the newspaper to Whitebeard. Whitebeard took the newspaper and looked at the front page. "Gustav has been captured." Whitebeard's brow furrowed deeply. Gustav is strong and tough. Whitebeard didn't want to get entangled with him when they met. Marco walked over looking serious. "Dad, Gustav is the 3rd one." Sachi came over, worried, and said, "Is this guy named Victor trying to capture all the great pirates in the New World?" Vista Jozu and others also showed worried expressions. If Victor's target is indeed to hunt down the great pirates of a New World, then Whitebeard would also be a target for Victor. Seeing the concern in his son's eyes, Whitebeard smiled and said, "Don't worry, as long as we don't clash with the Marines, nothing will happen." In the land of Wano, on Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin had just finished reading today's newspaper. Perispero, Daifuku, Oven, and others all showed worried expressions. Since Victor entered the New World, 3 great pirates have already been captured. Victor's ability to capture 3 great pirates proves his strength is not weak, and it is not a coincidence. Who will be his next target? Whitebeard, Roger, Golden Lion, or perhaps them? Katakuri crossed his arms over his chest, remaining silent. He had faced Gustav, and although it was a brief encounter, he was certain of Gustav's strength, which surpassed his own. Mama, Charlotte Linlin said coldly. "What are you all afraid of? He's just a navy." Charlotte Linlin directly burned the newspaper in her hands. Linlin was right. Longbread, with a serious expression, reminded everyone as one of the founders of the Big Mom Pirates. Even if Victor is like Garp, there is no need to be afraid. Linlin is invincible. Longbread shouted loudly. "Yes, Mama is invincible. Mama is unbeatable." Inside the hall, those teenage boys and girls echoed in agreement. Mama, Charlotte Linlin said with a dark expression, but she had to admit that the Navy was gradually changing the landscape of the New World. In the past, the Navy's presence in the New World was not very significant, especially during the Rocks era. However, Victor's emergence has changed the situation. Victor is not Carp, yet he poses a greater threat than Carp. On Beast Island, Kaido also learned from a newspaper about Victor capturing Gust. Jean wore a mask, making it impossible to see his expression. At this moment, Jean said to Kaido, "Should we change locations? A fixed territory means the Navy can come directly to us." Jean escaped from the laboratory with Kaido and didn't want to go back. Upon hearing this, Kaido raised an eyebrow and casually replied, "If he dares to come for me, I'll take him down. The boss is invincible. Let's wipe out the Navy." Inside the cave, many cadres of the Beast Pirates were drinking and shouting. They were all tipsy and eager to go out and fight. Jean stopped trying to persuade them. Kaido looked at Jean, knowing he was worried. So he smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm very strong." Kaido is indeed very strong. However, Victor's hunting behavior is unsettling. There are quite a few pirates who share Jin's concerns. Oren pays attention to the newspaper every day, collecting all news about Victor. Of course, Oren has not missed a single task assigned to him by Victor. However, Oren's goal is not just to be the commander of the 189th Division. Oren wants a higher position. Subordinates who want to rise must master 2 core elements, loyalty and performance. Both are indispensable. Oren is very adept at handling relationships. He has his subordinates recite Victor's teachings every day. During daily drills, they must shout "Long live Lord Victor," shaping themselves into fervent admirers of Victor. Such behavior has earned him Victor's favor. However, this is not enough. His main task now is to make money for Victor. Moreover, the income from William Port is no longer sufficient for Oren. Oren has set his sights on the neighboring Arthur Kingdom. The Arthur Kingdom is very wealthy, with its nobles owning thousands of slaves, countless cattle and sheep, and abundant minerals. However, the Arthur Kingdom is a member of the world government, and Oren cannot directly extort them. He needs to find an excuse. But what excuse should he use? Oren racked his brain. Everything Oren knows is learned from Victor, and he has only grasped the surface. Victor performed very well. In the eyes of the 5 elders, the investment in Victor has already yielded excess returns. They aim to turn Victor into a naval superstar, maximizing his deterrent power. Now, all factions around the world must have started paying attention to Victor's name. Some forces even began to fear Victor's existence. That is enough. Thus, the five elders made a shocking decision. Sengoku arrived at the marshal's office. On the empty desk lay a document. Let's take a look first. Kong handed the document to Sengoku. Kong said to Sengoku, "The world government has decided to appoint Victor as the commander of G1. After reading it, Sengoku's expression remained calm, and he was not surprised. Having Victor as the commander of G1 to showcase the Navy's deterrent power aligns with our expectations. Kong sighed. Indeed, Victor's growth rate is unusual. He has brought too many surprises to the world. The trio from the same generation, known as the Three Monsters, Victor, Akainu, and Kizaru. Now, Victor has far surpassed Akainu and Kizaru. At the same time, Victor captured 3 great pirates, becoming the Navy's most dazzling superstar, shaking the world. Seizing the opportunity, they decided to elevate Victor's rank, promoting him to Rear Admiral, the youngest Rear Admiral in the history of the Navy. In Dressrosa, at the arena, the king of the Colosseum hosted a grand banquet for Victor, while also holding the most exciting duel competition. After Victor handed Gustav over to Admiral Nan, he headed to Dressrosa for a vacation. Dressrosa has warm sunshine, various delicious foods, and passionate beauties. It's a great place for a holiday. Brew brew, brew brew. When the den den mushi was ringing, Light handed the den den mushi to Victor. King Liku took a secret glance at Victor. Victor reached out and picked up the microphone. The phone bug mimicked the voice of the Warring States. Victor, congratulations on your promotion to Rear Admiral. At the same time, you are appointed as the commander of the G1 branch, and you will hand over the position to Rear Admiral Boris in a month. I understand, Victor said expressionlessly as he put down the microphone. Shigeyama and Kaki looked at Victor. Kaki mumbled, "You actually became the commander of G1. Shigeyama smiled and said to Victor, "Victor, congratulations. Congratulations to Rear Admiral Victor." The King of the Sea and his wife, along with the ministers of Dressrosa, all congratulated him in unison. At this moment, Eric, Kenneth, Light, Connor, and others were all very excited, because Victor's promotion to commander of the G1 branch meant that they had another opportunity for promotion. A few days later, on the Sabedi archipelago, when the latest newspaper was posted on the bulletin board, it was initially the same as usual. Oh my God, promoted again. Didn't he just get promoted to Rear Admiral? Not only to Rear Admiral, but also to Commander. Oh my God, that's in charge of 10,000 elite Navy personnel. The crowd watching the excitement grew larger and larger. Not long ago, Victor captured Gustav, eliminating a devil from the world. As a result, Victor's fame has soared. As a naval supernova, he rose from colonel to Rear Admiral in less than a year. At this moment, in the Shaki's bar, Shaki was also reading the newspaper. The Navy is really trying to cultivate a second Garp, she murmured, hoping they wouldn't run into him. She also has someone she cares about, who is now a common target for both the Navy and pirates. The news spread across the world. Lord Victor has been promoted to Rear Admiral, and he is the commander of the G1 branch. Oren, holding the newspaper, could only describe his current mood as ecstatic. Being the commander of the G1 branch means holding real power and commanding elite troops. Unlike most Rear Admirals at headquarters, who seem to hold the rank but actually have little real power, such as the staff at headquarters or the giant Rear Admiral. These Rear Admirals have empty titles but no say, and they can hardly influence personnel appointments at headquarters. In contrast, the commanders of the branches directly under headquarters wield significant influence when they attend meetings at headquarters. At this moment, Oren excitedly picked up a pen and began writing his funding proposal on stationery, hoping to secure more money for Victor. Within the G1 branch, Colonel Marta was equally exhilarated. Perhaps he could vie for the position of Fleet Admiral of the 6th branch. His loyalty to Lord Victor would surely not be forgotten. A month later, Rear Admiral Boris and others were ordered back to headquarters to report. For them, it wasn't bad news. To be precise, for the generals of the G1 branch, being reassigned back to headquarters was a fortunate event. At this time, Rear Admiral Boris was handing over duties to Victor. "Victor, you did a great job," Rear Admiral Boris said with satisfaction, placing his hands on Victor's shoulders. "I will continue to work hard," Victor replied. "Well, I leave this to you." After the handover, Rear Admiral Boris and the others boarded the warship and left the G1 branch. Victor stood at the naval port, watching Boris and the others leave. Once the warship carrying Boris and the others disappeared from sight, Victor said to everyone, "From now on, we enter a state of level 1 combat readiness." Jiun and Jiai were left confused. Deputy Commander Cliff was equally puzzled. A new official always brings a wave of enthusiasm. Victor is just showing off. He wants to create chaos in the new world and demonstrate his iron-fisted methods to the outside world. The state of Level 1 readiness means being prepared for combat at any time during the readiness period. During this time, all entertainment activities are completely prohibited. For the Marines of G1 branch, this is definitely not good news. Inside the G1 branch camp, after a day of training, the Marines, exhausted, want to return to their barracks to rest, but they find that there is already an inspection team checking outside the barracks. The inspection team of the G1 branch has been replaced. Victor has transitioned the Special Forces into an inspection team. The first task of the inspection team is to inspect the combat readiness of the G1 unit. During the readiness period, if any negligent behavior is observed among the Navy, immediate corrective education will be implemented. The inspection team members entered the barracks, conducted a brief check, and then left. Once the inspection team departed, the Marines finally breathed a sigh of relief. If they were found drinking or gambling by the inspection team, it would spell disaster for them. Not only for the enlisted soldiers, the officers of the G1 unit are no exception. The inspection team also supervises the officers. This put the officers on high alert. They dared not underestimate the newly appointed commander, because once military regulations are violated, it could lead to serious trouble. On the 10th day of Level 1 readiness, Guillaume came to Victor's office and asked him if it was really okay to maintain Level 1 readiness. Victor replied with a smile, "I'm the commander here, so of course no problem." Kaki mumbled, "What are you up to this time?" The officers of the G1 branch were afraid of Victor, but Kaki was not. After all, he didn't plan to stay at the G1 branch for long. Moreover, Guillaume wouldn't be at the G1 branch for long either, because after a while, the headquarters would transfer them back. Of course, it was for justice, Victor said seriously. "I don't believe that," Kaki said dismissively. At that moment, Wright walked in with a document in hand. "Report, the intelligence on the New World Underground Forces has been compiled." Wright placed the document in front of Victor. This information was all collected by the Navy. Although there was a lot of information, it was definitely not comprehensive. After all, the Navy was not CP0, and they were not professionals in intelligence work. Victor flipped through the intelligence and documents, then found a name. Keikiai. Shigeyama leaned over, looking at the table. In the monster card, the king of the black market in the New World. "Are you going to find him?" Shigeyama asked. "But it seems he's not wanted," Keikiai mumbled. "The black market has always been a gray area. The Navy also buys intelligence from the black market. Pirates are no exception." Victor maintained close ties with the black market in the South China Sea. "Let's talk to them," Victor said with a smile. Sarati Island, the most neutral island in the New World. Both the Navy and pirates can come here. Of course, the condition for the Navy to come to this island is to avoid disputes and conflicts. Otherwise, this island and the black market of the New World will not welcome them and will not do business with the Navy. Similarly, pirates coming to this island must also abide by this rule. Otherwise, they will also be blacklisted, and the black market will no longer do business with them. As the king of the black market in the New World, the beast Kali lives a very comfortable life every day. He likes chaos and also likes order. Chaos can bring wealth, while order allows him to have some control. For example, on Sarati Island, he is the order. What he says is everything. At this moment, the transponder snail kept ringing. Kali picked up the receiver. "What is it?" "Sir Kali, the Navy has arrived," an officer reported. Kali nonchalantly replied. "The Navy is also a guest. No need to make a fuss. How many underground forces in the New World haven't taken on jobs from the world government? CP0 are regulars here." Therefore, Kali was not worried about the Navy at all. Moreover, Kali had also sent heavenly gold to the Celestial Dragons. "It's Vice Admiral Victor who has come," the officer said. "Victor? The new commander of the G1 branch?" Kali was taken aback, then said to the officer, "Go bring him to see me. Since it's a big client, we can't be negligent." At this moment, 5 warships arrived at the dock of Sarati Island. Victor, accompanied by a large group of Navy personnel, including Guillaume and Cake, arrived at the dock. At that moment, there were no pirate ships docked. The black market has its own rules. All ships are not allowed to enter the black market directly. That is the rule. Of course, the Navy and CP0 are exceptions. At this time, Victor and a large group of Navy personnel swaggered into the black market. The black market is not like a vegetable market. It resembles a bank instead. Behind each window, there are tellers providing services. Some people were buying firearms, while others were purchasing cannons. Guillaume, Cake, and others were also having their eyes opened. In addition to arms, drugs, food, and clothing, one can also hire assassins, purchase intelligence, and trade in human trafficking, among other things. "General Victor, this way please." A man wearing an eye patch approached Victor. At the man's invitation, Victor followed him to a building in the center of the island. This building was a castle. As the drawbridge was lowered and the gate opened, Victor and the others entered the castle. "This way, please." The eye patch man led Victor onto an elevator. The castle is 7 stories tall, comparable to a fortress. Inside the castle, there were guards every 3 steps and sentries every 5 steps. The black market employs many security personnel. Finally, the eye patch man brought Victor to a room. He opened the door to the room. Victor saw everything in the room. In the large room, there sat a tall man. The man was the beast Carrie. "Ha ha." Carrie laughed and said to Victor, "I didn't expect to see you, Major Victor, so soon." Victor entered with Guillaume, Cake, and others. When Carrie saw that Victor did not greet him, he felt that Victor was a bit impolite. I didn't know that Lord Victor came here for any particular reason." Victor said, "The black market will be brought under naval supervision in the future." Carrie looked puzzled, then laughed heartily and said, "Admiral Victor, do you know where this place is?" After laughing for a while, Carrie looked at Victor seriously. "This is a neutral zone recognized by the world government." Victor said, "That was before I arrived. Now I inform you that this place is under regulation. From now on, any shopping list from here must be submitted to the Navy. Please leave. You are not welcome here." Carly snorted softly. Protecting the guest's information is the purpose of the black market. "What if I don't leave?" Victor asked with a smile. Carly looked at Victor, then clenched his fist and sneered. "It seems you don't quite understand my terror." Hearing this, Victor said expressionlessly, "I'm also very curious. How strong is the beast Kaylee really?" "The kid, you will regret offending me. Kaylee is 7 meters tall, much taller than Victor. Come and give it a try." Victor beckoned to Kaylee with his hand. At this moment, Kaylee stood up, raised his hand, and threw a punch at Victor. Victor did not dodge, but instead raised his hand to block Carly's punch with one hand. At that moment, the black market officials inside and outside the room were all taken aback, as they knew how terrifying Carly's strength was. Even sea kings could be ripped apart by Carly with his bare hands. Carly was also surprised. Although he anticipated that Victor would be strong, he did not expect Victor to block his punch so effortlessly. "Surprised?" Victor said calmly. "It's just blocking a punch. Don't get too cocky, you bastard." Although Carly was shocked by Victor's strength, he was the king of the black market, the absolute ruler of this city, and he believed he possessed strength not inferior to that of an admiral. At least, that's what he thought. Victor said, "I'll give you one more chance. If you can obey my orders, I can guarantee that your business will continue as usual." Victor's words made Callie's fist suddenly stop. Before Callie could react, Victor warned again. "If you continue to refuse, you might find yourself in a very awkward position, even face death. This is something I should tell you, kid." While Callie was speaking, he had already thrown dozens of punches in succession. Each punch carried enough destructive power to shatter a warship. However, Victor easily dodged them, and Callie didn't even graze the hem of Victor's clothes. Boom, boom, boom. Although the floor of this fortress was very solid, Callie possessed strength comparable to that of an admiral. Therefore, under his fierce attacks, he smashed a hole in the office floor. "What is going on? What was that noise?" It sounded like something had fallen. "Go check it out." The security personnel nearby immediately ran over. At that moment, Victor stood in front of Callie. Callie's fist struck out. At this moment, Victor was moving quickly, leaving behind shadows in the eyes of the crowd. "No, above." Callie's observation hockey locked onto Victor, and he quickly raised his hand. "Finger gun, fortress cannon." Victor's spear strike was as powerful as a fortress cannon. He concentrated his armament hockey at a single point and then released it. Bang! Callie was hit head-on and was blasted away. However, Callie was not injured. He had just managed to block the attack. At this moment, Callie glared at Victor, his armament hockey covering his entire body. Although covering his whole body with armament hockey would cause significant strain, Victor's speed was faster than his. He had to defend himself as best as he could. "Not bad," Victor said. He vanished and reappeared right in front of Callie. Victor leaped into the air, executing a high whip kick towards Carrie, who raised his arm to block it. However, the ground beneath Carrie's feet shattered due to the force. "This guy is really strong." Carrie was horrified in his heart and gained a further understanding of Victor's strength. However, he couldn't give in. Victor did not continue to attack Carrie, but coldly said, "Surrender. You can't defeat me. If you die here, it will trouble me as well." The black market is also one of the intelligence sources for CP0 in the Navy. If Carrie dies, it would leave the black market without leadership for a while. Even Salati's black market might disband. "Surrender? Do you think I only have this little strength?" Carrie said coldly. He would not admit defeat. Victor shook his head and said regretfully, "Not surrendering? What a fool." Shut up, you bastard. I'll take care of you. Carrie's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Gun sensed something was off and immediately warned, Victor, be careful of his devil fruit ability. As the king of the New World black market, Carrie had to rely on his own strength and intimidation to dominate the area. He possessed a very terrifying devil fruit. This devil fruit is a paramecia-type decay fruit. Any living being that comes into contact with Carrie would rapidly age. It was as if the moisture was being drained from their body until their skin completely withered and turned to skin and bones. Carrie's ability instilled fear in countless people. Kid, if you apologize to me now, you can leave here with some dignity. Otherwise, you'll end up like him. Carrie pointed at a security guard hiding in the distance, and then he suddenly vanished from sight. At that moment, Carrie's palm emitted a purple-black glow. He pressed down on the security guard's head. The security guard's body began to change. His body started to shrink, and his once healthy skin became dull, turning from red to as black as charcoal. In the end, the security guard turned into a charred corpse. This ability is somewhat similar to the toy fruit. Once touched, it's all over. Victor looked at the dead security guard and murmured, "This is a frightening ability." Kelly coldly replied, "What? Do you think I'm trying to scare you? Aren't you?" Victor smiled and said, "You will regret this." Callie disappeared again, and he would use shaving just as well and was equally skilled. However, Victor was faster than Callie. Where? Behind me, to the left, to the right. In front. Callie tried to lock onto Victor's position using his observation hockey, but Victor moved too quickly. Even when he anticipated it, his speed couldn't keep up. "You think you can avoid touching me? You're too naive, kid." Suddenly, Callie's pores sprayed large amounts of liquid. A dark purple liquid shot out in all directions, leaving nowhere to hide. The surrounding security was stained with blood. They didn't even have a chance to react, their skin drying up like withered grass. Gradually, they turned into dry bark, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air, becoming corpses. "This is the price for angering me, brat," Callie snorted. He then turned to look at the bodies on the ground and snorted again, because Victor had nowhere to hide in this environment. Now, like the others, he had turned into a dried corpse. Just as Callie was about to turn and leave, he heard Victor's voice behind him. "Where are you going?" Victor asked with a smile. Callie thawed in terror. He couldn't understand why Victor managed to evade him. Storm foot crescent slash. At that moment, Victor kicked out a white slash towards Callie. "Ah!" Callie screamed. Shiwan and the others looked down and saw that the white crescent slash kicked by Victor had severed Callie's left arm. "Ah!" Callie clutched his severed left arm with his right hand, the pain of the amputation twisting his face in agony. Listening to Callie's screams, Victor calmly took out a cigarette and did not continue to attack. He didn't intend to kill Callie. Existence is reasonable. In a world of one piece, every power has its reason for existence. For example, if there were no pirates in the world, then countries wouldn't need the protection of the world government and wouldn't have to pay the heavenly gold. In the black market, it can also bring benefits to the world government. At this moment, Shiwan, Kaki, and others came downstairs to join Victor. "What should we do next?" Shiwan glanced at Callie and asked Victor, "What to do?" Victor casually replied. Shiwan was stunned. She thought Victor would take some new action. "From today, if you want to continue doing business in the new world, then you need to build a good relationship with me. Also, hand over the client list from the past few months," Victor said to Carrie, and after finishing, he left the castle with his men. "Bastard." Carrie watched Victor leave, feeling furious but having no thoughts of ambushing him. He couldn't defeat Victor, and fighting back would only bring humiliation. Just as they stepped outside the castle, Light curiously asked Victor, "Senior, how did you avoid his liquid?" Connor and the others were also curious. They clearly saw the liquid spray towards Victor. The security guards just now didn't escape the liquid and ended up as charred corpses. Before Victor could answer, Kaji dismissively said, "What's so difficult about that? Just use hockey to deflect it." Without waiting for Light, Connor, and the others to ask further, Kaji raised his hand and made a release gesture towards Connor, Light, and the others. He threw out a handkerchief, then directed his hand towards the handkerchief, releasing hockey. The handkerchief was blown away. This was the release of hockey. It could be used for both defense and offense. Therefore, in Victor's eyes, Carrie's devil fruit ability was merely for intimidation, much like Sugar's hobby fruit. As long as one understood the characteristics of Sugar's ability, defeating her would be easy. Hockey. Light and Connor also wanted to start training hockey soon. Victor looked at their reactions and knew what they were thinking. He patted the heads of the two and said, "First, lay a solid foundation for your bodies, and then it won't be too late to cultivate your dominance." "Yes, Senior," Light and Connor replied in unison. Just after Victor and the others left, a man dressed in a white suit and wearing a white clown mask approached. The man looked at Carrie, who was lying on the ground, his face filled with pain. "Is this how you treat your friends?" Carrie gritted his teeth and asked fiercely. The clown man was CP0, sent by the world government to monitor the black market, and his task was to gather intelligence. Of course, he had a decent relationship with Carrie. "This has nothing to do with us," the masked man clarified. "Bastards. You're all a bunch of motherfucking bastards," Carrie continued to curse. The clown man sighed and then took out a den mushy. He needed to report what was happening here to his superiors. He was feeling quite a headache now. Victor's behavior will affect his normal work. The phone on the empty desk rang. Kong picked up the receiver. The phone mimicked a Navy officer's voice. "Marshal, we've just received news that Vice Admiral Victor attacked the Salati black market and cut off Callie's left hand." After hearing this, Kong hung up the phone. Kong received the report when Victor went to find Callie. Although Victor is the commander of the G1 branch and has a certain degree of decision-making power, this is too chaotic. Although the beast Callie is not a good thing, he has always been well-behaved. At least his cooperation with the Navy and the world government has been harmonious. Why would he go and provoke him? Of course, if Victor wants to frame Callie for a crime, it would be easy. With Victor's methods, everything could be rationalized. At this moment, Sengoku walked into the office. "Is there a problem?" Sengoku asked Kong. Kong gestured for Sengoku to sit down before saying, "Victor attacked the Salati black market and cut off Callie's hand." After hearing this, Sengoku couldn't help but sigh. "Although I knew this would happen, he's too radical." In Sengoku's view, Victor's purpose of gaining power and wealth is to implement a radical justice route. Money is meant to provide compensation for the Navy. Power allows him more freedom of movement. Now that Victor has power, he naturally needs to start taking action, if he is allowed to continue staying in the New World. Kong rubbed his forehead, thinking it might become a headache for everyone. This is not something we should consider. Sengoku originally wanted Victor to take it easy. Although Victor is a genius, his rapid promotion and acquisition of significant power are somewhat inappropriate. Sengoku hopes Victor can undergo more training. Maybe let the Gora CI consider it. He'll probably have a headache too. Kong had a bitter smile on his face. In Mariehua, Panga City, among the power players, the Gora CI received the news earlier. Isn't Victor working too hard? Although he is indeed obedient, his hatred for pirates cannot be diluted. If we let him be, it will disrupt our layout in the New World. What will we do? He has just become a commander of G1. Let's arrange some tasks for him. At least we can't let him be idle. Let him continue to hunt Roger, or let him deal with the Golden Lion. Let's arrange it this way. The Gora CI began to discuss. Although the world government has withdrawn from the New World, it is still secretly controlling it in other ways. The beast Callie is also one of the puppets of the world government. Although Callie has so-called principles to protect client information from being leaked, the Gora CI is mostly not interested in those clients, because there are already undercover agents from the world government planted beside those clients. The phone bug in Victor's office rang. Victor picked up the microphone. "Victor," the phone bug mimicked the voice of Kong. "Marshal, is there something you need?" Victor asked. Kong sighed and said, "I know you want to eliminate all the pirates, but some things cannot be rushed." Victor's dream of purifying the ocean is already well known to everyone. Therefore, Victor needs power and wealth. Kong cannot deny Victor's motives. However, Victor's sense of justice is too radical. It currently does not align with the strategy set by the world government. "I understand your point." Victor did not show any emotions. He said, "Pay more attention to Roger and the Golden Lion, as this is also the will of the Five Elders." Understood. Victor ended the call and instructed Wright to convey the order to lift the Level 1 combat readiness alert. "Have you heard? Admiral Victor's actions have been terminated. He is definitely going to be restricted. He came in and shook things up. If Admiral Victor's ideas were to be implemented, the New World would really descend into chaos." After the Level 1 combat readiness alert was lifted, the Navy personnel at G1 branch breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, they gathered together to chat. During the alert period, they had been on edge every day, unable to eat or sleep peacefully. The inspection team's repeated checks throughout the day prohibited the officers and Marines of G1 branch from even chatting. However, when Victor had someone cut off one of Callie's hands and demanded that Callie hand over the list of black market clients, the Navy personnel at G1 branch understood Victor's intentions. Victor wants to take action against all the pirates. The pirates' firearms and artillery are partially obtained through robbery, but most of them need to be purchased on the black market. Therefore, as long as the customer list is found, along with the delivery time, location, date, etc., the pirates' whereabouts can be determined. Victor is not intentionally targeting them, but he genuinely wants to eliminate those pirates. It's a pity that if Admiral Victor could truly succeed, it would definitely be a good thing. At this moment, a Marine soldier expressed his feelings. This Marine soldier, named West, had his hometown destroyed by pirates, and his parents and sister were killed by them. Therefore, he harbors a deep hatred for pirates. If he could really purify the seas, he would be willing to join in and follow Victor. Jiuyin and Kage have been reassigned to the Navy headquarters. The headquarters indeed lacks combat power. At the same time, having Jiuyin and Kage stay by Victor's side would give him more room to maneuver. Whether it's the Gorosei, Akainu, Sengoku, or others, they all hope that Victor will serve as a deterrent, like a nail driven into the new world, making the big pirates uncomfortable. At this moment, inside the G5 branch, Borsellino is reading the newspaper. Recently, most of the news in the papers is about some newly debuted pirates. The big pirates have been relatively inactive lately. Did you hear? Senior Victor got admonished. What happened? Senior Victor wanted to purify the new world, but his plan was rejected by the headquarters. Really? Where did you hear that? I just heard Major Matt say it. 2 military academy graduates, who have recently been promoted to lieutenants, are discussing Victor's admonishment. The admonishment is a recent rumor, and whether it actually exists is all hearsay. However, it is a fact that the G1 branch has indeed canceled its first-level combat readiness. Borsellino sips his coffee while continuing to read the newspaper. Compared to Victor, he is much more low-key. At this time, Sakazuki is sitting in the cafeteria, quietly having lunch. Ghost Spider and Doberman are chatting. They didn't expect Victor to be serious. They underestimated him. Ghost Spider and Doberman did not expect Victor to actually attack the black market. Of course, the black market is indeed a den of filth. Pirates would send their loot to the black market to sell it off, and would also purchase weapons and even devil fruits from the black market. Victor's dealings in the black market could indeed lead to great achievements. Akainu remained silent. He did not disapprove of Victor's actions. On the contrary, he felt a bit of admiration for Victor's boldness. It's a pity that the Navy headquarters is too timid. Sakazuki, if only we had the power to make decisions. That would be great, Ghost Spider lamented. Yes, there are too many incompetent people at the headquarters, Doberman echoed. At this moment, Fire Mountain and the others looked towards Ghost Spider and Doberman. Let's keep our voices down. We don't want them to hear us, Ghost Spider reminded them. The incompetent people they were referring to were the current power holders at the headquarters, those vice admirals, admirals, and fleet admirals who could mobilize them. During their time at the G5 branch, they had executed many missions, but against the pirates of the New World, it was merely scratching the surface and ineffective. If we want to cleanse the New World, we must declare war on it comprehensively. Sakazuki picked up his tray and left. Fire Mountain and the others watched Sakazuki. Recently, he had been silent, like a dormant volcano. Is Senior okay lately? Light cautiously asked Connor. Can't tell if it's good or bad, Connor replied. I really hope Senior can become a fleet admiral soon. That way, he would have autonomy. Light's thoughts were the same as Akainu's right now. They both believed that becoming the fleet admiral would allow them to decide the Navy's strategic direction. At this moment, Victor was writing a reply. Orin had sent him a letter. In the letter, Orin mentioned that he wanted the Kingdom of Arthur to also make a donation, but he didn't know how to approach it. The Kingdom of Arthur is a member state of the world government, and the Navy cannot openly go in and shake them down. Victor encouraged and supported Orin in the letter. Regarding the methods, Victor didn't mention it at all. Victor just told Orin that he believes in Orin's abilities and that he will definitely be able to solve any difficulties. Connor. At this moment, Victor shouted towards the door. Connor walked over. Victor said, Go reply to Colonel Orin. Yes. Connor took the letter and left. The fax was delivered to Branch 189. Orin looked at Victor's reply, a smile spreading across his face. Sir, did Lord Victor provide any methods? Ovenes est incroyable. This letter is enough. Orin laughed heartily and then said to the aide, Go send invitations to the nobles of the Arthur Kingdom. Yes. The aide turned to carry out the task. With Lord Victor backing me up, I have nothing to worry about. Orin smoked a cigarette, feeling very pleased with himself. Although Victor did not provide any specific methods, he had already made a response. Victor's meaning, no matter what you do, I will support you. Because there is no opposition in the reply. No opposition means approval. Orin plans to use kindness before force. He first invites the nobles of the Arthur Kingdom to a banquet and will ask them for money during the feast. Of course, if these nobles do not want to give money, he has ways to deal with them. Moreover, the consequences of refusing him will be borne by the entire Arthur Kingdom. Early the next morning, Orin sent his subordinates to the Arthur Kingdom to invite all the nobles, officials, and merchants to the banquet. The nobles, officials, and merchants of the Arthur Kingdom were all confused. The Arthur Kingdom is a member state of the world government and pays tribute of heavenly gold to the celestial dragon every year. Therefore, there is no need to deliberately please the Navy. Besides, he is just a mere colonel of the South China Sea branch. Furthermore, the Navy needs to give prior notice to the Arthur Kingdom before entering its territory. Thus, the nobles, officials, and merchants of the Arthur Kingdom were not very interested in this invitation. Some sent their stewards, while others didn't take it seriously. However, Orin didn't mind because he was already prepared for a surprise. Under the night, several ships flying black skull flags quietly approached the coastline of the Arthur Kingdom. At this moment, the pirates on the ship gathered together. Although they dressed like pirates, they stood as straight as the Navy. You understand, right? We need to set fires, create explosions, and panic and steal things. Yes, Lord Victor is looking forward to our good news. So, even if we get caught, there's no need to be afraid. Just stay silent. Yes, action. Orin ended this impromptu, warm meeting. Then he put on a white wig, making him more conspicuous in the crowd. Next, he put an eye patch on his right eye, took off his jacket, and hung necklaces around his neck with gold rings on his hands, looking just like a pirate. Brothers, rob everything here. Kill. Under the captain's command, nearly 1,000 pirates rushed into the fast port of the Arthur Kingdom under the cover of night. They beat anyone they saw and set fires everywhere. They rushed into rooms and looted valuables. Soon, thick smoke rose from the port. It's on fire. It's on fire. At the same time, the cannonballs from the pirate ships began to fire, and soon the entire harbor was engulfed in flames. Thick smoke billowed. The whole city was thrown into panic. The merchants, nobles, and officials in town were neither deaf nor blind. They clearly understood what was happening outside. The streets were in chaos, filled with people fleeing. What's going on? How could we be attacked by pirates? A merchant couldn't believe his eyes. They are a member of the world government, and pirates generally do not attack them. Because once pirates attack, they will face the Navy's pursuit. Moreover, the Arthur Kingdom itself has its royal army to defend its territory. Quickly contact General Hammond. Meanwhile, Count Reinhardt of Fastport called for his servants and instructed them to contact the stationed troops 50 kilometers away. Nearly 20,000 royal troops could definitely eliminate the pirates with a thunderous force. Of course, to be safe, Count Reinhardt also contacted the Navy. At this moment, the sounds of gunfire and screams became clearer, indicating that the pirates were getting closer to Count Reinhardt's residence. Gather everyone. In this urgent situation, Count Reinhardt still forced himself to remain calm. He hoped to organize the city's army and the nobles' private armed forces. He also hoped that merchants could gather their bodyguards. As long as they could be organized, it would be a force not to be underestimated. However, the merchants and nobles only cared about their property and their own safety. How could they let their bodyguard forces protect the entire city? At this time, the pirates successfully invaded the entire city and clashed with the city's defending troops. However, the pirates had more advanced weapons and equipment than the defending troops. Soon, the street defense line formed by nearly 1,000 defenders was instantly broken. These pirates were well-trained Navy personnel, more skilled in combat. Some pirates climbed to the rooftops, firing cannons from above as if they were in a no-man's land. The defenders fled in all directions. Nobles, merchants, and officials each tried to escape the town under the protection of their bodyguards and private troops. When the royal army arrived at Fastport, the fire was still burning. The entire city had just been looted. Nobles, officials, merchants, and ordinary people were all like startled birds, living in fear. Fortunately, that group of pirates did not chase them. They only looted the shops on the street, stole valuables from residential homes, and burned some warehouses. General Hammond brought 5,000 troops. However, these 5,000 were army infantry. The pirates had already escaped. These 5,000 were of no use left in Fastport. Fastport also had to bear the issues of food, water, and shelter for 5,000 people. By noon, the Navy's 189th Division's warships finally arrived at Fastport. This made Count Reinhardt somewhat dissatisfied, because before Colonel Marlin sacrificed, the Navy only needed 3 hours to reach Fastport. Orin had returned to his usual attire. Do you know the identity of the attackers? Orin asked Count Reinhardt. Count Reinhardt shook his head and said, "It was too dark. I only saw a purple skull on their pirate flag." A purple skull? Orin hummed and instructed his aide to record this information. Is there anything else? Orin continued to ask. Count Reinhardt shook his head. After the pirates invaded, he had fled with his people first. Although he had thought about organizing a counterattack, everyone was running, and thoughts were just thoughts. Well, We will investigate and will inform you once we have results, Oren said, preparing to leave. Colonel Oren. Count Reinhardt hurriedly stopped Oren. Is there anything else? Oren frowned and asked. How could there be nothing? Count Reinhardt said anxiously to Oren. What if the pirates attack again? Oren replied. We will do our best to hunt them down and protect your safety. These are just pretty words. Count Reinhardt thought for a moment and said, Colonel Oren, can you send some troops to garrison Fastport? Oren shook his head and did not accept Count Reinhardt's request. Oren replied, The Arthur Kingdom is a member state of the world government. Fastport is not the territory of the world government, and we have no authority to station here. Without waiting for Reinhardt to speak, Oren turned and boarded the warship. Watching the Navy leave, Count Reinhardt felt both anxious and helpless. At this moment, Butler Florence reminded him, My lord, Count Thompson of Williamport is your friend. I heard that Count Thompson has a good relationship with Colonel Oren. Perhaps we can contact him to have Count Thompson talk to Oren. Count Reinhardt thought this made sense. He sent a fax to Count Thompson, hoping he could help come up with a solution. The pirate attack on the Kingdom of Arthur, once it happened for the first time, would likely lead to a second and third time. Moreover, the mysterious pirate group that attacked the Kingdom of Arthur had not been caught, which would encourage more pirates to have similar ideas. Therefore, Count Reinhardt urgently needed the Navy. Count Thompson quickly responded. After reading Count Thompson's fax, Reinhardt suddenly realized that it was about money. Count Reinhardt had never considered that the Navy would extort money. In the past, Colonel Marlin of the 189th Branch never demanded money. However, Oren was clearly different from Marlin. At this time, the butler reminded him, My lord, a few days ago, Colonel Oren invited you to Williamport, but you were unavailable and sent someone else instead. What do you mean by that? Count Reinhardt was taken aback. The butler lowered his voice and said, My lord, could it be possible that the invitation to the banquet and the attack on Fastport are actually related? Count Reinhardt held his breath and paced back and forth. The butler's words alerted him. There might indeed be a connection. If there was a connection, then the motive would be for money, right? Count Reinhardt couldn't help but frown. As a noble, he considered himself well acquainted with people. However, he had never encountered a Navy officer who would extort money. But now he had. Count Reinhardt said, Prepare the carriage. I need to return to the capital. Count Reinhardt's brother is Duke Richard. Duke Richard is the heir to the Kingdom of Arthur and has significant influence within the kingdom. That night, Count Reinhardt hurried back to the capital and met with Duke Richard. Has the issue at Fastport been resolved? Duke Richard inquired. Fastport is Count Reinhardt's fief. So when the pirates attacked, Count Reinhardt thought about retaliating rather than fleeing like other nobles and wealthy merchants. Count Reinhardt replied, This attack may not have been carried out by pirates. Not pirates? Then who could it be? Duke Richard asked curiously. Count Reinhardt said, I suspect it was the Navy in disguise. What did you say? Duke Richard was taken aback and quickly shook his head. Don't say such things. We are a member of the world government. How could the Navy attack us? Count Reinhardt replied, I have no evidence at the moment, but this situation is too coincidental. What coincidence? Duke Richard inquired. It's like this. Count Reinhardt informed Duke Richard about Oren's invitation. Upon hearing this, Duke Richard responded, Indeed, Colonel Oren invited me as well. But I did not attend. Count Reinhardt said, I heard that apart from some merchants, hardly any nobles or officials from our Kingdom of Arthur attended. Because we did not go, Colonel Oren was unable to collect money, so he sent people to attack Fastport. Duke Richard understood Count Reinhardt's line of thinking. Count Reinhardt said, Yes, so what we can do now is either report the situation to the world government or invite Colonel Oren to the banquet, extending an invitation in the name of the Kingdom of Arthur. Implicitly, it meant either retaliate or comply. A mere branch colonel, Duke Richard snorted coldly, then said to Count Reinhardt, We should go meet the king and inform him of this matter. As a duke of a member state of the world government, Duke Richard could not allow a branch colonel to extort him. If this news got out, the Kingdom of Arthur would become a laughingstock. Duke Richard and Count Reinhardt arrived at the palace. The current King, Brown II, is Duke Richard's elder brother. However, King Brown II's health is poor, and he has no heirs. Therefore, after King Brown II passes away, Duke Richard will inherit the throne. Because of this impending inheritance, Duke Richard needs to maintain a strong attitude. Otherwise, if the citizens learn that the entire kingdom has been extorted, how could he govern the country in the future? Cough, cough, cough. King Brown II lay in bed, his health worsening day by day. Your Majesty, Duke Richard was about to speak when the Queen shook her head at him, indicating that the king was unable to speak with them at that moment. All right, Duke Richard replied, then informed the Queen about the situation at Fastport and the Navy. The Queen responded, Our Kingdom of Arthur is a member of the world government. We certainly cannot be treated like Williamport. Duke Richard said, I plan to send a fax to the world government to express our protest. The Queen nodded. Although there is no evidence, they can still warn the Navy. A mere branch navy in the South Sea dares to extort? They truly do not know their place. With the Queen's consent, Duke Richard sent a fax to the world government. Of course, Duke Richard did not explicitly state that the 189th branch was extorting money. He mentioned the incident at Williamport, implying that the 189th branch had a previous offense there. He also recounted all the coincidences. The world government, if not blind, would certainly understand. Holy Land, Mariehua, Panga City, amidst the power dynamics. Duke Richard's fax reached the hands of the 5 elders. In fact, member states of the world government often express some dissatisfaction. The 5 elders are aware of this. Handling issues with member states is also part of their daily work. 189th branch? Colonel Oren, the bespectacled elder, lost interest after reading the content of the fax. In his eyes, these were trivial matters. However, the fact that a mere branch colonel dared to extort a member state of the world government was somewhat interesting. At this moment, the elder with white hair said, We've already investigated. Oren is under Victor's command. He was appointed as the colonel of the 189th branch by Victor's recommendation. Come to think of it, the incident at Williamport was instigated by Victor, right? Should we deal with this? If we do, it might embarrass the world government. But if we don't, the member states will have even more complaints. Then let them provide evidence. Yes, if there is evidence, we can deal with it. Otherwise, such matters are simply too numerous. The 5 elders all wore smiles on their faces. If Oren were an ordinary branch colonel, they would have dealt with him casually. However, Oren happens to be Victor's subordinate. Victor is a naval supernova that the 5 elders are focusing on cultivating. Given Victor's personality, he will definitely protect Oren. The bespectacled old man said, Let's CP4 investigate. Ghana is the commander of CP4. He is the best at adapting to circumstances. CP and the Navy are 2 departments of the world government, belonging to 2 different systems. The Navy is the public face of the world government, operating openly. CP is the direct intelligence agency of the world government, working behind the scenes. Therefore, having CP4 investigate Oren's case is not reasonable. However, letting CP4 investigate demonstrates the world government's level of concern. This can silence the member countries. After all, CP and the Navy are not under the same system, so there is no suspicion of covering up. Really, I can't believe I'm being asked to investigate such a boring case. A military ship without a hull number docked at Fastport. And on the left side of the ship, a man dressed in a black and white striped suit with slicked back hair was complaining. Once the military ship docked, the man stepped off the ship with an arrogant gait, as if he didn't recognize anyone. The man's name is Ghana, the highest officer of CP4. Behind Ghana followed 100 agents. This is Ghana's style. No matter where he goes, he must be accompanied by hundreds of people. This not only makes his presence imposing, but also ensures safety wherever he goes. Count Reinhardt was waiting for Ghana at the dock. When Ghana arrived in front of Count Reinhardt, he took out his ID from his pocket and waved it in front of Count Reinhardt, saying, I am Ghana. This is my ID. Mr. Ghana, please come this way. At Count Reinhardt's invitation, Ghana got into a carriage. Inside the carriage, Count Reinhardt briefly mentioned some coincidences to Ghana. Upon hearing this, Ghana did not express any opinion. Count Reinhardt and Duke Richard had already inquired about Ghana through various channels and believed that Ghana would not trust their one-sided words without evidence. Of course, if they wanted Ghana to act, they had to offer him benefits. Ghana is a greedy person. The carriage stopped in front of Count Reinhardt's mansion. Ghana and Count Reinhardt entered the mansion together. Although it had been looted by pirates and even partially burned, Count Reinhardt's house was numerous and repaired quickly. Therefore, the reception standards were not low. After both seated, Count Reinhardt poured wine for Ghana and said, This wine is a specialty of our country. A high-quality red wine from the South Sea. I have also prepared some for you to take back. 10 servants brought wooden boxes filled with wine to Ghana. When the boxes were opened in front of Ghana, they were filled with cash. One box contained 20 million berries and another 200 million berries. Ghana's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on his face as he drank the high-quality red wine. I will immediately start investigating this case. As long as there is solid evidence, the offenders will definitely be severely punished. Money can move mountains. The nobles know this well. Moreover, Count Reinhardt had long inquired about Ghana and knew he was someone who was motivated by money. He had previously framed many people for money. His reputation was as bad as it could get. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Ghana. The kingdom of Arthur will not forget your efforts. Count Reinhardt said with a smile. Ghana accepted the 200 million berries and was naturally going to investigate. As the saying goes, to untie the bell, one must find the one who tied it. To investigate whether the attack at Fastport was committed by the 189th Branch, it was simple. They only needed to interrogate the Navy of the 189th Branch separately. As for whether they would confess, it doesn't matter. There are always reasons to accuse. Of course, the premise is that Count Reinhardt is willing to pay more. Just 200 million berries? That wouldn't satisfy Ghana. Ghana arrived at Williamport. The order at Williamport had already been restored. If it weren't for the traces of burning on the buildings in the port, one wouldn't be able to tell that it had suffered an attack by pirates. At this moment, Ghana noticed something. All merchants and travelers disembarking at Williamport were lining up to donate money. Ghana leaned in for a closer look. The money was being donated to the Navy's Veterans and Disability Fund. What would happen if they didn't donate? At this time, a gray-clothed traveler asked. Another traveler wearing a yellow hat replied, "Then you can't enter Williamport and will be taken for questioning." The gray-clothed traveler asked, "Why?" The traveler in the yellow hat replied, "That's the Navy's rule." Ghana initially thought collecting evidence would be troublesome, but unexpectedly, it was so easy. Just the forced donations to enter the port constituted extortion. However, Ghana also admired the commander of the 189th Branch. Not only was he greedy, but he also had quite the audacity. Openly extorting money was much faster than pirates robbing. Just as Ghana and his group were about to leave the port, a group of sailors blocked their way. "Wait, what's the matter?" Ghana frowned and asked. The blocking lieutenant reminded, "Follow the queue." Ghana took out his ID and waved it casually. "See this? CP4's ID." CP4? The Navy lieutenant took the ID and, realizing Ghana was from CP4, asked, "What are you doing here? Do we need to explain to you while we are handling a case?" Gaynet shocked. He didn't take the South Sea branch of the Navy seriously. "Just wait. We need to verify." At this point, the lieutenant went to contact Oren. Ghana snorted softly and then continued smoking by himself. In the South Sea, CP4 can walk with confidence. After a while, the lieutenant returned and allowed Ghana to pass. Ghana took back his ID and swaggered towards the 189th Branch base. At this time, Oren learned that Ghana had come with people and was waiting for him along with a group of officers. After meeting with Oren, Ghana took out his ID and the world government's investigation documents, stating, "We received a report from the Kingdom of Arthur. From now on, the 189th Branch will be under investigation." Reported by the Kingdom of Arthur? The Navy generals behind Oren were somewhat nervous. If it were someone from the Navy headquarters coming to investigate, they wouldn't be afraid. However, CP was not in the same system as them. They usually didn't deal with CP. People are filled with fear towards the unknown. Oren, upon hearing this, smiled and approached Ghana, whispering in his ear, "Brother, do you know Admiral Victor?" "Admiral Victor? Of course I do," Ghana casually replied. He certainly knew Victor. Over the past few months, Victor had become a supernova in the Navy. Ghana dared to conclude that Victor would definitely be promoted to Admiral in the future, perhaps even to Marshal. Oren suddenly raised his arm and shouted loudly, "Long live Admiral Victor!" This sudden shout stunned Ghana. Long live Admiral Victor! At this moment, the entire 189th Branch of the Navy was shouting long, "Live Lord Victor." Ghana suddenly realized something. He almost accidentally kicked the iron plate. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Ghana quickly forced a smile and said to Colonel Oren, "Colonel Oren, although I am here to investigate, I believe this has nothing to do with the 189th Branch." Oren had already made it clear that he was a subordinate of Victor. If Ghana continued to investigate Oren, it would be tantamount to going against Victor. Although Ghana was the highest officer of CP4, it was insignificant in front of the future Admiral and Marshal of the Navy. Ghana did not dare to offend Victor. Ghana was greedy and afraid of death, but he understood how to adapt to the situation. Now, Ghana understood why the 5 elders sent him to handle the affairs of the Arthur Kingdom. The 5 elders must have known long ago that Oren was backed by Victor. "How should I cooperate with you, Officer Ghana, in the investigation?" Oren asked with a smile. After gaining Victor's support, Oren knew that no one in the South China Sea could touch him. In the past, Victor was just a colonel, and the Navy headquarters could not deal with him. Now that Victor was already a vice admiral, what was Oren afraid of? "Ha. Ghana laughed awkwardly. "Colonel Oren, aren't we investigating right now?" Oren smiled. The surrounding Navy personnel all had smiles on their faces. With Victor's protection, what were they afraid of? At this moment, Oren took out a cigarette and offered one to Ghana. "Officer Ghana, would you like to have a meal with us?" Of course, of course. Ghana had no reason to refuse. He had just nearly kicked the iron plate, and now Oren was actively extending an olive branch. He could take this opportunity to ease their relationship. Oren and Ghana went to the best restaurant in Williamport. Once the food and drinks were served, Oren said to Ghana, "Officer Ghana, I wonder if you have heard of the Blue Sea Plan?" The Blue Sea Plan? Ghana shook his head upon hearing this. He had not heard of it. Orin said seriously, "This is Lord Victor's dream. Lord Victor wants to purify the evil forces on the sea and make the sea pure and blue." Ghana suddenly understood. Orin continued, "We are all members of the Blue Sea Society, willingly following Lord Victor, with Lord Victor's dream as our goal." Upon hearing this, Ghana's eyes lit up. The Blue Sea Society? Equivalent to Victor's faction. Orin's words were telling Ghana that they were all Victor's confidants. Orin said, "If Officer Ghana shares the same aspirations as us, you can join us. Can I join too?" Ghana was taken aback and then delighted. Orin laughed heartily. "As long as you are willing to follow Lord Victor, you are welcome." The Blue Sea Society was a faction spontaneously created by Orin. As Victor's subordinate, how to highlight loyalty. This required Orin's imagination. Firstly, it was to bring more money to Victor, and secondly, it was to expand Victor's influence. Only in this way would Victor recognize Orin's abilities and grant him higher authority. Iam willing, iam definitely willing. Ghana thought the Blue Sea Society was founded by Victor, and by joining it, he could become one of Victor's confidants. After toasting and drinking, the meal cost over 3 million berries in total. Ghana rushed to pay. Ghana wrote a report and included the fact that Count Reinhardt had given him 200 million berries in the report. Afterwards, Ghana took the investigation report and returned to the Arthur Kingdom. This time, Ghana went directly to see Duke Richard. Ghana presented the investigation report to Duke Richard. After reading the report, Duke Richard's face turned pale. Duke Richard never expected that Ghana would bite back. "Mr. Ghana, what do you mean by this?" Duke Richard asked coldly. As the future king of a world government member state, Duke Richard had to maintain his authority. Ghana replied, "I found no evidence of any crime within the 189th branch. On the contrary, as soon as I arrived at Fastport, Count Reinhardt bribed me. These are facts, and I simply wrote them truthfully in the investigation report." Before Duke Richard could retort, Ghana continued, "Although CP4 and the Navy are different systems, what we do is for justice and stability. Now you bribe me to falsely accuse the just Navy. This is something I cannot do." Duke Richard's eyes widened upon hearing this. According to the information Duke Richard had gathered, Ghana was greedy and afraid of death. As long as there was money to be made, Ghana did not care who the other party was. Even a highly respected person could be accused by Ghana and sent to Judicial Island for trial. However, the current Ghana had completely changed. He spoke of justice at every turn. "All right, I will submit this report to my superiors." After Ghana finished speaking, he turned to leave. "Wait." Duke Richard quickly called out to Ghana. Submitting it to his superiors meant submitting it to the 5 elders, right? "Officer Ghana, we are willing to offer this amount again." Duke Richard extended a hand. "We will offer an additional 500 million berries, including the previous 200 million berries." The Arthur Kingdom was willing to pay 700 million berries to deal with Orin. In Duke Richard's view, Ghana was trying to raise the price temporarily. However, as long as it was a problem that could be solved with money, Duke Richard was willing to resolve it. Once Orin was dealt with, the 189th branch could have a normal commander and everything could return to normal. Otherwise, as long as Orin was around, the Arthur Kingdom would not have peaceful days. "I will also record this matter," Ghana said to Duke Richard. Duke Richard's expression changed drastically. He realized that the situation was more serious than he had imagined. Orin sent a fax to Victor. The content was related to Ghana. The world government sent Ghana to investigate the 189th branch. And Orin not only solved the problem, but also brought Ghana in, making him a member of the Blue Sea Society. In the fax, Orin specifically mentioned the Blue Sea Society. According to Orin, the Blue Sea Society consisted of Victor's most devoted followers, and every member was willing to dedicate their life to Victor's dream. At this moment, in the Commander-S office of the G1 branch, Victor looked at the letter sent by Orin and couldn't help but smile. The Blue Sea Club? That's quite a creative idea. Victor thought for a moment and decided to promote the Blue Sea Society, making it a true organization. Subsequently, Victor wrote a recommendation letter to recommend Orin as the commander of Fort Truro in the 6th Division. That would be a brigadier general rank. Bribing CP4 and framing the Navy are not small matters. The Navy is the face of the world government. Framing the Navy is equivalent to causing the world government to lose face. Although Duke Richard is about to become the king of the Arthur Kingdom, if this matter is made public, the consequences would be very serious. Thus, Duke Richard got scared and hoped for a private settlement, trying to minimize the situation. He immediately invited Orin and Ghana to dinner. Orin and Ghana also accepted the reconciliation. However, Orin was unwilling to go to the Arthur Kingdom. Duke Richard was now in a compromised position and had no substantial evidence to counterattack, so he could only go to Williamport. Williamport is the base of the 189th Division. In Oren's office, Duke Richard and Oren met for the first time. As soon as they met, Oren pretended to be confused. "Why does your grace come to find me?" Duke Richard replied, "The matter of Fastport is a misunderstanding, and I specifically came to apologize to Colonel Oren." Oren, expressionless, said, "I personally don't mind, but the justice of the Navy and the reputation of the world government are at stake. Moreover, as a subordinate and the most devoted follower of Lord Victor, my affairs will also affect Lord Victor's reputation and the entire Blue Sea Society." Oren intended to put a big hat on Richard, something he learned from Victor. He spoke with righteous indignation, constantly mentioning the Navy, the world government, Victor, and the Blue Sea Society, elevating the matter to a very high level. In fact, Duke Richard understood. Wasn't this just about compensation? Moreover, Duke Richard also realized that Oren was asking for a lion's share. If his demands were not met, he would not let it go easily. Duke Richard could only accept his fate. He now understood that Oren was not an ordinary Navy officer. Oren had a background. The world government also did not genuinely intend to deal with Oren. Otherwise, they would have sent officials from Judicial Island or an investigation team from the naval headquarters. Thinking of this, Duke Richard said, "I am willing to publicly apologize and also donate 3 billion berries to the Navy's retirement and disability fund." 3 billion berries is already not a small amount. However, Oren did not react. "Fine, let us increase the amount." Duke Richard gritted his teeth and said 5 billion. At this moment, Oren said, "In addition to the 5 billion berries donation, Fastport and Williamport are the same. This extortion is naturally not a one-time deal. It's ongoing." Oren added, "Only in this way can we ensure the long-term peace of Fastport and the Arthur Kingdom." The implication was that if his demands were not met, many problems would arise. Ghana raised his hand and patted Duke Richard's shoulder. "Lord Victor will be a naval general in the future, even a marshal." Upon hearing this, Duke Richard nodded, "I understand." Marin Vondo, Naval Headquarters. Victor just sent a fax to Kong. "Victor, Kong is also feeling helpless now. Victor's speed of promotion has already been quite fast. Oren's speed of promotion is equally astonishing. Since Victor joined Branch 191, it has only been a little over a year, and Oren has been continuously promoted. He has just been promoted to the rank of colonel, and Victor has recommended Oren again." Kong glanced at the newspaper on the table. One article was related to Oren. It was an apology letter from the Arthur Kingdom. Although it was a public apology, Victor had indeed done many shameful things in the South China Sea, using various means to amass wealth, including extortion. At that moment, Sengoku walked in and saw Kong's worried expression, asking, "Is it related to Victor?" "Yes, it is." Kong did not deny it. Sengoku glanced at the newspaper on the table and said, "These are minor issues and not enough to affect stability." In Sengoku's eyes, stabilizing the situation in the sea was the most important thing. His implication was that he could agree to Victor's request. After all, Victor's subordinates in the South China Sea, besides extorting money, did fulfill their duties, maintaining justice and fighting pirates. "Did you come to see me for something?" Kong asked. "I just picked out a candidate." Sengoku handed a report to Kong. Kong looked at the content of Sengoku's report, candidates for the 7 warlords. After reading the report, Kong couldn't help but frown. The 7 warlords were proposed by the world government. The purpose was to use pirates to counterbalance other pirates. This way, the Navy could focus on dealing with Roger and others. However, Kong also found it difficult to accept. Once one becomes a 7 warlord, not only will they be removed from the wanted list, but they will also gain the legal right to plunder. Of course, they can only plunder non-member countries of the world government. They do possess a certain level of deterrence. Kong put down the report and said to Sengoku, "Go invite them." At the end of the year 1494 in the Sea Circle calendar, a matter once again sparked widespread discussion within the Navy. That was Oren's promotion. Under Victor's recommendation, Oren successfully became the commander of Truro Fortress. In just a few months, he went from colonel to brigadier general. Moreover, Oren had no significant military achievements to show. Most of the pirates he caught were minor characters with bounties of only a few million berries, hardly worth mentioning. As another subordinate of Victor, Marta felt envious. Oren's speed of promotion was much faster than his. Marta believed his personal strength was inferior to Oren's, yet Oren was able to rise so quickly. Not only Marta, but other officers in Branch 191 were also envious and jealous, because after Oren's promotion, the Navy in Branch 189 would also receive promotions. "I heard Oren created the Blue Sea Association for Lord Victor and earned his appreciation." Blue Sea Association? What is that? Aimed at purifying the sea. All members are Lord Victor's most devout followers. We are also followers of Lord Victor. It's different. I heard Branch 189 has to shout "Long live Lord Victor" every day. and there are statues and photos of Lord Victor everywhere in the barracks. Everything Lord Victor has said has been compiled into books. Oren is really good at flattery. Otherwise, how could he rise so fast? Maybe he still has a chance to be promoted to Rear Admiral and eventually be transferred to headquarters. At this moment, the officers of Branch 191 were discussing. Oren's rapid success made the officers discover a shortcut. As former subordinates of Victor, they could naturally join the Blue Sea Association. Moreover, purifying the sea was Victor's dream, representing absolute justice. This was not only happening in Branch 191. Even within Branch G1, the Blue Sea Association began to be promoted. The Blue Sea Association aims to purify the evil forces on the sea, making the sea pure and blue. Therefore, joining the Blue Sea Association is not only for promotion and wealth, but also for justice. The heart that plants flowers may not bloom, while the heart that does not care may yield shade. Victor did not expect that the Blue Sea Association created by Oren would expand and grow so rapidly. Now, within the G1 branch, many Navy personnel are eager to join the Blue Sea Association. Of course, Victor is well aware that most of these people are joining for their own future. However, that doesn't matter. He does not care about their motives for following him. What he needs now is power, a large number of followers. The rise of the Blue Sea Association is just right to further expand his influence within the Navy. To highlight the advantages of the Blue Sea Association, Victor promoted a group of members from the Blue Ocean Society, either transferring them to positions with easier promotion opportunities or better. As a result, this gave G1 branch of the Navy a conclusion. Only those who follow Victor and offer loyalty are likely to be promoted. At the same time, efforts were made to enhance the recognition of the Blue Ocean Society. Victor decided to create the badge of the Blue Sea Society. Wearing the Blue Sea Society badge makes it easier to identify members. The Navy Marine emblem features a seagull holding a scale, symbolizing the maintenance of peace and order in the world. Inspired by this, Victor designed the badge of the Blue Sea Society. The design of the badge depicts a vast blue ocean with the words justice above it. This design symbolizes the deep blue sea and the justice of the Blue Sea Society. After the badge was completed, Victor personally wore it. Others, such as Eric, Kennard, Wright, and Connor, also wore the Blue Sea Society badge that day. As Victor placed an order with the factory, more and more Blue Sea Society badges were sent to G1 branch, South Sea Carudo Fortress, Branch 189, Branch 191, and Marinfando Town. An increasing number of sailors began to wear the Blue Sea Society badge. In Marinfando Town, at the Naval Academy, Kazan had just walked into the cafeteria. At that moment, many students were gathered together. They were here to sign up for the Blue Sea Society. Form a line over here. Maintain order. Come to me to receive a form and fill out your information. The noise in the cafeteria caught Kazan's attention, and he looked in the direction of the sound. At that moment, a few tables had banners raised with the message, "Join the Blue Sea Society, purify the evil forces on the sea, and make the ocean pure and blue." The Blue Sea Society? Although Kazan was unfamiliar with the Blue Sea Society, he was impressed by the latter half of the banner's message. Victor had mentioned it in his personal speech before. Kazan. At this moment, a young man approached Kazan from behind. Kazan turned to look at the young man. The young man's name was Thor, and he was from the same class as Kazan. Kazan noticed a badge on Thor's chest. Thor proudly pointed to his badge and said, "I have joined the Blue Sea Society and officially become one of its members." Kazan was not surprised, as Thor admired Victor greatly. Thor had publicly praised Victor's greatness and selflessness more than once. "You should join too," Thor said with a smile. Kazan frowned as he looked at the long line of people and shook his head for now, maybe later. Thor, upon hearing this, did not press further. He knew that Kazan admired Karp. Moreover, Victor's sense of justice was too radical, which Kazan did not quite agree with. Nevertheless, many students signed up, recognizing Victor's sense of justice. If all evil were purified, the sea would regain its tranquility. In the G1 branch, in the commander's office. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Victor shouted toward the door. 3 young men stood before Victor, straightening their bodies and saluting him. The 3 young men stood tall, especially the Blue Sea Society badge on their chests, which shone particularly brightly. Victor said to the 3 young men, "I have something that I need you to do." The 3 young men replied, loudly in unison, "We will definitely complete the task." They were all members of the Blue Ocean Society, so they naturally had to fulfill the orders given by Victor. "Andrew, Rivera, Gallo." Victor looked at the 3 young men and said, "I need you to go to the East Sea, West Sea, and North Sea, and then promote the concept of the Blue Sea Society. To purify the ocean, we need more comrades. Victor said seriously yes. The three young men answered simultaneously. These three young men were from the same cohort as Wright and Connor, and were recommended by Wright. Their strength was relatively weak, and if they stayed in the New World, they were very likely to perish in battle. Therefore, Victor planned to send them to the Four Seas. Controlling the navy of the Four Seas was not an easy task. However, expanding the influence of the Blue Sea Association to the Four Seas and gathering wealth was not a difficult thing to do. Year 1495 of the Sea Round Calendar. Marineford, Naval Headquarters. Victor is promoting the expansion of the Blue Ocean Society and continuously attracting new members. This news is all public, and the senior officials at the Navy headquarters are naturally aware of it. After learning about the goals of the Blue Ocean Society, he did not feel surprised. The persona that Victor has established over the years, along with the current Blue Ocean Club, has provided Crane with a reasonable justification. Victor hates pirates and wants to eliminate all the evil on the sea. Therefore, Victor began to take action. As for forming factions, it wasn't the first time this had happened at the Navy headquarters. At this moment, Carp walked over, sat on the sofa, read the newspaper, and ate the sunbae on the table. Kazan followed behind Carp, having been assigned to intern with him at the beginning of the year. In the newspaper, a photo of a naval colonel capturing a pirate was particularly eye-catching. What caught Carp's attention was not that the colonel had captured a pirate with a bounty of 14 million berries, but that this naval colonel wore the Blue Sea Society badge on his chest. This wasn't the South Sea, nor was it the G1 branch, and certainly not the Navy headquarters. It was in the East Sea. This naval colonel graduated last year and had interned on Carp's ship. If Carp remembered correctly, this colonel should be at the G1 branch, and his rank should be lieutenant. He didn't expect the East Sea to have the Blue Sea Society as well. That guy Victor, Carp mumbled. Saru had also read the newspaper report and said, "That kid's intentions are good." Carp did not respond and continued to read other news. He saw the supernova crocodile and also recognized a familiar face, Douglas Bullitt. Crocodile was well known as he made a name for himself right from the start. His current bounty had reached 82 million berries. As for Bullitt, he was once a member of the Roger Pirates, and his intentions after leaving the ship were unclear. Therefore, the world government was also paying close attention to Bullitt. However, Carp was more concerned about Roger. Capturing Roger was Carp's greatest desire. Carp at that moment. Sengoku walked in and said to Carp, "The Admiral wants to see you." "Got it." Carp stood up and impatiently left the office. "I heard that Vice Admiral Carp is going to be promoted to Admiral." "I've heard that too. It's about time for Vice Admiral Carp to get promoted." "Yeah, Vice Admiral Carp is really impressive." After Carp left, some young people started discussing his promotion. These young people were military academy students preparing to graduate this year, and they had just interned on Carp's ship. Kazan was about to join the discussion when he heard a Rear Admiral speak up. "What are you all thinking about?" The Rear Admiral interrupted and corrected the intern's misconceptions. "Vice Admiral Carp doesn't want to be promoted to Admiral because he has no interest in it. Not because the headquarters won't let him." "Huh?" Upon hearing this, the interns were all stunned. Seeing that the interns were confused, the Rear Admiral added, "Vice Admiral Carp has been refusing promotions for years." Refusing a promotion to Admiral? Kazan was also taken aback, but after reacting, he admired Carp even more. Carp arrived at the Admiral's office. Kong threw the appointment letter from the world government in front of Carp. Without even looking at it, Carp directly refused. Carp said to Kong, "Kong, I have no interest in the Admiral position. I don't want to repeat the same thing to you." Kong glanced at Carp and continued to smoke a cigar. This wasn't the first time Carp had refused a promotion. However, the Navy currently only had two admirals, Sengoku and Zephyr. Zephyr was still focused on training the new generation. The Gorosei had long expressed dissatisfaction with the insufficient combat power of the admirals. Carp sat down, picked up a cigar, and thought that if they needed to increase deterrence, they could look for Victor. Victor's past achievements and combat performance are enough to qualify him for the position of admiral. Khan took a puff of smoke. This matter will naturally be arranged by the five elders. The implication is that Victor's promotion to admiral is a done deal. As for when, that is up to Kong to decide. Carp and Victor are truly two extremes. Victor wants to be promoted, while Carp is quite the opposite. However, although both of them can be a headache, their presence in the Navy does provide some reassurance. At this moment, a naval Rear Admiral hurriedly ran in. "What happened?" "Colonel. The Rear Admiral replied. "Roger and the Golden Lion met at Ever Beach." Kong's expression changed drastically. The Golden Lion has always wanted to find out the whereabouts of ancient weapons from Roger. Therefore, the encounter between the two poses a huge crisis for the world. Go notify Sengoku and have him assemble the fleet. G1 and G5 branches need to gather immediately. Kong reacted in the shortest time possible. Wait, Carp, I still have something to say to you. Kong wanted to advise Carp a few words. However, Carp had already turned around, saying, "That's your business, mine is over." At this time, Kazan and others were waiting outside the marshal's office corridor. "Vice Admiral Carp, you have refused to be promoted to Admiral again." Kazan looked at Carp with admiration. "I want to do things freely, and I don't need a higher position than this," Carp said casually, striding forward. "That's so cool." Kazan showed great excitement. However, Carp didn't care about Kazan's reaction at all. At this point, Carp approached Crane and others. Several naval vice admirals, including Crane, also received the news about Roger and the Golden Lions meeting. Carp took the initiative to say to Crane, "Crane, if you're setting sail, let me go too." Crane looked at Carp in surprise. "You haven't given the order to strike yet, have you?" Then, shaking her head, Crane said, "With you on board, the ship would be destroyed in an instant. I won't let you on." "Don't say that. I must deal with that brat Roger myself." Carp laughed heartily. While Crane and Carp were conversing, Akainu remained silent, walking at the front of the crowd. He was recently transferred back from the New World and has now been promoted to colonel. At this time, Carp had already arrived at the dock. Sengoku was gathering forces at the dock. When Sengoku saw Carp appear and wanted to board his ship, he couldn't help but frown. "Carp, this matter has already been entrusted to me. You shouldn't interfere. Don't worry, the credit is all yours." Carp laughed and boarded the ship with Kazan and others. Damn it, this is a different matter. Although Sengoku was very displeased, he couldn't stop Carp. Fire Fist, Weasel, and others were all very excited to see this scene. Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Carp are teaming up, and there's also Vice Admiral Victor. Roger is definitely no match for them, right? G1 Branch. Victor received a message from headquarters. Since being assigned as the commander of the G1 branch, Victor's number of sorties had decreased. As a commander, it's not appropriate for him to lead the charge. Moreover, Victor's main task was still to track Roger while ensuring the safety of the shipping lanes. Has it finally arrived? Victor knew that this day would eventually come. Moreover, this was his opportunity. After the Battle of Edwall, the Sky Pirate fleet was severely weakened, making it a perfect chance to annihilate them in one go. Victor wanted to rise to power by stepping on the Golden Lion. So, Victor shouted towards Light and Connor. "Pass the order down. All members of G1 branch assemble. G1 branch needs daily patrol routes. Therefore, gathering will take some time." In the year 1495 of the Sea Circle calendar, Shiki finally learned the whereabouts of Roger and his crew. Shiki quickly gathered his fleet, intending to surround Roger. Today, near Edwall Beach, the wind was strong and the waves were fierce. Captain IGG of ship number 7 looked at the Golden Jackson across from him and muttered, "What terrible weather." "Ha ha ha." Carlyle patted Ignaz on the shoulder and said, "It doesn't matter, the enemy only has one ship." Shiki's gathered fleet already had more than 30 ships, while Roger only had one. In comparison, the Flying Sky Pirates held an absolute advantage in terms of ships and manpower. Therefore, from Carlyle's perspective, the Flying Sky Pirates had no chance of losing. Roger. At this moment, Shiki, with a cigar in his mouth, stood at the bow of the ship and shouted towards the Golden Jackson, "I've told you this dozens of times. Although we had many grievances in our youth, let's put the past behind us. You know where the weapon to destroy the world is hidden. With my forces and the perfect plan I've spent years developing, I can immediately control this world. Come on, Roger. Be my right-hand man." Shiki's voice pierced through the wind and waves, clearly reaching the Golden Jackson. Roger and his crew heard it loud and clear. Not only could they hear it clearly, but they could also recognize Shiki. His long golden hair reached the ground, resembling a lion's mane, and his sideburns and beard were also golden and very long, a unique style in the New World. Buggy looked at Shiki and felt afraid every time he faced the Golden Lion. This was a feeling he never had when facing Whitebeard. Was it because Whitebeard wasn't that bad? At this moment, on the Flying Sky Pirate ship number 5, a pirate officer named Flywheel quietly took out a transponder snail in the cabin. The Golden Lion had surrounded Roger. Flywheel's true identity was actually a spy sent by Sengoku to the Flying Sky Pirates. Not only could he locate the spy through the life card fragments on the spy, but he could also create chaos and panic among the enemy at critical moments. Of course, the main purpose was still intelligence gathering. "I understand, you need to be careful." The transponder snail mimicked Sengoku's voice. Flywheel put away the transponder snail and quietly returned to the deck, continuing to monitor Roger and the Golden Lion. At this time, Roger shouted loudly, "Shiki, I'm not interested in ruling. If I can't do as I please, what's the point of being a pirate? No matter how much pressure you put on me, I will refuse your request." Upon hearing Roger's response, Buggy panicked and hugged his head. "Captain, There are dozens of ships on the other side. Shiki stood at the bow and said with a disdainful look, "So you're saying your answer is to let me end your life here?" Dozens of ships attacking one ship. Under the barrage of cannonballs, the Golden Jackson would be turned into a sieve. "What I mean is to wipe you all out." When Roger replied, his eyes flashed with a red light, revealing his murderous intent. Roger was not an easygoing person. "Boys, finish them." The Golden Lion swung the knife in his hand, and dozens of ships approached the Golden Jackson and began firing. "Brothers, take them down." Roger swung the knife in his hand, unafraid. A battle broke out instantly between one ship and over 30 ships. Taking advantage of the battle, Flywheel picked up the transponder snail and contacted Sengoku to inform him of the war breaking out on both sides. However, just as Flywheel finished reporting and was about to return to the deck, the already dark sky suddenly stirred with a fierce wind, raising gigantic waves. The pirate ship Flywheel was on was hit by a giant wave and swallowed. "Flywheel, Flywheel." Sengoku repeatedly tried to contact Flywheel, but couldn't reach him. "What's wrong?" Carp inquired. "I can't get in touch with Flywheel," Sengoku said, looking at the life card fragment in his hand. The life card is a special item found only in the New World. It is neither afraid of water nor fire, made by mixing one's nails into the material. It represents the owner's vitality on paper. Typically, people tear it and give it to relatives or friends about to part ways, and the torn pieces attract each other. The life card shrinks when the owner is weak and returns to its original size when the owner regains health. If the life card turns to ashes, it indicates that the owner is not far from death. At this moment, Carp looked at the life card, which was starting to shrink. Has he been discovered? Sengoku clenched his fists. Sengoku didn't know the situation on site. He could only judge through the life card. Carp fell silent. Being a spy is not easy. Over the years, many spies have sacrificed themselves. They are unsung heroes. At this time, the G1 branch's fleet joined forces with Sengoku's main fleet. Victor boarded the battleship of the Warring States and noticed that the mood was very grim. "General of the Warring States, has something happened?" Victor asked. Sengoku shook his head and did not answer Victor. Sengoku ordered, "The situation has changed. We will go directly to Edwards Beach." "Yes." Victor saluted and then turned to Light and Connor, giving them a look. Light and Connor went to relay the orders. The next morning, brew, 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 brew. At this moment, the phone bug in Sengoku's arms rang. "Hello." Sengoku picked up the phone bug. Kong told Sengoku, "The war between Roger and the Golden Lion has ended." "How is that possible?" Sengoku asked in surprise. Kong said, "They had just started fighting when they encountered terrible weather, and half of the Golden Lion's fleet was destroyed by the waves." Half of the fleet. When Sengoku heard this news, he didn't show any excitement. Kong continued, "Now the Golden Lion and his remaining fleet have retreated, and Roger's group is missing. So, you should retreat as well." "Yes." Sengoku nodded. The Navy and the world government's target is Roger. As for the Golden Lion, he is not the main focus. Moreover, the presence of the Golden Lion can actually help balance the New World. After ending the call, Sengoku summoned all the generals for a meeting. The meeting's content was about retreating. Why retreat? Now that the Golden Lion is severely weakened, isn't it a perfect opportunity to eliminate him? Yes, why retreat? The new generation of the Navy did not understand. They all longed to use their strength to punish evil and uphold justice. At this time, Akainu remained silent. He appeared somewhat sullen. "Are you used to it?" At this moment, Victor approached Akainu. Akainu was now alone. Onizuka and Dogman had been transferred to other units. And Akainu had a gloomy face all day, and no one was willing to talk to him, nor did he actively approach others. Hearing Victor's inquiry, Akainu still remained silent. "Would you like to come to G1? Victor said to Akainu, "I want to do something big, and I need your help." Akainu looked at Victor in confusion. Victor took out a cigarette and handed one to Sakaski. "We are actually the same kind of people, just with different methods." "The same kind of people?" "Of course not." Victor just wanted to strengthen their relationship, so he said some polite words. Sakazuki didn't object and nodded, saying, "I agree with your dream. Purify the sea. Eliminate all evil on the ocean. Absolute justice." Sakazuki agreed with Victor's viewpoint. Victor asked, "So, shall we team up for a while?" "Team up?" Sakaski didn't understand. Victor said, "Don't you think it's a good opportunity to eliminate the Golden Lion now?" Sakazuki nodded. Victor said, "If we join forces along with the troops from the G1 branch, the raid will definitely succeed." Victor considered that if it were just him alone, capturing the Golden Lion would be nearly impossible. However, if he teamed up with Sakarsky, the chances of success will be much higher. "When?" Sakarsky asked. Victor said, "Of course, the faster the better, while they're still weakened." Sakazuki asked, "Then how do we obtain their location?" The territory of the Golden Lion is not fixed. Because of the ability of the Golden Lion's float fruit, he can move at any time. Victor smiled slightly and said, I have my own ways. Sakazaki, seeing Victor's confident demeanor, replied, All right, I agree to join forces with you. Then wait for my news. Victor took out a telephone bug and handed it to Sakazaki, saying, Once I'm ready, I'll contact you. Sakazaki put away the telephone bug and turned to leave. Victor leaned against the ship's railing, gazing out at the sea. The position of the admiral was getting closer to him. The Sky Pirates had lost half of their fleet, and many were seriously injured in the storm. Even the Golden Lion had been wounded. Therefore, the Sky Pirates needed a large amount of medical supplies and materials for ship repairs. In the New World, purchasing a large quantity of medical supplies and repair materials could only be done through the black market of Salati. Victor had previously caused a commotion in the Sarati black market, even severing Callie's left hand. Callie is a typical tough nut who doesn't yield easily. As the king of the New World underground black market, Callie has his principles. If he were to submit to Victor, not only would his business be unable to continue, but he would also lose face. Therefore, the Sky Pirates believe that Callie will not betray them. In the Sarati black market, the Sky Pirates sent several ships. At the dock, boxes of medicine and piles of materials were being loaded onto the ships. Move faster. Be careful not to break the medicine. The pirates of the Sky Pirates were whipping the slaves who were transporting the goods. The black market staff were counting the cash. This time, they were really making a big profit. However, neither the Sky Pirates nor the black market staff noticed that a figure had quietly climbed onto the ship and hidden among the cargo. On the sea, 10 warships were anchored on the surface. At this moment, inside the flagship's cabin, Victor was smoking, waiting for news. Sakaski was sitting to Victor's left. Sakaski had asked for leave from Sengoku and had received approval. Not only Sakaski, but also Ghost Spider and Dogman had taken leave. Is it just us? Ghost Spider asked Victor. Victor replied, We are making a raid. We don't need that many people. The Ghost Spider and Dogman frowned. They both thought the battle plan was too aggressive. Brew, 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 brew. At that moment, the phone bug started ringing. Victor picked up the microphone. Lord Victor, I have found their location. You can come to me following the life card. The phone bug mimicked the voice of a young man. The young man was named Mavai. He was originally a major in the G5 branch and is now a colonel in the G1 branch. Victor said seriously, Well done. Now your only task is to survive. Yes, Mavai replied. After the call ended, Victor said to Connor and Light, Let's go. Yes. Connor and Light went to convey the orders. New World, Alcin Island. From a high altitude, Alcin Island resembles a crescent moon. Since the Rocks Pirates disbanded, the Golden Lion has come to Alcin Island, and it has since been his territory. Now, there are 16 pirate ships in the bay of Alcin Island. The defeat at Edwall Beach caused the Flying Sky Pirates to lose half of their fleet. At this moment, the Golden Lion Shiki has awakened and accepted the fact that a steering wheel is stuck in his head. The steering wheel is embedded too deeply to be removed, making him look like a chicken. Have you found Roger? The Golden Lion asked the man beside him. The man, named Dr. Indigo, had an eccentric appearance and was the mad scientist of the Golden Lion Pirates. Dr. Indigo replied, Not yet, but their situation shouldn't be too good either. Don't underestimate them. That's Roger's ship. Although the Golden Lion held himself in high regard and looked down on people like Bondywald and Ryder Field, he had never underestimated Roger. In his eyes, Roger was the only man qualified to compete with him for world supremacy. Even if he lost to Roger, the Golden Lion did not feel ashamed. Meanwhile, a fleet of 10 large warships was sailing in a line towards Alcin Island, where the Golden Lion was located. Any pirates encountered along the way would be eliminated. After more than 10 days and nights of sailing, Alcin Island finally appeared on the horizon. At this time, Victor said to Sakazuki, You will take the lead and directly attack the port. Are we the bait? Ghost Spider asked with a frown. Is there a problem? Victor asked Sakazuki. Sakazuki coolly shook his head. Then it settled. Victor looked at the sky. Soon, the moon would hide behind the clouds, the perfect moment for an ambush. Under the cover of night, as the moonlight vanished, the port fell silent. The pirates of the Golden Lion pirate crew were either already drunk or gathered to gamble, never considering they could be attacked. They were now the overlords of the New World. Who would dare to strike them? At that moment, dozens of small boats quietly approached, each carrying 20 Navy personnel. Sakazuki was on one of the boats. Ghost Spider and Dogman felt their hearts racing. They knew how dangerous tonight's mission was. Whoosh, whoosh. With 3 signal flares shot into the air, Sakazuki and the others leaped up and charged onto the dock. Kill. Nearly 1,000 Navy soldiers stormed the dock, attacking anyone they saw. Bang, bang. The Navy fired at close range, rows of bullets flew out, and the pirate lackeys hadn't even stood up before they fell to the ground like cut wheat. The ambush was too sudden. What is happening? At that moment, a man with a tangled beard was awakened. The man was named Andre, nicknamed Dirty Beard, and he was the captain of the Golden Lion pirate cruise ship number 19. Captain, the Navy is launching a surprise attack. A panicked pirate rushed in to report to Andre. Hearing this, Andre kicked his subordinate away, grabbed a large machete, and strode outside. Andre quickly spotted Sakazuki. At that moment, Sakazuki's arms had transformed into magma, and around him lay the corpses of pirates, all in horrific states. Kid, I'm going to chop off your head. Andre was furious at the sight. These dead lackeys were all his subordinates. Dirty Beard Andre had a bounty of 300 million berries. Sakazuki said nothing, merely standing there, waiting for Andre to approach. Andre leaped high, his machete infused with haki, and swung down fiercely toward Sakazuki's neck. Sakazuki's head seemed about to be severed. However, Sakazuki remained motionless. Just as the blade was about to strike, Sakazuki moved. Hellhound! A gray-black magma hand shot out. It was too close. Andre had no way to dodge. His head was blown off. Instant kill. Not only the surrounding pirates, but even the Navy personnel were stunned by the scene before them. Sakazuki, merely a colonel, had instantly killed Dirty Beard Andre. Dirty Beard Andre had a bounty of 300 million berries. Let us finish them all off. At that moment, Ghost Spider swung his twin swords, knocking down several people, and shouted loudly. Dogman wore a fierce grin. Nearly 1,000 Navy soldiers quickly pushed forward. Victor was smoking a cigar on the deck, watching the rapidly advancing Navy, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Tonight was destined to be a bloody battle. However, all of this had meaning. Light looked at Victor, unsure of what he was thinking, but Senior Victor would surely not be wrong. As long as he followed Senior Victor, everything would be fine. Tonight's opportunity was fleeting, and everyone had to give their all. Victor knew about the demon fruit ability of the Golden Lion. He should have planned more comprehensively and deployed more troops. However, if too much commotion was created, it would alert the world government. The world government was currently not interested in capturing the Golden Lion. Just like how the world government clearly had the ability to wipe out any force in the world, yet deliberately allowed them to operate freely. Yes, Light stood up straight. The shouts and killings from the port reached the buildings on the island. The Golden Lion impatiently stood up, wondering what was happening. Dr. Indigo replied, "It seems the Navy is attacking." The Navy? Are they seeking death? The Golden Lion sneered and then asked, "How many people came? Did Carp come?" "Soon." A man answered the Golden Lion, "Boss, this time the Navy has only sent 10 warships." 10 warships? The Golden Lion chuckled upon hearing this. With so few people, I could take care of them myself. "Boss, let me go. I will let them know who the master of the new world is." "Boss, I'll take Azura's head for you." "Boss, let me go." The subordinates of the Golden Lion all showed fierce expressions, just by looking at their appearance. One could tell they were a group of tough characters. These people were the elite under the Golden Lion, capable of directly confronting the Roger Pirates, and were extremely strong. They all believed that the commander of the Navy was Sengoku. "Carp, Sengoku, this time I will make them die here." The Golden Lion clenched his fists and grinned, "Boys, welcome to these Navy men well." "Oh," the pirates under the Golden Lion shouted in unison. In most cases, pirates would not choose to confront the Navy head-on. The main reason was that the number, caliber, and accuracy of the cannons on pirate ships were far inferior to those of the Navy. After all, pirates had not received professional training. However, in the New World, most pirates dared to clash with the Navy head-on. This was a legacy left over from the Rocks era. At this time, cannonballs were raining down on the island, shattering the buildings and sending debris flying several meters high. The pirates' counterattack also began. Bang! Bang! Inside the fortress-like buildings on the island, cannonballs were flying towards the sea. The cannonballs hit the warships, causing splinters to fly as the decks were struck, igniting fires. At the same time, bullets whizzed past, making one's teeth chatter. If it were a rookie, they would likely be huddled in some shell hole, scared to the point of wetting their pants. Keep charging. Don't be afraid of death. Triple compensation for death. At this moment, the chief petty officers shouted loudly, urging everyone to continue charging forward. The triple compensation for death was the treatment for today's death squad. Sakazuki, Ghost Spider, and Dogman also heard this. Triple compensation for death. How come I don't know? Hurry, move faster, carry the wounded away. The military doctor shouted from the rear, while also stopping the bleeding of the injured sailors. The Golden Lion had mobilized all his forces, intending to encircle and annihilate the Navy on the beach. Senior, The death toll of the death squad has exceeded 1/3. At this time, Light came to report to Victor. Victor pulled out the most elite troops from the Blue Sea. As a result, in less than an hour of fighting, the casualties exceeded 1/3. Victor's expression remained calm. Second attack team, prepare. Yes. Light followed Victor's orders and continued to fire signal flares into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh. The second round of signal flares exploded in the air. Eric Kennard and others led nearly 3,000 naval soldiers towards the beach. Drive them all into the sea. Take them out. Although the naval suicide squad was fearless, seeing more and more of their comrades die only fueled the pirates' excitement and bloodlust. However, this was Victor's intention, using the suicide squad as bait. It was cruel but effective, igniting the fighting spirit of both sides. Damn it, why are there more and more of them? Ghost Spider's body was already injured in several places. Dogman was in equally bad shape. The strength of the Flying Sky Pirates was indeed not to be underestimated. Bang! At that moment, a man swung a naginata and struck fiercely. Ghost Spider raised his sword to block. After this strike, Ghost Spider's hand holding the sword was left with a cracked palm. Just as the man was about to strike Ghost Spider again, Connor and the others rushed in, attacking the man with dozens of swords. The man's naginata blocked the dozens of swords. Ahaha! The man laughed heartily, revealing a fierce expression. The man's face was quite recognizable, with a conical shape, resembling a bamboo shoot, and he had long arms and legs. He was a hybrid of the Long-Arm tribe and the Long-Leg tribe. His name was Black. With a bounty of 440 million berries, captain of the 11th ship. Before joining the Flying Sky Pirates, he was already a notorious pirate. Today, he could finally kill to his heart's content. Black swung his naginata, and with just one slash, nearly 100 Navy soldiers were sent flying. The third attack team will land in 10 minutes. Victor continued to issue orders. Light responded with an MM and prepared to fire the signal flare after 10 minutes. All right, I'll leave this to you, Victor said, stepping lightly into the air. At this moment, pirates began to return one after another to report to the Golden Lion. One of them had scorch marks on his body. Boss, our 15th ship has been wiped out, including the captain, by a naval colonel. Hearing this, the Golden Lion couldn't help but frown. Who on earth could have taken out the captains of 3 ships in succession? Just then, a short and stout captain nearby suddenly raised his sniper rifle and aimed at the sky. He was the captain of the 5th ship, named Dolan, who had the observation hockey since birth. Bang! As Dolan pulled the trigger, the bullet flew into the sky. Raging Foot, crescent moonstrike. In the air, Victor kicked out a milky white crescent-shaped slash downwards. The slash hit the bullet, shattering it before continuing towards Dolan. At that moment, the Golden Lion suddenly drew his sword. Wave slash. The Golden Lion unleashed a massive sword energy with his sword. As a great swordsman of the sea, his slash was powerful enough to cut through hundreds of kilometers of ocean. At this moment, the sword energy struck Victor's kick. The 2 slashes collided in midair. Boom! The earth was cleaved apart. Dolan leaped back, narrowly avoiding it. However, the attack came too quickly, and his subordinates nearby couldn't dodge in time, getting cut down by the crescent-shaped slash. The Golden Lion didn't care about the lives of his subordinates. He looked up at the sky, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise and curiosity. At this moment, Victor stepped lightly and looked at the Golden Lion. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, resembling a volcanic eruption. Hundreds of pirates were blasted away by the magma. At the same time, the enormous magma fist continued to thunder towards the Golden Lion. Another Logia user. The Navy is really full of vigor this year. The Golden Lion didn't even look. He raised his hand, twisted his wrist, and slashed. Sakura 10 slash struck the magma fist. The Golden Lion stood still. The once unstoppable magma giant fist couldn't advance any further. Sakazuki looked coldly at the Golden Lion. Ha ha ha! The Golden Lion laughed heartily, and sword energy burst from the blade, slicing through the magma giant fist and rushing towards Sakazuki. Sakazuki immediately sidestepped to avoid the attack, but his cheek was still grazed, leaving a cut. The Golden Lion sneered, "Kid, you're still too young. The world of the strong is too early for you." Sakazuki remained expressionless, not even caring about his injury. However, the Golden Lion was equally concerned about Sakazuki. His gaze remained fixed on Victor in the sky. Victor's slash could break through his sword energy. For the Golden Lion, Victor posed a greater threat. However, Sakazuki was not angry for being underestimated. On the contrary, Sakazuki was sneering inwardly. Those who underestimated him had all been killed in a single blow. Sakazuki quickly charged towards the Golden Lion. Shave. Whoosh. Sakazuki disappeared from his original position when he was 50 meters away from the Golden Lion. He needed to get close enough within the attack range of the Hellhound and then burst forth suddenly. At the same time, Victor also began to dive from the air. He stepped on the moonwalk and accelerated towards the ground. Let's see what happens. The Golden Lion grinned savagely and, at an extremely fast speed, slashed towards the direction of Sakazuki and Victor. Lion Thousand Cuts Valley. In the blink of an eye, the Golden Lion unleashed dozens of slashes. The ground was cut open. Sakazuki had to dodge the attacks. Paper drawing against the wind. Victor began to control his body, dodging attacks in the air. However, the Golden Lion's assault was not over yet. The previous quick slashes had only slowed down Victor and Sakazuki, preventing them from approaching easily. Next, the Golden Lion flew almost along the ground, charging towards Sakazuki. I'll take you down first. The Golden Lion gripped Sakuragi and Mikuro, his armed color hockey wrapping around the dual blades, and without hesitation, he slashed at Sakazuki. Sakazuki showed no signs of panic, but he still chose to evade. The blade grazed across Sakazuki's chest, slicing it open and splattering blood. However, Sakazuki quickly steadied his feet, and, at the same time, his right palm shot out. A gray palm, emitting black smoke, shot out at high speed, crashing towards the Golden Lion's head. The Golden Lion did not dodge, but instead blocked the incoming palm with another blade. Kid, you're quite cunning. The killing intent was evident in the Golden Lion's eyes. He had intended to kill Sakazuki first, but almost fell victim to Sakazuki's sneak attack. Luckily, he was at the peak of his condition. His physique, speed, power, stamina, and reaction time were all in their best state. Moreover, having fought alongside strong opponents for years, the Golden Lion had a strong combat instinct. It was a pipe dream for Sakazuki to think he could take down the Golden Lion in one hit with a sneak attack. However, before the Golden Lion could attack again, a crescent-shaped slash came from behind him. The Golden Lion floated backward, narrowly avoiding the attack. Don't forget, we're 2 against 1 now, Victor said calmly. The Golden Lion let out a cold snort. Boss, we are here to support you. At that moment, a group of people ran over. Leading them were Captain Finner of ship number 1, Captain Graham of ship number 2, Captain Pa of ship number 3, Captain Angie of ship number 4, and Captain Doran of ship number 5. Victor fell to the ground, looking at the Golden Lion with an expressionless face as he said, Sakazuki, you need to help me deal with them. The Ghost Spider and Dogman felt a surge of tension and panic in their hearts. The captains of the Golden Lion pirates each had bounties exceeding 300 million, especially Captain Finner of the first ship, Captain Graham of the second ship, Captain Pass of the third ship, and Captain Angie of the fourth ship. Their bounties were all over 1 billion berries. If Kizaru were present, he would definitely pretend to be frightened upon hearing this. After all, the opponents were not just one person, and they all possessed formidable strength. That Magma Kid is up to you, the Golden Lion said to Victor, looking at Finner and the others. Sakazuki was surrounded by a group of people. His task today was not only to serve as bait, but also to withstand the assault of a group of people, buying time for Victor to have a chance to duel the Golden Lion. However, Sakazuki was not afraid. Angie, wielding a pair of twin swords, was the first to charge at Sakazuki. The armed hockey wrapped around his swords, striking fiercely. The blade was quick. A moment of hesitation could lead to decapitation. Sakazuki leaped backward. At the moment the twin swords slashed through the air, bang. A bullet wrapped in armed hockey grazed Sakazuki's cheek. If he had chosen to attack Angie just now, Dolong's bullet would have shot him dead. Before Sakazuki landed, 2 clusters of vines suddenly sprouted from the ground, wrapping around his feet like pythons. The vines were infused with armed hockey, preventing Sakazuki from moving. A 100-style punch. At that moment, Graham launched a powerful punch straight at Sakazuki. The shockwave from the punch came crashing toward him. Sakazuki raised his left hand, transforming it into magma. Boom! Their fists collided solidly. However, at the moment of contact, Graham was knocked back nearly 100 steps. This guy is so strong. While Graham was shocked, a figure had already appeared behind Sakazuki. It was Captain Finner of the first ship, wielding a massive scythe. The Grim Reaper's scythe meant death. Finner swung the scythe, aiming to cleave Sakazuki in 2. In a flash, Sakazuki surprisingly did not dodge or evade, allowing the scythe of death to slice through his body. Sakazuki's body split in half. As the upper and lower halves separated, dark red magma could be seen. At that moment, Finner's eyes widened. He had fought with users of the natural-type devil fruit before. Those idiots, relying on their natural abilities, thought they were invincible. He could easily disembowel them with his scythe wrapped in armed hockey. But why wasn't Sakazuki bleeding? At this point, Sakazuki's half-body was flying in the air, while his left and right hands each shot out magma claws. The gray-black magma claws slammed toward Finner's face and toward Pass in the distance. Sakazuki already knew that it was Pass using his ability to temporarily trap him. All of this happened in an instant. Pass reacted quickly, immediately dodging to the side. Finner tilted his head, but his right cheek was still grazed by the magma claw, nearly losing half his face. Although Dolan's bounty was slightly lower, at 860 million berries, the 5 of them working together had nearly killed 2 people. Fortunately, their reactions were quick enough and cautious enough. At this moment, the magma merged in one place, reassembling into human form. Sakazuki coldly looked at the people around him, then beckoned them with his hand, signaling them to continue. This was undoubtedly a provocative gesture, showing that he did not take Finner and the others seriously at all. Meanwhile, the battle between Victor and the Golden Lion officially begins. The Golden Lion is indeed very strong, definitely more powerful than Raidfield. At this moment, the Golden Lion has taken to the air. The Golden Lion himself is a user of the float fruit, and aerial combat is absolutely advantageous for him. Seeing this, Victor also leaped into the air with a moonwalk. However, the Golden Lion unleashed a series of sword energies in the air. Whoosh, 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 the sword energies sliced past Victor. If it weren't for Victor's quick speed allowing him to dodge in time, he would have been cut into many pieces by now. Can he dodge this time? The Golden Lion sneered, then dove down from the sky, his expression arrogant and domineering, as he swung the withered wood and Sakura 10 fiercely towards Victor. Victor just narrowly avoided the sword chi, and now he couldn't dodge again. Then he would block it. Victor raised his arms, which were wrapped in armament hockey. The twin blades struck against Victor's arms. Ha ha ha, then let's see what you got. Victor and the Golden Lion fell directly from a high altitude to the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire island shook, stirring up dust and debris. As the dust settled, a massive crater with a diameter of several hundred meters appeared. The crater was at least 100 meters deep. Centered around the crater, cracks emerged in the surrounding ground, spreading out in all directions, as if to convey to everyone the immense damage it had just endured, and that it was on the brink of collapse. Ha ha! The Golden Lion sneered. Looking at Victor, you are stronger than calm. Stronger than all of you. As soon as Victor finished speaking, the surrounding soil, rock layers, and distant trees all floated up. Young man, I admit you are strong, but you lack respect for my power. The Golden Lion's voice had barely faded when he used the ability of the float fruit to lift the entire ground, transforming it into multiple earthen mounds shaped like lion heads, rolling towards Victor. This is something I should say to you. Victor snorted coldly, then punched fiercely at a mound shaped like a lion's head. Bang! The lion's head-shaped mound, hundreds of meters tall, was actually blown apart by Victor's punch. In the instant when the earth and trees exploded, the Navy and pirates on the island all suffered. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Although Victor and Golden Lion did not do it intentionally, the distant Navy and pirates were not there to spectate either. However, they were all within a combat zone. Monsters like Victor and the Golden Lion have a battle area that covers the entire island. Even distant warships and pirate ships are hard to escape from their reach. I don't know whose fists are harder, yours or Carp's. When Victor shattered the last mound of dirt shaped like a lion's head, the Golden Lion had already taken to the air. The dirt mound that Victor smashed was reassembling in the air with even larger clumps of earth and stone. The terror of the Golden Lion lies in his abilities. As long as the Golden Lion has stamina, he can use his powers indefinitely. It seems you want to outlast me in stamina. Victor saw through the intentions of the Golden Lion. After speaking, Victor underwent a tremendous transformation. In front of the Golden Lion, Victor transformed into a 30-meter tall giant. Was he trying to become a target by getting this big? The Golden Lion had fought with the Warring States multiple times and knew the power of the Phantom Beasts, but he was not afraid at all. His swordsmanship, combined with the abilities of his float fruit, kept him undefeated. You're really talkative. In his Titan form, blue and white lightning tattoos appeared on Victor's body. Soon, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Thunder rumbled within the clouds, and electric snakes slithered, causing unease. It felt as if a destructive energy was coalescing. Suddenly, a branch-like white lightning split the sky and struck down directly towards Victor. Victor's expression was calm. Under the gaze of the Golden Lion, he reached out with his right hand as if grasping at the void and surprisingly caught the lightning. Then, the lightning condensed into a long spear of electricity. The crackling lightning spear emitted a deafening hum. Divine punishment. Victor directly threw the thunder spear into the air. This nearly 50-meter-long spear shot towards the Golden Lion with a terrifying momentum. The Golden Lion's eyes narrowed, and he quickly sidestepped to avoid it. However, after passing by the Golden Lion, the thunder spear suddenly turned around and flew back. The Golden Lion no longer dodged, but faced the electric spear head-on, swinging his sword down fiercely. The armed hockey-wrap Sakura 10 slash struck the thunder spear. It didn't break as imagined. Instead, at the moment the blade made contact with the thunder spear, it exploded. The violent electric energy erupted, and the Golden Lion was blown away by the shockwave produced by the explosion. Although he quickly regained his balance, his hair and clothes were left with scorched marks. "Is this your ability?" The Golden Lion stared at Victor, encountering such a strange power for the first time. "This is divine authority, the power of God." Victor's eyes were filled with pride as he replied. As one of the Titan gods, they possessed divine status and wielded divine power. This divine power granted them the ability to control elements such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. They could control any element of the world. Mythical Zoan types always had some bizarre abilities. The Golden Lion snorted coldly. He knew that Kaido had also obtained the fish fruit, mythical Zoan type, in the form of an azure dragon, allowing him to transform into a divine dragon, use heat breath, spit out wind blades, and manipulate thunder and lightning. Besides the ability to control elements, the more troublesome aspect was that mythical Zoan types could enhance the host's physique, granting them terrifying recovery capabilities. Originally, the Golden Lion wanted to use the power of the float fruit to exhaust Victor to death. However, now the Golden Lion had to change his strategy. Among strong individuals of their caliber, battles could be categorized into two types, one that fought to the death and another that knew when to stop. The former would never give up until a victor was determined, while the latter could end when it was enjoyable. Just like when Roger encountered Whitebeard and Carp. Both sides fought passionately and then tacitly stopped, each retreating. The Golden Lion spread his arms wide. Meanwhile, under his control, the floating earth mounds and giant rocks around him also floated in the air, condensing into a supermassive lion at an altitude of 1,000 meters. This supermassive lion was hundreds of meters tall, several kilometers long, and weighed over several billion tons. If this supermassive lion fell, it would sink the entire island. Lions might. The lion's head opened its jaws and fiercely slammed down towards Victor. "Run! The captain has gone mad." Some pirates from the Flying Sky Pirates rushed in all directions. The Golden Lion was unpredictable. If angered, he would kill indiscriminately. In the Golden Lion's eyes, the lives of his subordinates were insignificant. There was no time. How could they possibly escape? "It's over. We'll be wiped out too." Within the Flying Sky Pirates, some pirates looked despairingly at the sky. That supermassive lion would destroy everything. The entire island would be sunk. A sense of despair began to spread. Even the Navy felt it, whether mentally or physically. The giant lion above was absurdly huge. However, at that moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from Victor. It was as if a divine figure had descended, shining brilliantly like the sun. As the supermassive lion descended, a cold light burst forth from Victor's eyes. He stood still, unmoving. Did he really think he could withstand it alone? What a madman! The Golden Lion sneered. The moment Victor's hands touched the enormous lion, his entire body was infused with Conqueror's Haki. At the same time, a golden light illuminated the surroundings, making it almost impossible for those nearby to open their eyes, while also dispelling the darkness. Ghost Spider, Dogman, and others were witnessing Victor's ability for the first time. However, they believed it to be of the same type as Sengoku's. The ground beneath Victor was rumbling, collapsing under the pressure of hundreds of billions of tons. Large sections of rock layers cracked and completely collapsed in the blink of an eye. The entire island was in the process of crumbling. However, the Golden Lion had already lost control of the lion. Because he found an opportunity, the Golden Lion held his swords tightly, continuously infusing Conqueror's Haki into his dual swords, which turned a deep, inky black, even shining with light. The black blades were not forged, but refined by the swordsman through countless battles. Any sword could become a black blade. As a man standing at the peak of combat power in the world, the Golden Lion's dual swords were no exception. The so-called Black Blade refers to a sword that has been infused with Conqueror's Haki for an extended period, causing the blade to turn black, becoming more resilient and sharper. It can even enhance the quality of the sword, just like Ryuma's Black Blade, Shusui, and Mihawk's Black Blade were forged. Lord Victor, Sr., Light, Connor, Eric, and others exclaimed in surprise. Victor actually lifted the lion by himself, preventing it from falling directly down. Chitanova. However, Victor did not hear their shouts. He continued to channel his armed color haki into the lion. This was a deadly strike powered by the full force and haki of his body, possessing world-destroying power, akin to a supernova explosion, a technique of large-scale destruction. The surface of the lion appeared with numerous cracks. Bang! With a loud explosion, the lion's shell shattered like an egg, revealing countless golden rays from the cracks. Under the golden light, the lion was smashed into stone debris and dust. The several-kilometer-long lion began to dissolve from its center. At the same time, the golden light covered the sky, painting it in a golden hue, bringing hope to everyone. It wasn't over yet. However, the golden lion had already completed its charge in the air. A cold gleam flashed in the golden lion's eyes, and a cruel smile appeared on its lips as it dove down. With its dual swords slashing forward, the lion's rear half was cut open, starting from the tail. The sword energy pierced through the entire lion, heading straight for Victor. Victor raised his arm, wrapped in armed haki, to block the sneak attack of the sword energy. But this was not the end. Under the shocked gazes of the pirates and the navy, the golden lion charged out from the lions and fiercely swung his sword at Victor. Victor can only raise his right arm to defend. The golden lion has already gained the upper hand, and Victor can only passively respond for now. Victor's arm was covered in armament haki, like a steel plate. It immediately collided violently with the armament haki on the golden lion's sword. Zzz. The armament haki was rubbing against each other fiercely, producing a sharp metallic screech as if metal was scraping against steel. At the same time, a large number of sparks flew out. Moments ago, both the navy and the pirates who were engaged in battle instinctively stopped, their mouths agape, as they watched this shocking scene. However, this strike was just the beginning. The golden lion's sword swung faster. Before the cold light even reached Victor's face, the blade had already sliced across his chest. A spray of blood shot out. Victor remained expressionless. The golden lion sneered. No matter how strong Victor was, he had already been drained of a significant amount of haki. Now, Victor could only defend in parts. If he covered his entire body with armament haki, it would consume even more of his energy. Another sword slashed across Victor's abdomen, blood spraying out. Victor actually didn't dodge or evade. Was it too late to avoid it? Ghost Spider, Dogman, and the others thought to themselves. However, it was also normal not to be able to dodge. After all, Victor had just expended so much of his and should be physically exhausted. The strength of the golden lion was suffocatingly powerful. Ghost Spider and Dogman believed that facing the golden lion head-on, they might not even be able to withstand a single blow. Sakaski took a quick glance, then shifted his attention back to Angie and the others. He believed Victor could handle the golden lion. When they were in school together, Victor always succeeded in what he set out to do. This time would be no exception. In less than a second, Victor's body was already slashed multiple times, blood spraying several meters high. Even with the Phantom Beast, it was still too much of strain. He had just forcefully shattered that lion, consuming too much stamina, if it weren't to protect us. At this moment, tears welled up in Light, Connor, and others' eyes. They all believed Victor was fighting for them. 6 Styles 8 gates of Duinjia, Rest Gate open. Rest Gate open. Victor did not dodge because he had exhausted his strength, but rather he was luring the enemy. He wanted the golden lion to appear before him. By showing weakness to the enemy, he could capture the golden lion. At this moment, Victor had adjusted his breathing and used life rebirth to open the rest gate. Opening the rest gate allowed him to lift the fatigue limit and overexploit his body's energy to recover stamina. Just now, Victor was able to release so much imposing aura because he had a way to restore his stamina. At this moment, Victor's stamina was rapidly recovering. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and the killing intent in his eyes was evident. Just as the golden lion was about to continue swinging his sword, he sensed something was wrong, but it was already too late. Titan burst. As Victor struck the golden lion again with his body, he unleashed a powerful punch toward the lion's chest. This punch was immensely powerful, capable of turning the earth upside down. Bang! The punch embedded deeply into the golden lion's body, causing its chest to cave in, and its upper body to deform as it was sent flying thousands of meters away. Bang, 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 bang. The golden lion's body crashed through dozens of mountain peaks before finally coming to a stop. Poof! The golden lion felt a sweetness in its throat and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Victor's fist struck him hard. The armament haki penetrated his chest, damaging his heart and lungs. The blow was too sudden. Victor used an eye for an eye approach, catching the golden lion off guard. At that moment, Victor had already caught up. He leaped into the air, and blue tattoos glowed on his body, controlling the wind element. He granted the Titan the ability to fly as well. Boom! Victor's heavy punch landed with great force against the mountain wall where the Golden Lion was situated. The Golden Lion raised his twin swords to defend himself. The punch shattered the mountain wall, burying the Golden Lion beneath the rubble. However, the Golden Lion was not so easily defeated. He was someone who could break his own legs and forcefully escape from a prison in the advancing city. With a low roar of awe, the Golden Lion's body erupted with terrifying armed color hockey. The mountain wall pressing down on him was instantly blown away by the hockey. You guys really can take a beating. However, the more you resist, the more I can showcase my strength. Golden Lion, let me step on you and ascend to the position of Admiral, Victor said, raising his fist once again to strike. Titan's horn. Victor's fist emitted a dazzling golden light. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the golden shockwave swept in like a tide. The Golden Lion raised his twin swords in defense. The Golden Lion's feet skidded across the ground, plowing 2 deep furrows. The area traversed by the Golden Lion was engulfed by the golden shockwave. Rocks were crushed into powder, dissipating into the air. Poof! The Golden Lion spat blood again. He underestimated Victor's resolve and combat experience. He never expected Victor to be even more treacherous than Akainu. As Victor lunged forward again, the Golden Lion chose not to clash head-on, but instead flew into the air. The sky was his domain. He was the king of aerial combat. Moonwalk. Stormy clouds roll. Victor soared into the sky, quickly chasing the Golden Lion. At this moment, the Golden Lion reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. Suddenly, the Golden Lion turned around and dove down. Victor was not the least bit surprised to see the Golden Lion diving down. The Golden Lion had spent his whole life ruined by Roger. If it weren't for capturing Roger, he wouldn't have lost half of his fleet. If it weren't to save Roger, he wouldn't have single-handedly ventured into Marineford, clearly having a chance to escape, yet he fought to the end against Sengoku and Garp. The current Golden Lion was in a state of intelligence online. He knew that aerial combat was his advantage, and he also knew he was injured, making it difficult to defeat Victor. He could only rely on aerial combat to wear him down. A fierce light flashed in Victor's eyes, and then his armed color hockey covered his entire body, as if he were wearing a suit of black armor. How could he still have so much hockey? The Golden Lion was also very surprised. Victor is still maintaining his Titan form, which is a towering 30 meters, to cover his entire body with armament hockey. The consumption must be immense, right? Won't his stamina be exhausted? The Golden Lion doesn't understand Victor's martial arts, and he certainly doesn't grasp the uniqueness of the rest gate. In the state of opening the rest gate by increasing the body's burden, he exchanges it for infinite stamina. Of course, the premise of infinite stamina is that the body can withstand the overload. Titans are divine beings from mythology, and their bodies can naturally endure it. Lion's thousand cuts. The Golden Lion unleashes a series of slashes, sending sword waves down towards Victor. Victor did not dodge, but chose to endure the hit. Blood gushed out. However, despite the injury, he had already closed the distance to the Golden Lion. At that moment, blue and white lightning tattoos lit up on Victor's body once again. Titan stab. The blue and white lightning coiled around Victor's fingers. Immediately, Victor fired a series of finger guns, concentrating a beam of blue and white lightning at a single point, shooting it towards the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion's body was pierced by lightning in multiple places. The two of them were getting closer, exchanging injuries once again in the process. Victor is not afraid of injuries. The more he changes, the more he gains. The beast species has an innate advantage in withstanding blows. Finally, the Golden Lion arrived behind Victor as he wished, and before Victor could turn around, he swiftly swung his dual swords. A cut was made from Victor's neck, blood splattering in the air, turning into a rain of blood. The giant was a target in the air. The Golden Lion secretly mocked Victor's clumsiness. However, Victor reached out with his left hand into the void, instantly stirring up a gust of azure wind. As a user of the float fruit, the Golden Lion could make his body float and fly quickly. But flying objects are still affected by the wind, and the Golden Lion was no exception. At this moment, the azure wind caused the Golden Lion to lose balance momentarily. Victor seized the opportunity to adjust himself. He turned around and launched a powerful punch. Iron fists against dual swords. One side sword could slice through the ocean, while the other's fists could shatter the earth. Bang, bang, bang. Victor unleashed a series of heavy punches in an instant. Each punch landed solidly on the Golden Lion. As the two passed each other, the Golden Lion gritted his teeth, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. But all he had in his eyes was a killing intent. He swung his sword with his right hand, fiercely chopping down towards Victor. Armament. Victor is not anxious. He reinforced his right arm with armament hockey and confronted head-on. This is terrifying. Lord Victor is so strong. Lord Victor. Go, Lord Victor. The Marines below the island have completely become spectators, cheering for Victor with their loudest voices. However, at this moment, neither Victor nor the Golden Lion has the mind to listen to the noisy sounds below. Whether it's Victor or the Golden Lion, they both have to adopt an all-out mentality to defeat their opponents. This is the world of the strong. Any act of underestimating the enemy will lay the groundwork for one's own failure. Victor and the Golden Lion fought from the ground to the sky, and then from the sky to the ground. The injuries on both of them continued to increase. On the other side, Sakazuki was facing the onslaught of the flying pirates officers, and his wounds were also multiplying. Fortunately, because of Victor's desperate battle, the morale of the Navy was boosted. Now, the Navy has begun to suppress the flying pirates in terms of morale. In the past, the pirates of the flying pirates believed that the Golden Lion was invincible. However, this was the first time they saw the Golden Lion so severely injured. Kid, I indeed underestimated you. But don't think you have already won. The Golden Lion had to admit that Victor was stronger than he had imagined. I told you, I will use you as a stepping stone to ascend to the position of Admiral. Victor finished speaking and raised his arm, his right fist radiating a dazzling golden light. The Golden Lion gritted his teeth and swung his sword with both hands. Having roamed the seas for many years and experienced countless fierce battles, the Golden Lion had no reason to hold back now that it was a fight to the death. He swung his twin swords toward the golden shockwave. Then, the shockwave collided with the sword wave. With a bang, the resulting explosion kicked up a cloud of dust. Victor stood still, while the Golden Lion retreated nearly 100 meters before barely coming to a stop. He was injured and unable to exert his full strength, with damaged lung lobes. Every breath he took was extremely painful. If it were an ordinary person, they would have long since struggled to breathe and perished without fighting. Only a monster-level powerhouse could endure to this point. The lion glared fiercely at Victor, saying, "Your strength is not inferior to Carp's. Don't compare me to anyone. I am stronger than all of them," Victor said expressionlessly, and then he stepped forcefully. The 30-meter-tall Titan giant actually used its speed to come right in front of the Golden Lion. "I'm going to rise above all of you." Victor appeared in front of the Golden Lion, and as he spoke, his right foot kicked out like an axe, striking fiercely. At the same time, Marin Vondo, the naval headquarters, Kong, and others were in the office, having received the news that Victor was leading the G1 branch of the Navy to attack the Golden Lion. They were stunned that he had launched an operation without reporting to the headquarters. Victor's unauthorized actions have shaken the Naval High Command. Moreover, the person involved in this operation is actually Sakazuki. Sakazuki has always been taciturn and obedient to orders, earning the admiration of Sengoku and others. Not long ago, under the orders of the Five Elders, Sakazuki obtained the magma fruit, while Borsellino received the glint fruit. It's unclear how the battle is going. Even if the G5 branch goes to support now, they won't make it in time. Sengoku is pacing back and forth in the war conference room. So far, he only knows that both sides have started fighting, but he is unaware of the current battle situation. Carp is eating senbei and, smiling, says, "Don't worry. Both Victor and Borsellino are very powerful. Although Victor can be a bit extreme, his strength is still formidable. Victor is a born monster. His strength and combat talent seem to be innate." Sengoku replied gravely, "I hope so. Can the G1 branch really defeat the Flying Sky Pirates?" Amid Sengoku's concerns, the battle had unknowingly lasted nearly 3 hours. The sea was filled with corpses and the wreckage of ships. The originally golden beach was now stained red with blood. At this moment, Victor had, and the continuous fighting had increased the burden on his body. If he continued to maintain the open rest gate state, his body would not be able to withstand the consumption before Golden Lion fell. In contrast, Golden Lion's hands, gripping the twin swords, were trembling, with blood dripping down the sword handles and along the blades. Moreover, his clothes had already been dyed red. Victor's armed color hockey is causing internal damage to him, and now every pore is bleeding. As the blood flows out, his strength is rapidly depleting. "You can't hold on any longer, can you?" Victor stopped attacking and instead pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. The cigarette pack had become soft from being soaked in blood and sweat. Victor lit a cigarette and enjoyed smoking it. However, the moment he lit the cigarette, a murderous aura came rushing in. Boom! In the moment Victor tilted his head to dodge, a loud crash was heard. A man was seen being pressed into the ground by Victor. His head was like a crushed watermelon, with brain matter, blood, yellow, white, red. It was a brutal scene that made one nauseous. I had just lit a cigarette. Victor calmly raised his hand and continued to smoke. The man who had just been killed was the captain of the 26th ship of the Flying Pirates. He was skilled in assassination and surprise attacks. As a result, he failed. "I'll smash your head." At that moment, a man with an iron chain and a black iron ball hanging from it approached. "It seems my subordinates still can't stop you." Victor looked at the man in front of him, then tilted his head to glance into the distance. The battle was still intense, with people collapsing from time to time. Akainu, Spider Demon, Dogman, and others had their clothes stained red with blood, and the word justice on their backs seemed even more intimidating after being soaked in red. Vidoa is the captain of ship number 11 and has a bounty of 521 million berry. Vidoa was born in the North Sea and came to the New World 5 years ago. He voluntarily joined the Flying Sky Pirates and believes that the Golden Lion can become the king of the world. "Vidoa, his head is mine. Don't think you can compete with me." Plural. At this moment, 2 men appeared. One man held 2 handguns in his hands and carried a machete on his back. The other man slung a bloodied wild sword over his shoulder. Plural, the captain of ship number 9, has a bounty of 540 million berries. Cook, the captain of ship number 13, has a bounty of 450 million berries. The 3 of them saw the Golden Lion injured and noticed Victor showing signs of exhaustion. So they thought of coming over to claim credit. One reason was to help the Golden Lion, and the other was that after killing Victor, their names would spread across the world. "You can come at me together. It doesn't make a difference to me whether you come one by one or all 3 at once," Victor replied, his fingers pinching a bloody cigarette. "Don't waste time talking to him. Just kill him." The Golden Lion took the opportunity to catch his breath. "Don't underestimate me." Widow widened his eyes, shaking the iron chains with all his might. The iron ball and the chains swung flexibly in his hands, spinning like a terrifying whirlwind. Victor took a half puff of smoke into his lungs, dodging the iron ball for Vittoria. Before Vittoria could retract the iron ball, Victor had already stepped onto the chain. No matter how hard Vittoria pulled and dragged, the iron ball remained completely still. What great strength! Vidova was shaken to the core. Victor, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked at Pearl and Cook and said, "Stop staring. Go to hell." Cook leaped up, raising his knife above his head, even hiding it behind him. This was his way of building momentum. He could increase the power of his slash by bending his body. However, before he could swing his knife, Victor kicked the iron ball away. The iron ball dragged Vidua and crashed heavily into Pearl. In the pirate world, rather than saying that admirals and the 4 emperors are on the same level of combat power, it's more accurate to say that only those who step into this level of strength are qualified to be called strong. As for the so-called vice admirals, stars, and calamities, in front of true powerhouses, they can basically be knocked away with a single punch. The difference between them and ordinary people is that after being knocked away, they can still get up and take a few more hits. For example, Marco and Queen both have been beaten by monsters but still stood up full of vitality. During the Marineford War, Akainu knocked away a commander of the Whitebeard Pirates with 1 punch. Even Marco couldn't block his strike. At this moment, Victor's strength brought a wave of despair to Vidua and Pearl. Cook raised his dual guns, with armament hockey wrapping around the bullets, and was about to fire. Suddenly, Victor vanished. Cook's observation hockey predicted that Victor would attack head-on, and he wanted to dodge. However, Victor's fist arrived at his face faster, directly smashing into his chest. With a crack, a rib was shattered, and Cook's entire body leaned back, blood spewing from his mouth. "Your reaction is good, but unfortunately, your speed is too slow, and your body's strength is lacking." Victor teased as he sidestepped Vidor's vengeful strike, and then raised his leg to kick Vidor in the abdomen. This kick sent Vidor flying. However, Victor did not pursue the attack. Instead, he stopped and turned to look at Pearl, a mocking smile in his eyes. As if to ridicule Pearl, "You are a coward." Anger flashed across Pearl's face as he charged at Victor, wielding a wild machete with both hands. But Victor showed no signs of tension or fear. He even scoffed dismissively. Overconfident, he vanished from his spot, disappearing in front of Pearl, only to reappear behind him in the next moment, delivering a palm strike to Pearl's shoulder, deforming it. A scream escaped Pearl's lips as he clutched his left shoulder, kneeling on one knee in unbearable pain. Victor's right hand not only crushed Pearl's scapula, but also infused it with armed color hockey, destroying the blood vessels, muscles, bones, and nerves. At the same time, Akainu's battle could only be described as brutal. The cadres of the Golden Lion did not collapse. Although Victor was strong, They believed that no matter how strong he was, there would be a moment when he would exhaust his strength. As long as they held on, once Victor lost his stamina, it would be their best chance to win. Moreover, during this process, the Golden Lion could also recover some stamina. Victor knew their thoughts, but he had no intention of showing mercy to these guys. After Pearl was eliminated by Victor, Cook and Vidova also met a bad end. None of them were particularly fast. At this moment, Akainu also sent Angie flying. How many times had he sent Angie flying? Akainu hadn't kept track. After landing, Angie spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already dazed and couldn't think at all. If it weren't for his companion's help, he would have been killed by Akainu long ago. The situation was similar for the others. Although the Flying Sky Pirates had a significant numerical advantage, it was difficult for them to suppress Akainu after the Golden Lion was severely injured. At such times, they had to rely on their wits to fight. They had to find a way to break through. At this moment, the Golden Lion stood up again. He looked at the many subordinates killed by Victor, with no hint of sadness or reluctance in his eyes. After galloping for so many years, the lives and deaths of others, aside from those he cared about, were irrelevant to him. Currently, the Golden Lion only cared about Roger. Still standing up? After Victor killed several high-ranking members of the Flying Sky Pirates, he turned to the Golden Lion and asked, "If you want to escape, you can go." The Golden Lion then slashed towards Victor. However, Victor not only dodged easily, but also shot a blast with his finger gun. The projectile hit the Golden Lion's knee. The Golden Lion could only lean on his sword to support his body and maintain his balance. Victor swung his spear again and shot out a bullet, but the Golden Lion barely dodged it. At this moment, the Golden Lion finally steadied himself, and beads of sweat the size of mung beans appeared on his forehead. "Losing too much blood has left you so weak." Victor actually continued to make sarcastic remarks, provoking the Golden Lion. "Oomph." The Golden Lion snorted coldly. "In that case, I'll send you to your death." Victor lunged at the Golden Lion again. The Golden Lion tried to block with his sword, but Victor had already delivered a crescent-shaped slash. The Golden Lion quickly raised his sword to defend, but the residual force of the slash inflicted even greater damage to his internal organs. The Golden Lion was knocked back several steps, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Victor had already pounced close to him, raising his right-hand spear to stab at the Golden Lion. Damn it, the Golden Lion cursed inwardly, but he chose not to confront directly. Instead, he dodged to the side to avoid Victor's attack. Victor's attack once again missed, but he was not in a hurry. He continued to pursue and then teleported in front of Golden Lion, thrusting his right hand like a finger gun towards Golden Lion's chest. Golden Lion's left arm blocked in front of his chest, but his left arm was pierced by Victor. Golden Lion's eyes widened suddenly. "You feel it, right? Your reaction speed right now. How could you possibly win?" Victor continued to provoke Golden Lion. "You bastard." Golden Lion clenched his fists. He had lost to Victor. He was too arrogant. If only he could have recognized Victor clearly, perhaps it wouldn't have turned out this way. But there is no medicine for regret in this world. The current reality is stark, and even if he didn't want to admit it, there was no way around it. "Are you going to surrender?" "Be a bit more dignified," Victor said. Golden Lion did not respond. Instead, he manipulated the surrounding land, making it rise up. The lion's authority swirled. Seeing this, Victor understood that Golden Lion was going all out for a final counterattack. However, here, the power of the lion's authority swirl was not as fierce as before. This time, the gathered lions were clearly much smaller. This indicated that Golden Lion was at the end of his rope. Nevertheless, Victor did not take Golden Lion's final counterattack seriously. When he charged towards Golden Lion, he shouted, "Titan explosion." The strength of a devil fruit ability depends on the host themselves. For example, when Luffy and Momonosuke were still children, their bodies were too weak, so their abilities were laughable. However, once they grew up, their physical strength increased, allowing them to unleash greater power. Golden Lion was now very weak. His injuries were too severe, and he was nearly out of strength due to excessive blood loss. He had managed to hold on until now, partly due to his vitality and partly due to his willpower. However, Golden Lion was destined not to be like Luffy, not the protagonist of a hot-blooded shonen manga. Therefore, he had no chance of turning the tables. Faced with the shrunken version of the lion formed by Golden Lion, a cold light flashed in Victor's eyes. Immediately, golden light illuminated all directions, enveloping the entire space, and Golden Lion's body was instantly shrouded in this golden light. Golden Lion's body trembled, and he let out a painful wail. Boom! Accompanied by a massive sonic boom, Golden Lion was blasted away, and this time, he could no longer stand up. It's over. Victor used observation hockey to lock onto the Golden Lion, having observed his injuries. The Golden Lion was severely wounded. With such a level of injury, an ordinary person would have died 100 times over. However, for the Golden Lion, this level of injury was still manageable. He just needed to rest for a while. But at this moment, Victor did not dare to be careless. The power the Golden Lion had just displayed made him fully aware that strong individuals of their level could fight until the end, even when their energy was depleted, fueled by their fighting will. This kind of strength had surpassed the limits of ordinary humans. Did we win? We won. Long live Lord Victor. At this moment, the Navy began to cheer and celebrate their victory. In contrast, the Golden Lion's subordinates were all in despair, their morale shattered. Run, someone among the pirates shouted, and soon others began to turn and run towards the sea. Initially, it was just a small group, but then a large crowd followed. Catch them. Don't let them escape. Eric and others reacted quickly, urging the Navy to pursue the pirates, fearing they would take the chance to flee amidst the chaos. What should we do? Are we really going to run? Run? What should we do? Shouldn't we retreat quickly? The psychological defenses of the Flying Sky Pirates completely collapsed, and they began to panic and discuss among themselves, with some even turning to flee. However, those who were caught by the Navy were swiftly taken down. If the Flying Sky Pirates truly wanted to escape, the Navy might not be able to stop them after all. Victor only has 10,000 Navy troops in the G1 branch. Although they are all elite, the strength of the Flying Sky Pirates is not to be underestimated. It's just that they have lost their fighting spirit because the Golden Lion was defeated, and Victor is currently too preoccupied to care about it. Victor turned to help Akainu, and the two joined forces to take care of the strong members of the Flying Sky Pirate crew. However, the Flying Sky Pirate crew perfectly inherited the tradition of the Rocks Pirates. When the Golden Lion was defeated, his subordinates scattered and fled in all directions. Although the Navy was pursuing them in large numbers, many still managed to escape. Victor didn't chase after them. Whatever he could catch was enough. Anyway, the big fish, the Golden Lion, was caught. After the battle, Victor rested in the tent. At this time, Victor was wrapped in bandages. Akainu walked in and saw Victor covered in bandages. Akainu's injuries were not serious. He had only sustained minor wounds that could be easily bandaged. After this, you'll be able to get promoted to Rear Admiral when you return. Victor smiled at Akainu. Akainu did not respond. Promotion? That was only natural. They teamed up and took down the Golden Lion. However, Victor suddenly changed the subject. After this matter is resolved, it may be harder to take action next time. Upon hearing Victor's words, Akainu said, if there's another opportunity like this, I will help you. Although Akainu did not like Victor's flamboyant personality, this time, Victor's actions had earned his trust. He believed in Victor not only because of his achievements and strength, but also because Victor had courage and a commitment to justice. This was also why Akainu was willing to cooperate with Victor. A person with both insight and courage was worth fighting alongside. Hearing Akainu's words, Victor smiled slightly. It seemed that Akainu had a foundation of trust in him. This was naturally a good thing. Without Victor, Akainu would definitely be a hawkish figure in the Navy. However, now Victor was even more hawkish than Akainu. Defying orders from superiors and rashly declaring war on the pirates of the New World would soon spread. And he believed his popularity in the Navy would only increase. Garp was not only powerful, but also had a personality that won him the admiration of countless Navy personnel. His prestige could rival that of the Fleet Admiral, or even higher. Marineford, Naval Headquarters. Kong, Sengoku, and others were waiting by the Den Den Mushi. Brew brew, brew brew. When the Den Den Mushi rang, Kong picked up the receiver. The battle was over. Vice Admiral Victor had defeated the Golden Lion and captured him. The call ended. After receiving the notification, the entire office fell silent. They actually did it. Kong murmured to himself. He never thought Victor could truly defeat the Golden Lion. Moreover, the Golden Lion didn't escape and was captured alive. It was simply unbelievable. 10 years ago, during the God Valley incident, the Golden Lion had successfully escaped. He was indeed the most flamboyant member of the Rocks Pirates. He had brought a surprise, but Sengoku hesitated to speak. Kong told the others, except for Sengoku and Tsuru, everyone else leave. Soon, only 3 people remained in the office. Kong said to Sengoku, the next problem will be difficult to solve. Sengoku nodded. Victor capturing the Golden Lion means the whole world will admire his strength and courage. This poses a challenge for us. Let's pass this problem to the Gorosei. Kong smiled wryly. Victor's unilateral actions had caused big trouble. In the past, the world government and the Gorosei only wanted a dynamic balance. The New World was under the control of pirates, and the Gorosei did not care at all. The reasons behind this were intriguing. The Gorosei and the world government needed a chaotic new world. This was not only Kong and Sengoku's thought. Successive fleet admirals or their successors would have similar thoughts and feelings. Just as Kong and Sengoku thought, the Gorosei were already meeting in the power corridors to discuss Victor and the New World issue. How will Victor be arranged? Who will be the new ruler of the New World? In the New World, which has lost its ruler, new monsters will emerge. The balance has been broken. An order needs to be re-established. How to settle Victor has become a major dilemma. Victor's capture of the Golden Lion is undoubtedly a great achievement. Now that the Flying Sky Pirates are almost annihilated, in terms of merit and rewards, the Navy, including Victor, should receive promotions and rewards. However, Victor is already the commander of the G1 branch, and the next step up is the headquarters admiral. Although Victor's strength is sufficient to become a headquarters admiral, he has disrupted the balance of the New World. This is something the Five Elders do not wish to see. If Victor becomes an admiral, will he, with greater power, continue to wage war against the New World and truly eliminate all the pirates in the New World? In fact, the world government has always had the capability to eliminate any force and erase any individual that threatens them from history. However, the reason they have not done so is that they want the New World to remain chaotic. Only by keeping the New World in turmoil can some secrets buried within it remain hidden. Moreover, the more chaotic the region, the more it can foster crime and terror. And the ordinary people and the nations can only rely on the world government to survive. Holy Land, Mariehua, Panga City between power. Since they chose to cultivate him, they can only stick to it. His parents were both killed by pirates, so his hatred for pirates and his desire to eliminate them are understandable. However, he did act independently this time, causing significant casualties in the G1 branch. I don't believe this is his fault. Indeed, I can understand his feelings. So, what should we do? I think I know how to handle it. I think you know how we should handle it, right? Of course. We should determine how to punish him for the mistakes he made. Do you want to punish him? Of course, what do you think? I think he definitely won't accept such punishment. Rather than punishing him, it might be better to have him stay in the Holy Land. The Five Elders had some disagreements on how to handle Victor's case, and they decided not to punish him. Victor's personality is too strong. His parents were also killed by pirates, and this hatred cannot be resolved at all. Even punishment cannot change anything. Since Victor has made contributions, he naturally deserves a reward. Well then, let's make Victor a general and transfer him back. That's how we'll handle it. After he returns, he won't have the opportunity to deal with the pirates in the New World. After discussing, the Gorosei reached a decision. Victor is a strong individual, and even though he acted on his own, he cannot be punished. Within the G1 branch, during this expedition to take down the Golden Lion, the Navy suffered over 700 casualties. However, nearly 12,000 pirates were killed or captured. Such casualties represent a significant victory in the New World. At this moment, a temporary platform has been built in the training ground, filled with cash and military honors. After the war, Victor sent people to collect the money, real gold and silver. Each fallen and disabled brother receives 1 million belly. Those who survived receive 300,000 belly, and for each rank higher, an additional 100,000 belly. You fought for justice with your lives, and your sacrifices cannot be in vain. Fallen and disabled brothers, you will receive a pension every month. As long as you are my subordinate, Victor, I will not neglect you. Victor spoke, and people had already opened the boxes containing the money. Now, they're coming up to collect their money and military merit badges according to their names. After Victor finished speaking, he looked at Light, Connor, and the others. Jimmy, Bart, Base, Hunter. The Navy personnel whose names were called stepped onto the platform one by one to receive their money. It was meaningless. This way of receiving money added a sense of ceremony. Each Navy member who stepped up to collect their money felt a strong sense of pride after receiving it and signing. Akainu and the others watched from a distance, surprised. They didn't expect Victor to be so wealthy, nor did they anticipate his generosity. They had heard that Victor was very good at making money, and it seemed to be true. Ghost Spider and Dogman whispered to each other. As long as justice could be maintained, that was enough. At that moment, Akainu spoke up. There were rumors that Victor had been extorting money in the South Sea, using any means necessary to make money. The headquarters even sent an investigation team. However, Victor remained unharmed. Now, Victor was giving out such a large sum of money as rewards and consolation. Where did all this money come from? Victor must be at a loss for words. However, Akainu was not convinced. Victor's performance, along with his insistence on an awareness of justice, inspired Akainu. It turned out that there were others like him, who were determined to eliminate pirates. Even if Victor truly resorted to unscrupulous means to make money, he was using it for the right cause, and that was what mattered. Akainu's thoughts were within Victor's expectations. He needed to rationalize everything. So far, he was doing quite well. His promotion to admiral was a certainty. He was just waiting for the Gorosei's appointment. However, once he became an admiral, he wouldn't have that much freedom anymore. The Gorosei would surely reassign him to reshape the balance of the new world. Of course, this aligned with Victor's expectations. This way, he could focus on his own matters. This was part of Victor's plan, and now, this part had already begun. In his plan, he needed the power of an admiral to lay the groundwork for his next steps. At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Long live Lord Victor! Fight for justice! Fight for Lord Victor! Long live Lord Victor! Fight for justice! Fight for Lord Victor!" The one leading the charge was a member of the Blue Sea Association, but they stirred the emotions of everyone present. 10 days later, news of Victor defeating and capturing the Golden Lion was published in newspapers and spread around the world. This news caused an extremely shocking reaction globally. On the Oro Jackson, apart from Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba, everyone else looked grave. They had just fought the Golden Lion not long ago, and to think he was defeated by Victor, the flying pirate crew that rampaged through the New World, was thus annihilated. Moreover, Victor's name reappeared. He was still a very young Navy officer. How strong was he? He managed to capture the Golden Lion alive, not only on the Oro Jackson, but also on a Moby Dick, on Cake Island, on Zoe. On the ships or territories of various pirate factions in the New World, Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, and others all wore serious expressions. Although Garp and Sengoku were strong, they had never posed a danger to them. Instead, it was Victor who made them feel wary. Perhaps one day, Victor would launch a surprise attack on them. This was not an overreaction. However, just 3 days after the news of Victor capturing the Golden Lion was announced, before the world could digest this information, another explosive piece of news was released. Victor has been promoted to general. When the world government announced this news through the newspaper, the whole world was. Victor is only 20 years old. Moreover, it took him less than a year to be promoted from colonel to admiral. Of course, no one doubts Victor's strength and capability. He has captured so many powerful pirates, and recently he captured the Golden Lion and eliminated the Flying Sky Pirates. Although the Flying Sky Pirates do not have the title of Overlord, they have the power of one, and major forces in the New World choose to avoid them. Therefore, apart from Garp, Victor's military achievements are currently second only to those of the Navy headquarters. According to information provided by the newspaper, Victor will step down as the commander of the G1 branch, and then return to Marineford for a promotion ceremony. Victor sat in the office, calmly smoking a cigarette, while Akainu sat across from him. In front of them lay newspapers, all filled with news about Victor. It was obvious that the world government was promoting him and building his image. Now, Victor's reputation was only second to Garp, even surpassing that of Sengoku and Kong. After all, every person Victor had captured was a big fish. "It's a pity. I thought you could be promoted to Rear Admiral," Victor said to Akainu. Akainu paid no attention. Ghost Spider and Dogman also thought that the headquarters should at least promote Akainu to Rear Admiral, and then appoint him as the deputy commander of G1. "I have already written the recommendation letter." Victor looked at Ghost Spider and Dogman, saying that you would also continue to stay at G1, where there are more opportunities. Ghost Spider and Dogman were a bit surprised, not expecting Victor to recommend them. Although they were classmates with Victor, they were not very familiar. "I have also written your recommendation letter," Victor said to Akainu. "You also recommended me?" Akainu looked at Victor. Victor said, "I recommend you to take the position of commander of the Special Forces. The headquarters has witnessed your strength, and they will agree. The missions of the Special Forces are often very unique and lack reinforcements. Therefore, the requirements for the commander's strength and ability are quite high. This time, in the campaign against the Golden Lion, Akainu's displayed strength is enough to prove his capability." At this moment, Major General Nan walked in. If there are no surprises, the position of Commander of Division 1 will still not fall to Nan. The reason is that Nan's strength is insufficient, and his qualifications are average. Victor also wrote a recommendation letter for Nan and handed it to him. "Uncle Nan, I recommend you to join the Science Corps." The world government established the Science Corps a long time ago, and currently, the core of the Science Corps is Vegapunk. The status of the Science Corps within the Navy will continue to rise. The reason for recommending Nan to the Science Corps is also Victor's selfishness. He and Nan are not particularly close, but they are acquaintances. If Nan stays in G1, he will eventually be squeezed out. After all, the new generation of young people in the Navy is more outstanding than the other. Good positions in the Navy are limited. If he really gets squeezed out, Nan might have to return to the headquarters to retire early. I will consider it. Nan took Victor's recommendation letter. Victor promoted all the Navy personnel within the G1 branch by 1 rank, especially for the officers if they were injured and unfit for frontline combat. He also wrote recommendation letters for them to return to headquarters for work, all in the logistics department. As for the members of the Blue Sea Association, he treated them even more specially. In short, he didn't neglect anyone who needed attention, and those who required special care were given extra consideration. Both the warring states and the sky had already become accustomed to Victor's faction-building behavior. Victor will hand over to the newly arrived Admiral Paris. Admiral Paris is 55 years old this year and is a seasoned moderate at the naval headquarters. Paris is subordinate to Kong, who hopes that Paris will make adjustments to the G1 division. The current G1 division is too radical due to Victor's influence. The world government does not want the Navy to be too radical. As for the reason, the Navy only needs to follow orders. Marin Vondo, Naval Headquarters. Victor walked to the entrance of the empty office. The door to the office was closed. Report. Victor stood up straight. Come in, Kong said towards the door. Victor opened the door and walked in. Have a seat. Kong gestured for Victor to sit on the sofa. Victor was also not polite. The commissioning ceremony will be held in a month. The Admiral said to Victor. The Admiral is the highest military force of the world government, and also a direct subordinate of the world aristocracy. Therefore, the commissioning ceremony must be grand and widely announced so that the whole world knows about it. This is a way to promote the strength of the Navy globally. Yes, Victor has no objections to the commissioning ceremony. There will be a live broadcast of the ceremony, allowing audiences around the world to witness the majesty of the Navy. Victor had seen the appointment ceremony of Zephyr during the Warring States period. For this month, you can just take a good rest. Kong said to Victor. Yes, Victor replied. For now on, your code name is Shwama. Kong continued. Understood. Victor responded next. Heaven and earth are black and yellow. Black has the meaning of dark. A dark horse? He really is the dark horse of this world and era. Unexpected. All right. Do you have any requests? After this promotion, you will need to be stationed in Mariehua and can choose your preferred subordinates. Kong accepted Sengoku's suggestion to treat Victor in a way that accommodates him, so that he could guide him. Although Victor is protective and forms cliques, his intentions are good. Victor will use the money he obtains to provide compensation for the deceased and disabled Navy personnel. He will also distribute money to the participating Navy to encourage them to fight bravely. This is not a bad thing. Therefore, Kong feels that Victor's actions in raising money are also acceptable. Moreover, Victor's main targets for extortion are the nobles, wealthy merchants, and large landowners. However, Victor is not in a hurry to make nominations. Marshal, I will submit the list to you once I have it organized. After hearing Victor's words, Kong nodded and let him leave for now. Victor is not in a hurry to recommend this list. In fact, station in Mary Geos is a very boring job. Only Green Bull can adapt to it. After all, unless someone is out of their mind, why would they raid Mary Geos? However, Victor knows that there are indeed people who are not mentally normal. Victor was promoted to Admiral, and many of the old members from the South China Sea, including Orin and Marta, were overjoyed. They were all subordinates of Victor and part of the Blue Sea Association. With Victor's promotion to Admiral, their future looked even brighter. Victor did not forget the South China Sea. To be precise, he did not forget the 4 seas, including the South China Sea. He hoped that all 4 seas would become his cash cows and treasure troves. Therefore, during his vacation, Victor decided to make a trip back to the South China Sea. The reason for going to the South China Sea, instead of having them come to Marineford, was significant. Orin received a fax informing him that Victor was returning to the South China Sea. This news thrilled Orin immensely. Did you see that? Orin said to the Navy personnel around him, Lord Victor values us so much that he specially came to visit us before the promotion ceremony. Lord Victor is sentimental. We are truly Lord Victor's trusted aides. Lord Victor knows we are his most loyal subordinates. He has been watching our performance closely. We must not let Lord Victor down. The Navy personnel around Orin were all as excited as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline. Their expressions were ecstatic. It is important to note that Victor is now an admiral, one of the most powerful figures in the Navy, not only in the 4 seas, but even the Navy at headquarters wanted to curry favor with him. With a recommendation letter from an admiral, one could be assigned to any unit. For example, Smoker has often defied military orders, and if he were an ordinary Navy officer without connections, he would have been dismissed long ago. However, Smoker's rank continues to rise, thanks to the backing of Zephyr and Akiji. If Smoker wanted to go to G5, Akiji would ensure he got there. Thus, Victor's return this time deeply moved the old subordinates in the South China Sea. Like Oren, Colonel Marta was also extremely excited. Victor mentioned in the facts that he would be stopping at Lunset Port. How nostalgic. Lord Victor is thinking of us. Marta excitedly held the facts and announced it to all the officers and soldiers. The sun was shining, and seagulls were flying freely over the sea. Lunset Port was quiet. Normally, merchants, vendors, porters, and travelers would be bustling about for their livelihoods. However, now everyone was required to stand in line. The orders came from the Navy. If they did not comply, there would be fines, beatings, imprisonment, and a ban on making a living in the South China Sea. It was even possible to be executed as a pirate. In short, in places like Lunset Port and William Port in the South China Sea, absolute obedience to the Navy's commands was required. However, public order had indeed improved. At this moment, Brigadier General Oren, Colonel Marta, and others led nearly 10,000 sailors in formation to welcome them at the port. Meanwhile, over 20 warships were lined up, waiting for inspection. Oren was still attentive, knowing Victor was coming back, and the ceremony was in full swing. They are coming, they are coming. The Navy on the mast spotted the large warship in the distance. It was General Victor's ship. As the warship approached the port, Victor appeared at the ship's railing, raising his left hand and extending it forward horizontally. This was a gesture designed by the Blue Sea Association. Long live Lord Victor! Oren shouted first, his face flushed and his voice hoarse. Marta and the other officers, along with nearly 10,000 sailors, shouted in unison, the sound seemingly penetrating the clouds and breaking through the sky. At this moment, Victor clenched his left fist and raised it above his head. The whole place fell silent. Victor was very satisfied. Such performance signifies awe and discipline, which is characteristic of an excellent army. Subsequently, Victor led Eric, Kennard, and others off the warship and began to review the troops in the port. The forces in the South China Sea were trained according to Victor's training methods and were currently considered strong and robust. However, they still lacked the tempering of iron and fire, as the South China Sea was not as challenging as the New World, where the strength of pirates was too weak. Victor walked past nearly 10,000 sailors, and at that moment, the nobles, merchants, residents, and travelers in the port of Lunster, regardless of age or gender, applauded in welcome. Although smiles adorned their faces, their hearts were filled with reluctance. Major General Morgan learned of Victor's arrival at the 191st Unit the next day. He hurriedly brought officers from the 6th Fleet to meet Victor. Not only Major General Morgan, but the entire Navy of the South Sea was rushing to Lunster Port. The reason was the same, the desire for promotion and advancement. Climbing the ranks required connections and background, which most people unfortunately lacked. At the entrance of the 191st Unit base, a long queue had already formed. Nobles, merchants, and large landowners from Lunster Port, William Port, and Arthur Kingdom were all there to present gifts. In the past, when they were extorted by Victor, they would have been filled with unwillingness and dared not voice their anger. However, times had changed. Victor has been promoted to admiral, and his power can change the fate of a country. Therefore, they're even willing to bow and scrape, begging Victor to accept their gifts, hoping to maintain a connection with him. Of course, they all know that many people may not even have the opportunity to give gifts to Victor, even if they want to. Because they're in contact with members of the Blue Sea Society, they're able to meet Victor. People strive for higher positions, just as water flows downward. For many in the Navy, that is the pinnacle of power. If Victor can support them, they are likely to be promoted to the naval headquarters. For the Navy across the seas, going to the headquarters is a lifelong dream. Duke Richard donated 10 boxes of gold, 5,000 cattle and sheep, and a mining site. When Connor read the list of gifts, Duke Richard smiled at Victor. "Your Grace is being too polite. I thank you on behalf of the entire Navy for your generosity." Victor accepted all the gifts under the name of donations. After all, the funds are all in his hands. Major General Morgan sent 50 boxes of desserts. The so-called dessert boxes contain desserts on top and cash underneath. Each box is worth 2 million Bailey, totaling 100 million Bailey for 50 boxes. Victor looked at Major General Morgan and smiled with satisfaction. "Major General Morgan, I've heard that you want to join the Blue Sea Society and follow in my footsteps. Yes, I'm willing to follow you, to purify the seas and eliminate all pirates," Major General Morgan said with righteous fervor. "Well, then let's have you join the Blue Sea Society first. If you perform well, I will promote you to the headquarters," Victor replied. "Thank you, Lord Victor," Morgan said, feeling excited and grateful to Victor. "Once you reach the headquarters, everything will be completely different. The value of a captain's rank at the headquarters is even higher than that of a colonel at the Four Seas branch. You need to work hard, and if you have any questions, you can ask Orin, Victor said with a smile. Thank you, Lord Victor. As Morgan expressed his gratitude to Victor, the Navy personnel behind him had their eyes shining with inspiration. Orin immediately straightened up, displaying a proud expression. Victor has been appointed as the head of the South China Sea Blue Ocean Association. Victor's purpose in returning to the South China Sea has two main goals. First, he wants to support Orin, making him his agent to control the South China Sea. Second, he seizes the opportunity of returning to the South China Sea to inform all his followers that the longer they stay, the more likely they are to be reused. Buying the bones of a 1,000-mile horse for a high price. Are they really after the bones? Of course not. Willing to spend a fortune on the bones of a 1,000-mile horse proves their appreciation and importance for the horse. Moreover, one should never underestimate small people. Sometimes, they can play a significant role. Although Orin and his group are weak, they can manage the South China Sea well without Victor's intervention, continuously generating profits for him, while he only needs to offer some rewards to keep them loyal. At least, on the surface, they appear to be loyal. After staying in the South China Sea for a few days, Victor returned to Malinvondo. Victor went to the military academy to see Zephyr. When Zephyr saw Victor, he always had a smile on his face. Victor is his proudest student. He will become a general at the age of 20. This is the power of role models, which can inspire the new generation. Victor also accepted Zephyr's invitation and stayed at the military academy for a few days, answering various questions from the younger students. He was very patient, clarifying their confusions. A week before the commissioning ceremony, Victor saw a news article. Douglas Barrett was truly a crazy guy. Victor was reading the news in the newspaper. After Barrett left the Roger Pirates, he began to wreak havoc everywhere. Now, Barrett, like Crocodile, is also one of the pirate supernovas. Victor remembers that the two would have a fight. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be on a day next year. Victor continued to read the newspaper, looking for interesting news. However, most of the news was quite boring. The reason they were considered boring was that they kept repeating the same stories about the pirates of the New World. There were also exaggerated parts, such as Roger wiping out another pirate crew, Whitebeard defeating some challenger, and Big Mom destroying a certain country, and so on. Such news was so common that it failed to pique Victor's interest. Beep beep, beep beep. At that moment, the transponder snail started to make noise. Victor picked up the microphone of the phone bug. At that moment, the phone bug imitated the voice of Kong. Victor, there's an emergency situation that requires you to act immediately. Kong said to Victor. Understood. Victor had no intention of declining. Angela T. Saint's ship had an accident and was currently stranded on Grove Island, having encountered attacks from Sea Kings during the incident. Now, they were requesting the Navy to send a general for immediate rescue. Kong looked pained. Got it. Victor got up and left. Although the Navy generals held immense power, they had also become direct subordinates of the Celestial Dragons. Naturally, when a Celestial Dragon was in danger, a general had to be sent for rescue. It was precisely because of such tasks that Garp did not want to become a general. On Grove Island, a luxurious cruise ship was embedded in the center of the island. At this moment, a group of agents and armor guards were protecting Angela T. Saint from being attacked by the Sea King. It was a gigantic sea frog over 500 meters long. In order to protect Angela T. Saint, the agents began firing at the sea frog. Rocket launchers were also fired continuously, targeting the sea frog's eyes. As long as they provoked the sea frog, they could attract its attention, allowing Angela T. Saint to escape danger. The continuous attacks had indeed had a slight effect. The sea frog was obviously enraged, extending its long, wide, and forked tongue covered in slime. The power of its tongue was terrifying, instantly flattening a large area of forest and wrapping dozens of guards, turning them into a pile of mush. The speed at which the sea frog flicked its tongue was lightning fast, and its skin was incredibly tough. Even rocket shells couldn't injure its skin. Get the prince out of here. At this moment, the captain of Angela T. Saint's guard shouted, raising his 5-meter-long axe and striking fiercely at the sea frog. However, this 500-meter-long Sea King still showed no signs of damage. There wasn't even a mark on its skin. This monster was too terrifying. What do we do? Its body is too strong. We can't harm it all. Are we going to die here tonight? The guards looked at their weapons, hesitating whether to rush to their deaths. Even if we die, we must protect Angela T. Saint. Think of your families. The captain reminded those around him. As guardians of the Celestial Dragons, if they couldn't ensure the safety of the Celestial Dragon, not only would they not survive, but their families would also face punishment and be reduced to slavery. Hearing the captain's words, everyone suddenly woke up. They couldn't be cowardly. The survival of the Celestial Dragon depended on them. They couldn't let their families die unjustly. That would be dereliction of duty. Kill it. The captain roared. A group of guards rushed towards the sea frog. They knew they had no way out now, unless they could kill the sea frog. But killing the sea frog was not that simple. Draw its attention. Try to buy time for the prince to escape. The captain was directing when suddenly, the sea frog's tongue shot out, sticking the captain to it and pulling him into its mouth, just like an anteater licking its prey. The captain was quickly devoured. Watching the scene, all the guards were dumbfounded. At this moment, Angela T. Saint was already terrified. In fact, it was also Angela T. Saint's own recklessness. He had been casually firing cannons into the sea to catch fish when he had nothing to do. As a result, he hadn't caught many fish, but had instead angered the sea frog. Where's the Navy? Where's the Navy general? Angela T. Saint was frightened. It was his first time encountering such a situation. Your Highness, don't worry. The Navy will be here to rescue you soon. An agent beside Angela T. Saint comforted. Then why haven't they come yet? Angela T. Saint asked. Your Highness, the Navy general will definitely come. Please wait a moment. The agent continued to reassure him. Now the agents were speechless. Although it wasn't far from Marineford, even if the Navy rushed over, it would take about a day. Finally, under the agent's comfort, Angela T. Saint entered a cave. At this moment, the surviving agents and guards temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that they were finally safe for a short time. However, less than half an hour later, Angela T. Saint suddenly shouted, Navy, where are you? Why haven't you come to rescue this saint? The agents hurriedly soothed him. Your Highness, it's safe for now. The Navy will be back soon. However, as soon as the agent finished speaking, Angela T. Saint raised his gun and shot the agent dead. Do you take this saint for a child? You've been deceiving me from the start. Angela T. Saint was highly suspicious. He often doubted that the people around him were deceiving him. Therefore, if those around him failed to meet his demands, he would execute them. Why did you choose this route? Are you trying to harm this saint on purpose? After killing an agent, Angela T. Saint still couldn't calm down. His paranoia would flare up once triggered. The surrounding agents and guards were terrified, fearing they would be killed by Angela T. Saint. Unfortunately, no one dared to step forward to advise him. Angela T. Saint was now in a state of madness. At that moment, the gigantic sea frog jumped onto the island and began to hunt the creatures on the island, including the guards who had tried to attract the sea frog's attention to buy time for escape, became the prey of the sea frog. Every time the sea frog flicked its tongue, it caused a huge commotion. Large areas of forest collapsed, tree trunks snapped, and the thunderous noise continued unabated. In such terrifying noise, Angela T. Saint's anxiety continued to amplify. The more anxious he became, the more neurotic he grew. About 2 hours later, where's the Navy? Why haven't they come yet? He then raised his gun and shot at a guard. The guard was hit and fell to the ground. Angela T. Saint immediately lunged at another guard and slashed at 2 more guards with his knife. The 2 guards hurriedly dodged but still couldn't escape, ultimately being killed by Angela T. Saint. After killing 2 people, Angela T. Saint began his rampage. Run. Angela T. Saint has gone mad. The agents and guards panicked. They didn't dare to stop Angela T. Saint and could only flee in confusion. They had barely escaped the cave when a thick and wide tongue shot in from a distance, sticking to them and pulling them directly into the sea frog's mouth. Angela T. Saint, who had just been going crazy, reached the cave entrance, and upon witnessing the guards and agents being devoured, suddenly regained his composure. Come protect this saint. Angela T. Saint cried out in terror. Boom! With a loud bang. The sea frog's tongue struck the spot where Angela T. Saint was standing, creating a hole in the ground. Angela T. Saint looked at the hole in horror. Just now, it was an agent who saved him. Your Highness, are you all right? The agent hurriedly asked. Angela T. Shung did not answer. He was now like a startled bird, quite scared. What is that? On the sea, a pirate ship was sailing. Suddenly, the navigator spotted a figure in the sky. The navigator continued to observe with his telescope, and the figure became clearer and clearer. It was a giant. My God, is the giant flying? The navigator noticed a person flying in the sky, surrounded by swirling blue currents, moving at an incredible speed. Hearing his companion's voice, the crew members on the pirate ship all looked up. At that moment, Victor transformed into a titan. Although he could not create elements, he could control them. He controlled the wind element to fly, heading to Grove Island at the fastest speed. What originally took a day now became much quicker through flight. When Victor arrived at Grove Island, he discovered a gigantic sea frog on the island. It was over 500 meters long. Such sea kings are not easy to deal with. Moreover, the skin of sea kings is tough, typically thick and coarse. Ordinary attacks would only tickle it. Victor transformed back into human form and landed on the island. He quickly found the hiding place of Angela T. Saint. Moreover, Victor also saw some interesting things. Angela T. Saint was chasing after the guards and agents. One interesting guy. Victor discovered Angela T. Saint's mental instability. If it were the likes of Zifa and others, they would have rushed in without hesitation to defeat the sea frog and send Angela T. Saint back. But Victor did not do that. He had an idea. Perhaps he could use Angela T. Saint, just like Saint Muscarud. Saint Muscarud prepared to go to Fishman Island to rescue the liberated Fishman slaves, but was attacked by sea kings on the way and drifted to Fishman Island. Even while seriously injured and without help, Saint Muscarud did not change his arrogant personality and coerced the island's residents to assist him. The Fishmen, who had once been enslaved by him, planned to take the opportunity to kill him, but were stopped just in time by Princess Odoheim. Just as he was about to shoot Odoheim, he was frightened into unconsciousness by the cries of Shirahoshi. After recovering from his injuries, he was personally sent back to the Holy Land by Odoheim, and moved by her admonishments, he decided to repay the kindness of Fishman Island one day. 10 years later, Saint Muscarud indeed did so. Of course, there are not many celestial dragons with such a personality as Saint Muscarud. However, it didn't matter. Victor just wanted to get close to Angela T. Saint. If he could gain Angela T. Saint's trust, or even affection, he might learn more about Im's secrets. After all, Victor's ultimate goal is to defeat Im and sit on the Void Throne, which symbolizes supreme authority. At this moment, although Angela T. Saint had regained her sanity, it was already too late. They had successfully attracted the attention of the sea frog, whose massive body was destroying the walls of the cave. As the walls were being damaged by the sea frog, stones continued to fall. What to do? Quickly save me. Damn the Navy. Why aren't they here yet? Angela T. Saint roared in anger and despair. We will rush out to divert the sea frog's attention. You all take the prince and escape. At this moment, the surviving guards and agents, after discussing, began to run. However, as soon as they ran out, they were caught by the sea frog's tongue. No, they were stuck to the tongue, terrified, unable to break free, and could only watch helplessly as they were swallowed by the sea frog. At this moment, Angela T. Saint despaired. It's over, it's all over. Angela T. Saint collapsed to the ground, watching as the guards and agents were eaten one by one, his face turning pale with fear. He was completely hopeless. At this time, the sea frog began to dig the earth, try to break through the wall and dig out the people inside. The sea kings are intelligent, and the sea frog is no exception. Its reason for attacking Angela T. Saint was not for food, but out of anger. Therefore, it was determined to eliminate Angela T. Saint and his group. They couldn't stay here and wait for death. Fist-sized cracks appeared in the cave. Staying inside would surely lead to death. So, an agent said to those around him, "You all run out separately, scatter, and try to buy me some time. As long as the prince is alive, your families will be treated well." The implication was to sacrifice everyone to protect Angela T. Saint. However, no one objected. As Angela T. Saint's guards, they had long since made up their minds. Thus, the people in the cave each ran out in different directions. But as soon as they went out, they were swept away by the long and wide tongue. Seeing this, the agent silently counted the time in his heart and then carried Angela T. Saint out. Just as he exited, the agent jumped up. In the next second, he narrowly dodged the sea frog's tongue attack. However, before he could land, the sea frog's next round of tongue attack came. This time, Angela T. Saint and the agent could not dodge and were stuck by the long and wide tongue, just as they were about to be swallowed. A crescent-shaped white slash flew in and actually severed the sea frog's tongue. After the sea frog's long and thick tongue was cut, blood gushed out from the wound like an oil well blowout. Blood splattered everywhere, creating a rain of blood. Ah! The sea frog let out a painful roar. The sound waves so powerful that it nearly shattered the eardrums of Angela T. Saint and the others. At this moment, Victor appeared before Angela T. Saint and the others, his back to them, leaving only the silhouette of justice. It's the Navy. The Navy is here to rescue us. Angela T. Saint, who had just been in despair, thinking he was doomed, unexpectedly found hope in his darkest hour. This feeling was like a roller coaster. You all step back. I will handle this alone. Victor turned around and said to Angela and the others, his tone very firm. After Victor finished speaking, he slowly walked towards the sea frog. Angela and the others immediately stepped back upon seeing this. The sea frog looked at Victor and raised its forelimb to strike him fiercely. The force of this blow was astonishing, with incredible speed and power. If it hit a person, they would definitely be turned into mush. Watching the sea frog's ferocious attack, Victor did not dodge at all. He stood straight in place, seemingly offering no resistance, just watching. The sea frog's devastating strike landed on Victor. Bang! The sea frog's paw struck heavily against Victor's left palm, producing a muffled sound. Thud! The sea frog was sent flying into the sky, soaring several hundred meters high. Then it fell back down, crashing into the ground and creating a large crater. Such immense power. Seeing this scene, Angela and the others were stunned. Although the agents knew Victor was strong, they never expected him to be this formidable. The sea frog, a creature of the ocean, possessed terrifying strength. Yet it was effortlessly sent flying by Victor's single blow. How could this be possible? However, before the sea frog could rise from the deep pit, Victor disappeared from his spot, leaping into the air and then falling down, landing his right foot on the sea frog's white belly. The sea frog's body trembled continuously, and streams of blood flowed from its body, staining the ground red. It looked terrifying. The sea frog let out a mournful scream, trying to struggle and get up from the ground. But just as it managed to rise a little, Victor pressed down on its abdomen with his hand. Then, with a forceful push, crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed, followed by the sea frog's abdomen being crushed. Gurgle. The sea frog made a reluctant sound and then breathed its last. Victor's first step was purely driven by strength. With just that one press, he infused the armed hockey into the body of the sea frog. The sea frog's internal organs, blood vessels, muscles, and nerves were all destroyed by the armed hockey. Of course, Victor could have killed the sea frog with a single blow just now. He was merely demonstrating his power, which is why he performed for a while longer. Angela, are you all right? At this moment, Victor turned to look at Angela and the others. I know you. You are the newly appointed General Schwanma. Angela looked at Victor with an excited expression. I rushed over to rescue you as soon as I learned you were in trouble, Victor replied calmly. Thanks to your rescue, I was able to survive this time. I really owe it to you. Angela looked at Victor with a grateful expression. This is the duty of us Marines. Victor said calmly. Haha, replied Angela D. Saint. You are the most reliable. I shall reward you. Thank you, Angela D. Saint, Victor replied. What do you want? Wealth? Power? Or women? Angela D. Saint continued to ask Victor. Victor replied, if I could choose, I would hope to earn your trust. Ha ha. Angela laughed heartily. Victor, I will remember you. As Angela laughed, the agent beside him thought to himself, Victor is really smart. He has quickly found a backing. In the agent's view, Victor wanted Angela to be his support in order to compete for the future position of Marshal. After Victor sent Angela back to Mariejois from Saint San, he returned to Marineford, waiting for the promotion ceremony. Finally, the promotion ceremony officially began. On the day of the ceremony, as Victor had anticipated, the world government started the live broadcast. In the bubble square of the Sabiti archipelago, 3 giant screens had been set up. Journalists from various newspapers had arrived early, armed with cameras to document this historic moment. The youngest admiral in naval history. Long live justice. Long live the Navy. Long live Admiral Victor. A portion of the prearranged crowd in the Sabiti archipelago stood up in unison, shouting towards the screens in the square. The world government was creating a cult of personality, crafting new heroes. Shaki leaned against a tree, calmly smoking a cigarette, enjoying the script of the world government. At this moment, the screen displayed the front of the Marineford fortress, with warships lined up in the harbor, quite a spectacular sight. Paired with the majestic fortress, it seemed to showcase military might to the entire world. Meanwhile, the square of the Marineford fortress was filled with the Navy. Tens of thousands of elite sailors stood, their naval flags fluttering in the wind, making a rustling sound. According to the prearranged script, Victor would walk step by step from the center of the square to the high platform that had been set up in advance. Then, he would confer ranks on the high platform. Victor's walking speed is not fast. He possesses the standard height of a general. At this moment, besides the empty marshal on the high platform, the generals Sengoku and Zephyr, as well as Vice Admirals Garp and Tsu, and the naval commanders from Fort G1 and G10 have also arrived. The giant vice admirals are standing 50 meters apart. The camera is not only capturing Victor, but also the people in the background behind him. The world government is in the process of deifying figures, intending to use the promotion ceremony to promote the strength of the world government. Victor finally stepped onto the platform and stood before Kong. In front of Kong stood a brigadier general, holding a square tray that contained a medal, a knife, and the shoulder insignia of a general. Victor, Kong said seriously and solemnly. Victor stood straight in front of Kong. Kong put the shoulder insignia on Victor, then placed the medal around Victor's neck. Finally, he held the sword with both hands and handed it to Victor. After Victor took the knife, he turned around to face all the Navy personnel, as well as the audience and cameras around the world. He raised the knife above his head with one hand and shouted, "Justice will prevail." After the promotion ceremony, Victor officially became a fleet admiral, and he was also set to begin his duties. Guarding Mariewa and ensuring the safety of the Holy Land and the Celestial Dragons is a task that every fleet admiral must undertake. However, this job mostly consists of sunbathing and reading newspapers. Nevertheless, Victor couldn't stay idle. He had many things to do. As a fleet admiral, he had the authority to place his own people in various Navy branches. For example, he assigned Eric to the G2 branch as a brigadier general and Kenneth to the G3 branch as a brigadier general, among others. These individuals were all members of the Blue Sea Society. After Victor's promotion to fleet admiral, he pulled them out of the dangerous New World to prevent them from dying there. Additionally, relocating them to other branches would help develop and strengthen the Blue Sea Society. For Victor, he was now a fleet admiral, and the demand for military achievements was not high. What he needed now was to show his capabilities and make strategic arrangements to impress the five elders while attracting more followers. Light and Connor were kept by his side. Victor assigned the daily patrol tasks of Mariewa to the two of them. It was a sunny day, and Victor was lying on a chair, reading a book. This was his second month stationed in Mariewa. His daily routine consisted of reading in the morning, guiding Light and others in their training in the afternoon, and practicing hockey in the evening. In addition to that, he would check the letters sent to him by members of the Blue Sea Association from various places and respond to them. Of course, Victor dictated his replies, which were penned by Light and Connor. A portion of the letters would definitely express admiration for Victor, almost as if it were a fixed format. And then they would mention their recent work, any troubles they faced, and the bottlenecks they encountered. Most of these letter-writing members were disciples of Zephyr, Victor's junior colleagues. Victor once said that no matter where they are, they can seek his help. After reading those letters, Victor would also give them advice, encourage them to keep persevering, and so on. In addition, he would adjust their positions and provide them with some financial assistance. As a result, Victor's reputation among the members of the Blue Sea Society would continue to rise. Moreover, the members of the Blue Sea Society would worship Victor like a god. They believed that following Victor will make them better, and indeed it is true. Only Victor would selflessly provide such great help to them. Of course, Victor's actions are also driven by self-interest. To become a great leader, one must be admired. Akainu, despite becoming an admiral, cannot gain people's trust because he is a poor leader and has too few followers. Unknowingly, mealtime is approaching. Victor was about to put down the book when he heard the sailors shouting, "A ship is coming." It was the ship of Angelotti Saint. Since saving Angelotti Saint and sending him back to Mariewa, Victor had not seen him again. Victor guessed that Angelotti Saint had just returned from traveling. After staying in Mary Geos for a month, he had seen the celestial dragons every day. In the eyes of the world, being a celestial dragon in Mary Geos was like being in paradise. However, the celestial dragons felt quite the opposite. While they enjoyed their identity and power, Mary Geos was incredibly boring for them. Here, their only fun was bullying slaves, which was far less enjoyable than being able to do whatever they wanted around the world. After a while, Victor saw Angelotti Saint. Angelotti Saint was sitting on the back of a tall slave. This slave had once been a general of a certain kingdom in the West Sea, a god of war and a hero. He had been wronged by the new king during a change of power and ultimately became a slave. Slaves with such distinguished pasts were the favorites of the celestial dragons, as dominating and enslaving them deepened their sense of achievement. Thus, Victor greeted Angelotti Saint. Angelotti Saint. "Haha, General Victor." Upon seeing Victor, Angelotti Saint immediately jumped up excitedly and waved at him. Victor saved Angela Tizen at a time when her life was hanging by a thread. As a result, Angela Tizen had a particularly high regard for Victor. In front of Victor, Angela Tizen's attitude was noticeably much better. "It seems you've gained quite a bit today." Victor glanced at the slaves behind Angela Tizen and said with a smile, "These are the slaves I just bought." Angela Tizen replied with a smile, then turned around and whipped a girl. "Ah." The girl being whipped cried out in agony. "Isn't her voice particularly beautiful? She's a singer, and I bought her for 50 million berries." Angela Tizen introduced proudly. The girl not only had a beautiful voice, but also an alluring figure. Her fair skin was marked with stripes of blood from the whipping, making her look pitiful. "Truly, Angela Tizen has a good eye." Victor marveled. "Ha ha ha." Angela Tizen became even more pleased, clearly satisfied with her acquisition. "Are you the one guarding Mary Joa now?" Angela Tizen asked at that moment. In the past, when the celestial dragons came and went, they would encounter marine admirals. However, they never greeted the marine admirals. Therefore, When a celestial dragon passed by and saw Victor talking to Angela Tizen, they felt curious. Yes, unless there are special circumstances, I will stay here for a year. Victor replied, I really want you to come by my side. With your protection, I could surely travel around the world, Angela Tizen said somewhat regretfully. Although there are also powerful individuals among CP0, some of whom could serve as admirals, after 800 years of reproduction, there are quite a few descendants. Therefore, the idea of being escorted by a strong admiral is something Angela Tizen could only fantasize about. Victor and Angela Tizen chatted for a while before seeing Angela Tizen off. I remember her name is Tree. She held a concert in the Chambord Islands 2 months ago. A month ago, she was arrested for attempting to overthrow the world government. At this time, Light whispered, what a pity. Connor echoed. Tree is a singer, and her voice and looks are deeply loved by young people. The Navy and Mary Geos has long been numb to it. Light and Connor and others are slowly getting used to it. In the past, when they executed the demon extermination order, they would feel anger, confusion, and reluctance. But now, they are accustomed to it, because they see these things every day. In a month, they have seen slaves attempting to escape, during which the collars around their necks exploded. Their necks shattered. At night, for armored guards secretly approached the Navy's camp. Only by passing through the Navy's camp could they reach the elevator and ultimately leave Mary Geos. These guards were not real guards. Their true identity was slaves. However, tonight they had finally removed the collars from their necks and had killed 4 guards, wearing their armor to escape here. Stay calm, don't panic. We will definitely escape from here, the leading man said to his companions. The other 3 slaves nodded in unison. Come, follow me. The leading man walked in front, ready to cross the Navy's camp. The 3 followed behind, trying to stay as calm as possible. At this moment, the patrolling Navy noticed the 4 of them. Strange, were they doing so late? The Navy looked curiously at the 4 guards. Tonight, Light was on duty. He watched the 4 guards walking towards the elevator and became suspicious. What's wrong with these people? Are they entering the Navy camp for some important task? Light thought to himself, and then proactively walked up to them. As he got closer, he smelled the blood on the 4 of them. Where are you going? Light's suspicion grew, and he stopped them to ask. We are on a mission. The leading man stood in front of Light, his body reeking of blood. On a mission? Light circled around the 4 and then said, Wait here, I need to verify. The leading man knew he would be exposed, so he became bold and drew the sword at his waist. Seeing this, Light couldn't help but sneer and tightened his grip on his battle knife. The leading man swung his sword to strike. His sword was quick and his stance was steady, the blade's momentum unstoppable. He's quite skilled. Light frowned. However, Light's reaction was also very fast. He quickly sidestepped to avoid the leading man's sword. Immediately, Light's battle knife fiercely slashed towards the leading man's chest. The leading man's sword immediately latched onto Light's battle knife, entangling it. Then, as the leading man's sword spun, it aimed to sever Light's wrist. Not only was his swordsmanship excellent, but he also had rich combat experience. After following Victor for so long, Light's strength had significantly improved. Yet, the man's strength before him was surprisingly on par with his. Although the leading man's swordplay was fast, precise, and fierce, Light was not weak either. He first took a step back to avoid the attack, and before the leading man could advance, he raised his left hand and shot a finger gun. The air bullet shot towards the leading man's forehead. The leading man was startled and abandoned the chase, dodging aside. As Light adjusted himself, he suddenly leaped up and kicked the leading man in the chest. The leading man staggered back 3 steps before barely stopping himself. However, Light had already closed in. Clang! Accompanied by a metallic clash, Light's battle knife struck the leading man's sword. This time, the leading man could not block the battle knife, which, infused with armament hockey, sliced through his sword. However, the leading man's right hand tightly gripped the blade of the battle knife. Blood flowed from his palm. The leading man could only watch as the battle knife slowly moved toward his heart. Please let us go. At this moment, a pitiful voice rang out. A fake guard removed his helmet. It was Tree, the singer purchased by Angela Tizen. What's going on? At this time, many Navy personnel rushed over, including Connor. Connor also saw Tree. He removed the leading man's helmet and discovered he was indeed Angela Tizen's mount. Please let us go. We are all framed. We haven't committed any crimes. Tree raised her head, her sapphire-like eyes pleading with Light and Connor. That pitiful appearance would soften any man's heart. Connor whispered, What should we do? This was the first time they had dealt with something like this. Although they had seen slaves escape before, they had never come right in front of them. Light frowned. Although he liked Tree songs, he could not get Victor into trouble, nor could he implicate his family and companions. He clenched his fists and decided to leave it to the agents. Upon hearing this, Tree turned pale with fear. She knew what it meant to be taken back. They would suffer torment, worse than death. Please, please, Tree begged, repeatedly bowing her head until it bled. Light and Connor turned around and waved their hands, sending them back. Reality forces quick growth. Light and Connor were no exception. Since arriving in Mary Geos, they had witnessed human tragedies every day. This was merely the holy land of the celestial dragons. For slaves, it was hell. Their sense of justice had been trampled by reality, and their once fiery passion had cooled. What is justice and what is evil? If eliminating evil and helping the weak is justice, if bullying the weak and trampling on life is evil, then the world government and the world nobles of Mary Geos are undoubtedly the greatest evil in the world. However, the Navy must obey the orders of the world government and protect the celestial dragon's safety. This is the greatest irony to justice. At some point, Victor approached Light and Connor, gently patting their shoulders. Help them out. Huh? Light and Connor were stunned. Victor said expressionlessly, "We do what we can within our capabilities, leaving no regrets. And that is justice." I understand now, Light suddenly realized. He finally grasped Victor's concept of justice. Justice that exceeds one's own abilities is naive and unrealistic. All right, I'm going to rest. Victor looked at Light and the others with satisfaction. They had finally matured. Back in his room, Victor sat cross-legged and took a knife, infusing it with armament hockey, refining it into a black blade. Since he had nothing else to do, he could both practice armament hockey and use the black blade as a gift to encourage outstanding members of the Blue Sea Association to continue improving. A weapon crafted and bestowed by God should be cherished by them. In the year 1496 of the Sea Circle, in the morning, Victor sat in his usual recliner, preparing to read the newspaper. Today's headline was still about Barrett. Since leaving the Roger Pirates, Barrett had remained quite active. Moreover, today's news was interesting. Barrett and Crocodile, two pirate supernovas, had encountered each other and engaged in a fierce battle, resulting in no clear winner. Victor remembered that Barrett and Rayleigh were of comparable strength. So does Crocodile now possess strength comparable to Rayleigh? After flipping through the front page news, Victor continued to read other articles. There was one about Roger. The Navy encountered Roger in Alabasta, but he managed to escape. Whitebeard and Roger were about to meet, and then Odin boarded Roger's ship to help him translate the poneglyphs. Victor murmured to himself. In fact, he really wanted to find Roger. Although Roger was already suffering from terminal illness, he was still formidable. If he could defeat Roger head-on, his reputation would be comparable to that of Garp. However, this was just his competitive spirit at play. Reputation, while it could bring power, was also part of Victor's plan to leverage Roger's hand to start the great pirate era and profit from it. As for Kaido and Charlotte Leanlean's news, Victor wasn't very interested. The Roger pirates encountered the Whitebeard pirates, and a fierce conflict erupted between them, lasting 3 days and nights. As night fell, the entire island was in ruins, resembling the end of the world. However, on the beach, there were bonfires and men sitting around them. Although many of them were injured, with bandages wrapped around them and bloodstains visible, their faces were filled with joy. They had just been fighting for their lives. Ha ha ha. Cura la la la, biteviar, roger. Kazuki Odin and others sat on the ground, holding drinks, eating meat, and laughing heartily. Their laughter was infectious, uplifting those around them. Shanks and Buggy were also affected, feeling more liberated and fully enjoying the feast. The firelight illuminated Roger, Whitebeard, and the others' faces. They were heroes of the sea, and now, propelled by the era, they had reached the pinnacle of their time. In the past, they would always engage in fierce battles when they met. However, it was through these repeated clashes that they developed mutual recognition, a feeling that transcended friendship. While drinking and chatting, Roger said to Whitebeard and the others, "I want to go to the end of the world, but no matter how I try, I can't reach that final island." Whitebeard and the others listened quietly. As a member of the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard had heard a bit about the final place. Later, I learned that it was necessary to find 4 red road sign historical texts to point to the final place. Although one could find the historical texts by listening to the voices of all things, they could not understand the words written on those texts. Roger's face was filled with frustration. Whitebeard and the others had also encountered historical texts, and the words on them were related to the Kazuki clan. Kazuki Odin said, "I can understand them. If you need a translation, I can help." Kazuki Odin's purpose for going to sea was to establish the Wano country. However, upon encountering the historical texts, he realized that the key to establishing Wano lay within those historical events. Therefore, he also wanted to uncover the history of 800 years ago. Upon hearing this, Roger immediately put down his cup, excitement shining in his eyes. He became serious and looked at Whitebeard, making a request. Although it was very rude, he wanted to invite Odin onto his ship to go with him to the final place, Raftel. At this moment, Whitebeard's smile froze upon hearing this. Kazuki Odin was also stunned. He was openly trying to poach. Moreover, Kazuki Odin was the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. You bastard! Whitebeard's forehead bulged with veins. Odin had spent a long time on the ship, and their bond had become like family. He regarded Odin as a younger brother and had witnessed Momonosuke's birth. Just 1 year, please accompany us for a while. Facing Whitebeard's suppressed anger, Roger showed no sign of retreating and firmly reiterated his request. At the same time, he looked at Odin and lowered his head. His words were earnest, carrying a determination that he would succeed. You bastard! As Whitebeard struggled to find a response, Kazuki Odin admired Roger. Roger's strength was far beyond his own, yet he could request him with such an attitude. Thus, Kazuki Odin said to Whitebeard, "Let me go, I'll be back in a year." Whitebeard maintained a stern face and said, "Do as you wish." Kazuki Odin, Kazuki Shimatsuki, and others boarded Roger's ship and bid farewell to the Whitebeard pirates. News of a new samurai joining the Roger pirates soon reached the ears of the Gorosei. Victor learned from the newspaper that Roger and his crew had been to Water 7 and had successfully shaken off the Navy. However, he believed that the Gorosei couldn't sit still now. If Roger really reached the final destination, the truth of history would be revealed. Just as Victor had anticipated, the Gorosei summoned him. Victor arrived between the powers. The 5 elders looked at Victor. Carp had failed once again. The old man with white hair said to Victor, "We hope you can capture Roger." The old man with glasses continued, "CP0 will assist you. How many people do you need? You decide." Listening to the words of the 5 elders, Victor realized that Roger had touched a sensitive point of the world government. "I will do my best," Victor replied. The 5 elders nodded. The Navy headquarters had conducted multiple captures, and Carp had repeatedly forced Roger into a desperate situation. However, it seemed as if Roger was protected by fortune. Each time, he managed to turn danger into safety and escape. This was already mystical. While summoning Victor, the 5 elders also issued an order to Sengoku, instructing him to replace Victor and guard Mariewa. In front of the elevator, Victor said to Sengoku, "Uncle Sengoku, I leave the security work here to you." Sengoku remained expressionless and only reminded Victor, "Be mindful of the weather and geographical factors." In the process of capturing Roger, Sengoku and others had some rich failure experiences. For example, in the Battle of Edward, Roger was surrounded by the Golden Lion. Suddenly, a storm came, not only saving Roger, but also wiping out half of the Golden Lion's fleet. Similar incidents had happened not only to the Golden Lion. Sengoku and Carp had encountered quite a few. It was simply eerie. "I will take it seriously," Victor replied. Sengoku nodded. Then, Victor turned and entered the lift, taking it away from Mary Geos. Sengoku watched Victor's retreating figure and then turned to look in the direction of Panga City. It had been a long time since he had guarded Mary Geos. Was this action by the 5 elders hinting at something? Did they want to replace him with Victor? Sengoku had just been expressionless, but upon considering a certain possibility, veins bulged on his forehead, and he clenched his fists. His justice was the justice that ruled over the world, and it was only natural for him to take over as admiral and lead the Navy. However, that was no longer certain. Panga City, amidst the struggle for power. What if Victor captured Roger? Who, between Sengoku and Victor, would be more suitable to lead the Navy? If we only consider strength and capability, Victor would be more suitable. Victor was too self-serving, making him easier to control than Sengoku. Sengoku had the ability to balance the seas, a talent that Victor did not possess. However, letting them compete to see who leads the Navy was more important. The 5 elders couldn't help but laugh as they chatted. Political maneuvering is an essential skill for those in power. If Garp were to be promoted to admiral, he would become Sengoku's competitor. In this competition, the weaker side would need to rely more on the support of the 5 elders. The 5 elders manipulated the Navy through political tactics, creating discord within its ranks. This was their usual operation. After all, a united Navy also posed a threat to the world government. Marineford, Navy headquarters. Victor was sitting in his general's office. This was his first time working in the general's office. Victor took out a cigarette and laid back in his chair. He propped his feet up on the desk, smoked his cigarette, and looked out the window. At that moment, a lieutenant general staff officer walked up to the office, knocked on the door, and saluted Victor. "General Victor, the intelligence has been collected and is now ready to report to you." Victor heard this and resumed his normal sitting posture. "Come in," Victor shouted towards the door. General Mike walked in. General Mike was promoted by Sengoku and was responsible for intelligence analysis and organization. Now that Victor and Sengoku had exchanged their work, Mike was reporting to Victor according to Sengoku's instructions. We did not find Roger and his crew in the Sabati archipelago. The general staff analyzes that Roger's crew may have already gone to Fishman Island, General Mike replied. After listening to the report, Victor said, "What about the informants on Fishman Island? If Roger enters Fishman Island, it can't possibly go unnoticed." Vice Admiral Mike replied, "None have been found so far. All right, you can leave now." After Victor finished speaking, he dismissed Vice Admiral Mike. Mike frowned but thought better of it. If Victor's abilities were comparable to Sengoku's, he must have already made a judgment. On the contrary, if his own judgment affected Victor's decision, it could harm their relationship. Mike was not keen on doing something that would be thankless. Moreover, he was not Victor's subordinate. After Mike left, Victor picked up the microphone to make an announcement over the internal broadcast of the fortress. He was going to hold a combat seminar. A new official always has a lot of energy. The work of a Marine Admiral is not just about fighting. It's also about commanding subordinates well. Victor could also use this opportunity to enhance his presence in the Navy headquarters. All Vice Admirals, Rear Admirals, and Commodores are requested to gather in the second operations room for a meeting. All Vice Admirals, Rear Admirals, and Commodores are requested to gather in the second operations room for a meeting. At this time, after hearing Victor's broadcast, Vice Admiral Crane and others put down their work and headed to the second operations room. A few minutes later, the second operations room was already filled with people. The Commodore-level officers didn't even have a seat. Victor sat down and, in front of everyone, leisurely lit a cigar. After taking a slow puff, he said, "I have just received orders from the 5 elders to take over the pursuit of Roger. The Navy is becoming a laughingstock with Roger escaping time and again. Of course, I know this has nothing to do with you all." Victor calmly looked at everyone present. Among them were Crane and others who were his elders. Victor said, "But I can understand that the world government and the people of the world cannot comprehend this. They only see the Navy as useless, unable to deal with Roger." So, Victor bit down on his cigar, slammed his hands on the table with force, and with a fierce look in his eyes, he said angrily, "Even if we can't catch Roger, we must cut off his hands and feet. We must be ruthless. We need to make Roger afraid to appear openly on the seas. We must make them scurry around like rats. Let them fear the justice of a Navy." Victor said to everyone, "I hope you can do it, especially the combat troops. If you let Roger and his gang escape again, then I suggest you transfer to the logistics department. A combat meeting is actually about gaining the upper hand first." Victor is still very young, just in his early 20s. Although he is strong, most of the generals in the department do not believe he has the talents of a commander. Therefore, Victor needs to establish his authority and show everyone the difference between him and the warring states. Crane and others listened to Victor's personal showcase throughout. The meaning of Victor: if you can't catch Roger, then catch the people around Roger. You can't possibly fail to catch the people around him as well. In the marshal's office, although Kong did not attend the meeting, the operations room has surveillance, so he could hear the entire meeting. The difference between Victor and Sengoku is indeed substantial. This is a feeling of emptiness. However, Kong is able to understand Victor. In his view, Victor has always aimed to achieve the goal of purifying the seas. Therefore, he will do everything in his power to promote and reform the Navy. The Blue Sea Association was established with this purpose in mind. Kong also learned that many students who graduated from the Navy headquarters have joined the Blue Sea Association. Blur blur, blur blur. At this moment, the phone on Kong's desk rang loudly. Kong picked up the receiver. It was Commander-in-Chief Glenn. Glenn said to Kong, "Come to my office. I have something to discuss with you." Kong responded with a sound of acknowledgement. In the past, when Sengoku was around, many tasks had already been handed over to him. Therefore, even though Kong is still the marshal, he doesn't need to personally handle many matters. Kong left Marineford and headed to Mariewa. At this time, a special visitor from CP0 arrived at Victor's office. The visitor stood about 2 meters and 80 centimeters tall, a head shorter than Victor. Dressed in a distinctive white suit, his face bore 2 blood-red tear marks on a white mask, giving off an eerie first impression. "It's my first time interacting with someone below the rank of marshal," the CP0 agent said to Victor. Victor remained expressionless. CP0 is notorious for their terrible personalities. Even Akainu has been confronted by Lucci in person. However, they take advantage of being the direct, subordinate agency of the Celestial Dragons, so they look down on others. Nevertheless, there isn't much difference between an admiral and a fleet admiral. Both have done well in disappointing people. Seeing that Victor had no reaction, The CP0 agent leaned closer to him, continuing to provoke him. CP0 despises the Navy because they believe they have contributed more than the Navy. Yet, it is the Navy that enjoys the flowers, applause, and admiration, while they can only wear masks, and even on the day they die, no one will know their true identities. This disparity in identity has twisted their psychology. Are you really a CP0 agent? At this moment, Victor suddenly spoke up. The CP0 agent looked confused. I suspect you are a pirate in disguise. Victor suddenly reached out and grabbed the other person's neck. The 5 elders sent CP0 to assist me, not to meddle. So, if necessary, I will bring your head back to Mariejois to verify your identity with Saint Andrade. As Victor tightened his grip, the CP0 agent could feel that his neck would be crushed in an instant. This was a death warning. Victor is different from Akainu. Victor understands the rules of the game. CP0's biggest reliance is on the Celestial Dragons. In front of the Celestial Dragons, they all behave obediently. Victor is very familiar with Angela and can use the Celestial Dragons to deal with the agents in front of him. Gerard is being choked. He knows that Victor is just threatening him. Victor definitely wouldn't kill him. However, in front of Victor, under his control, Gerald felt too insignificant. It was as if he were a toddler, completely defenseless. Humph. Victor released his grip, and Gerald finally regained his breath. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing Gerald's coughing, Victor snorted coldly. All right, I expect to hear some useful information. Victor sat down, propping his feet up, and said, This guy is really arrogant. However, he has the capital to be arrogant. A person's body is the most honest. When the weak face the strong, as long as their mind is fine, they will show submission. Roger and his gang receive support in the Shambadi Archipelago. I suspect they are still in the Shambadi Archipelago. Gerard replied, Then what are we waiting for? Victor took out the golden phone bug. What are you going to do? Gerald was startled and quickly asked. Of course. It's time to gather the troops and wipe out the villains in the Shambadi Archipelago. Victor said calmly, Are you crazy? That's in the Shambadi Archipelago. And you actually want to launch a demon-slaying order there. Under the mask, Gerard was dumbfounded. A madman, simply a madman. If the intelligence you provided is correct, then now is the best time to eliminate Roger. Even if the intelligence is wrong. The pirates in the Shambadi Archipelago and the outlaws in the gray area are also tumors that need to be eradicated. Victor snorted lightly and said also, Don't worry about harming the world aristocrats. Before we start taking action, I will give you enough time to ensure their safe evacuation. Victor's words left Gerard utterly speechless. He realized that Victor wanted to use Roger's incident as a pretext to take the opportunity to eliminate the criminal forces in the Shambadi Archipelago. Before meeting Victor, Gerard had already learned about him and understood Victor's dream. Now, Gerard believed that as long as Victor held enough power, he would decisively execute his plan. All right, I am an admiral, and I have the authority to issue the demon-slaying order. Victor picked up the golden transponder snail's microphone. 24 hours later, the target is the Sabadi Archipelago. At this moment, Victor looked at Gerard and said, As the direct troops of the world nobles, you can take action. You. Gerard turned and left the office. He needed to inform the 5 elders about the demon extermination order. At the same time, the vice admirals at the Navy headquarters had already received the order for the demon extermination. At this time, the direct branches such as G2, G3, G4, G6, G7, and G8 were already mobilizing their forces. The Navy headquarters was also gathering troops, 5 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, 10 large warships, and 10,000 elite marines. In the marshal's office, when Kong heard the unique mobilization alarm for the demon extermination order, he was a bit surprised, thinking, Has Victor found Roger so quickly? If it weren't to deal with Roger, they wouldn't have issued a demon extermination order. But where could Roger's group be hiding? If it's in a densely populated town, then the civilians there would be in trouble. After all, artillery is merciless and bullets don't have eyes. At this moment, Crane walked into Kong's office. Victor is being too reckless, Crane said to Kong. If we can capture Roger, then paying a certain price is worth it. Kong shook his head, thinking Crane was being compassionate. After all, the demon extermination order would harm many innocent civilians. However, everything comes with a cost. Kong believed that the price to be paid was acceptable compared to capturing Roger. Victor is going to launch the demon extermination order in the Sabadi Archipelago, Crane told Kong. What did you say? Kong stood up, startled. The Sabadi Archipelago is not just a gathering place for routes in the first half of the Grand Line. It also houses a large population, including relatives of world government officials. Moreover, the Sabadi Archipelago is a playground for the world nobles, the place they frequently visit for leisure. Once the demon extermination order is executed, The result would be devastation and countless corpses. Kong realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately picked up the transponder snail to contact Victor. "Come to my office." While Kong was contacting Victor, the five elders were also quite alarmed. Gerard informed the five elders about Victor's actions. "Victor is being too reckless. Although there might be a chance to capture Roger, the cost is too high. Immediately tell him to stop the operation. If the demon extermination order is launched against the Sabati archipelago, it will be a stain on the world government. It won't be easy to cover this up." The five elders had a mental ledger. They knew what could be done and what couldn't. Although they had the power to erase anyone from the world, they had to consider the negative effects and costs. If the news of the destruction of the Sabati archipelago spread, it would cause a worldwide uproar. The Sabati archipelago is a super city with a huge population, incomparable to a small country. Destroying such a large city in one go and killing so many people, how would the world view the world government? The member states of the world government would also worry. The world government has already spent a great deal of manpower and resources to cover up the blank century from 800 years ago. Now, they cannot afford to clean up Victor's mess. In the marshal's office, Kong faced Victor directly. "Immediately cancel the demon extermination order." Kong said to Victor, "The intelligence provided by CP0 suggests a high possibility that Roger is hiding in the Sabati archipelago. Eliminating Roger is exactly what the world government desires. I assent it?" Victor answered calmly, without any intention of canceling the demon-slaying order. "I command you in the name of the marshal." Kong raised his voice. Victor wore an expressionless face and said, "I'm sorry. Capturing Roger is a task assigned to me by the five elders." Boruru, Boruru. Just as he was about to speak, the snail phone in Victor's arms began to ring. "Victor, immediately terminate the demon-slaying order," said the white-haired elder among the five elders seriously. "Understood." This time, Victor did not refuse. "We all know your determination to capture Roger, but it still depends on the occasion. Do you understand?" The white-haired elder's tone softened a bit. Victor is different from Akainu. Akainu would confront the Gorosei. However, Victor is someone who will obey. The Gorosei consider Victor to be reliable and controllable. At least they believe they can control Victor. "Understood," Victor replied. "If you suspect that Roger is hiding in the Sabati archipelago, you can conduct a search. We will give you 3 days." The Gorosei are also giving Victor some face. Victor doesn't want to eliminate pirates and eradicate those tumors? Then give him the opportunity. Controlling the strong is also part of political maneuvering. After ending the call, Victor calmly smoked a cigarette. As he had guessed, the five elders' issuance of the Demon Slayer Order has its prerequisites. The Demon Slayer Order issued by the five elders only targets areas with smaller populations. If they really want to execute a Demon Slayer Order on the Sabati archipelago, that's impossible to carry out. After all, the world government is a legitimate government. Even if it is rotten to the core, it still worries about public opinion. After all, the world government is on the side of justice. There is no reason to carry out a massacre. Send the order down, seal off the coastline of the Sabati archipelago, and the docks on the island must also be sealed. Without my command, no ship can leave the Sabati archipelago. Additionally, within Area 129, everyone must be arrested. If there is resistance, then execute on the spot. In Areas 1 to 29, there are human trafficking shops, human auctions, and lawless zones. Area 5059 is no exception. Everyone and every ship must be detained. If there is resistance, then execute on the spot. In Areas 50 to 59, there are many shipyards and coating craftsmen, bubble park, specialty shops, tourist streets, and hotel streets. Likewise, arrest anyone on site. In short, 3 days. I give you 3 days to check every person on the Sabati archipelago. Those with criminal records and fugitives, whether they are pirates or other criminals, must all be arrested and sent to Judicial Island for trial. Notify Judicial Island to send people to the dock to wait for reception. Victor used a golden transponder snail to publicly announce a terrible order to the troops participating in the Demon Slayer Order. The workload is simply too large. 3 days are simply not enough. The commanders of the various branches that were originally prepared to participate in the Demon Slayer Order were left speechless at this moment. Victor's actions are too crazy. But who made Victor a general? Since Victor issued the order, they can only accept it and carry out the command. In the Sabati archipelago, a population auction is taking place. St. Roseward keeps raising a sign. He wants to buy quite a few slaves today, especially some pirates with bounties in the tens of millions of berry. St. Roseward particularly enjoys collecting them and using them as mounts, trampling on their dignity. In addition, St. Roseward's son, St. Charlos, likes mermaids and there are some at today's auction that he also intends to buy. At this moment, an agent in a white suit approached St. Roseward and said, "Your Holiness, please return to Mariewa as soon as possible." St. Roseward showed an unhappy expression. He was enjoying his purchases. "This is a request from the 5 elders," CP0 added. Upon hearing it was the 5 elders, although St. Roseward was displeased, he still got up from his seat. Not only at the population auction, but also in various places across the Sabati archipelago, the celestial dragons quickly left under CP0's notification. From now on, the Sabati archipelago can only have ships entering, not leaving. Any ship attempting to leave the Sabati archipelago will be sunk. Victor was on the deck, broadcasting his orders to the fleet. At this moment, the warships were lined up, in addition to the 10 warships brought by the Demon Extermination Order. Victor had also summoned more than 20 ships from the headquarters and surrounding branches. Together with the Navy stationed in the Sabati archipelago, Victor had mobilized nearly 30,000 troops. Of course, he could call in more troops, but that would take time, and drawing too many troops would create a vacuum in controlling the sea, making it easy for pirates to exploit. Faster, move quickly. At this time, the Navy in the Sabati archipelago had already rushed into Area 129 with orders to capture people. They were to grab anyone they saw. This was the order issued by Victor. Such an order caused a huge uproar within the Sabati archipelago. At that moment, in a casino, the patrons were still unclear about the situation when they were captured by the Navy. A gleaming sword was pressed against their necks, and a cold gun barrel was pointed at their foreheads. If they resisted, they would be executed on the spot. "I want to see Brigadier General Torres. We are friends." Brigadier General Torres wouldn't treat friends like this. The casino owner was pressed to the ground, his face against the floor. Yet he still protested loudly to the Navy. The Brigadier General Torres he mentioned was the commander of the garrison in the Sabati archipelago. Bribery within the Navy is not just something that happens in the 4 seas. As long as there is no substantial evidence, no one would investigate it deliberately. This is an unspoken rule from top to bottom in the Navy headquarters. At this moment, Brigadier General Torres dared not associate with the bribers. Execute anyone who does not cooperate on the spot. Not a single one can be spared. Torres commanded the garrison to storm into shops, including Shaki's bar. However, Shaki's bar was now empty. Where did the owner go? Some Navy personnel had previously visited Shaki's establishment and knew she was a beauty. Meanwhile, Shaki was hiding behind a wall, observing the situation on the street. She could not understand what was happening today, as such events had never occurred in the past. However, it seemed the Navy was looking for someone. Could they be looking for Roger and Rayleigh? Shaki murmured to herself. She naturally could not stand by and do nothing. At this time, Victor had already landed with a large group of Marines. Report. Light approached Victor and said, "Brigadier General Torres has already captured nearly 1,000 people, but many have still escaped, and he requests support." Torres only had 5,000 men, and indeed he was short-handed. "Don't rush." Victor did not immediately send reinforcements. At this moment, the sound of cannon fire echoed in the distance. On the distant sea, a cargo ship attempting to break through was hit by the Navy's cannons, caught fire, and eventually sank into the sea. Brew, brew, brew. At this time, the snail phone in Connor's hand rang. Connor handed the snail phone to Victor. Victor picked up the microphone. The phone bug mimicked Eric's voice. "Lord Victor, we have taken control of the shipyard, but there are too many people to capture. According to Victor's orders, both shipwrights and dock workers must be arrested. Therefore, Eric requested reinforcements from Victor. Not only Eric, but Kenneth's situation was similar. Kenneth is currently located on Hotel Street. Hotel Street is a mix of people, including many wanted criminals, to escape the Navy's pursuit. These wanted criminals set fire to the rooms on the spot, causing a fire. They attempted to escape amidst the chaos. At this moment, Victor said to Connor, "Contact Justice Island and have them send a justice ship to take all the suspicious individuals to Justice Island." Yes. Connor immediately contacted Justice Island. Is the Navy out of their minds? This is the first time I've seen something like this. Mom, what are they doing? Shh, be quiet. The Navy is catching bad guys. In Area 1 to 29 of the Sabati archipelago. This area is a mix of people harboring many wanted criminals and a large number of civilians. Therefore, when the Navy arrests people, they generally start from streets. Even the population auction cannot escape this. Sir, we are not pirates, nor are we wanted criminals. All the slaves here have been approved and are legal and compliant. The manager of the population auction, Shoes, and the staff were pinned down on the ground. Shoes was trying to communicate. He had worked here for over 30 years, serving high-ranking officials of the world government, nobles from various countries, wealthy merchants, and even the supreme world nobles. Especially the world nobles were satisfied with his service. However, he never imagined that the low-ranking sailors he usually looked down upon would pin him to the ground. What a humiliation. Shut up. Third-class soldier Leon shoved the gun barrel into Shoes' mouth. He had long disliked these people. Today, he would take the opportunity to teach them a lesson. Shoes whimpered and dared not speak. At this moment, a group of Navy personnel approached. The Navy personnel wore the Blue Sea Association badge on their chests, uniformly donned white gloves, wore high military boots, and carried combat knives at their waists, marching with an imposing demeanor superior to others. The leading major asked, "Have you found any suspicious individuals?" "None for the time being," replied Shoes' direct superior, Captain Mark. "Continue searching." After the major finished speaking, he left with his chest held high. "Yes," Captain Mark replied. "Who are they?" A sailor behind Leon quietly inquired. "Did you see the badge on their chests?" "They're from the Blue Sea Association, directly under Admiral Schwanma," someone answered. "Directly under? Don't you all know? As long as you joined the Blue Sea Association, it's much easier to get promoted and you can go to any position in any unit. So where do I join? Can I join the Blue Sea Association? You need a recommendation. I've heard it's gotten stricter now, and they have to review personal information. Is there anyone in our unit who is in the Blue Sea Association? I've heard that Major Ron is part of the Blue Sea Association. No wonder he was promoted from lieutenant to major in less than a year." The sailors discussed among themselves. After hearing this, Leon was filled with curiosity about the Blue Sea Association. Meanwhile, Ron was counting the money found at the population auction. This large sum of money would naturally be handed over to Victor. Of course, Ron would also keep a portion for himself. "Sir, there's a total of 3.5 billion berries in cash. You will be promoted again this time," Ron's adjutant, House, said with a smile. Ron nodded and then crossed out a 5 from the 3.5 billion on the ledger, submitting 3 billion berries. As for the 500 million berries, Ron would not keep it all to himself. He would share it with his subordinates. This is an unwritten rule within the Blue Sea Association. Ron was self-aware. He knew he couldn't go into frontline combat. However, he still had the ability to contribute to the Blue Sea Association and to Victor. Only those who contribute to Victor and the Blue Sea Association can be promoted quickly. Shockey arrived at an abandoned dock. The Navy had searched here 3 times. However, they found no trace of Roger and the others. After confirming that there were indeed no suspicious individuals, the Navy left. Shockey took out the phone bug. "You can come out now," Shockey said. After a while, the ceiling of the dock slowly opened. Roger and the others jumped down from above. "Did they leave?" Roger asked while brushing the dust off himself. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This was one of Shockey's hiding places. Because of her relationship with Rayleigh, Shockey provided this place for Roger and his crew to take refuge. "Not yet," Shockey replied. "Do you know how long it will take?" Rayleigh inquired. Shockey, smoking a cigarette, said 3 days. Shockey also had informants within the Navy. Then, Shockey added, originally there was supposed to be a demon-slaying order, but it was ultimately canceled. What a mess. Roger laughed when he heard this. In such an environment, being able to laugh so happily was something only a few like Roger could do. Shockey reminded them, "You will stay here for 3 days. Once it's confirmed safe, I will arrange for you to leave." After leaving the dock, Shockey arrived at another stronghold of hers, a regular residential building. "Sister," a young man opened the door for Shockey. The young man named Frank had been saved by Shockey 10 years ago. All along, he had been collecting information for Shockey under the guise of an ordinary resident. The identity and family of an ordinary resident served as excellent cover. Shockey entered the room. Frank's wife and child were preparing lunch in the kitchen. After greeting Frank's family, Shockey went straight up to the attic. "Sister," Frank said to Shockey, "the Navy will soon implement a curfew and search the residential area. Anyone who violates the curfew and appears outdoors will be arrested." Frank's brother-in-law, Brent, served in the Navy and had just informed Frank to stay at home and not run around. "A curfew?" Shockey took a deep breath of her cigarette and murmured, "This is too crazy." Sure enough, not long after, the broadcast in the Sabati archipelago began. In 1 hour, a curfew will be implemented. No one is allowed to leave their residence. Anyone who violates the curfew and appears outdoors will be arrested as a wanted criminal. Repeat, in 1 hour, a curfew will be implemented. No one is allowed to leave their residence. Anyone who violates the curfew and appears outdoors will be arrested as a wanted criminal. At this moment, a battalion of sailors marched in perfect step on the streets. They stood in 2 rows on either side of the street. Victor appeared on the street. The residents of the houses on both sides were watching him. At this moment, the street seemed to have been cleared. Moreover, it was eerily quiet. Anyone who didn't return home within an hour would be arrested. Those who had already been captured were now being sent to the judicial ship, batch by batch. To Judicial Island. Shockey was secretly watching Victor from the attic. At that moment, Victor suddenly looked up in the direction of the attic. The curtains in the attic were still moving, and Shockey hid behind the wall, her heart racing. He was really too dangerous. Umph! Victor let out a cold snort. Any gaze directed at him could not escape his perception. However, Victor did not deliberately try to arrest Shockey. The commotion he caused today in the Shambadi archipelago was merely to shape his public persona, resolutely and thoroughly eliminating evil. This would earn him immense prestige, whether within the Navy or in the hearts of the people. For the vast majority of the public, they hated and feared pirates. Therefore, Victor's vigorous efforts to eradicate evil would win the support of ordinary people. There was no doubt that today would be a grand show. Taking advantage of the opportunity to hunt down Roger, he aimed to demonstrate his determination and decisiveness to the world. The gray income uncovered today was also a considerable amount. Victor has truly reaped both fame and fortune, making a fortune. At this moment, a huge explosion sounded not far away. Victor was calmly smoking when Connor walked over and said next to him, "It's in the direction of the hospital. Rodney is over there." The Rodney Connor mentioned was his classmate and also the most promising member of the Blue Sea Club, who had gained Victor's admiration. Hearing this, Victor remained expressionless and continued along the planned route to Bubble Park. There's a large square in Bubble Park, suitable for use as an execution ground. Victor is preparing the second stage here. Inside the hospital, doctors, nurses, and patients are hiding in the wards, their faces filled with terror as they scream. At this moment, a one-armed middle-aged man, leaning on a cane, is surrounded by hundreds of Navy soldiers. After a while, the Navy naturally parts to make way. A Navy colonel walks forward slowly. The colonel has a crew-cut, a well-fitted suit, white gloves on his hands, and high military boots on his feet, with a Blue Sea Society emblem on his chest. The boatman Roll, whose last appearance was on Vidu Island in the New World, lost a leg and an arm after failing to challenge Roger. The colonel's name is Rodney. Unlike Wright and Connor, Rodney is a very reclusive person. He does not like to interact with others and is used to being alone, which has resulted in poor social connections. Although Rodney is one of the best students of his cohort, he has not had the opportunity to showcase his abilities. It was only after Wright's invitation that he joined the Blue Sea Society and was promoted to colonel by Victor due to his continuous military achievements. Currently, Rodney serves in the G2 branch, and as long as he continues to achieve military success, his future is limitless. At least in the eyes of most members of the Blue Sea Society, with Victor as a backing, Rodney might even become the commander of G2. However, the real reason Rodney is willing to join the Blue Sea Society is because of Victor's goal. Coincidentally, Rodney has the same goal. You have the wrong person. The boatman Roll is not here. Roll has lost his left hand and left foot, his organs are damaged, and his strength is almost non-existent. If it were during his peak, he wouldn't even regard the Navy in front of him. Don't think that after retreating, your sins can be wiped away with a stroke of the pen. Rodney coldly said, "The souls you have killed are waiting for you in the Sanzu River. It is you who are forcing me to kill." As soon as Roll finished speaking, he swung his cane backward, striking a Navy lieutenant on the head. Blood splattered as the lieutenant's head was hit. Unfortunately, his body is not what it used to be. If it were in the past, when his weapon was still his iron oar, that lieutenant's head would have been smashed to bits. However, at the moment Roll struck, Rodney also rushed forward. Rodney's speed is fast. He takes several quick steps, leaving only after images in front of him. Whoosh, whoosh. Roll was startled. He leaped back on one foot, narrowly avoiding Rodney's sweeping kick. However, the tip of Rodney's shoe still grazed Roll's brow bone. The brow bone was cut open and blood flowed out, dyeing Rodney's view of the world red. Before Roll could land and wipe away the blood, Rodney's right hand shot out with a finger gun. The air blast struck Roll's left knee. Instantly, Roll's left leg lost its ability to support him, and he fell awkwardly onto the corridor. The surrounding Navy soldiers surged forward, knives and forks at Roll's throat, guns pointed at his head. Boom! Just then, an explosion sounded from outside the window. "Get out of the way, everyone! If you don't move, I'll blow them up." At this moment, a man fully strapped with explosives has taken dozens of medical personnel, patients, and their families hostage. He wants to force a way through using the hostages beside him. Nearby Navy soldiers, holding their knives and guns, aimed at the man but were somewhat hesitant. Rodney pulled out a thick wanted poster and found the man's name, Bomb Expert Sandy, with a bounty of 46 million berries. Rodney took a rifle from a nearby sailor and aimed at Sandy. "Colonel Rodney, you can't do this." A Navy major beside Rodney was about to remind him. However, Rodney had already fired. Bang! The bullet struck Sandy's eye and flew out from the back of his head. Although Sandy was shot through the head, he still detonated the bomb at the last moment. Boom! This explosion killed Sandy and all the hostages, shattering the glass of nearby buildings. The Navy soldiers surrounding Sandy were also thrown back by the shockwave, and many were injured. Rodney returned the rifle and then left the building without looking back. As a child, he had witnessed pirates taking the entire village as hostages to force the Navy to lay down their arms. As a result, the Navy that laid down their weapons were all killed, and the villagers could not survive. Therefore, Rodney has his own judgment standards when doing things. He believes that Victor's goal is achievable, and as long as Victor's methods are not wrong, he will follow Victor. The current situation is the same. If Sandy is let go, even more people will be harmed. Split up and run. Once they reach the seaside, they'll be safe. A group of fishmen is desperately running. Behind them, the Navy is chasing after them. Some Navy soldiers stop to shoot while running. Bullets whiz past them. Some unfortunate fishmen are shot and fall to the ground. Damn Navy. The leader of the fishmen is named Bazel, currently with a bounty of 110 million berries. Because of his hatred for humans, Bazel enjoys slaughtering human villages and towns. At this moment, Bazel just glanced at the fallen companions and did not stop to help them. The coastline is not far away, and Bazel can already see the sea. As long as they can jump into the water, they can temporarily escape. They are fishmen with diving abilities far superior to humans. However, just then, several rows of Navy soldiers suddenly stand up ahead. Bang! Bang! Hundreds of Navy soldiers open fire, and the fishmen behind Bazel could not escape and were all shot. At this moment, a blond young captain leans against a tree, smoking a cigarette. The young man is named Felix, a captain, and is from the same cohort as Akiji. Believing in Victor's ideals, he joined the Blue Sea Society while still in school. Purify the sea and eliminate all pirates. He believes that what Victor is doing today will be realized worldwide. Tenko Awaji Yankwan. Seeing his companions fall, Bazel, furious, leaps up, preparing to unleash a punch that can create a 360 shockwave. Raging kick. However, Felix's slicing kick strikes Bazel's chest first. Although Bazel was hit in the chest, he is worth a bounty of 110 million berries, and his strength is not weak. This blow did not kill him. Damn it! Bazel glared at Felix. Felix beckoned at Bazel with his hand. A mere Navy captain dares to provoke after a sneak attack? Kid, you're dead. Just as Bazel was about to charge at Felix, a beam of light pierced through Bazel's chest. Felix frowned. Sorry, he is the criminal I am currently capturing. At this moment, Kizaru approached. Kizaru now holds the rank of Brigadier General. Felix saluted Kizaru, then turned and left. Kizaru noticed the Blue Sea Society emblem on Felix's chest. Victor's people sure are bold. Kizaru murmured. Which pirate could be weak if they have a bounty of over 100 million berries? Felix was surprisingly unafraid. He didn't know how the Blue Sea Society brainwashed people. However, Kizaru knew Bazel's strength. Bazel was a master of fishman karate, and although Felix was not weak, he was definitely not strong either. If Bazel severely injured him, Felix would be left with lifelong disabilities, even if he didn't die. Therefore, Kizaru chose to act early and save Felix. However, Felix did not appreciate it. The members of the Blue Sea Society, aside from those focused solely on rising in rank and wealth, were mostly passionate young people. They were influenced by Victor, actively striving and no longer confused about the future. Young people like Rodney and Felix were all on Victor's list for promotion. Victor intends to cultivate them as the backbone. At this moment, Victor is in Soap Bubble Park, where the Navy has built a high platform in the shortest time possible. Victor is preparing to execute the notorious criminal here, showcasing his iron-fisted methods and determination to uphold justice through a live broadcast. After the platform is set up, Victor leaves only a few people, including Connor, while the rest of the Navy is dispatched for a search and capture mission. Now, on the Shambadi Islands, there are very few Navy personnel left at Soap Bubble Park. As information is compiled, Connor continues to report on the progress of the search on the island. Rodney has captured the boatman role and then shot the bomb expert Sandy, who detonated a bomb, killing nearly 100 people. Felix has captured Gecko Jackson and Mountain Mouse Roland. Ed has captured the Cross Star Mayo. After finishing the report, Connor adds that there have been no sightings of Roger's gang for the time being. Victor sat in a chair, propping his chin up with one hand, and expressionlessly said, "Continue the search." "Yes," Connor replied. Bang! An explosion sounded not far away. As the search intensified, the Navy began to move into residential areas. The wanted criminals hiding in the Chambord Islands now had two choices. One, to find a more concealed and safer hiding place. Two, to attempt to break out and escape from the Chambord Islands. At this moment, inside a house, several thugs dressed in black suits nervously held a sharp knife to the smooth neck of a child as a hostage. Meanwhile, a few thugs stood by the window, looking down warily at the outside. "Boss, the Navy is coming," one thug reported to the man inside the house. "Shut up. I know they will come," the man said, drinking beer and eating the hostage's family's dinner. His name was Lawrenson, a pirate from the West Sea, who had once been a subordinate of the Golden Lion and was active in the New World, currently with a bounty of 181 million berries. However, after the Golden Lion was captured, Lawrenson began to consider retreating. He chose to return to the first half of the Grand Line and set up a business in the Chambord Islands. He was very cruel. During his time as a pirate, he would often take many hostages after committing crimes. If the Navy dared to pursue him, they would hesitate to attack due to fear of harming the hostages. Knock, knock, knock. The Navy knocked on the door. The male owner of the house opened the door. Without any greeting, the Navy entered the house and immediately began to search. "Officer, my family is unwell. Please do not disturb them upstairs." The house owner tried to stop them, but the Navy ignored him completely. When the Navy opened the attic door, there was a gunshot. The Navy officer was shot in the forehead. Lawrenson held the gun and said to the thugs, "Take the hostage and leave here." The gunfire inside the house attracted nearby Navy officers. Eric, Kennard, Rodney, and others quickly gathered around. A battle broke out between the two sides in the alley. "Boss, there are no Navy officers at Soap Bubble Park," one thug reported to Lawrenson. "Go to Soap Bubble Park," Lawrenson said, leaving some of his men to hold off the Navy while he and a few others ran towards Soap Bubble Park. Just as the thug said, there were no Navy officers at Soap Bubble Park. However, Lawrenson did not relax. On the contrary, he felt even more uneasy. It's too quiet. Soap Bubble Park is eerily silent. At that moment, Lawrenson heard footsteps. He reacted quickly, turning around with his gun, not aiming at all. Bang! The bullet shot towards the incoming person. Clang! The gunfire reflected off the blade, splitting the bullet in half. The sparks from the gun and the reflection from the blade allowed the two to see each other clearly. Although they did not know each other, they could confirm that neither was a Navy officer. Now is not the time to fight. The man holding the katana had a skull headband on his head. "I think so too," Lawrenson said, putting away his gun. "Let's join forces." Suddenly, another man approached. "Only by joining forces can we leave here." Their situations were similar. Due to the Navy's search of the residential area, they had to escape from their hiding places and coincidentally arrived at Soap Bubble Park. However, Soap Bubble Park was dark and gloomy. "If we're joining forces, count me in," said another figure stepping out from behind a tree. There were many large trees in Soap Bubble Park, and after leaving their hiding places, they all chose this location. Lawrenson took out a cigarette, and as he lit it, he saw the faces of the others. Sharp, Zachary, Gore. Lawrenson recognized the identities of the men by their appearances. The dual-blade Sharp had once had a bounty of 456 million berries, but after failing to challenge Whitebeard, he lost his right hand and had disappeared from the seas for 3 years. Zachary had a bounty of 320 million berries. After refusing the Golden Lion's invitation, he was wiped out by the Golden Lion and chose to retreat after surviving. Gore had a bounty of 370 million berries and had left the New World in disgrace after being defeated by Roger 5 years ago. "If we joined forces, we might be able to achieve something big," Lawrenson thought, suddenly feeling more confident. However, at that moment, the streetlights in Soap Bubble Park suddenly lit up. The sky was dark, and the oppressive clouds made everyone feel uneasy. When the lights came on, instead of feeling relieved, they felt even more anxious. Lawrenson, Sharp, Zachary, and Gore exchanged glances, realizing that Soap Bubble Park was a trap. Just then, a beam of light suddenly shone from a distance, illuminating a platform ahead. On the platform sat a chair, and Victor was seated in it. Under the spotlight, Victor had an expressionless face, smoking a cigarette and looking down. At this moment, those who had arrived at Soap Bubble Park were not just Lawrenson and the others. Many others were also hiding behind the trees. They noticed the direction of the spotlight and clearly saw Victor's face. Their hearts sank as they realized the danger. They knew how powerful a Navy admiral was, so they did not dare to underestimate Victor. At this moment, Victor calmly said, "Surrender. You are surrounded by me." Meanwhile, in the square of the Chambord Islands, 3 large screens lit up. On the screens appeared Victor's face. In the distance, Connor was broadcasting live. Victor's live show has begun. Lawrence tightened his grip on the dual pistols in his hands, gritting his teeth as he said with a serious expression, "It really is a trap." Although Victor was the only one around, Lawrence had witnessed the battle between Victor and the Golden Lion with his own eyes. Lawrence knew how strong Victor was. Like a god, invincible. Sharp remained silent, only drawing his knife with his left hand. He used to be a dual-wielding fighter, but now he had only one hand left. However, Sharp believed he could still fight. Zachary clenched his fist and said coldly, "If we get caught, we'll be sent to the Push City prison for life. I don't want to die in a cell." Gore's weapon was a naginata, and he stared at Victor. "Let's take him on." Aside from the four of them, dozens of people began to appear one after another in Soap Bubble Park. These individuals were all wanted criminals with bounties exceeding millions. Some of them even ruled over their territories. They had thought they could retire in the Shambordi archipelago, but did not expect the Navy to go to such lengths to hunt them down. "It seems you've already made your choice," Victor calmly said. "Since that's the case, then accept the judgment of justice." After speaking, Victor stood up. Whoosh. Then, he took a step forward and vanished from everyone's sight. At the moment Victor disappeared, the platform could no longer bear the weight and collapsed directly. Up there, Lawrence and the others locked onto Victor with their observation hockey. At this moment, Victor transformed into a titan in midair. The 30-meter-tall titan emitted a dazzling golden light. Then the titan punched downwards. The shock wave from a punch. At the moment it struck the ground, radiated golden light in all directions. The black clouds in the sky were dispersed by the golden light, and the earth was illuminated once again. As this astonishing scene unfolded, Sharp, Gore, Zachary, Lawrence, and the others had no time to marvel, because each of them had to endure the terrifying shockwave. The grass and soil were instantly torn apart. Bang! Bang! Sharp, Gore, Zachary, Lawrence, and the others were all blasted away. Some crashed into the thick red tree trunks, shattering them. Some rolled continuously in the air before landing on the ground, rolling for a while before finally coming to a stop. Some elderly and weak individuals were knocked unconscious by a single punch. Even those with sturdier bodies felt as if their internal organs were about to shatter. Victor did not continue the attack, but maintained a pose of punching the ground. This was purely for show, to enhance the live broadcast effect. Victor stood up after several seconds. "Let's kill him together. Otherwise, we'll all die here," Lawrence shouted. In fact, it was unnecessary for Lawrence to remind them. Sharp and the others were already aware of Victor's terrifying strength. No wonder he was able to catch the Golden Lion. His power was truly frightening. Giant shark slash. At that moment, Gore charged at Victor, running at full speed. When he was 100 meters away from Victor, he leaped into the air, gripping the handle of his naginata, ready to strike down at Victor. However, Victor took a step forward. Boom! The lawn was easily crushed under Victor's feet. Immediately, Victor appeared in front of Gore. Before Gore could react, Victor's fist directly slammed into him. Bang! The punch hit Gore's body with precision. The sound of the punch created a sonic boom that left everyone's eardrums ringing. However, the worst was yet to come for Gore. After being struck by the heavy punch, his body flew thousands of meters away, accompanied by a series of thunderous crashes. Gore smashed through dozens of houses before finally coming to a halt. Yet, Gore's condition could only be described as tragic. All the bones in his body were shattered, and blood was seeping out of his eyes, nostrils, mouth, ears, and every pore in his skin. While Lawrence was in shock, Victor raised his fist and swung it again. Golden light dazzled brightly. Then, a group of people was once more sent flying. Some people screamed in agony as they fell to the ground. Inside the Marineford fortress, the remaining Navy soldiers were all stunned. They had only heard that Victor was strong, but had never witnessed it in actual combat. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they could only describe it as being utterly impressed. Khan was also watching the live broadcast. He was shocked and said, "This kid indeed possesses the deterrent power of Carp." Kong did not deny it, but continued to watch. Aurora slash. At that moment, Sharp gritted his teeth, stood up, and charged at Victor. Then his slash attacked Victor from the front. Victor surprisingly did not dodge. He stood his ground, with armament hockey covering his arms. Sharp's sword, wrapped in armament hockey, struck solidly against Victor's right hand. However, it had no effect. Sharp's attack was unable to break through Victor's defense. In the midst of Sharp's astonishment, Victor raised his hand and struck down hard, actually slapping Sharp dead on his right hand as if he were swatting a fly. Victor shook his hand to get rid of the bloodstains. This monster. In just a short time, Sharp was killed and Gore was killed. All were killed in an instant. Run. There was no chance of winning. Lawrence and the others turned to flee. Victor has already crushed their determination to fight to the death. However, Victor has no intention of giving them a chance to escape. Victor leapt into the air, and while he was high up, he swung his fist downward once again. Boom! The golden giant fist came crashing down. Accompanied by dazzling golden light, the massive red tree was obliterated under the force of the punch. Lawrence couldn't dodge in time and had his internal organs shattered by the shockwave. As Victor had said, this was not a battle at all, but a sanction. In 3 days, a total of 542 people were arrested in the Shambodi Islands, with 689 executed on the spot. Among those arrested, how many were innocent? This needs to be judged by Justice Island. Victor doesn't care about the outcome. He only cares about the process. This time, Victor's performance was wonderful. The names Victor and Blue Sea Society are impressive. They are a group determined to eliminate pirates. Moreover, the Blue Sea Society will never compromise with evil. Marineford, Navy Headquarters. Victor walked into the empty office. The emptiness said to Victor, "Many people have complained about you. Many businesses in the Shambodi Islands are related to powerful and influential figures. Victor has offended all these big shots." Victor's expression was indifferent. Kong, puffing on a cigar, said, "What are you planning to do next? Continue searching Fisherman's Island?" Victor replied, "If there is intelligence proving that Roger is on Fishman Island, then I would do so." After hearing this, Kong did not doubt Victor's words. So he continued to ask, "What do you think Roger would be?" Victor replied, "Maybe still in the Shambodi Islands." Kong thought for a moment and said, "You go ahead and get busy." Victor turned and left. Victor returned to the office, where today's newspaper was on his desk. The newspaper featured a photo of Victor at Bubble Park. There was also a photo of Victor transformed into a titan, executing the wanted criminals hidden on the island like a deity. These photos were all taken by Connor and submitted for publication by the newspaper. Victor smiled with satisfaction. His current goal is to become a leading figure in the Navy. There are 2 obstacles in his way. One is Carp, and the other is Sengoku. Victor needs to surpass them. As for Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, Victor did not believe they had the ability to compete with him. However, surpassing Carp and Sengoku was not an easy task. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Victor said. "Report." Rodney walked in. Victor was smoking, looking at Rodney, and said, "Your complaint letters add up to this thickness." While speaking, Victor gestured with his hand. Rodney listened with an expressionless face. "However, I admire you," Victor said with a slight smile. "I want to establish a task force called SS, and you will serve as the commander of the Special Operations Team, with the rank of Brigadier General." "Yes," Rodney replied. "All right, you can go now," Victor said to Rodney. Just as Rodney was about to turn and leave, Victor's voice sounded behind him again. "Your brother is a hero. He just made an irrational decision." Rodney's body trembled, and his right foot, which was about to step forward, paused for a second before he finally stepped out and left Victor's office. Outside the office, dozens of young people were waiting, including Felix. They were all members of the Blue Sea Association. They had all performed exceptionally well during the hunting operations in the Shambodi archipelago. Therefore, they were lined up to meet Victor. Felix watched Rodney leave, and then Connor arranged for another colonel to enter the office. After the colonel went in, he came out a while later, looking very excited. "Sonny?" one of the colonel's companions asked. "I've been transferred to the SS task force. I'm now the district commander of the G2 branch, with the rank of Brigadier General," Sonny said excitedly. "SS? What is that?" The young officers outside the office were unclear. "It's a new unit established by Lord Victor, personally commanded by Lord Victor," Sonny explained. "Sound impressive. Can we get in too? We should be able to." Just as the young officers were getting excited, Connor arranged for others to go in. Like Sonny, the officers who met Victor almost all got promoted. Moreover, without exception, they were all transferred to the SS unit. Some became battalion commanders, while others became squadron leaders. Finally, it was Felix's turn. Felix entered the office and saluted Victor. Victor said, "You have been transferred to the Special Operations Team as a squad leader with the rank of Major." "Yes." Felix wasn't as excited inside, because everyone called into the office had been promoted. Victor said, "You train very diligently and fight bravely." Felix and Kobe are of the same type. They both have average physical talent, but are very resilient. During their time at the military academy, Victor had seen Felix training with scars all over his body. Therefore, Victor not only provided Felix with more guidance, but also gave him more care. However, innate talent will limit your growth. As he spoke, Victor pulled out a box from under the table. Inside the box was a devil fruit. This devil fruit was a trophy captured from the Sabati archipelago. Although it is a relatively common Zoan type, Zoan devil fruits can compensate for your physical shortcomings. Especially this one. It is particularly suitable for you. Victor opened the box and threw the devil fruit to Felix. Instinctively, Felix reached out his hand and caught the devil fruit. It was an animal-type cat fruit. Lynx form. It had a sturdy body, a very short tail, and its head was usually not longer than 14 of its body length, with long and robust limbs. It could remain hidden and motionless for days in a few hectares of land, or run continuously for over 10 kilometers without stopping. It was good at climbing and swimming, and had a strong resistance to hunger. At the same time, its hearing and vision were well developed. "All right, eat it," Victor said. Hearing this, Felix took a bite of the rubbery devil fruit in front of him. As he took the first bite, he frowned. However, after eating it, he could feel the change. "Thank you, Senior," Felix said gratefully. Go out now," Victor told Felix. Felix turned to leave. "Remember to write a letter to your family, telling them that you have become an extraordinary man." At this moment, Victor's voice came from behind Felix. Upon hearing this, Felix's body stiffened. He had left home against his family's wishes to join the Navy. What Felix didn't expect was that Victor would actually care about his background. He was just a small person, after all. Felix adjusted his emotions and then opened the door, leaving Victor's office. At this time, there was a thick stack of documents on Victor's desk containing the identity information of Blue Sea Society members. Victor wants to establish a task force called SS, and all members of this force must be absolutely loyal. Therefore, he must thoroughly investigate the family background of each member. He does not want any undercover agents infiltrating his private armed group. The full name of the SS unit is the Special Mobile Task Force. Victor has designed a complete framework. The task force is directly commanded by Victor and is divided into 5 departments: the General Staff, Personnel Department, Operations Department, Security Department, and Logistics Department. Taking the Navy headquarters as an example, there are the General Staff Headquarters, Personnel Headquarters, Operations Headquarters, Security Headquarters, and Logistics Department. As for the branches in various locations, they will also establish General Staff branches, Personnel branches, Operations branches, Security branches, and Logistics branches. This is a force that is attached to the Navy's system but operates independently. Of course, one cannot become fat in one bite. This is also the reason Victor assigns members of the Blue Sea Association to various units, allowing them to absorb talent within the Navy's branches and gradually strengthen the SS forces. Wow, I finally breathe in the air of the sea. Kazuki Odin stands by the sea, greedily inhaling. Kazuki Shimatsuki holds his daughter Hiyori and chuckles softly. Not far away, Roger and others are waiting for the arrival of the ship. The Navy searched the Chambord Archipelago for 3 days without finding the Oro Jackson. It's not that the Navy is incompetent, but rather that Roger and others have rich experience in hiding. After the Oro Jackson appeared, the crew began to board the ship one after another. Shaki said to Rayleigh, "The wine has already been loaded into the cabin." Rayleigh nodded. At that moment, Roger walked over, put his arm around Rayleigh's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, we'll be back soon." Shaki looked at Roger and said seriously, "Victor is more dangerous than Sengoku. You better not encounter him again." Haha. Roger laughed and said, "Don't worry. We have more important things to do and no time to entangle with him. We can set off now." Jabba walked over to inform Roger and the others. Roger patted Rayleigh's shoulder and said, "Brother, I'm going aboard first." Roger left Rayleigh time an opportunity to say goodbye. After Roger and the others boarded the ship, only Rayleigh and Shaki were left on the shore. The two looked at each other, and Rayleigh said, "I'll be back soon," although he said the same thing as Roger. Shaki liked to hear it. "I'll wait for you to come back," Shaki said to Rayleigh. Rayleigh turned and leaped onto the Oro Jackson. Shaki watched the Oro Jackson dive until it completely disappeared beneath the surface. The Oro Jackson dived 10,000 meters and, after passing through a giant hole beneath the Red Earth continent, arrived at Fishman Island. Roger and his crew were already familiar with Fishman Island, having crossed through it multiple times. However, as the Oro Jackson entered Fishman Island, Roger felt that he was being watched. A strong person like Roger has a perception ability that can only be described as abnormal. A flash of red light appeared in Roger's eyes. Soon after, several people at the Fishman Island dock fell unconscious. Although these people were just minor characters, Roger did not want to attract Victor's attention. After Rayleigh and the others felt Roger using his conqueror's hockey, they said, "It seems we can't stay here too long. There are eyes of the world government everywhere." Jabba agreed. "I know, but before they arrive, I need to meet some friends. They are waiting for me," Roger said with a smile. He has the ability to hear the voices of all things, and as he approached Fishman Island, he heard their calls. Rayleigh, Jabba, Kazuki Odin, and others exchanged glances. Along the way, they had witnessed Roger's abilities. Sure enough, Roger and the others found the historical stone tablet engraved with Joy Boy's apology text and a historical milestone stone tablet in the sea forest. Meanwhile, in Mariehua, within Panga City, agents lurking in various locations report their work to their superiors at fixed intervals. However, it has been more than 2 hours, and the agents on Fishman Island have not reported back. This indicates one thing. They may have been killed. As a result, the news reached CP0's ears and was relayed to Victor. Victor naturally has to send someone to put on a show. If he really wanted to capture Roger, he could set up ambushes in advance at places like Fishman Island and Wano Country. Marine Ford, Navy Headquarters, Second Operations Room. Admiral Tsuru, Admiral Nan, and Admiral Boris are in charge of support. Victor is mobilizing troops, preparing to head to Fishman Island. At this moment, the door of the conference room suddenly opened. Karp walked in. "Count me in. I must catch him myself," Karp said to himself, having just returned without taking a break, heading straight to the operations room. Admiral Tsuru and several other vice admirals frowned. Although Karp has always been like this in the past, this time is different from before. Victor is not a member of the Warring States or the Sky. Although Victor is a junior to Crane and others, he is now a general. Karp suddenly barged into the conference room, interrupting Victor's briefing. Victor had a blank expression. He knew what kind of person Karp was. At this moment, Victor said to Karp, "Then let Vice Admiral Karp lead the team to Fishman Island." "Leave it to me," Karp said confidently. "Set sail," Victor said solemnly. After Victor's command was given, Karp, Crane, and others stood up simultaneously. At this time, Eric, Kennard, Connor, Wright, and others had gloomy expressions. Karp and Crane walked side by side. Behind them followed several gray-haired vice admirals from headquarters, as well as a large number of young officers. At this moment, Crane spoke to Karp in a very low voice. "Karp, if you're late for this kind of meeting in the future, then don't come." "Huh?" Karp didn't understand. Crane continued, "Sora and Sengoku won't hold it against you, but Victor needs authority." Upon hearing this, Karp laughed a little awkwardly. "I get your point now. I was too anxious this time." "You've always been like this." Crane could only describe Karp as speechless. After the world government shaped Karp into a naval hero, he didn't take Sora and Sengoku seriously at all, relying on his own strength and prestige. Although Sora and Sengoku were Karp's superiors, they couldn't command him. Karp still acted freely, doing whatever he wanted. As a Navy officer, Karp had gone a bit too far. Victor wouldn't care about these things, Karp said dismissively. Crane shook her head and replied, "Still, be more cautious. Victor doesn't care, but what about Victor's followers?" In their eyes, Victor's status is equivalent to that of Karp, just like how Akiji and others admire Karp. If Victor suppresses Karp and causes him trouble, they will also dislike Victor. Similarly, if Karp disrespects Victor, Victor's followers will also despise Karp. This could lead to internal conflicts within the Navy. As the saying goes, there cannot be two suns in the sky, nor two lords among the people. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Victor wants to become the leader of the Navy, and he must inevitably surpass Karp and Sengoku. In today's meeting, he has already found a way. That is to create contradictions and sow discord among the factions. Victor's current power is still too weak to stand against the mainstream factions of the Navy headquarters. However, Victor now possesses the power of a general and can begin to cultivate his own forces. The sun is shining, and the sea breeze is refreshing, perhaps guided by fate. Roger's next journey goes relatively smoothly. On Fishman Island, Roger not only found a road poneglyph, but also learned from Shirley's prophecy that the ancient weapon Poseidon, the mermaid princess, would be born in 10 years. After leaving Fishman Island, Roger continued to search for more road poneglyphs. By using his bug-level skill to listen to the voices of all things, Roger found out that a road poneglyph had already been taken by Charlotte Linlin. This means that a conflict between the Roger pirates and the Big Mom pirates is imminent. "Captain, are we heading to Whole Cake Island?" Buggy asked Roger in a panic. Now all the crew members know that the road poneglyph is in Charlotte Linlin's hands. Just as Buggy is afraid of the Golden Lion, he is equally afraid of Charlotte Linlin, because Charlotte Linlin is extremely ruthless. She is true evil. That crazy woman is troublesome. If we get entangled with her, it might waste some time, Rayleigh said, stroking his chin. Jabba agreed. Indeed, it's troublesome. The Navy is also chasing us, and if we fight them at the same time, it will be a headache. Roger laughed heartily. "Don't worry, I have a plan. It won't take much time, and there won't be any fighting." "Really?" Rayleigh and the others looked at Roger curiously. "Is that true, Captain?" Buggy asked, both excited and curious. Shanks was also curious about what method Roger intended to use. At this moment, Roger grinned. "As long as I sneak in a Whole Cake Island alone and secretly make a rubbing, it will be fine." Buggy's eyes widened. and his mind went blank. What kind of plan is this? Buggy was dumbfounded. If it's you, then it should be fine. If there are too many people, it would be easier to get discovered. Rayleigh and Jabba both agreed with Roger's plan. Roger smiled and said, "But I still need you to distract them." "No problem," Rayleigh and the others replied. On Cake Island, at Cake Castle, Charlotte Linlin was meeting with CP0 agents. It's not unusual to have contact with CP0 agents. Once you step into the ranks of top powerhouses, the scenery you see is different. For example, after the world government took control of Wano country from Kaido, they obtained a large amount of sea prism stone from Wano. Strong people value interests and value more between each other. CP0 said to Charlotte Linlin, "Roger will pass through your territory. If he dares to come, then let him die here." "Mama. Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily. "Since you're so confident, I'll be waiting for your good news." After CP0 finished speaking, they stood up to leave. "I don't want the Navy entering my territory," Charlotte Linlin said at this moment. CP0 agents paused. "I will report back," the CP0 agent said without looking back. After the CP0 agents left, Charlotte Linlin called her eldest son, Perispero. She instructed Perispero to strengthen vigilance and patrols. If the Roger pirates are spotted, they need to report immediately and follow them. At Mary Geos in Panga City, amidst the power dynamics, a CP0 agent wearing a dog-headed mask approached the Gorosei. "Victor is not suitable for hunting Roger," the CP0 agent said to the Gorosei. The Gorosei needed balance on the sea, protecting the secrets of the New World through pirates. At the same time, it can divert the world's people's dissatisfaction with the world government. Therefore, pirates in the New World cannot be eliminated. Then let him come back. We can't indulge him too much. He needs to understand that his power can be lost at any time. You're right. Let him know his limits. He can't act recklessly. Sengoku has done well in this regard. Victor should learn from him, and this is for his own good. The Gorosei reached a consensus on how to deal with Victor. They would not allow Victor to become too strong and would not let him directly replace Sengoku, using power tactics to control subordinates and maintaining their loyalty while keeping them in line. At the G1 branch, in the operations room, Victor was waiting for news. Roger and his crew had already left Fishman Island. Currently, both the Navy and CP0 were tracking Roger's location. In this operations meeting room, Carp and others were not present. Carp and the others had already gone as vanguard troops to pursue Roger and his crew. At this moment, Akainu, Kizaru, and others were smoking, waiting for operational orders. According to Victor's character, he had mobilized elite soldiers from various branches again, possibly intending to launch another demon-slaying order. Of course, Akainu would not oppose it. His goal was to completely eliminate pirates, showing no mercy at all. Beep beep, beep beep. Victor picked up the phone bug's microphone. The phone bug mimicked a voice. "Victor, come back. Sengoku will take over your job." Since they were in the operations room, everyone could hear the conversation. "Is this an order from the Five Elders?" Victor asked. "Yes," Sora did not deny it. "Understood." Victor put down the microphone. "Senior," Victor's voice was heard. "What's going on? Why is General Sengoku being replaced as commander?" At this moment, members of the Blue Sea Society, including Light, Connor, and Eric, stood up one after another. Although they were still young, with the highest rank being only Brigadier General, they expressed their dissatisfaction. Akainu also frowned. Victor said coldly and sternly, "Our duty is to obey orders." Although Light, Connor, and others were angry, they couldn't refute him. They had originally thought they could take this opportunity to eliminate some tumors. Victor smoked a cigarette and muttered to himself, "I hope General Warring States and Admiral Carp won't leave me with regrets." Victor concluded the meeting. Akainu was about to leave when he noticed many young officers gathering around Victor. It wasn't that Akainu was intentionally eavesdropping. It was just that words like Sengoku weakness and compromise were coming out of these officers' mouths. Clearly, they couldn't accept Sengoku's command. They believed that the Navy, under Sengoku's leadership, was incapable of imposing sanctions in the New World. Meanwhile, many young people expressed their dissatisfaction with the Navy's weakness, especially under the influence of Victor and the Blue Sea Association. Outside the conference room, Kizaru was smoking a cigarette while muttering to himself. The contradictions are increasing. He did not join either side, but observed coldly from an outsider's perspective. "Mom, we found the Golden Jackson." Perispero quickly ran to Charlotte Linlin. The tension on his face was evident. In the past, pirates who intruded into Tato land would not have a good ending. This time, however, was an exception. Perispero and others were on high alert. Mama. Charlotte Linlin sat up and coldly said, "Since he dares to come, he shouldn't think of leaving alive." Immediately, Charlotte Linlin gathered all her children and staff. The opponent was Roger, so they had to go all out. Because she knew how strong Roger's crew was. "Mr. Rayleigh, how long do we have to stay here?" Buggy said in fear. He knew they were playing the role of bait to lure Charlotte Linlin out. This strategy of drawing the snake out of its hole aimed to buy time for Roger. However, as bait, they were about to face a real monster. Rayleigh smiled and said, "Roger will be back soon." Kazuki Odin laughed heartily, saying that even if they failed in battle, they could at least have a fight with them. It had been a long time since he had a serious fight. Buggy was left speechless upon hearing this. But looking at the members of the Roger Pirates, aside from Buggy, Kazuki Shimo, and Momonosuke, the rest were eager to fight. Were they really going to be bait? Shanks was no exception. His eyes were fixed on the direction of Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin led more than 10 ships away from Cake Island. This was all her current military strength. Before the Great Pirate Era began, the New World had not attracted many talents. Many of Charlotte Linlin's children were still very young. After Charlotte Linlin left, a small boat stopped at Cake Island. The guards on Cake Island were homies created by Charlotte Linlin. However, Roger just shot them a glare. With a flash of red light in his eyes, all the homies on the island rolled their eyes and fainted. Even the pillars and walls inside the houses on the island developed cracks. This was Roger's Conqueror's Hockey. Roger landed on Cake Island and walked straight into the Cake Castle. In Charlotte Linlin's treasure room, Roger took out the prepared white cloth and made an imprint of the poneglyph. "They're coming, they're coming." At this moment, Buggy was already standing on the mast, using a telescope to look into the distance. When he discovered the Big Mom pirates approaching, he urgently alerted everyone. "Blue, blue, blue, blue." At this time, the transponder snail was ringing incessantly. Rayleigh picked up the transponder snail's microphone. "Brother, we've got the item." The transponder snail mimicked Roger's voice. "Then we'll wait for you at the agreed place." At this moment, Rayleigh turned to the others. "Are we retreating? I really want to have a fight." "Me too." The members of the Roger Pirates expressed their regret, but ultimately chose to retreat. Meanwhile, Charlotte Linlin and her crew also discovered that the Golden Jackson had left. "Mom, they're trying to escape," Owen said to Charlotte Linlin. "Escape?" Charlotte Linlin squinted. She had known Roger and his crew for a long time. These people couldn't be here just for a vacation. After taking pictures, they wouldn't just retreat in a hurry. "Oh no." Longbread suddenly thought of a possibility. As Charlotte Linlin's strategist, Longbread quickly said to her, "Linlin, we've been tricked." When Charlotte Linlin returned to Cake Island, they found that the ground was littered with fainted homies. Soon, Charlotte Linlin discovered that the treasure room's door had been split open. Some of the gold and jewels inside were missing. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that there was ink on the poneglyph. "Thief! That damn thief!" Charlotte Linlin was in a state of extreme anger. "Chase! Let's chase them now." In her fury, Charlotte Linlin chose to pursue. However, by the time she chased after the Golden Jackson, Roger's crew had already escaped far away. On the day Victor returned to Mariewa, Sengoku arrived at the G1 branch and regained command. Sengoku's strategy was simple, to focus solely on the Roger Pirates. As for Charlotte Linlin's Big Mom Pirates and other pirate crews encountered along the way, they could be temporarily ignored. The enemy of my enemy can become a temporary friend. Sengoku wanted to create a balanced sea, and Charlotte Linlin and the others would be a key part of that. However, Sengoku quickly received bad news. Roger got it. Upon hearing from CP0 that Roger had obtained the second poneglyph, Sengoku immediately frowned. He knew very well that Roger was getting closer to the final destination. Days later, Mariewa. Light held a newspaper and smiled at Victor. "Senior, Sengoku has failed again. This time, he lost a lot of warships." Light was gloating now. After all, Sengoku was responsible for hunting down Roger. Victor remained expressionless. He knew that Sengoku would not be able to capture Roger. Moreover, since Sengoku had failed before in Wano, he would no longer have another chance. Just as Victor had anticipated, Roger continued his journey, and they arrived in Wano. The closer they got to the final island, the more dangerous the journey became. For safety reasons, Kazuki Odin disembarked with his children. Kazuki Odin decided to continue the voyage. Subsequently, Roger and his crew found the third poneglyph in Wano. After that, the Roger Pirates arrived at Zou. In Zou, they discovered the last poneglyph. Not only that, but Kazuki Odin also found the Kazuki family's crest in Zou, confirming that the Kazuki family had been sworn brothers with the Mink tribe. Although the Navy's pursuit of Roger never ceased, the Roger Pirates continued to dominate the Grand Line and reached the final island. Upon learning the truth about the great treasure on the final island, Roger and his crew burst into laughter. Roger then named the final island Laugh Tale. From that point on, Roger began to be known as the Pirate King, and everything Roger had obtained was collectively referred to as the legendary treasure One Piece. Victor held the newspaper, looking at the advertisement for Pirate King Roger, not Joe Roger. Words are truly the most wonderful thing in the world. Victor looked at the contents of the newspaper and smiled slightly. The world government had focused everyone's attention on the Pirate King and the great treasure One Piece, deliberately concealing the secret of the denial associated with it. Roger conquered the Grand Line, an unprecedented feat, and earned the title of Pirate King. However, Pirate King was not a title Roger claimed for himself. Roger and others only learned through the newspaper that he became the Pirate King because he gained wealth, fame, and status. Roger was quite satisfied with the title of Pirate King. However, this was actually a conspiracy, as this name would attract the attention of the Navy and other pirates. As the saying goes, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. The Navy had ample reason to eliminate Roger. As for the pirates, they naturally aimed to take Roger's treasure. Therefore, the title of Pirate King was clearly intended to trap Roger. In fact, the title of Pirate King was not important to Roger. The attention from the Navy and pirates was also unimportant. Roger had fulfilled his dream. However, his time was running out. He had to consider how to make use of his remaining time. Now, the journey had come to an end, and it was time to part ways. Thus, Roger announced the disbandment of the Roger Pirates. In fact, the crew had already guessed it in advance. However, when Roger said the words disband, the crew still couldn't bear it. Roger chose to disembark first, and as he left the ship, the crew behind him shed tears. For this farewell was indeed a final goodbye. Roger's crew knew that his life was nearly over. Before disembarking, he took a lot of medicine from the ship's doctor, Kuroka's. Soon after, on a small island, Roger and Whitebeard sat across from each other, drinking and chatting. Cherry blossoms danced in the air. As they drank more and more, they unknowingly finished several barrels of alcohol. At this moment, Roger revealed the secret of the clan to Whitebeard. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh. Kula la la la. Is this the truth of world history? What a joke. Roger said, one day, someone will come to overthrow this era. Whitebeard looked at Roger seriously and asked, what do you intend to do? Roger replied, you'll know when that time comes. After Roger and Whitebeard met for the last time, he went into hiding with his wife. Port Gasti, Rouge, on Bartolomeo Island in the South Sea. During this time, the world government completely lost track of Roger. Although the world government never stopped the pursuit, they gained nothing. Victor knows that Roger will appear in a year, and then by surrendering, he will usher in the great pirate era. Before the age of exploration begins, what Victor needs to do is accumulate power. Although he is very strong and believes he is not weaker than anyone, his current influence is too small to become the king of the world. Moreover, Victor also needs allies. So far, there's only one best candidate for an ally, and that is Akainu. Akainu's personality destined him to be at odds with Sengoku and others. Additionally, Akainu will not absolutely obey the Gorosei. Therefore, bringing Akainu to his side, aligning with him, and teaming up to deal with Sengoku and others would make them the dominant force in the Navy headquarters. This is Victor's current plan. Victor is currently a general, although he still needs to serve duty in Mariewa. However, with his power, he can help Akainu and others become vice admirals ahead of time. This can also be considered a favor. After sailing continuously for a month and a half, the Marine soldiers of the Special Forces, exhausted, finally returned to base to rest. In the past, they would have rushed to the mess hall, grabbed some chill beer, and had the kitchen prepare some dishes, then gotten drunk. However, that is no longer possible. Their current commander is Akainu. Akainu is a very rigid person, always gloomy, and his shadowy face is intimidating. The Special Forces Marines miss Victor. When Akainu was the commander at G1, not only were the benefits high, but the atmosphere at the base was also good, and it was never oppressive. Of course, these words could only be kept to themselves. They dared not speak them out loud. Akainu returned to his dormitory. His dormitory was simple and clean. The only decoration in the dormitory was a potted plant. Every time Akainu returned from the sea, he would prune it to restore its original appearance. Sakazuki. At that moment, Kinemon and Dogman walked in. Akainu did not look at them, but focused on pruning the potted plant. I just heard that you were about to be promoted to Rear Admiral, Kinemon said to Akainu. Although his peer Victor had already been promoted to Admiral, Kinemon and the others were not envious. This was because Victor was an exception, a prodigy, and there was no need to compare themselves to him. Akainu calmly said, I received a fax from Victor. Huh? Kinemon and Dogman were taken aback for a moment. They had only heard that Akainu was about to be promoted, but did not expect it to be related to Victor. After Akainu finished pruning the plant, he took the fax from his pocket and handed it to Kinemon and Dogman. After reading the fax, both of them stood there in shock. Not only was Akaina getting promoted, but Kinemon, Dogman, and the others were also being promoted. It was obvious that Victor was supporting them. Why is he being so nice to us? Kinemon murmured. Dogman pondered for a moment. Could it be that he wants to win us over and let us join the Blue Sea Association? The Blue Sea Association branch at G1 had already become a sizable organization. Now, to join the Blue Sea Association, one needed to apply in advance and go through a review. If the review failed, one could not join the Blue Sea Association. That's a possibility, but it's also good. Kinemon said, I heard that Kuzan is also being promoted to Rear Admiral. So soon, Dogman was a bit surprised. Kinemon said, I heard that Zifa-sensei, Admiral Sengoku, and Vice Admiral Garp all appreciate him. Why doesn't Zifa-sensei recommend us? Dogman said somewhat unhappily. They were also Zifa's students. Kinemon said, fortunately, Victor is supporting us. Akainu remained silent. A year passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, in Marine Headquarters, Marineford, in the Marshal's office, Sengoku and Kong were sitting face to face. Their expressions were serious. Because they were facing a dilemma. Roger had surrendered. Kong asked Sengoku why would he do this. Sengoku shook his head. Even being called a wise general, Sengoku could not understand. Kong sighed and said, since he has surrendered, let us make it public and execute him publicly. Sengoku nodded, I think so too. Meanwhile, when the cell door opened, Roger initially thought the person was Garp. After all, Garp had been pursuing Roger for so many years. In the process, the two had fought countless times. Unconsciously, Garp and Roger had built a bond. Garp regarded Roger as his rival, his lifelong opponent. They were enemies, yet also friends. You really came. Roger smiled, preparing to look up at Garp. Since he surrendered, all the reactions from the Navy were within his expectations. However, the smile on Roger's face froze. Victor walked to the front of the cell, looking at Roger with a blank expression. It seems I have disappointed you, Victor said to Roger. Upon hearing this, Roger smiled. This is our first meeting, right? Yes, Victor replied as he took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. He calmly said, I had considered whether to come find you and defeat you. Ha ha ha. Roger laughed heartily after hearing this. He didn't mean to underestimate Victor. Victor was able to defeat the Golden Lion in a one-on-one situation. This is enough to prove Victor's strength. At just over 20 years old, he indeed has the confidence to be proud. However, after thinking it over, I still held back. Victor paused for a moment, took a deep drag of his smoke, and said, although defeating you would bring me great prestige, that's all it would be. Roger looked at Victor with curious eyes. Victor's words exuded absolute confidence, as if defeating Roger was a matter of course. Hearing you say that, I also feel it's a bit of a pity. Roger chuckled lightly, saying that if he had met Victor earlier, it would have been fun to have a fight. Fighting, adventure, banquets, drinking, and so on, everything is interesting to Roger. Even in the face of death, he would face it with a smile. It is indeed a bit of a pity. Victor nodded gently, saying that if he could defeat a man recognized by all the world strong, he would be deemed the strongest man in the world. You are too obsessed with fame, Roger said with a smile. Victor said, everyone has their own desires, like you. Clearly running out of time, yet still thinking about overthrowing the world. Upon hearing this, Roger's smile vanished, replaced by seriousness. The look in his eyes, as he looked at Victor, was filled with caution. Are you worried that I know your intentions? Victor calmly asked Roger. Roger remained silent. Put away your useless worries. I won't interfere with you. Victor said while smoking, on the contrary, I want to thank you. Thank you? Roger was puzzled. No need to tell you the reason, lest you inform Garp. Victor smiled slightly. All right, I'm leaving. Thank you for bringing a new era to the world. Upon hearing this, Roger's expression became serious. He could sense that Victor was a very dangerous person. His last sentence had already told Roger, I know what you want to do. Just as Roger had anticipated, Garp indeed came to see Roger. When Garp saw Roger, there was no joy or excitement on his face, but rather a sense of loss. Garp had already considered Roger as his destined rival. Now, with his archenemy surrendering, life would become dull. Roger looked at Garp and said, Garp, I have a child. Huh? Garp was taken aback. Roger actually had a son? Looking at Garp, who was dumbfounded, Roger continued, the child in my wife's womb is innocent. I entrust my child to you. Why hand him over to me? Garp was astonished, questioning Roger. Roger said to Garp, the bond between us is built on countless battles. We are indeed enemies, but because of that, I trust you just like my own comrades. This was an affirmation of Garp's character. Of course, Roger had other reasons for entrusting Garp. Handing the child over to Garp would ensure the child's safety as he grew up. Who would have thought that the son of the Pirate King would grow up under the protection of a naval hero? You always create problems for people. Garp frowned. Roger laughed heartily. Ah, Carp sighed, all right, I promise you. Roger would soon be executed. After Roger's execution, the child was indeed innocent. Carp couldn't bear to let an innocent child be implicated. Moreover, Carp knew very well that if he didn't help Roger, Roger's wife and child would definitely be harmed. The world government would never let them off. By the way, there's one more thing, Roger said seriously to Carp. Carp paused for a moment and asked, what is it? Roger said, before you came, Victor also came by. Victor? What did he come for? Carp was confused. Roger replied, he's very dangerous. You need to be cautious of him. Carp was filled with questions upon hearing this. This is too cryptic. Of course, Roger couldn't tell Carp that he intended to use his public execution opportunity to usher in the Great Pirate Era. Nor could he tell Carp that Victor already knew his intentions. The only thing he could do now was to warn Carp to be careful of Victor. Nothing more. When Carp returned to the Navy headquarters, he happened to encounter Victor. Carp instinctively stopped. Victor also stopped. In the aisle, there were only the two of them. They stood facing each other, their eyes locked. It was as if Carp wanted to read Victor's inner thoughts through his gaze. Victor calmly and politely asked, Uncle Carp, is there something wrong? Nothing. Carp shook his head and then continued to walk ahead on his own. Victor also stepped forward. As the two passed each other, Carp suddenly stopped. Why do you want to see Roger? He couldn't help but ask. Victor replied, it's a pity that I didn't have the chance to arrest him myself. Is that so? Carp nodded. It is quite a pity. After saying that, Carp walked back to the office. Victor's mouth curled up into a smile. He knew that Roger must have conveyed his feelings to Carp. He believed that Roger would remind Carp to be wary of Victor. However, in order to usher in a new era, Roger would certainly not disclose everything. This was also the outcome that Victor wanted to achieve. He wanted Garp to be suspicious of him. That was Victor's goal. Victor walked towards the marshal's office. At this time, Kong was waiting for Victor. Victor sat in front of Kong. Kong said to Victor, you go to Rogertown in person and take charge of this public execution. Victor is now a superstar in the Navy. Naturally, having Victor personally supervise the execution can serve as a deterrent. Understood. Victor nodded. All right, there is nothing else. After finishing, Kong was about to get busy with other matters. At this moment, Victor did not hurry to leave. He said to Kong, after the execution, I want to take a break. Although the Admiral is part of the world nobility's direct troops and often has to be on duty, it is impossible not to give time off. Hearing that Victor wanted to take a vacation, Kong did not hesitate. Okay, approved. Thank you, Marshal. Victor wanted to use his vacation time to train a loyal dog. The port of Lowtown has a triangular archway with the words Lowtown written on it. Around the streets, there are various shops, and in front of the shops, there are porches with heavy foot traffic. Among them, the square is the most crowded place in Lowtown. Located in front of the town hall, the execution platform of Pirate King Roger is also set up here. Although the execution has not yet begun and Roger has not yet appeared, and the heat is unbearable, people have come to the square early to catch a glimpse of Pirate King Roger, making the square packed to the brim. Among the crowd, there are many young people, including Carp's son, the future commander of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, and Crocodile, who is being invited to become a Shichibukai. Additionally, there are figures like Doflamingo, Moria, and Maiha present. Shanks and Buggy are mingling in the crowd, waiting for Roger to appear, to watch the execution of Pirate King Roger. The prices for food and lodging in Lowtown have increased by more than 5 times, yet there is still a shortage of supply. Here he comes. Look over there. Pirate King Roger. Finally, someone in the crowd exclaimed, and under the gaze of thousands of eyes, the escort team bringing Roger appeared. On both sides of the road, Navy soldiers were on high alert, maintaining order. Roger walked forward with a smile. Although he was handcuffed, he walked like a triumphant general. Captain. Upon seeing the heavy shackles on Roger, Buggy couldn't hold back his tears and had to cover his mouth to avoid making noise. Shanks beside him was the same. He clenched his fists, his body trembling, biting his teeth, yet tears flowed uncontrollably. Buggy and Shanks had different feelings for Roger. They had grown up on Roger's ship, and Roger was like a father to them, teaching them knowledge, combat skills, and the pursuit of dreams. Among the escorting team, there was a carriage following behind. A man was sitting in the carriage. The man wore a white suit, and his justice cloak bore the rank of Admiral. It was Admiral Victor. If anyone dared to rescue Roger, they would definitely not escape. People on both sides of the street noticed Victor and began to discuss. Although the Roger Pirates had been disbanded, the onlookers still hoped that the Roger Pirates would rescue their captain. Victor sat in the carriage, his gaze casually sweeping over the crowd. Dorag and Victor exchanged a glance. After their eyes met briefly, Victor nonchalantly looked at others. Victor saw Mihawk in the crowd again, and Doflamingo hiding behind the wall. With a curious gaze, Shackrock Doll observed Victor, while Moria remained oblivious to the danger. Victor remained expressionless. Roger had already stepped onto the execution platform. The audience surrounding the square could clearly see Roger's face. Two executioners holding long knives stood behind Roger, waiting for Victor to issue the execution order. Victor took out the pocket watch from his chest, and when it struck 12, the execution could begin. One piece. Where did you hide the treasure you found? A voice from the audience loudly questioned Roger. This remark instantly captured everyone's attention. Shut up. At that moment, the executioner began to scold the audience. However, the audience member didn't care about the warning and continued to press, asking about the unique treasure. One piece. Upon hearing the man's question, Roger burst into laughter. Ha ha. Do you want my treasure? If you want it, you can have it all. Go and find it. My treasure is hidden there. Roger's words instantly drew everyone's attention. Every audience member was afraid of missing a single word. The still young smoker widened his eyes, staring at Roger. The executioner, fearing Roger would reveal more secrets, immediately began the execution. Two sharp blades pierced Roger's body. At that moment, everyone present gasped. They were not afraid, but excited. Oh, it was as if they heard the treasure calling them. Although Roger's body was pierced by blades, he wore a smile on his face. Because he saw hope. He saw the eyes of people pursuing freedom. Captain, Buggy could no longer control the situation and cried out loudly. Shanks felt the same. Sabadi Archipelago. After Victor returned from Rogtown, he went on vacation in the Shambadi Archipelago. Victor has a villa in the Street Barts Islands. The selling price of this villa exceeds 1.5 billion Baileys. However, Victor did not purchase this villa. It was a gift from someone. The person who gifted the villa to Victor is none other than the mastermind behind the human trafficking ring in the Street Barts Islands, Ferdinand VI. Last year, Victor conducted a 3-day manhunt in the Street Barts Islands under the pretext of capturing Roger. He arrested over 10,000 people, including wanted criminals and suspects. Employees of the human trafficking ring were among them. In this world, only illegal activities make money. Moreover, the goods of the human trafficking ring, these slaves, come through rather unsavory channels. Therefore, whether or not to convict the human trafficking ring depends entirely on the mood of Judicial Island. To bail people out, Ferdinand VI spent a considerable amount of money. Furthermore, to prevent similar incidents from happening again, Ferdinand VI wisely donated 2 billion Baileys to the Navy's Disability and Veterans Fund. In addition, he also provided a luxury mansion worth 1.5 billion Baileys. At this moment, Victor's attention is focused on the files and information about the slaves. Although Victor accepted Ferdinand VI's bribe, he has one requirement from Ferdinand VI. He needs to hand over the product information of the human trafficking ring. Victor needs to control the human trafficking ring and intercept some valuable children, sending them as playthings to the celestial dragons. That would be such a waste. After Victor flipped through the files, he finally found the person he was looking for. Bring her here, Victor said to Light. Light looked at the girl's information. Stella. After silently repeating the girl's name, Light picked up the phone to contact the human trafficking organization. Soon, the staff from the trafficking organization brought Stella to Victor's residence. Stella was only wearing a sleeveless top, and there was a collar around her neck. She was led by the staff of the trafficking organization to stand before Victor. Sir, the person has been brought, the staff said, thinking that Victor had taken an interest in Stella. Everyone has emotions, and so does a general. The staff thought to themselves. Taisolo arrived with a bouquet of flowers, intending to give them to the most beautiful girl in the world. One day last year, Taisolo had lost everything in a casino and was captured by human traffickers. The people he thought were friends immediately fled. Despite being beaten badly, Taisolo desperately escaped. During his escape, he encountered a woman named Stella at the human trafficking market. She thought his singing was wonderful, and they hit it off. Taisolo decided he would help Stella gain her freedom. So, he stopped doing bad things and worked tirelessly, saving money to rescue her. However, today, Taisolo did not see Stella. Where did Stella go? In a panic, Taisolo grabbed a staff member by the collar. The staff member, dressed in a black suit and tall and burly, easily tossed Taisolo aside, who appeared too small in comparison. Where did Stella go? After being thrown, Taisolo got up and continued to cling on. The staff member, growing impatient, punched Taisolo in the abdomen, causing him to curl up like a cooked shrimp in pain. Yet, he still wanted to struggle. The staff member kicked Taisolo several more times. His pointed dress shoes were heavy, and Taisolo immediately coughed up blood. The staff member didn't want to kill him, not out of fear of trouble, but because he didn't want to clean up a dead body. After the staff member left, a woman who had been locked in a cabinet with Stella whispered, "I heard she was bought by General Victor." General Victor. Upon hearing that she was bought by Victor, Solo's eyes widened. Victor has recently been on vacation in the Shambadi Islands, where he is visited daily by nobles, officials, and wealthy merchants. Therefore, it is not difficult to gather information about Victor's mansion in the Shambadi Islands. After inquiring around, Solo arrived outside Victor's villa. He waited outside for a long time, observing the people coming in and out. At that moment, a girl in a white long dress appeared in the garden. Solo immediately recognized her as Stella. Stella carried a tray with red tea and desserts, and she went to the gazebo in the yard, setting down the red tea and desserts before waiting in the gazebo. After a while, Victor appeared, accompanied by a Navy officer of similar height to Victor. Victor and Rodney arrived at the gazebo. As soon as they sat down, Rodney looked towards the direction of Solo. His perception was quite sharp. Upon being discovered, Solo was so frightened that he immediately shrank behind a tree and turned to run away. Rodney frowned, thinking, is that a reporter? He had heard that reporters loved to secretly photograph the daily lives of big shots. No need to pay him any mind. Victor said with a smile. Yes. Rodney nodded. Victor sipped his red tea and said, how is the special operations team doing lately? Rodney replied, as per your orders, we have been screening elites from various branches, and we have currently recruited 47 members. The special operations team is the elite of the Blue Ocean Society. I prefer quality over quantity. Well done, Victor affirmed. At that moment, Rodney stood up, bowed to Victor in thanks, and said, on behalf of my hometown, thank you, Lord Victor. Recently, Rodney received a letter of thanks from his hometown. They built an orphanage and a nursing home, funded by the Navy Disabled and Veterans Foundation. And both the orphanage and the nursing home were named after Rodney's brother. Victor said, if you have time during the holidays, you can go back and enjoy the flowers and accolades, which are what heroes deserve. Yes, Rodney nodded. Stella, standing by, sincerely admired Victor. She could see that Rodney's eyes were filled with gratitude. From the heart, Lord Victor is truly great, Stella thought. After sending Rodney away, Victor returned to the villa, and he would choose to take a nap in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Stella would tend to the garden. Solo had been watching Victor and Stella for several days, confirming a safe time. So, while Victor was napping, Solo secretly climbed over the wall and entered the garden, coming face to face with Stella. Solo, how did you get here? Stella asked in surprise. Solo replied, I came to find you. They told me you were bought by Victor. Stella and Solo had known each other for more than a year and had a close relationship. Solo had assured Stella more than once that he would save enough money and give her freedom. Well, meeting Lord Victor has been my luck, Stella said with a happy expression. Seeing you doing well makes me feel at ease, Solo said as he looked at Stella's neck. The collar was no longer there. However, seeing Stella doing well, Solo couldn't feel happy. It was because the freedom she desired was granted by another man, while he had worked hard for over a year with no results. This comparison led to feelings of powerlessness and frustration, leaving Solo very dejected. All right, I won't talk with you anymore. I still have to clean the garden, Stella said, satisfied and serious about her current work. Being around Victor, she was influenced the most by the word responsibility. When Victor's subordinates came to pay their respects, Victor always told them to fulfill their duties. Therefore, Stella felt that she also needed to do her job, as it was her responsibility. Stella, at that moment, Solo said to Stella, I will take you away from here and let you live a happy life. Huh? Stella was taken aback and then widened her eyes. I will definitely do it. Just as Solo finished speaking, he was picked up by someone. Unbeknownst to him, Light had come behind Solo. Do you know him? Light asked Stella. Stella nodded. Although you are friends, there are many military secrets in General Victor's residence, and outsiders cannot approach. After saying this, Light prepared to take Solo away. Solo wanted to struggle, but he was like a child at that moment. Bring him up, I want to see him. At that moment, Solo heard Victor's voice in his ear. Light looked towards the second floor, where Victor was watching them from the balcony. Yes, Light replied, and then took Solo to the study on the second floor. Stella felt a bit nervous. She closely followed behind and waited outside the study. Inside the study, when Solo saw Victor, his legs unconsciously went weak. Victor seemed to exude the aura of a monster. It was like an ordinary person standing in front of a colossal beast, with a blank mind and weak limbs. Victor's current feelings towards Solo are completely different from when they first met. An approachable hero, a fearsome demon king. It's probably such a stark contrast. This is intentional on Victor's part. He is deliberately trying to scare Solo. Victor asked, what is your relationship with Stella? I replied, I am her friend. Solo knew the purpose of rich people buying slaves, especially young and beautiful female slaves. In his view, Stella had become Victor's private possession. Although Stella had removed her collar and felt happy herself, Tesla believed that Stella would always be a servant, someone else's property. Therefore, he wanted to save Stella and give her true freedom. Victor said expressionlessly, "Then you should know she is different from the past." "I know," toSave clenched his fists. He thought Victor was warning him. "Well, you should go back and don't come looking for her again," Victor said. After hearing Victor's words, toSave didn't leave. He trembled and gathered his courage, saying, "I want to give her freedom." "Why?" Victor asked. "She said I sing well, and she is my friend," toSave answered loudly. "For that reason?" Victor asked expressionlessly. toSave nodded. His mother hated his singing, which deeply hurt him, and his friend abandoned him. Abandoned time and again. Only Stella was the exception. Victor asked, "But what can you do now?" "I will work harder, save more money, and then..." At this point, toSave couldn't continue. He became very nervous and looked uneasily at Victor. Victor smoked calmly and stated toSave's intention. "To buy her back from me?" "Yes," toSave replied. Victor said, "But I don't lack money, nor will I sell her to anyone." After hearing Victor's words, toSave was completely stunned. Money is useful, but it is not omnipotent. Victor said to toSave. toSave fell into deep thought. "If today the celestial dragons bought Stella, could you buy her back from them? I know you cherish your friends, but wanting to protect what you hold dear without enough strength is just empty talk." Victor's words left toSave completely silent. He knew his insignificance and understood how childish he was. Victor said, "Go become stronger, and when you are strong, come find me." Victor did not directly train toSave. Although toSave is very skilled at making money, that was after he experienced Stella's death, became a slave himself, and completely darkened. The current toSave is still too inexperienced. He needs to be well trained. The best way to train is for toSave to venture out. "I will return." This time, toSave turned and left. He wants to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger will he have the qualifications to negotiate with Victor. Victor watched toSave's back, a smile appearing on his face. He kept Stella by his side. As long as Stella was there, toSave would come back. There are some things in this world that cannot be bought with money, such as friendship and trust. At least toSave found friendship and trust in Stella. However, Victor was not entirely neglecting toSave either. Victor still had someone take care of toSave, adding new difficulties to toSave's life, which was already filled with pain. For Victor, these matters were trivial. Both the black and white forces of the Chambord Islands were eager to curry favor with him. The more pain and suffering a man endures, the faster he grows. After returning, toSave began to think of ways to make money. Although money can't buy everything, becoming wealthy makes it easier to become strong. Thus, toSave started to find ways to earn money, even if it meant using unscrupulous methods. While toSave was growing, many significant events were happening in the world. For instance, after the onset of the Great Pirate Era, many pirates began to run rampant on Fishman Island. In response, Whitebeard claimed Fishman Island as his territory, saving it from the pirates. Whitebeard seemed to become the overlord of the New World. The Whitebeard pirates replaced the flying pirate crew's position. In addition, the big MOM pirates and the Beast pirates were also expanding. As a Marine Admiral, Victor received more intelligence. The developments of Whitebeard, the big MOM pirates, and the Beast pirates were all under the Navy surveillance. However, Victor wasn't very concerned about the affairs of the New World. Victor truly cares about the city of Seven Waters. Tom was sentenced to death for building a ship for Roger. However, as a condition for designing and constructing the sea train, the execution was postponed for 10 years, and Tom's studio began building the sea train. Victor knew that Tom indeed held the design blueprints of the Pluto. The ancient weapon Pluto, said to be the most fearsome ship in legend, had the power to destroy an island with a single shot. If he could get his hands on it, it could become a trump card for him. Perhaps one day in the future, it would come in handy. The city of Seven Waters. Victor brought Stella and others here to have fun. Since it is still Victor's holiday, he can go wherever he wants. At this moment, the sea train has started operations. Stella is eating roasted meat while marveling at Tom's brilliant ideas. Although the sea train is not yet in service, the idea of laying tracks on the sea has attracted countless travelers. Tom and the others are also used to being watched. It's General Victor. General Victor. At this time, someone in the crowd recognized Victor. Victor, as a naval superstar, is the youngest admiral in naval history. Coupled with his determination to punish evil, he has gained a lot of public support. Stella feels very proud to be by Victor's side. Victor waved his hand to greet the tourists. His image is very approachable. This is also what he needs to shape at the moment. This is the city of Seven Waters, the world's largest shipyard, not the port of Lunst in the South China Sea. Victor now has an idle burden. At this moment, Tom and others also notice Victor. Upon hearing that the Navy has arrived, Iceberg and the others immediately raise their guard. Victor waved to Tom and the others. Seeing Victor dressed in casual clothes, Tom and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, they approached Victor. Victor asked Tom, "I heard that Roger's boat was made by you?" "Yes," Tom replied. "That's a good boat. You are an excellent shipwright," Victor praised. Without waiting for Tom to be modest, Victor continued, "I heard that after you finish the sea train, you'll be executed?" "Yes," Tom and the others looked gloomy. "That's an absurd sentence," Victor said coldly. Frankie and the others felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps there was a way out. Victor continued, "If you need to impose the death penalty for building ships for Roger, then those who provide food for Roger should equally face the death penalty. Roger has lived for decades and traveled to so many places. If no one had provided him with food, he would have starved to death long ago." Then Victor added, "Such a verdict reflects the incompetence of the Navy and strips the Navy of its dignity." "Light," Victor shouted. Light snapped to attention. "Send a fax to the headquarters and convey my thoughts to Calm. Additionally, send a message to Judicial Island in my name. As long as Tom completes the maritime train, he should be pardoned." Victor's words brought hope back to Tom and the others, who had once fallen into despair. At this moment, Victor looked at Tom again and said, "Although ships and weapons are neutral, you build a good ship for Roger, helping him reach the final destination. If you are to be forgiven, then I hope you will no longer build ships for pirates." This statement was reasonable and well-founded. Frankie, Iceberg, and the others could find no grounds for rebuttal. At the same time, Frankie, Iceberg, and the others knelt down and bowed to Victor in gratitude. Victor said, "You don't need to do this. Although I am an admiral, I cannot influence the outcome of this case. Even if the result cannot be changed, we are still grateful to you. You are a good person." Frankie and Iceberg said one after the other. Tom's case is nearly impossible to change. They all know this. However, Victor, who has no ties to them, is willing to speak fairly for Tom, which is already commendable. Victor nodded, then turned and left. Victor and others continued to play in the Water City. Stella quietly asked, "Sir, can't you change the judgment even if you intervene?" Victor remained expressionless. Connor spoke up first. Judicial Island, the Navy, and Impel Down are the three systems of the world government. Although the Navy can interfere with Judicial Island and Impel Down in certain decisions, ultimately, it is still the world government that makes the decisions. Light echoed, "In simple terms, we in the Navy are also constrained in many matters. It's not that we don't want to act, but we cannot go against the will of the world government." After hearing this, Stella secretly looked at Victor. If Lord Victor had more power, perhaps he could influence the decisions of the world government. Light murmured quietly. Victor remained silent. In fact, he doesn't need to explain anything right now, because whatever he does will be rationalized by his followers. This is the persona he has shaped all along. No matter what he does, followers like Light and Connor will believe he is just. Moreover, this time Victor has indeed done a good deed. As for whether he can save Tom, Victor doesn't care. What he cares about is the design blueprint of Pluto in Tom's hands. When one intends to plant flowers, they may not bloom. When one unintentionally plants willows, they may provide shade. Victor didn't expect that his purposeful act of speaking up for justice would earn him a good reputation in the City of Water. The next day, when Victor and his companions were to take a warship to the city of the Spring Queen, the residents they encountered along the way actively greeted Victor. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Overnight, the story of a naval admiral standing up for an ordinary shipwright spread widely. This won the respect of the common people. Stella followed behind Victor, feeling an indescribable sense of pride. Meanwhile, as the instigator of this incident, Spandam hurried to the City of Water. However, by the time Spandam arrived in the City of Water, Victor had already gone to the city of the Spring Queen. "Quick, go to the city of the Spring Queen," Spandam said anxiously. Spandam had harmed Tom in order to obtain the ancient weapon, Pluto. As a result, Spandam learned that Victor had actually suggested a retrial for Judicial Island. Therefore, Spandam immediately sought out Victor to explain the situation to him. Victor is a Navy admiral, and to kill Spandam, he only needs a pinky finger. A gentleman is open and magnanimous, while a petty person is always anxious. Spandam wants to harm Tom to gain more leverage for his promotion. Therefore, Spandam fears being retaliated against by Victor. The Queen of Spring City is not far from Water 7 and is a small town suitable for tourism and vacation. In the original storyline, after being defeated by Luffy, the CP9 gang hid here to recover and defeated the Candy Pirates. When Spandam found Victor, Victor and his companions were watching a street acrobatics performance. "Admiral Victor," Spandam instructed his subordinates to wait at a distance while he approached Victor with 2 trusted aides. However, before Spandam could get close, he was intercepted by Light and others. Spandam quickly took out his CP-5 credentials and explained, "I am a commander of CP-5 and would like to meet Admiral Victor to report some important information." "Let him come over," Victor said to Light. "Yes." Light then allowed Spandam to approach. Spandam arrived by Victor's side and whispered, "Admiral Victor, I would like to report some matters to you privately." Victor nodded, and they walked to a nearby tavern. After Spandam ordered his agents to clear the tavern, only Victor and Spandam remained inside. Spandam said to Victor, "Admiral Victor, Tom is related to a secret that could endanger the world." "What secret?" Victor asked. Spandam explained, "Admiral, you know about ancient weapons, right?" Victor nodded. Spandam continued, 800 years ago, Water 7 created the most fearsome ship, named Pluto. Although there is no concrete evidence, I suspect that its design plans are in Tom's hands." Victor said, "That's why I was sentenced to death." Spandam explained, "I did it for the safety of the world. If the Dark King falls into the hands of the villainous party, it will bring disaster to the world. It's clearly for his own promotion and wealth. Yet he can speak so grandly." Victor looked at Spandam and said, "Do you know Ghana?" Spandam replied, "We are still good friends." Of course, Spandam knew Ghana, the former CP-4 chief. Only one type of person can serve as the head of the intelligence department of the world government, and that is someone with connections. Victor asked, "Do you know he is now a member of the Blue Sea Society?" Spandam was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. He understood immediately. "So," Spandam excitedly said, "Lord Victor, can I also join the Blue Sea Society?" Joining the Blue Sea Society certainly has many benefits. After Ghana joined the Blue Sea Society, tasks could be completed easily. After completing the tasks assigned by the world government, one would naturally gain recognition. Therefore, Ghana's promotion went smoothly. Hearing Spandam's words, Victor smiled and said, "I think you can join." Spandam smiled and said, "I will definitely work hard to show my gratitude for your recognition." Naturally, Spandam would express his loyalty. "Your father is the commander of CP-9, Victor said at this moment. "Yes," Spandam immediately replied. "If he discovers a promising child, they could be sent to the Navy for training," Victor said. "The world government takes in a large number of orphans and selects top talented children from them to receive training from a young age. The selection for CP-9 members is very strict, and those chosen by CP-9 are the elite among the elite." Victor did not want to raise children. However, he could use CP-9 to cultivate them. Spandam naturally agreed wholeheartedly, saying he would pass it on to him. From now on, if there are any troubles, they can contact the local branches of the Navy Blue Sea Association. If they can't solve it, they can reach out to me. "Yes, you go ahead," Victor said. "Yes." Spandam turned and left. After Spandam left, Victor smoked a cigarette and called in Light and others. "Senior, is it confidential?" Victor nodded. "Sort of. The matter of ancient weapons is also something the world government does not want exposed." "What preparations do we need to make?" Light asked. "I've already communicated with them, and we will try not to get involved in this matter," Victor said. "Understood." Light nodded again. Judgment Island. Spandam arrived at the office of his father, Spandane. "Dad, I have something to tell you," Spandam said. "What is it?" "I met Admiral Victor, and he invited me to join the Blue Sea Association," Spandam said. "Blue Sea Association?" Spandam nodded. Spandane, being involved in channels, naturally knew about the Blue Sea Association. It is a huge organization with tens of thousands of members. Especially the hunting incident in the Sabati Archipelago made the Blue Sea Association very famous worldwide. "You joined the Blue Sea Association?" Spandane asked. "Yes," Spandam replied. Spandane nodded. "In that case, you must perform well, and later you can seek Admiral Victor if you need help." "I understand." Spandane looked at Spandam and said, "Remember, if you want to climb higher, you must leverage the power of the strong." "I understand." Spandane nodded. "That's fine. If there's nothing else, you can leave now." Spandam nodded. "Then I'll take my leave." After saying that, Spandam turned and left. Spandane stood up, picked up the teacup beside him, and took a sip of tea. However, after a while, Spandam returned, telling Spandane that Lord Victor wanted some gifted children. Spandane nodded. Victor continues his vacation, and during his absence, the number of pirates around the world is constantly increasing. Roger used his life to open the greedy era of great pirates. The Navy headquarters is exhausted from dealing with the pirates rushing to the sea. For the Navy, their current forces are simply unable to stop the arrival of the great pirate era. Have you heard? Rear Admiral Kazan is being promoted to Vice Admiral, a Navy lieutenant said to another Navy lieutenant beside him at the Navy headquarters. The lieutenant's eyes widened. I heard it's to expand the military in response to the Great Pirate Era. Don't think about it. It won't be our turn anyway. Don't you have connections? Does Kazan have connections? Sakazuki is still a rear admiral, yet Kazan is directly promoted to vice admiral. In terms of military merit, Sakazuki is not lacking either. That's true. Without a background, you can't climb up in the headquarters. Upon hearing this, the lieutenant fell silent. All right. The Navy lieutenant glanced at the other lieutenant and said, "Stop thinking about it and work hard." The lieutenant responded. Although he was unconvinced, he had no way to refute it. "What if our application gets approved? Then we would have connections and backing too," said another Navy lieutenant. "Yeah." The other lieutenant nodded in agreement. "I will work hard to train," the lieutenant said firmly. Although Sakazuki said nothing, Ghost Spider and Dogman were indignant. Why? Kazan is going to be promoted to vice admiral? They acknowledged that Kazan is excellent and has captured many pirate crews. But what about others? Sakazuki has also achieved a lot of military merit. But what is the outcome? Isn't it just relying on connections? What's so great about that? Dogman said viciously. Sakazuki didn't want to argue with him. After all, everyone has feelings of envy and jealousy. Why hasn't Victor promoted us yet? At this moment, Dogman asked again. He should be assessing you. If you qualify, you will naturally be promoted, Sakazuki said expressionlessly. I hope so. Ghost Spider really wants to be promoted, but he was just complaining. Compared to Sengoku, Victor has been quite reasonable, at least taking care of them. At the Navy headquarters, not only Kazan, but also others like Akainu have been promoted. It's not about having few, but about inequality. General Navy members like Kazan have all been promoted. In contrast, Ghost Spider and others seem to have hit a bottleneck. The worst off are the few neutral members like Kizuru, who work actively but don't know how to flatter the fleet admiral and admirals. Therefore, so far, their promotions have been particularly slow. Kizuru doesn't mind. He has long seen through the power struggles within the Navy. However, he still wants to become stronger and do better within the Navy because he knows that in this situation, the higher his position, the more secure he will be. So, he works even harder, hoping to be promoted sooner. Once he achieves the rank of admiral, he can finally take a break. However, not everyone is like Kizuru, with his mindset and patience. Thus, more and more people are applying to join the Blue Sea Association or Sengoku's camp. The division within the Navy is becoming increasingly serious. Making money is not an easy task. Originally, Tezolo wanted to set up a small stall to sell some fruits. However, not only did he fail to make money, but his fruit stall was also overturned. Tezolo's money was stolen, and he was beaten up. Later, Tezolo understood that the place where he set up his stall was the territory of the Wild Wolves gang, and he needed to pay protection fees to them every month to be eligible to do business. Tezolo paid the money, thinking he could do business, but unexpectedly, he didn't earn much all day. On the contrary, the gambling stall next door was a money-sucking machine, making money too quickly. Tezolo thought, legitimate business is too hard to make money. Why not set up a gambling stall? Tezolo used to like gambling and knew that people were addicted to it. And indeed, gambling brings in money quickly. Therefore, Tezolo decided to give up on legitimate business and also set up a gambling stall. However, Tezolo quickly learned a lesson from reality. The gambling stall not only didn't make money, but was also beaten up by thugs hired by competitors. Tezolo realized that not everyone is qualified to earn quick money. He needs power. Without power, he can't hold on to anything. Thus, Tezolo joined the Wild Wolves gang and became one of them. On the sea, a warship is sailing at a steady speed. The commander of this warship is called Sarah. Sarah joined the Blue Sea Association last year and was just promoted to Rear Admiral this year. Now Sarah has set off from the G6 branch, responsible for transporting 3 devil fruits back to the Navy headquarters. At this moment, a Navy member on the mast discovered a distressed ship ahead. The people on the ship are calling for help, seeking rescue from the warship. Sarah, kind-hearted, noticed that there were several children on the distressed ship. If they don't help them, they will surely perish in the sea. He ordered the warship to approach and rescue these people. Rear Admiral, is this really a good idea? At this moment, Sarah's deputy reminded him. What if it's an enemy trap? It won't be. They have no reason to do that. Sarah firmly believes in his judgment. But what if? The deputy is still very worried. If it's a trap, we will deal with the trap and the enemies. If not, we will rescue them. Sarah said very seriously. All right. The deputy had no choice but to agree. Thus, Sarah insisted on issuing the rescue order. They're coming. The warship is here. We're saved. Upon hearing the warship issue the rescue order, the distressed people were very excited and called out to the warship one after another. One by one, they came over. The Navy soldiers set up a soft ladder to help the people from the distressed ship aboard the warship, one after another. On the deck of the warship, tents, beds, etc. have already been set up. The Navy soldiers arranged nutritional supplements, water bottles, canned food, bread, meat products, and some food and drinks for easy access. In the deep of night, Sarah and others were all in dreamland. On the deck, the Navy members were patrolling, and the medical team on the ship was still changing the dressings and checking the physical condition of the rescued individuals. However, they suddenly felt increasingly drowsy. Unknowingly, they fell to the ground. Not only the medical team, but also the Navy members on the deck fell asleep. When Sarah woke up, he found that the crew members were all asleep, sprawled everywhere. He sharply sensed that they were in trouble. So, Sarah immediately went to check the items being transported. Sure enough, the 3 devil fruits were gone. He knew they had been attacked. So, he quickly contacted the Blue Sea Association at the Navy headquarters. I was attacked, and the 3 devil fruits are missing. Sarah reported anxiously. What happened? After receiving the news, Eric immediately inquired. I'm not sure. They used some means to make us fall asleep, Sarah replied. I will immediately report to Lord Victor, and he will dispatch the naval fleet to come to the rescue. Just wait here for now. Eric comforted Sarah. Victor is not concerned about Tesalo. Anyway, he has already given instructions, and naturally, someone will keep an eye on Tesalo for him. Currently, Tesalo is with the Wolf Gang, which primarily relies on arms smuggling and casino profits. Tesalo is very clever and should be able to learn quite a bit. Meanwhile, the leader of the Wolf Gang is doing everything possible to please Victor. Although Victor has not targeted the Wolf Gang, once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. Victor captured so many people in the Chandalo Islands that he scared them. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock at the door. Victor casually said, Come in. Light walked in and approached Victor. Senior, Major General Sarah is here. Let him in, Victor said. After a while, a nearly 40-year-old Major General entered the study and met Victor. Major General Sarah first saluted and then stood up straight. Don't be so formal, just take a seat. Victor spoke while tossing a cigarette to Sierra, who caught it. Thank you, Lord Victor, Sierra replied. Victor asked, Are you here to report your situation to me? Yes. Lord Victor, the failure of this mission is due to my negligence, Major General Sarah replied. He then detailed the origin and course of events to Victor. Sarah had also joined the Blue Sea Society. Currently, apart from Victor, Sarah is among the highest-ranking members. Not long ago, Sarah failed to escort the devil fruit, which resulted in the devil fruit being stolen. Of course, the enemy did not use force but resorted to despicable means. I do not mean to blame you, but you must remember one thing. You are mine, and as long as I am here, I will take full responsibility, Victor said as he picked up the wine again and poured it for Sarah. However, you need to take a break for a while. Wait for me to notify you before you return to work. Yes. Sarah stood up. All right, relax your mindset and spend more time with your family during this period. Victor spoke as he took out a checkbook and wrote a check for 5 million belly for Sarah, telling her to take her family out for some fun. Thank you, General Victor. Sarah took the check and left the study. After Sarah left, Light quietly said, Senior, Sarah lost 1 ancient animal-type fruit and 2 superhuman-type fruits. Do you know who took them? Victor asked. Light shook his head and replied, No leads for now. Then let's investigate that first. As for Sarah's matter, let's suspend him and wait for the investigation, Victor said. Understood. Light nodded. If it were someone without a background, losing 3 devil fruits at once would definitely land them in prison. But who made Sarah a member of the Blue Ocean Association? Victor's character is protective, so he would never allow Sarah to be punished. In Marinvondo town, there is a tavern exclusively for the Navy. During breaks, the tavern is always packed. Especially for the Navy returning from missions, they would love to spend the whole day in the bar to relax both body and mind. As soon as Sarah entered the tavern, he heard someone greet him. General Sarah, we're over here. A general waved to Sarah. When Sarah turned to look, he saw that the corner on the left side of the tavern was filled with members of the Blue Sea Society. Sarah walked over. What's going on? How will Lord Victor handle this matter? One of them asked Sarah. Sarah had lost 3 devil fruits, one of which was an ancient type from the animal system. If the headquarters pursued responsibility, Sarah would definitely be imprisoned. Sarah sat down and, under the gaze of everyone, replied, Lord Victor told me to relax, spend some time with my family, and during this period, I am on suspended investigation. You mean a vacation? Vacation. The surrounding generals and officers widened their eyes. Other Navy personnel in the tavern also perked up their ears. Their expressions showed that they were shocked. According to the normal procedures of the headquarters, Sarah should now cooperate with the Judicial Department's investigation and temporarily be locked up in a small dark room, losing his freedom. However, not only was Sarah not imprisoned, but he was also granted a vacation. This was simply unbelievable. It must be that Lord Victor intervened. That was certain, otherwise, the military police would have come to arrest him long ago. Truly, it is worthy of Lord Victor. As everyone praised Victor, Sarah recalled what Victor had once told him. You are my man. As long as I am here, I will definitely take responsibility for you. Thanks to Lord Victor. Sarah couldn't help but sigh while drinking rum. Meanwhile, in the Navy headquarters, in the Marshal's office, Kong, Sengoku, and Victor were sitting in the room smoking. On Kong's desk, there was a file folder recently organized by the Judicial Department. The folder was sent by Sengoku. The Minister of the Judicial Department is Vice Admiral Fowl, who is Sengoku's subordinate and was promoted by Sengoku. Normally, if the Navy fails to complete a mission or encounters abnormal situations during a mission, the Judicial Department would immediately send military police to have tea and investigate in a small dark room. However, this time, Fowl did not do so, because Victor contacted him immediately and instructed the Judicial Department not to continue the investigation. As for the lost devil fruits, Victor would take responsibility for retrieving them. Fowl is a meticulous person. He understands the power of the Admiral and knows he cannot provoke Victor, so he handed the issue over to Sengoku. Sengoku is his old superior. Since they are both admirals, let the Admiral negotiate. After a moment of silence, Sengoku was the first to question Victor. Victor, do you know how serious the nature of this incident is? Victor knows what the Warring States refers to, but he pretends to be confused. Are you talking about losing 3 devil fruits? Sengoku, with a serious expression, said, I know Sarah is a member of the Blue Sea Association. However, the original intention of the Blue Sea Association was not to cover up crimes. Victor took a deep puff of smoke, turned to look at the sky, and said, Marshal, if you encountered civilians facing a shipwreck, would you save them or not? Kong frowned and replied, of course I would save them. Victor looked at Sengoku and said, Uncle Sengoku, what about you? Sengoku had a stern expression. If he said not to save her, it would not only damage his reputation, but also affect the world government. However, Sengoku had no intention of answering the question. He coldly replied, it's not a matter of whether to save someone or not right now. As a Vice Admiral, you should not interfere with the normal law enforcement procedures of the Justice Department. Uncle Sengoku, if you say we can't save her, then I will immediately arrest Sarah and send her to the Justice Department. From now on, if the Navy encounters civilians in distress, we will all stand by and do nothing. Conversely, if you also cannot stand by and do nothing, then Sarah's behavior during this mission was not abnormal, and there is no need for her to be investigated by the Justice Department. Victor smiled in response, not waiting for the Warring States to speak. Victor took a telephone bug out of his sleeve. This telephone bug is an imaging bug that can record and project images. Victor said, Uncle Warlord, look at it. The words that were on the tip of Warlord's tongue suddenly got swallowed back. He didn't expect Victor to play this trick. Victor aimed the phone bug at Kong again. Kong rubbed his forehead, looking very troubled. Victor smiled and said, everything is for justice. I believe Uncle Sengoku is just like Sarah. He wouldn't stand by and do nothing for the victims. Sengoku fell silent, and so did Kay. Victor said, moreover, I guarantee with the position of a general that those 3 devil fruits will be retrieved. As soon as he said this, Kong found a way out. Kong said seriously, since you can guarantee it, then you can retrieve them. However, this would not be a precedent. After saying that, Kong also looked at Sengoku. Sengoku replied with a hum, indicating that it was only this once. Victor chuckled and then got up to leave the office. As Victor opened the sliding door of the office, the 2 Navy personnel at the entrance quickly stood at attention. They had just been eavesdropping against the door. Victor walked out of the office with a smile. Watching Victor's back, the 2 sailors at the door couldn't help but give a thumbs up. After being by the Marshal's side for so many years, it was the first time they had seen a commander so protective and supportive of his subordinates. News circulated quickly within the Navy. Victor protected Sarah and used his position as a general to vouch for her. This was extremely shocking within the Navy, as it had never been seen before for a naval general to do such a thing. Now that Victor has done this, both his and the Blue Sea Society's reputation have reached unprecedented heights. Who would want to find a backer? Who wouldn't want to cling to someone powerful? Those in the Navy who originally disapproved of the Blue Sea Society or Victor have begun to change their views on him. At the very least, Victor is someone trustworthy. Following Victor means not being betrayed, and there is no need to worry about taking the blame for superiors. This is reputation, an invaluable asset that money cannot buy. Victor listened to Wright's feedback and was naturally pleased. To realize his ambitions, he needed a group of loyal followers. Shared fortunes and shared misfortunes created a community of interests. This naturally aligned with Victor's needs. The news spread to various branches. I didn't expect this guy Victor to be so reliable, the Phantom Spider muttered. Dugman lay on the sofa with his feet propped up on the coffee table, stealing a glance at Akainu. Akainu was reading a newspaper, completely uninvolved in the discussion about Victor. Sometimes Dugman wondered if one day they were in the same situation as Sarah, would Akainu stand up for them? Given Akainu's personality, would he? 3 devil fruits had been stolen, and this matter had to be addressed. So Victor called for Rodney. Rodney performed excellently and had already been promoted to the rank of Brigadier General. Everyone in the Blue Sea Association knew that Victor was grooming Rodney. Rodney entered Victor's office, reporting in. After coming in, Rodney stood straight and saluted. At that moment, Victor had his back to Rodney, reading a newspaper. After a while, he slowly said, "What are your thoughts on the stolen devil fruits?" Rodney replied seriously, "This is not an accidental event." Victor nodded slightly. "Go on." Rodney continued. "Since Rock's death and the disbandment of the Rock's pirates, there are very few scoundrels on the sea who dare to actively attack the Navy. For example, in the post-Rock's era, there is the Golden Lion who succeeded Rock's dominion, as well as the World Destroyer, Bondi Wald, among others. However, these individuals have something in common. After they attack the Navy, they always leave traces." Victor was expressionless. Rodney took a quick glance and saw that Victor did not ask him to stop. So he continued. "This time, the villains clearly obtained Major General Sarah's flight route and made arrangements in advance." Victor turned around and said to Rodney, "Give me a conclusion." Rodney did not hesitate. He was not one to beat around the bush. Since Victor had come to him and asked for his opinion, it was clear that he trusted him. Someone within the Navy had leaked the information. "I think so too." Victor lit a cigarette and slowly said, "I leave this matter to you. Capture what needs to be captured, kill what needs to be killed, and retrieve the devil fruit." "Understood." Rodney immediately replied. Victor stood up and walked in front of Rodney. He adjusted Rodney's epaulets and said seriously, "Brigadier General Rodney, I am entrusting my reputation and position to you." Hearing Victor say this, a warm feeling rose in Rodney's heart. Being trusted and valued by Lord Victor. Victor patted Rodney on the shoulder and said, "Go get to work." "Yes." Rodney turned and left the office. Rodney was a doer. He didn't know how to flatter others, nor did he understand workplace relationships. However, ever since he joined the Blue Ocean Association and was appreciated by Victor, he felt like a fish swimming freely in the ocean. A soldier would die for someone who understands him. Although Rodney couldn't express it, Victor entrusted him with such an important task. Naturally, he couldn't disappoint Lord Victor. Therefore, Rodney immediately began his investigation. At the same time Rodney started his investigation, Sengoku was also looking into the matter. The presence of an enemy insider within the Navy was something that couldn't be tolerated. So far, only 3 devil fruits had been lost. If more critical intelligence were to leak, the consequences would be unimaginable. Of course, if the case could be closed quickly, Victor's situation would be dire. After all, Victor had guaranteed with his position that he would personally retrieve the 3 devil fruits. Even if Victor managed to keep his position as admiral in the end, this incident would still affect the 5 elders' evaluation of him. The selection of a marshal is not only about individual combat strength, but also requires capability. For both public and private reasons, Sengoku needed to intervene. Light walked over to Victor's side and said, "Lord Victor, as you expected, Admiral Sengoku has also dispatched people to investigate this matter. Moreover, the Justice Department has already taken relevant personnel from the G6 branch. As expected of a wise general, his speed is truly impressive." Victor smiled. Light showed concern and said, "Lord Victor, if Admiral Sengoku solves the case first, it will have quite an impact on you." Victor was smoking and asked with a smile, "How much are these 3 devil fruits worth?" Light was taken aback for a moment, then estimated the price in his mind and said, 2 of them are ordinary paramecia types worth 200 million berries, and 1 is an ancient zoan type worth 500 million berries. Victor said, "Less than 1 billion belly combined." Light nodded. Victor asked, "If you were one of those people at sea, would you expose your insider for 1 billion berries?" Light thought for a moment and shook his head. Victor said, "Trust Rodney, he won't let me down." Light could see that Victor was not worried at all. Rather than trusting Rodney, it was more accurate to say that Victor was already confident. After Rodney arrived at the G6 branch, he was informed that all the officers related to the incident had been taken away by the Ministry of Justice. "Commander, what should we do?" Rodney's aide inquired. Rodney's expression was unreadable as he gathered all the officer files from the branch. Rodney's aide was taken aback. "Execute the orders," Rodney said, and then strode towards the command center of the G6 branch. The commander of the G6 branch was Major General Jamal. Major General Jamal, nearing 70, held considerable prestige at the naval headquarters. Now, he was also on the verge of retirement. Reporting, Rodney stood before Major General Jamal and immediately saluted. Major General Jamal smiled, resembling a kind, neighborly grandfather. Is there a direction for the investigation? Jamal asked. The recent incident of the missing devil fruit would not affect Jamal. Moreover, Jamal was about to retire soon. However, Jamal had been in the Navy for 45 years. He knew that this incident had escalated and could even affect the selection of the admiral. After all, Victor was a dark horse, and his rise threatened Sengoku. If Sengoku resolved this issue, then in the eyes of the Gorosei, Sengoku's capability would still be superior to Victor's. Rodney replied, yes. Well, as long as there is a direction, that's good. I also hope that you young people can bring change to the Navy, Jamal said earnestly. As an old sailor, Jamal once wanted to uphold justice in his youth. But time and reality made Jamal realize that upholding justice was not an easy task. Victor's working style is radical, even a bit extreme. However, it may not be a bad thing. The Navy indeed needs to embrace change. The warring states are too cautious. A Navy led by the warring states won't encounter major issues, but it still cannot change the status quo. Lord Victor will surely be able to do it, Rodney said seriously. I hope so. Jamal saw determination and fervor in Rodney's eyes. Victor should be more charming than the warring states, Jamal thought to himself. After Rodney finished greeting, he turned to leave. He still needed to check the officers' files. He wanted to find those who were frustrated in the G6 branch. Only these naval scoundrels would betray justice. Rodney reviewed all the data on the G6 branch officers. After filtering, Colonel Magnum had the highest suspicion. Colonel Magnum is 35 years old this year and has been in the Navy for 15 years. During this time, he has participated in several large-scale operations and achieved many military merits. According to his achievements, Colonel Magnum should have been promoted to Rear Admiral. However, he has repeatedly clashed with superiors and has been reported anonymously multiple times for his poor personal conduct. Therefore, he has not been promoted for a long time. Naval officers who joined around the same time as Colonel Magnum are now brigadiers or even Rear Admirals. Only Magnum remains a colonel. More importantly, Magnum had previously applied to join the Blue Sea Society, but was rejected by the G6 branch of the Blue Sea Society due to his bad conduct. Once a person loses the path to promotion, they are prone to extremism. Rodney had seen many such naval scoundrels before. Of course, this is just suspicion. Currently, Rodney has no evidence. Moreover, Magnum has not shown any abnormalities recently. Beep beep. After the phone bug rang 3 times, Victor picked up the microphone. At this moment, the phone bug was mimicking Rodney's expression. Victor asked, any progress? Rodney replied, Sir Victor, we have currently identified a suspect. However, there is no evidence pointing to him. Victor said expressionlessly, so what do you want to do? Rodney replied, I want to capture him. Victor hummed, then let's catch him. Yes. Rodney ended the call. Light was beside Victor, and after hearing Rodney's report, he couldn't help but frown. Senior, is this really okay? Catching a thief with the stolen goods. Arresting a naval officer without any evidence is unreasonable. Victor said, I believe in Rodney's ability to get things done, just as I believe in you. Since I've entrusted the matter to you, you won't let me down. Understood. Wright nodded, saying no more. Meanwhile, after receiving permission, Rodney immediately sent people into Magnum's barracks. Magnum was still taking a shower. When Rodney brought people in, Magnum was stunned. What is going on? What do you want? Magnum questioned the Marines around him. The Marines had already placed a knife against Magnum's neck. At this moment, Rodney walked into the bathroom and coldly said, You are under arrest. Magnum was confused, his face innocent. He had a high psychological quality. Although he felt a mix of joy and panic, he quickly regained his composure. After all, it takes evidence to arrest someone. Since the Department of Justice hadn't found anything on him, how could Rodney and the others have evidence? This is an order from Lord Victor, Rodney said as the Marines began to bind Magnum. What is happening? How could Colonel Magnum be arrested? Is it related to Lord Victor's people? Could Colonel Magnum be involved in the incident with the devil fruit? Impossible. Colonel Magnum couldn't possibly know about the escort mission. At this time, the Navy officers around the barracks were whispering to each other. In their eyes, although Magnum was morally questionable, there was no evidence to prove that he was an insider. Rodney offered no explanation and left directly with his men. Rodney brought Magnum to the interrogation room. Inside the interrogation room, Magnum cooperated, sitting in the interrogation chair with his hands and feet locked, unable to escape. At this moment, Rodney sat in front of Magnum and asked, Have you encountered difficult cases before? Magnum frowned and replied, What do you mean? Rodney continued, I've encountered many, including this one. Every time we face such cases and the higher-ups want results, we usually use an old method. You must have used it too. Rodney approached Magnum and offered him a cigarette. Magnum took the cigarette, and after Rodney lit it for him, he lit one for himself as well. You know very well that such things are too common within the Navy, Rodney said enigmatically. Although Rodney didn't state it outright, Magnum understood. They were looking for someone to take the blame. I have investigated you. Within the G6 branch, you have no background. Moreover, you have a poor relationship with your superiors and colleagues, and you have even been anonymously reported for abusing soldiers. There are too many guys like you in the Navy, Rodney said calmly while smoking. Now we need someone to confess. Of course, there are benefits to serve a few years in prison, and you can become a wealthy man after getting out. Hearing Rodney's words, Magnum secretly sneered. Indeed, Rodney had no evidence and was just looking for someone with no background to take the fall. Magnum had experienced such things many times and had even taken the blame for his superiors a few times. Magnum said coldly, "What if I refuse?" Rodney chuckled. "Don't do something foolish. You know this won't benefit you." "I know your methods," Magnum retorted. "Think carefully, you still have a chance," Rodney said as he took out a small brown bottle. The bottle contained an unknown liquid. Rodney opened the bottle and poured the liquid into a teacup. Magnum watched this scene, believing that Rodney intended to kill him to silence him. Moreover, even if Magnum died, it would create the illusion of suicide due to guilt. Such things were not the first time they had happened within the Navy. Magnum took a deep breath and said, "All right, I'm willing to confess." Hearing this, Rodney smiled. "That is more like it." Magnum added, "But I have one condition." Rodney nodded. "Go ahead as long as it's not too excessive." Magnum took a deep puff of his cigarette and said, "I don't want to go to prison." Rodney shook his head. "That is not up to you." Magnum smiled slightly, sneering, "I will escape during the transport. That will solidify my guilt even more." Rodney thought for a moment, but did not agree. Magnum continued, "The persuasiveness of fleeing due to guilt is stronger than that of suicide due to guilt." Rodney nodded lightly. Magnum added, "I have saved some money over the years. I can use it to buy my freedom." Magnum didn't know much about the Blue Sea Society, although their mission was to completely cleanse the seas and uphold justice. Magnum scoffed at it. In his view, who doesn't cheat? After serving in the military for 15 years, he knew that corruption in the Navy was top down. Members of the Blue Sea Society were no exception. Their purpose for joining was not to seek promotion and wealth. Rodney rested his chin on his hand, pretending to be tempted. Magnum secretly laughed at this. He had long seen through the upper echelons of the Navy. Whenever something went wrong, they would catch a few people to take the blame. This time it was his bad luck. However, this was also good. Magnum wanted to leave the Navy and become a pirate at sea. Now that the age of great pirates had begun, it was a great opportunity for him to showcase his skills. Moreover, he had already obtained 3 devil fruits. With his strength, plus the 3 devil fruits, he could make a name for himself at sea in just a few years. By then, Rodney would definitely regret letting him go. Those foolish Navy people. Victor, the warring states are all fools. Everything is just as Magnum thought. When Magnum fulfilled his promise and gave Rodney some money, Rodney cooperated willingly. On the way to escort Magnum back to headquarters, the Navy guards happened to drop the keys to the cell on the ground. Magnum got the keys, unlocked his handcuffs and leg irons, and then jumped ship to escape. However, Magnum never dreamed that the prison uniform he was wearing was specially made. The lining of the clothes was sewn with fragments of a life card. Rodney not only wanted Magnum to confess, but also wanted to retrieve the devil fruit. "I'm on this island, come pick me up." Magnum contacted his partners using a phone bug hidden on Kago Island. These partners are pirates. They were childhood friends of Magnum. However, Magnum became a Navy officer while they became pirates. This group of pirates operated near the G6 branch, and with Magnum's help, they were in the dark under the lamp, not worried about being caught by the Navy at all. At dawn, a pirate ship approached Kago Island. Seeing the pirate ship getting closer, Magnum was full of excitement. He was finally going to be reborn, leaving the Navy, becoming a pirate, living the life he wanted. Soon, the pirate ship docked, and the pirates boarded Kago Island. "Big brother Magnum, we brought you wine. And meat too." Several pirates waved the wine and meat in their hands, looking excited. "Haha." Magnum eagerly welcomed them, hugging the leading ones, then picked up the wine and meat and started eating heartily. He was truly starving. However, just then, there was a loud bang of cannon fire. A cannonball accurately hit the pirate ship. After being hit by the cannonball, the pirate ship caught fire. Whoosh, whoosh. Cannonballs fell one after another, and soon, the main mast of the pirate ship was hit. The cannonball shattered the main mast. "What is going on?" The pirates beside Magnum were stunned. The meat in Magnum's mouth fell out. Magnum looked into the distance and saw several warships anchored far away. Could it be? A thought flashed through Magnum's mind. This was all a trap set by Rodney. Rodney gave him a chance to meet up with the pirates. Bastard, he played him. Magnum gritted his teeth, cursing Rodney in his heart. Big brother Magnum, what should we do now? At this moment, a pirate asked Magnum. Magnum gritted his teeth and roared. Fight them. But there are so many Navy officers. A pirate shrank back, his legs trembling. Big brother Magnum, how about we surrender? Surrendering would at most mean imprisonment. Facing the Navy that outnumbered them several times, along with their strong ships and cannons, the pirates had no courage to fight. However, Magnum would not surrender. He seized a handgun, pulled the trigger, and shot a pirate dead. Fight to the death or die. Magnum's forehead was bulging with veins. His expression ferocious. He didn't want to go to prison, especially in such a good era. The opportunity was right in front of him, as long as he could seize it. Colonel Magnum, surrender. At this moment, Rodney's voice persuading surrender came from the sea. Magnum glared at the warships on the sea. Rodney continued, as long as you are willing to surrender, you can still save your life. Magnum looked around, then seized a rifle from pirate sniper. He aimed at Rodney's ship. The crosshair was aimed at Rodney. Despite the distance of 3 kilometers between them, Magnum took a deep breath, and his armament hockey wrapped around the bullet. Then his index finger gently pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot out, flying towards Rodney's forehead. What an excellent sniper. Rodney stretched out his hand, his right hand wrapped in armament hockey, and caught the high-speed spinning bullet. Upon seeing this, Magnum was shocked. Unfortunately, you took the wrong path. Rodney murmured. Annihilate them. Rodney gave the final order. Marine Ford, Navy Headquarters. Brew, brew, brew. After the phone bug rang 3 times, Victor just picked up the microphone. Lord Victor, Magnum has been executed, and all 3 devil fruits have been recovered. Rodney reported seriously. They really have been recovered. Light was surprised. Light did not doubt Rodney's strength. It was just that Rodney's ability to investigate cases was surprisingly strong. It should be noted that the Ministry of Justice had investigated all the personnel related to the G6 branch's case. However, they did not identify the suspect as Magnum. But the truly impressive person is still Lord Victor. Lord Victor already knew that Rodney would succeed. Well, thank you for your hard work. After you return, take a week's vacation. There will be more important tasks assigned to you. Victor said with satisfaction. Thank you, Lord Victor. After Rodney finished speaking, he ended the call. Victor stood up and left the office. In the marshal's office, Kong and Sengoku were discussing Rodney's indiscriminate arrests. Without any evidence, a branch lieutenant colonel was arrested. This incident has a significant impact on the Navy. Moreover, that lieutenant colonel had escaped from the ship just 2 days ago. Sengoku felt that this matter could be escalated and made into a big deal. Victor is an admiral. However, being an admiral does not mean he can act recklessly. Nowadays, Victor's subordinates are behaving wildly, forcing a naval lieutenant to defect. Shouldn't Victor take responsibility for this matter? Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the knocking sound, Kong and Zhanghua put down their teacups. Come in, Kong called out towards the door. At that moment, Victor walked in. I was just about to look for you, Kong said, frowning at Victor. Victor saw Sengoku, and Sengoku covered the documents on the table. Although he didn't see the content, he could guess that it was definitely Sengoku reporting something. However, Victor didn't mind and replied, the 3 stolen devil fruits have been recovered. Recovered. A look of shock filled Sora's face. How could this be possible? Sengoku's eyes widened. He also found it unbelievable. Victor also sat down, propping his feet up on the coffee table. Then he took out a cigarette from his pocket, gave his right hand a gentle shake, and a cigarette flew out, which he stylishly placed between his lips. Victor smoked a cigarette and said with a smile, Uncle Waring states, I'm not targeting you. I just think your methods are outdated. Victor was smoking, looking at Kong and Waring states. I knew that Uncle Waring states was very dissatisfied with my way of doing things. But I respect you as an elder. Kong and Waring states continued to listen. Victor looked at Sengoku and asked Uncle Sengoku, I want to ask you, is it possible to recover the devil fruit using conventional means and methods? Sengoku did not answer. Victor looked at Kong again. Kong reached for a cigar from the table, lit it, and took a gentle puff. I know what you want to say. Indeed, you were very successful this time. However, it won't always go so smoothly. Victor said, if we follow the rules and procedures, at least we won't make mistakes, right? Kong hummed in agreement, and fortunately, this time the evidence was conclusive, otherwise it would have caused a negative impact. I understand, Victor chuckled. The Navy and the world government care about their image. Kong and Sengoku fell silent. Victor has retrieved the devil fruit. What else can they say? All right, since this matter has been resolved, Let's leave it at that. The report on this issue will be given to you in a couple of days. Victor was not aggressive. After he finished speaking, he stood up and left. Watching Victor's departing figure, Sora revealed a faint smile on his empty face, while Sengoku wore a gloomy expression. I really didn't expect you to have a competitor, Sora said to Sengoku with a smile. Sengoku remained silent. Sora continued, but don't take it to heart. In the end, it will still be decided by the 5 elders. Sengoku nodded. At that moment, Sora burned the report on the table and then tossed it into the ashtray. This thing can't be kept. The Navy still cares about its reputation. Internal discord can only remain verbal. In Mariehua, Panga City, among the powers, the 5 elders were reviewing the report. The report was submitted by CP0 and was about the incident of the devil fruit being stolen. Victor and Sengoku handle this matter differently. Victor understands the need for flexibility and is quite bold in his use of people. Sengoku, as always, is steady and adheres strictly to the rules. The 2 generations have completely different styles of doing things. Isn't that interesting? Sengoku has also started to take things seriously. Competition is always good, and both of them understand who will ultimately decide the fate of the admiral. The 5 elders are chatting. They are 1 person below the emperor and above 10,000. Their daily task is to maintain world order and uphold the rule for him. As for the internal struggle for the admiral within the Navy, the 5 elders already have a candidate in mind. Both Sengoku and Victor are obedient. However, the 5 elders prefer someone who follows the rules. Furthermore, Sengoku is actively proposing ideas to maintain world order. Not long ago, Sengoku proposed a marine plan to Kong, which involves recruiting pirates to use pirates against pirates. The 5 elders believe this plan is feasible. On the Sabeti archipelago, Tezelo put on a sharp suit, shiny leather shoes, and applied hair oil. Though his age and current appearance seemed a bit strange, Tezelo felt quite imposing as he walked. He had joined the Wolf Gang and had become a member, which could be considered a significant achievement. Hey! Suddenly, someone shouted at Tezelo. Tezelo turned around to see several members of the Wolf Gang approaching. Of course, these members were now considered as seniors. Tezelo immediately stood up straight. There are rules in the Wolf Gang as well, and seniority is respected. Tezelo is still a newcomer in the Wolf Gang, and he must bow and show respect to any senior. Otherwise, he would face a severe beating. Where's the money? One of the leaders spoke while reaching into Tezelo's pocket. Tezelo hurriedly pressed down on his pocket. This was money he needed to hand over to Big Brother Tony. If he didn't give the money, he would be doomed. Big Brother Tony would definitely punish him. What does Tony matter? The leader raised his hand and slapped Tezelo. The slap stunned Tezelo, causing his ears to ring. The leader's subordinates quickly came forward, not only taking all the money from Tezelo's pocket, but also kicking him several times. Each kick landed heavily on Tezelo's abdomen. The sharp leather shoes felt like the tips of a gun. Tezelo gritted his teeth, his face turning red from the effort, curling up like a boiled shrimp. He didn't dare resist because the more he resisted, the worse he would be beaten. Even so, he was beaten to the point of losing control of his bowels. After having another drink, the leader, feeling extremely pleased, walked towards the bar across the street with his subordinates. Passers-by saw Tezelo and covered their mouths and noses, looking at him with disdain and contempt, avoiding him without a hint of sympathy. In their eyes, Tezelo deserved this. It was self-inflicted. Brother, are you okay? At that moment, a little girl ran up to Tezelo. Tezelo lay on the ground, looking at the girl's face, just about to shake his head. However, before Tezelo could speak, a woman quickly came over, picked up the girl, and said to her, Vina, stay away from people like that. Tezelo awkwardly stood up, a nameless anger boiling inside him. However, he had to endure it. He believed there would be a day when he would rise above this. So, Tezelo went to find his boss, Tony. Tony was just a low-level leader in the Wolf Gang. The gang made its money through extortion and collecting protection fees. Gang members would go out every day to collect money, of which 80% had to be handed over to their older brothers. When Tony saw Tezelo had been beaten, he didn't ask for the reason and simply asked, Did you collect the money? Tezelo replied, I ran into Brother Jimmy on the way. They stopped me, beat me up, and took my money. Bang! Just as Tezelo finished speaking, Tony kicked him away. You idiot! If he doesn't rob others, how could he rob you? Tony shouted at Tezelo. Tezelo felt extremely wronged. He was frustrated too. Time was running out. Tony glanced at the clock on the wall, then pulled out a dagger from his waist and tossed it to Tezelo, saying, Go find some money on the street. The so-called finding money meant robbing. Tezelo looked at the dagger in front of him and didn't dare to take it. Tony stepped in front of Tezelo and stomped hard on his face. Tezelo's face was pressed into the muddy ground. It was utterly humiliating. If he didn't find today's money back by 8 o'clock, he would be doomed. Tony took the dagger and made a cut just below Teselo's eyebrow. Blood flowed into Teselo's eyes. Fear and anger filled Teselo's heart. He couldn't understand why the whole world was against him. He was clearly trying so hard. Teselo returned to his small, damp room, sitting in the corner and curling his body. He reflected on himself while also searching for the right path. Without a doubt, Teselo believed in his ability to make money. He was articulate and good at reading people's expressions, easily earning money just by setting up a stall. However, being able to make money alone wasn't enough. Without power, he would still be bullied. He needed strength, not only to protect himself, but also to change his fate. But how could he become stronger? If he continued to stay in the Wolf Gang, there would surely be no future. In Marineford, the Navy headquarters, Connor approached Victor and said, "Senior, Bart from the Wolf Gang reports to you that he has severely dealt with Teselo according to your instructions." Victor acknowledged. All these matters were arranged by him. Now, the underground forces on the Sabati archipelago must learn to flatter Victor. Only in this way could they survive. The Wolf Gang is naturally one of them. The gang leader Bart, hearing that he was working for Victor, was certainly very diligent. In recent days, the Wolf Gang has been looking for opportunities to deal with Teselo. Connor continued, "Senior, but that kid can endure quite a bit. He's still hanging around in the Wolf Gang." Connor originally had no expectations for Teselo. However, after sending someone to keep an eye on him, Connor realized that Teselo could really endure. He was looking for opportunities. Victor, while reading the newspaper, said, "The more one can endure, the greater things they can achieve." Connor agreed with Victor's viewpoint. At that moment, the office broadcast sounded. After hearing the broadcast, Victor stood up and patted Connor, saying, "That kid is your responsibility now. As long as he doesn't die, don't worry about him." "Yes," Connor replied earnestly. Victor, with a cigarette in his mouth, led Light to the operations room. Inside the operations room, there were Sengoku, Carp, and others in the conference room. "It's really lively today." Victor glanced out of the corner of his eye and noticed Akainu was also in the conference room. Akainu had recently been promoted again, surprisingly reaching the rank of Rear Admiral. His speed of advancement was indeed fast. As expected, one either has a background or is ruthless and obedient. Only these two types of people can rise quickly in the headquarters. Victor sat across from Sengoku. At that moment, Crane activated the image bug. The image bug began to project a photo. It was of Douglas Barrett. You all know how great this guy's threat is, and ever since Roger died, he has become even more insane, Kong said to everyone. After hearing Kong's words, the generals in the conference room collectively nodded. Barrett is known as the Devil's successor, with strength even close to Roger's. However, after Roger fell ill, he was struck down and went down a wrong path, starting to randomly attack pirates and the Navy, turning the entire sea upside down. In terms of madness, Bondywald cannot compare to him. At this moment, a Vice Admiral spoke up. "Is there any news about him?" Crane nodded. "Yes, we have tracked Bear's location to prevent him from escaping." Kong looked at Victor, then at Sengoku. Victor was smoking, and from the empty body language, he had already understood the meaning of emptiness. This task could be entrusted to Victor or to Sengoku. That was fair enough. Victor smiled slightly and said, "Then I'll take charge of it." Then Victor looked at Sengoku. "I'm good at dealing with these tricky guys." "I have no objections," Sengoku replied. Kong said to Victor, "Then leave it to Victor." After that, Kong turned to Crane, who nodded and continued, "The biggest threat from Barrett is that he acts alone, and his current actions lack purpose. To capture him, we must go all out." At this moment, Kong turned to Victor. "Victor, what do you think?" Victor stood up and said, "Although I have not dealt with him, I think so too. In fact, according to the original plot, the Navy launched a demon-slaying order against Barrett, and even Sengoku and Garp were involved. Although Barrett engaged in a fierce battle with the Navy, fatigue gradually accumulated. As Barrett's stamina was slowly depleted by the demon-slaying order, the pirates he had previously defeated launched a surprise attack, ultimately leading to his defeat and imprisonment in Level 6 of Impel Down. This guy's a real monster." Victor looked at the crowd to ensure that Barrett could be arrested. Victor's gaze first landed on Cap. "Uncle Cap, we need your strength this time." Cap Nuda, taking the initiative this time. He had dealt with too many pirates and knew that Barrett was one of the most dangerous. Then, Victor looked towards Sengoku. Sengoku smiled slightly, thinking Victor would call on him. Victor said to Sengoku, "Uncle Sengoku, the security work of Mary Geos is entrusted to you." Sengoku nodded, not surprised. At this moment, Victor looked at Crane, Aunt Crane. "I will follow your command," Crane replied. Victor looked at Akainu, Hyumo, and Dogman. "I also need your strength." Hyumo and Dogman were both very excited. Capturing the Devil's offspring is a significant task. Akainu nodded in acknowledgement to Victor. Victor looked at Kizaru. Kizaru pointed at himself, thinking that Victor would also call his name. However, Victor did not mention Kizaru at all. Then, Victor called out the members of the Blue Sea Association and those close to Akainu. Akiji, Fire Mountain, Doberman, and others couldn't help but frown. They felt a sense of being excluded. Victor only called his own people and those who have a good relationship with him. All right, I hope everyone can give their all this time. And we must definitely capture Barrett. Victor spoke to the crowd. Yes. Akainu and the others responded in unison. After hearing their answers, Victor looked at Kong, who nodded. The meeting was over, and you all set off immediately. Yes, Victor replied, then stood up and left the meeting room. Light and the others immediately followed Victor. Akainu, Spider Demon, Dogman, and others also left. After they left, 2/3 of the people remained in the operations room. These individuals were the doves of the headquarters, all excluded from the decision-making. Sengoku frowned, realizing how obvious Victor was being. He was openly dividing factions and forming cliques. In a new world, on a desolate small island. This island resembled a small garden and was home to ancient creatures. The island had 100-meter-tall dinosaurs and pterosaurs with wingspans of several dozen meters. In addition, there were rare poisonous insects carrying deadly viruses. Even the water contained ancient bacteria. Once infected, a person's chance of survival was less than 1%. This was definitely not a habitable island. Experienced adventurers and pirates would not easily set foot on this island. That madman had been on the island for 3 days, right? To be exact, it was 76 hours and 35 minutes. It was quite abnormal for him to stay here for so long. That was his business. Our task is to keep an eye on him. Underwater, inside a submarine, for Navy personnel in military uniforms were chatting. They were members of the Navy's Sea Eagle Unit. The Sea Eagle Unit is one of the special operations forces directly under the headquarters, responsible for monitoring and tracking monsters in the New World. Half a month ago, Barrett attacked a naval base, killing all the Navy personnel there. And this was not the first time. Barrett was like a bloodthirsty mad dog, killing indiscriminately. Warships, judicial ships, pirates, he spared no living thing at sea. It was a kill-on-sight situation. Therefore, the world government and the Navy headquarters took it very seriously. CP0 and the intelligence department of the Navy headquarters joined forces at any cost, day and night searching, and finally found Barrett. However, while the submarine was observing the situation of the island, a larger red submarine appeared behind it. One submarine resembled a tadpole, while the other looked like a frog. At that moment, the red submarine extended a mechanical arm with pincers like a crab, clamping onto the Navy submarine. The 4 members of the Sea Eagle unit felt the submarine being hit. As the submarine was pulled out of the water, the 4 members inside were thrown around like candies in a can. Before they could understand the situation, the mechanical arm began to exert force, deforming the submarine's hull. The giant red submarine surfaced, resembling a massive crab. The one controlling it was Douglas Barrett. This enormous submarine was synthesized using Barrett's combined fruit ability. He controlled it as if it were his own body. Get out of here! Squad leader Rivers barely grasped the lever, stabilizing himself, and loudly reminded his companions. However, just as they were about to do so, they found the deformed hull was incredibly hard. No matter how much strength they used, they couldn't break the hull. Barrett reinforced the submarine's hull with his armament hockey, making it indestructible. What do we do? What does he want to do? The Sea Eagle unit members were terrified. Their voices were naturally heard by Barrett. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Barrett's mouth. Many children would put grasshoppers in a cage and then throw them into the water. Those grasshoppers would struggle desperately until they went silent. The current submarine was no different. After being deformed, it lost its watertight integrity. Barrett placed it into the sea, letting it sink silently. Quickly notified the headquarters. As seawater entered the hull, Rivers knew there was no escape today. Therefore, Rivers decided to report to the headquarters and inform them of the situation here truthfully. On the sea, a massive fleet consisting of 20 warships was sailing at high speed. In the flagship's conference room, the Sea Eagle 09 unit responsible for tracking had gone completely missing. Before they disappeared, they were attacked by Barrett, and now their life cards had shattered. Crane informed Victor of the Sea Eagle unit's unfortunate news. Victor remained expressionless. The young officers present clenched their fists one after another. They were all very angry. Victor stood up. Akainu looked at Victor. Victor took a deep breath, and everyone stood up to observe a 30-second moment of silence for them. Akainu, Spider Demon, Dogman, and others all stood up as well. Carp and Crane were no exception. After 30 seconds passed, Victor said, "I will personally donate 1 million Bailey to their families, and in the name of the Blue Ocean Association, I will donate 5 million Bailey to them. Victor's actions made both Cap and Crane nod in agreement. He is provoking us. Victor sat down, smoking a cigarette, and said coldly, the generals and officers present did not object. Those monsters in the New World, they are being monitored by us and are pleased to be watched. Because they know that the Navy always has ways to keep an eye on them, and they're arrogant enough to do as they please under our surveillance. Now Barrett is tired and finds it troublesome. He is telling us that it is not us who found him, but that he is waiting for us. He is right there on that island, waiting for us to find him. Victor's gaze swept across the faces of everyone present, and he chuckled. This time, launching the demon-slaying order against him was worthwhile. Since he is so arrogant, our Navy must capture him. Victor said seriously yes. All the generals and officers in the conference room replied. The sky was overcast, and the sea was pitch black. At this moment, the entire deserted island was eerily quiet. All the creatures had vanished, as if the island had been cleaned up. There was no sign of life. Not even a single bug could be seen. At that moment, a naval fleet appeared on the distant sea, with 20 warships lined up in a row. Victor stood at the bow of the ship, holding a telescope and looking toward the island. At that moment, Barrett was sitting cross-legged on the central peak of the island, surrounded by the remaining dinosaur bones. He was well-fed and waiting for the Navy to arrive. This guy is too arrogant. Lord Victor, let me charge at the island. Lord Victor, please be sure to assign the Vanguard mission to me. Victor's subordinates were all eager to take the lead. Capturing Barrett would be a great achievement. Moreover, Victor was personally overseeing the operation. Naturally, they wanted to perform well. Ghost Spider and Dogman both looked towards Victor, also eager to give it a try. Victor put down the telescope, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Victor said to Akainu, Sakazuki, you go first. Prepare. Akainu commanded, and the Ghost Spider and Dogman were ready to charge the deserted island. Fire. 20 naval warships fired simultaneously, and hundreds of cannonballs rained down on Barrett. After several rounds of bombardment, Ghost Spider, Dogman, and their subordinates rushed towards the island at full speed. However, just as they landed on the deserted island, fortifications suddenly rose up. Dart gun barrels emerged from the bunkers. The sound of machine gun fire began, and rows of Navy soldiers fell. The deserted island? That was just the surface. In fact, the entire island had been transformed by Barrett. He had turned the island into a battlefield. He single-handedly formed an army, determined to defeat the Navy here. Indeed, Roger's death had caused him immense psychological trauma. He needed something to do. Challenging the Navy alone was indeed thrilling. He couldn't wait. As long as the Navy dared to come here, he would turn this place into his paradise with blood and fire. Suddenly, bunkers sprang up from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain. They appeared so quickly that the Navy had no time to react. Navy soldiers were shot down in rows. Like wheat being harvested, clouds of blood mist rose on the beach, resembling the flowers that bloom along the road to the underworld. Damn it! Ghost Spider leaped up, swinging his knife fiercely at the bunker. A cold light flashed, and with one slash, he cut a row of bunkers in half. However, the Navy did not relax. The severed bunkers were enveloped in red light and actually fused back together. This time, a gigantic mechanical arm emerged from the fusion. Before Ghost Spider could attack it again, the ground trembled. Countless turrets crawled out from the earth. Just as Ghost Spider swung his scythe and knocked one of the bombs away, another cannonball whistled toward him. He immediately dodged to the side. A deafening explosion echoed through the air, shaking the entire beach. Countless fragments flew everywhere, and smoke billowed, completely obscuring Ghost Spider's figure. These bunkers, like immortal spirits, continued to rise from the ground. The Navy finally realized the problem. Attacking them was useless. They had to eliminate Barrett. Crane said to Victor. Victor hummed and then looked at Akainu. Under Akainu's military uniform, he was still wearing a hoodie. He leaped up and dashed towards Barrett with a moonwalk. At that moment, Barrett was controlling the turrets and mechanical arms on the beach. The mechanical arms moved freely like the tentacles of an octopus, sweeping away the Navy on the beach. Meanwhile, Barrett's body was merging with the slope beneath him. Great fire! Akainu launched an attack at Barrett, a massive lava fist dozens of times bigger than the slope. Boom! The slope was shattered, lava splattered, and black smoke billowed, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. As the thick smoke dissipated, Akainu stood still. Once the dust settled, Barrett patted his chest as if only a speck of dust had fallen on it. Out of the corner of his eye, Barrett caught a glimpse, his lips curling into a cold smile, and his muscles bulged, resembling an ancient giant beast. Seeing this, Sakazuki leaped high into the air. Then, with a heavy landing, he leaned forward, crashing into Barrett like a cannonball. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the ground beneath Barrett erupted. Beneath Akainu's feet was a dark red pool of lava, and the previous attack was like a volcanic eruption. Barrett was also blasted away. The corner of Akainu's mouth lifted, revealing a sinister smile. He quickly jumped, tracing a beautiful arc in the air as he pounced towards Barrett. Akainu extended his right arm, aiming for Barrett's chest. Hellhound! The lava claws, emitting black smoke, aimed to pierce Barrett's heart in one strike. Just then, a dazzling red light illuminated Barrett's body. Following that, the ground behind him opened up, transforming into a sharp spear. The spear lunged like a dragon towards Akainu's heart. Lava erupted from Akainu, forming a protective shield to withstand the spear's attack. Boom! The lava claws were also evaded by Barrett, striking the beach and leaving a deep pit. You're pretty strong. Barrett grinned, then turned around to continue manipulating the mechanical arms on the ground, charging towards Akainu. Akainu remained silent. He was now taciturn. Barrett didn't mind and continued to control the mechanical arms. At that moment, Akainu's eyes suddenly narrowed. He felt a gust of cold wind blowing by. He quickly sidestepped, but it was still a moment too late, and Barrett's side kick grazed his left shoulder. Blood immediately gushed out. Akainu gritted his teeth, clenched his right fist, and swung it fiercely in that direction. Barrett twisted his body, instantly changing his form, narrowly dodging Akainu's punch. Akainu's attack failed, and his body swayed again as he lunged towards Barrett's chest. Barrett's body shifted again, evading Akainu's charge. Barrett's movements were incredibly agile, and after a few rolls in the air, he landed on the beach. On the sea, Victor and others were watching the battle. Akainu was strong, but Barrett was also strong. Moreover, Barrett had more combat experience than Akainu. In close combat, Barrett had a tactical advantage. Sakazuki was too impatient. At this moment, Crane murmured, "The battle between strong opponents isn't decided by a single move." Akainu was too eager to kill his enemy. However, Barrett was a warrior who had emerged from a pile of corpses, with richer experience in life and death struggles. Wanting to kill Barrett in an instant? That was clearly unrealistic. The best method was to wear him out, exhaust Barrett's stamina, and then defeat him when he was exhausted. In the original storyline, Sengoku used this tactic to capture Barrett. Dark red lava erupted from Akainu. He pursued again, this time not changing his strategy, still wanting to give Barrett no opportunities. Akainu directly raised his leg, transforming his right leg into scorching lava, kicking fiercely towards Barrett's abdomen. Barrett raised his hand to block the kick. However, the attack wasn't over. The next second, Akainu's left hand shot out again. No matter how fast Barrett was, he couldn't outrun a volcanic explosion. This time, Barrett didn't block, but tilted his head to evade Akainu's claws. However, Akainu kicked again. Barrett couldn't dodge in time and was directly hit. Bang! His body flew back and crashed heavily onto the beach. He got hit, the Navy exclaimed. Blood trickled from Barrett's mouth. As expected of you. Victor watched from a distance. Akainu, in terms of skill, was indeed inferior to Kizuru and even to Akiji. This was also due to his personality. However, it was easy to understand. Akainu was iron-blooded and preferred to confront head-on. If he just made you dodge, he would accelerate until you couldn't dodge anymore. But Barrett wiped the corner of his mouth and revealed a sinister smile. Let us have a good fight then. He was not in any slump. On the contrary, he became even more bloodthirsty. Akainu lunged forward in a swift step, powering up his right fist, intending to deliver a heavier blow. However, Barrett had no intention of dodging. Instead, he charged toward Akainu. Akainu scoffed, and his right fist struck towards Barrett. Barrett's right fist instantly turned black, and not only that, a red light flashed in his eyes, shaking the entire space. The stones on the ground shattered into dust, dissipating into the air. This scene, along with Barrett's current momentum, made Carp furrow his brows. He thought of someone. Conqueror's Haki was entwined. Conqueror's Haki was a rare, innate quality, with very few possessors. The ability to wield Conqueror's Haki was a skill that only top-tier experts could master. At this moment, Carp saw a shadow of Roger and Barrett. For a moment, there was a hint of similarity. Barrett was chasing after Roger, and also learning from him. Roger was his goal. Dark red lightning, as tangible as substance, wrapped around Barrett's fist and heavily struck towards the magma volcano. Boom! A loud explosion, the volcano erupted. The entire world was surrounded by flames, as if doomsday had arrived. Barrett was also engulfed by the magma. If it were an ordinary person, after this punch, there would be no suspense. The high temperature of the magma would be enough to turn a person into charcoal. However, Barrett was not an ordinary person. Barrett and Akainu both maintained their punching poses. At this moment, Neither Akainu nor Barrett moved. Uncle Carp, Aunt Saru, you all go help, Victor said to Carp and others. Let the strong members of the headquarters besiege Barrett. Carp frowned. Besiege? After so many years in the Navy, he had never done anything like besieging someone. This isn't fair competition. Since we have so many people here, we can't just stand by and watch or cheer from the sidelines. Victor smiled and said, The crane nodded. Barrett is very strong. Relying solely on Akainu, it's definitely impossible to determine the winner in a short period of time. Of course, I could also take action, but I am the commander of this mission. Victor naturally said in the Demon Slayer order. How could there be a reason for the commander to take action? That would be too degrading. With that, he leaped up and dashed towards the battlefield with a moonlit step. Following that, Rodney and the others behind Victor also left the battleship with a moonlit step. Victor continued, Let's all go and experience some training. Opportunities to fight against strong opponents are rare. Yes, more Navy personnel left the warship. Carp frowned and looked at Victor. Victor said to Carp, When dealing with top-level powerhouses, having more people is still an advantage. A larger number can exhaust their strength. Carp did not respond. Victor continued, Uncle Carp, if you had used so many troops to surround Roger back then, he might have been captured 10 years ago. Carp crossed his arms over his chest, looking a bit displeased. You guys just don't see things as clearly as Uncle Sengoku does in this regard. Victor started to complain about Sengoku. Every time Carp pursued Roger, he relied on only a small elite force. In contrast, Sengoku used every means possible. Not only would he mobilize the Navy, but he would also utilize pirates. In short, he would stop at nothing to ensure the success of the mission with whatever resources were available. Carp didn't want to hear Victor go on any longer. He suddenly found Victor a bit annoying. More annoying than Sengoku. Victor's face added a hint of amusement. This kind of mockery was truly enjoyable. Soon after, Victor shifted his gaze back to the battlefield. Rodney's fist was enveloped in hockey, and he delivered a powerful punch to Barrett's back. Oomph. Barrett let out a cold snort. He had just repelled Crane and had a direct confrontation with Akainu, leaving him no time to turn around. Suddenly, his entire body was covered in hockey. Bang! Rodney's fist hit Barrett's back, but Barrett remained unmoved. Just as Rodney was astonished, Barrett's right hand suddenly reached back. A look of horror appeared on Rodney's face as he saw the stones on the ground around Barrett floating up and sticking to his tail, transforming into a steel tail. Moreover, the steel tail was wrapped in hockey. This kind of combat technique was unheard of to Rodney, and he had never seen anything like it. The steel tail swung out and struck Rodney's chest hard. Rodney crossed his arms in front of him, trying to block the blow. However, the disparity in strength was immense. Blood sprayed out. Poof! Rodney was sent flying and landed in a nearby lake. Ha 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 ha! Barrett laughed wildly, reveling in Rodney's miserable state. Humph! Rodney roared in anger as he stood up from the lake. Is this the gap? The gap with top-tier powerhouses. The fighting spirit in Rodney's eyes pleased Barrett, but Barrett could no longer pay attention to him. Crane's right foot kicked hard, the dark shoe tip precisely hitting Barrett's waist. Barrett felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. With a roar, Barrett attempted to grab Crane's ankle. However, Crane reacted quickly, dodging nimbly and catching a glimpse of Akainu out of the corner of her eye. Akainu had already arrived behind Barrett. A sneak attack. Unlike Carp, Akainu, Victor, and Sengoku had somewhat similar personalities. As long as he could win. What is wrong with a sneak attack? Crane hurriedly dodged to avoid being accidentally injured by Akainu. Akainu had a heart that pursued justice, which was naturally a good thing. However, Akainu attacked without regard to the severity of the situation, also not caring whether he would accidentally injure a comrade. Seeing Akainu make a move, the surrounding Navy quickly retreated. Ghost Spider and Dogman were no exception. Just a moment ago, some Navy soldiers had already been burned by lava. Akainu's attacks were extremely fierce. He fought completely without reason, and his moves were not complex, relying entirely on speed and strength. However, he happened to encounter Barrett. The stronger the opponent, the more excited Barrett became. Barrett hurriedly turned around. Although it was rushed, he did not dodge or evade. Bang! The magma fist hit Barrett's chest. The exploding lava turned the surroundings into a sea of fire. The raging flames did not stop Barrett's advance. His fighting spirit was completely ignited. Barrett continued to charge forward. Breaking through the lava, Akainu was about to dodge, but his speed was still slightly slower than Barrett's, and Barrett's heavy fist hit Akainu's shoulder. Blood flowed from Akainu's mouth, but he still did not back down. Akainu delivered a hook punch, smashing hard against Barrett's nose. Barrett's nose collapsed instantly. Following that, Akainu's left leg kicked out again. Barrett dodged, reaching out to grab Akainu's leg, trying to forcefully break Akainu's calf. Akainu's face twisted, his expression fierce. Barrett's fingers were like pincers, unable to escape. Fortunately, Akainu steeled himself. Even if his leg was broken, he would still strike Barrett's head. Akainu put all his strength into it, his right hand shooting out fiercely toward Barrett's left cheek. Barrett remained rational. He did not continue to exert force, but chose to let go and evade Akainu's attack. That wasn't enough. Akainu's body flipped in the air, his knee rising again to press against Barrett's chest. Barrett's body flew up and crashed into a nearby hill. When it comes to risking one's life, few in the Navy are as tenacious as Akainu. Bang! Barrett fell to the ground. After spitting out a large mouthful of blood, he got back up. At this moment, the surrounding Navy looked at Barrett with fear in their eyes. Is this still human? Was a monster? In the eyes of ordinary people, if you can't kill him and he hits you once, you may not die but will be left crippled. That is a monster. Undoubtedly. In the eyes of many Navy soldiers present, Barrett was a monster. At this time, the casualties among the Navy continued to rise. Light held a statistical report and quietly approached Victor. Carp glanced at Light out of the corner of his eye. Light came beside Victor and said to him, "Senior, I just tallied it up. Since the battle began, we have lost 415 men, and 941 are severely injured." Upon hearing the casualty figures, Carp's brows furrowed tightly. To capture Barrett, nearly 5,000 lives had already been lost. This is why the Navy needs to think carefully when capturing monsters in the New World. For instance, Sengoku's decision to eliminate Whitebeard during the Marineford War. To kill Whitebeard, what kind of casualties would be required, and could the cost be accepted? After incurring such heavy losses, could the situation at sea still be stabilized? These are all considerations for the commander. Carp didn't have that much trouble. He personally took action to capture people, try to minimize casualties with each mission. Therefore, many Navy soldiers were willing to follow Carp, as they could get promoted and also reduce the chances of casualties. If you don't even have the courage to fight a monster, what qualifications do you have to be a Navy? Victor said expressionlessly, yes. Wright fell silent. The senior was right. Wright brainwashed himself again. Of course, this was also said for Cap to hear. Victor didn't mind being defined by Carp as a man of iron blood, or even a cold-blooded person. Such labels are currently beneficial to him. At least, in future power struggles, this is a plus. If Akiji had this awareness as well, he would definitely have become a fleet admiral in the original storyline. When Wright reported, Barrett, regardless of his own exhaustion, once again controlled everything around him. The fallen guns and cannons of the Navy, along with the weapons and ships that Barrett had long buried on the island, were all merged together by him. He seemed tireless, with his armed color hockey always covering his body, showing no consideration for physical exhaustion. Akainu wiped the blood from his nose. He had just exchanged a hard punch with Barrett, hitting Barrett on the cheek while Barrett struck his nose. Ha ha ha! Barrett grew more and more vigorous in battle. His rising chest and increasingly rapid breathing indicated that his stamina was depleting faster. This should have been a good thing. According to normal understanding, once in such a state, defeat was only a matter of time. Uncle Carp, how many more people do you think need to be sacrificed to defeat him if this continues? At that moment, Victor suddenly spoke up. Carp frowned and did not respond. Victor continued. If you had taken action from the beginning, the casualties would have been much lower. Perhaps there wouldn't have been 5,000 casualties. Carp gritted his teeth, finding this statement very unpleasant to hear. Is Victor implying that he is shifting the responsibility for the naval casualties onto him? As the commander of the demon-slaying order, he should at least take responsibility. Victor said again, "You think it's unfair for so many people to attack him, but we can't just stand here and watch you two fight one-on-one. Moreover, young people need opportunities for practical experience. We can't handle everything for them." The more Kapu listened, the tighter his frown became. Victor seems to be standing on a moral high ground. Clearly a junior, yet he is teaching him. Victor said, "This is just against Barrett. If we were to face Whitebeard, if you continue to watch like this, the Navy will lose tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, and still won't be able to take that guy down." Although it's a hypothesis, in the original storyline, Garp and the others slacked off during the Marineford War, leading to increased casualties for the Navy. That's a fact. Of course, if you can just watch these young people lose their precious lives, enough. Garp couldn't take it anymore. Victor was more annoying than Tang Sung. Moral coercion? This is CPU. Please don't be angry. I didn't mean to blame you. You're an elder, getting older. This kind of battle should be handled by me. Unfortunately, I am now the commander. Victor hadn't finished speaking when Carp leaped up and stepped onto the battlefield with a moonwalk. Light and the others were stunned. Senior is amazing. Lord Victor is amazing. They just couldn't handle it. Victor smiled slightly, then sat back in his chair, smoking a cigarette and continuing to watch the battle. He was not afraid of high casualties. If his men died, he would just recruit more. As for his money, it was time for it to be put to use. After the war, as long as he provided sufficient compensation, he could still win people's hearts. Moreover, as long as he continued to take care of the families of the fallen, he would remain the most worthy commander to follow in the Navy. Under Victor's commentary, Carp stepped into the battlefield with a moonwalk and suddenly charged in. Bang! Carp dropped from height and struck Barrett. Barrett leaped up, dodging Carp's attack. Boom! In everyone's sight, Carp created a pit over 100 meters in diameter upon hitting the ground, dust swirling, and the entire island shook for 3 seconds. Carp missed his strike and immediately used Suru, disappearing into the pit. Barrett was also quick, and Carp was suddenly pulled 100 meters away. Barrett was no stranger to Carp. In the past, on Roger's ship, they often dealt with Carp. Every time, Carp was chasing Roger. And sometimes when Roger didn't want to run anymore, he would fight Carp. After the fight, regardless of the outcome, Roger would continue running. It was like a game of cat and mouse. However, Carp's strength was indeed formidable. This was beyond doubt. Being able to fight Roger head-on without falling behind was enough to earn Barrett's recognition. However, just as Barrett created some distance, a wave of heat surged from behind. Barrett had no time to dodge and could only brace himself, holding his breath as he saw a massive magma fist land on him. Boom! The magma fist exploded, magma splattering, and the surrounding ground was burned to scorched earth. Looking at Barrett, a new red mark appeared at the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand to wipe it away. Carp, Sengoku, and Akainu positioned themselves in a triangle, surrounding Barrett in the middle. Sweat beads began to accumulate on Barrett's forehead. Indeed, as soon as Carp entered the battle, Barrett could no longer maintain his full strength in using haki. Barrett's attention was being diverted. Observation haki consumed mental energy, while armament haki consumed physical energy. Even if Barrett was a monster, he would not be able to withstand this level of battle intensity. This was it. This was a true encirclement. Victor chuckled. One-on-one duels were the most boring thing. As for the naive idea of winning by outnumbering others, he certainly wouldn't entertain that. Once Garp joined the battle, there was no suspense left. With Garp, Akainu, and Tsuru working together, they captured Barrett in less than half a day. If Garp had been a bit more serious, the capture would have been even easier. Barrett was indeed tough. He was captured only after being severely injured and exhausted. However, no matter how tough the outcome, being captured was still being captured. The world would not know the process of this battle, only the result. As the commander of this demon-slaying order, Victor naturally led effectively, military achievements in hand. However, over 5,000 Navy personnel were killed or injured. For the persona of the great Lord Victor, money still had to be spent. Although Victor was wealthy and knew how to make money, it still pained him. 1 million berries was given to the families of the deceased, and they would need to provide monthly payments going forward. There were also medical and nutritional expenses for the severely injured. Indeed, when the cannon fires, gold is worth a fortune. Of course, it was all worth it. Capturing Barrett so efficiently should satisfy the 5 elders. On the way back, Victor ordered a stop at an island. This island was called Pasno Island. The kingdom of Aino on the island was a member of the world government. Upon hearing that the Navy fleet had docked, King Aiden III of the kingdom of Aino rushed over with nobles and ministers to welcome Victor. General Victor, you have worked hard. Vice Admiral Garp, you have worked hard. Vice Admiral Tsuru, you have worked hard. I have prepared some humble gifts. Please be sure to accept them. Aiden III had a flattering expression. He was merely a small country king who had seized power through a coup. Due to being a small nation, he didn't even have the qualifications to attend the world meetings. Whether it was powerful nations, nearby, strong pirate crews, or other underground forces, all had the capability to destroy him. Therefore, Aiden III's attitude towards the Navy was exceedingly respectful. Moreover, the 3 individuals in front of him were not ordinary figures. Victor is the youngest admiral in the Navy headquarters, known for personally capturing the ruthless man, the Golden Lion. Carp is a naval hero, the man who defeated Rox. Crane is the chief of staff of the Navy. These 3 are powerful figures in the Navy headquarters, and he wouldn't dare offend them. Aiden III heard that Victor is greedy and would love to empty his own treasury. As long as his country exists, he can continue to extract wealth from the people. I have long heard that His Majesty the King is very friendly towards the Navy, and it turns out to be true. Victor laughed heartily, very pleased with someone like Aiden III. The gold, silver, and jewels brought by Aiden III were worth a considerable amount. Victor roughly estimated that it was worth at least 10 billion berries. That's no small amount. It's important to note that for a poor country like Dressrosa, it would be quite difficult to gather even 10 billion with the full effort of the nation. It is an honor for our country to serve the world government and the Navy, Aiden III said with a beaming smile. Ha ha ha. Victor patted Aiden III's plump shoulder. Your Majesty, I want to be friends with you. It is my utmost honor, Aiden III replied. Tonight, let's spend the night here. Everyone is on holiday, and all expenses will be on me. Enjoy yourselves to the fullest. Victor turned to look at the Navy behind him and shouted loudly. On the deck of each warship, the sailors were very excited. They were all young and had successfully captured the devil's descendant, Barrett. Moreover, they really needed to relax a bit. Carp, Crane, and the others exchanged glances and shook their heads. Victor really knows how to win people's hearts. They have also witnessed Victor's charm. Akainu and others watched this scene. The soldiers of their respective units were also cheering. Let's go, let's have a drink. Victor walked up to Akainu and hooked his shoulder. Akainu was taken away by Victor. Victor also took the time to introduce Aiden III to Sikorsky, saying that he would definitely be promoted to Rear Admiral upon his return, and that he is a future great general of our Navy. Rear Admiral Sikorsky? No, it should be General Sikorsky. Aiden III's mind was already active, preparing gifts. Don't keep a straight face. It's a holiday now, so everyone should be happy. Victor shouted at the Ghost Spider dogman, laughing and making a fuss. Brothers, don't save money tonight. Victor had no demeanor of a great general, and he was active with anger in a short period of time. The likes of Ghost Spider and Douglas were usually quiet while following Akainu. Akainu would not act like Victor. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Kong was reading a fax. It was a list of achievements and requests for rewards sent back by Victor. On the list, Akainu's name was at the top. Following that were Rodney, Ghost Spider, Douglas, and others. Garp and Tsuru were also on the list. Besides the requests for rewards, there was also a compensation list. It was another large sum of money. Kong rubbed his forehead. The Navy had paid a considerable price this time. However, capturing Barrett was, after all, good news. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Come in, Kong called out casually. Sengoku walked in. Is there something? Kong put down the fax and asked. Sengoku held a folder in his hand and approached Kong. What's this? Kong inquired. Sengoku placed the folder down and explained to curb the rise of pirates. I've come up with a warlord plan. Warlord? Kong curiously opened the folder. Upon seeing the contents, Kong's face twisted in pain, unable to hide his shock. This idea was too exaggerated. Sengoku explained, in the coming years, even a decade, we will reach the peak of the pirate era, with countless great pirates and heroes emerging. This force of the era is something even the world government will find difficult to cope with in a hurry. Strengthening armed forces is a necessary choice at present. Kong nodded in agreement upon hearing this. To deal with the increasingly powerful pirate forces at sea, the Navy's development was indeed essential. However, Sengoku hesitated. Kong, puffing on a cigar, said, there are no outsiders here, go ahead. Sengoku continued, but the world government has maintained the balance of the world for 800 years. The internal power balance of the world government is very stable. If the Navy suddenly becomes powerful, the world government may not be pleased to see it. Kong smiled slightly, but there was a hint of bitterness in that smile. Both Kong and Sengoku understood the Navy. As the pirate forces grew stronger, the Navy only needed to grow in response. Yet, the Navy stubbornly maintained its original structure. Why? The world government would not allow the Navy to dominate alone. Balance. The balance of power. That is the truth of power. In the original plot, Sengoku also liked to play with balance. He used justice to dominate the world and balance the sea. The world government did the same, balancing the world. I will suggest this to the Gorosei. I believe they will accept it, Kong said. The next morning, Kong arrived at the Holy Land, Mariewa. In Panga City, amidst the power dynamics, Kong had already presented Sengoku's proposal to the Gorosei. After reading it, expressions of surprise and satisfaction appeared on their faces. The warlord plan was indeed a very good plan. To win over pirates to deal with pirates. Not only would it weaken the pirates' strength, but it would also enhance their own power. Although the 7 warlords were being recruited, they could be treated like disposable tools. Use them when needed, and kick them away when not needed. Moreover, rather than strengthening the Navy and leaving hidden dangers for the world government's rule, it was better to recruit pirates at a minimal cost. Without hesitation, the Gorosei exchanged glances and nodded, approving the plan. The Gorosei said to Kong, you can start implementing it. Yes. Kong nodded and was about to turn to leave. At that moment, the Gorosei called out to him. If we were to choose a successor for the Admiral now, who would you choose? Upon hearing the Gorosei's question, Kong answered without hesitation, they are all suitable. You can go back now. The Gorosei did not pursue the matter further. Kong turned and left. The Gorosei watched Kong's departing figure. Exchanged glances and smiles appeared on their faces. Kong was a competent commander. During his tenure, the Navy had managed well. He had played a positive role in stabilizing the world government's rule. Moreover, Kong was absolutely obedient to the Gorosei and would not defy their orders. This was also the reason the Gorosei chose him as admiral and would let him become the commander of the 3 armies in the future. However, the tide of a new era brought uncontrollable changes. The Gorosei still needed to continue observing. As Kong left Panga City, he contacted Sengoku using a Den Mushi. Holding the Den Mushi, Kong said, "The Gorosei has approved it. The warlord plan can begin." The Den Mushi mimicked Sengoku's expression and responded, "I will contact them right now." The them Sengoku referred to were his chosen candidates for the 7 warlords. Barrett was imprisoned and impelled down. Akainu was promoted to vice admiral, and Ghost Spider and others were also promoted. The Demon Hunt order had come to a close. Victor's life has returned to normal. The only difference is that he has taken on the task of capturing the O'Hara Scholar. As a traveler, Victor knows the backstory. The O'Hara Scholar brought this upon himself, wanting to uncover the truth of history and touching upon the sensitive points of the Celestial Dragons. Naturally, the Celestial Dragons will not let them go. Victor remembered that this task was supposed to be handled by the Warring States. How did it end up being assigned to him? Is it the butterfly effect? Because of his outstanding performance, he gained the attention of the 5 elders. However, no matter what, the matter of O'Hara still needs to be handled properly to give the 5 elders an explanation. After all, this issue touches on the sensitive points of the Celestial Dragons. Perhaps I might also take notice? If him could notice him, that would actually be a good thing. The prerequisite for becoming the king of the world is to eliminate him on the empty throne. As of now, Victor knows nothing about Im's strength or the national treasures controlled by Im. Getting into Im's line of sight early on might help in gathering intelligence on Im and the national treasures. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. "Come." Victor shouted towards the door. The door was opened, and Rodney walked in. "Lord Victor." Rodney has also been promoted to Major General. In just 1 year, he has been promoted 2 ranks and is now considered an outstanding representative of the Blue Sea Association. There is a task for you to handle. Victor threw the file folder on the table to Rodney. Rodney caught it with both hands and opened the folder. The contents were about the arrest of scholars, including Alvia from O'Hara. Why were they being arrested? Rodney couldn't understand. From the information, these scholars were all PhD-level intellectuals engaged in archaeology. They had neither committed robbery nor done anything morally reprehensible. However, Rodney didn't ask. He knew how to be a Navy man. Victor had taught them in his notes how to interact with superiors. "I know you're confused." Victor tossed a cigarette to Rodney, who caught it and sat down to smoke. "Yes." Rodney sat across from Victor. Victor took a drag from his cigarette and said, "Do you know what history is?" Rodney was taken aback by the question and then shook his head. Victor continued, "History is a little girl dressed up by the victors. They can make her very beautiful or very ugly. Do you understand?" Rodney nodded thoughtfully. Victor continued, "There is a blank period of 100 years in history. What happened during that century is what these scholars are curious about." "Are you curious?" Rodney hesitated for a moment and nodded gently. "That's also the reason I came to see you today." Victor took a deep puff of smoke. "I don't want you to go down the wrong path." Rodney listened attentively. "In fact, does it matter what happened in the blank 100 years? Not really. Does it matter whether the 20 kings saved the world and are human heroes? Not really. The key point is that the descendants of the 20 kings are the Celestial Dragons, and they're the actual rulers of the world, while we, the Navy, are the ones maintaining the rule of the world government. Therefore, regardless of what happened in that 100 years, what we need to do is..." Victor paused deliberately at the end. Rodney answered seriously, "To maintain the rule of the world government." "That's right." Victor smiled. "It's good that you understand. With this awareness, go capture them." "Yes." Rodney stood up. After Rodney left, Light, who was beside him, hesitated to speak. "Are you curious about the blank 100 years?" Victor asked with a smile. Light nodded. Victor chuckled and said, "It's better not to ask too much. Those who know about this matter probably won't live long." Could that century-old history pose a threat? Just as Light was about to speak, he saw Victor gesture for silence. Light dared not say anything further. Victor said, "We are the Navy. We just need to complete our mission." "Got it, Senior." Light nodded. At that moment, Victor picked up the newspaper on the table and suddenly asked, "Has Admiral Karp taken leave?" "Yes, how did you know?" Light asked curiously. Victor did not respond. Light continued to focus on his work. Victor turned to look out the window, where Marineford's Navy Square was visible. Cap must have gone to the South Sea. Before Roger died, he entrusted Ace and his mother to Cap. Thinking of Ace, Victor couldn't help but squint his eyes. If he hadn't intervened, would the Marine-Forward War still have happened 20 years later? Year 1500 of the Sea Circle, Mariehua. Victor has been responsible for duty in the Holy Land during this period. Besides the daily affairs of the Navy, he also has to deal with matters related to the Blue Sea Association. As the Blue Sea Association grows, there are more and more trivial matters to handle. Victor's goal in forming the Blue Ocean Society was to create factions and build his own power base. Now that this goal has been achieved, internal issues within the Blue Ocean Society are gradually becoming apparent, especially as the Blue Ocean Society expands. Among the Navy members who join, at least half are looking to follow Victor to gain promotions and wealth. However, the Navy structure is limited, and a large portion is occupied by the Dovish faction. Currently, there are indeed more monks than porridge, and seeking promotion is not that easy. Victor sometimes finds it difficult. He is currently just a general, not a turtle in a wishing well. So how can he truly fulfill everyone's wishes? However, in the end, what he really lacks is someone who can manage things. If someone could help him run the Blue Sea Society well, that would be much easier. He needs a tool person. Victor has also been thinking about candidates recently. Fortunately, the contradictions and problems have not yet become prominent. Otherwise, Victor would be even busier. Light brought a blonde young officer to Victor's side. Felix, I heard that a girl has been pursuing you lately. Victor smiled at the blonde officer. The blonde officer, named Felix, was one of the key officers being trained by the Blue Sea Association. He and Akiji were from the same graduated class. Currently, Akiji had been promoted to Vice Admiral, while Felix, under Victor's guidance, had also been promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral. It wouldn't be a problem for him to rise to Vice Admiral in the future. Yes, she is a gentle girl, but I have already turned her down, Felix said calmly. His purpose for joining the Blue Sea Association was to purify the seas and eliminate all pirates. With the increasing rampantness of pirates nowadays, he had no time for romance. What a heartless kid, Victor said with a smile as he smoked. How's your hockey training going? Felix replied, thank you for your concern. Senior, I have currently mastered armament hockey and observation hockey, but I still need more practice. Since they all graduated from military school, Felix and the others privately referred to Victor as senior, which made their relationship closer. Victor nodded and then patted the box next to his desk. Felix looked at the box, which was just the right size to hold a devil fruit. Here you go. Victor handed the devil fruit to Felix. Felix took the devil fruit. This is the bird fruit model, ape sculpture. It suits you quite well and can also compensate for your physical strength, Victor said. Upon hearing Victor's words, Felix's body trembled. Felix was in the same cohort as Akiji, and the reason he was considered mediocre in that cohort was due to his poor physical condition. If his physical talent were on par with Akiji's, he would also be valued by the world government. Thank you, senior, Felix said sincerely. Keep working hard. There are more important tasks that need to be entrusted to you, Victor said earnestly. After hearing Victor's words, Felix became even more excited. After Felix left, Victor looked up at the sky. Can Felix be a good tool? Or should he wait and see? Or perhaps find a few promising kids? But cultivating them would take quite some time. However, maybe it could be worth a try. For instance, there's Ruchi right in front of him. As long as Victor is willing, he can bring Ruchi over at any time. West Sea. Besides this woman, her companions are all dead. At sea, the Navy intercepted a cargo ship. According to the intelligence provided by CP5, scholars from O'Hara are hiding on the cargo ship. 30 nautical miles after the cargo ship set sail, it was stopped by a warship. At this moment, Rodney boarded the warship. Rodney accepted Victor's orders to capture the scholars from O'Hara. However, the scholars from O'Hara did not surrender easily. In their resistance, they were killed by CP5 agents. Only Alvia was still alive. Rodney looked at the white-haired woman lying on the deck, tears streaming down her face, and frowned. Head to the nearest naval base. Rodney gave the order. What did we do wrong? When two sailors were about to take Alvia away, she asked Rodney. Rodney, smoking a cigarette, looked at Alvia and said, if the world government doesn't want you to investigate, then you shouldn't investigate. But is there anything wrong with us seeking the truth of history? Alvia's voice was filled with sorrow. Her husband, her companions, had died one after another over these 8 years. They were just ordinary scholars who wanted to know what happened in the blank 100 years. Rodney coldly said, take her away. Yes. The two sailors dragged Alvia away. At that moment, CP5 agents also found a large amount of historical documents on the ship, as well as the scholars' notes. This was indeed serious. One agent, after seeing the content of the notes, realized that the situation was not good. because the level of investigation by Olvia and others into the history of the blank 100 years exceeded their expectations. BRR BRR. BRR BRR. The phone bug on Victor's desk keeps buzzing. Victor was drinking wine, enjoying Stella's oil massage service. Stella was a quick learner. She wanted to give back to Victor in her own way. In her eyes, Victor was her everything. Victor was lying on the bed when Olvia brought him the phone bug. Lord Victor, the phone bug transmitted Rodney's voice. And Victor responded casually with his eyes closed. Everyone else is dead except for the woman, Rodney said. Let them die, Victor replied without any emotional fluctuation. Rodney continued to report, I've noticed CP5's reaction. This incident could be quite serious. Victor said, well, you stay in the West Sea and wait for further instructions. Yes, Rodney ended the call. Victor set aside the phone bug, knowing that the demon-slaying order for O'Hara was coming. Since this matter was his responsibility, it was likely that he would carry out the order himself. His relationship with the Dove faction was already strained. If he were to destroy O'Hara this time, the conflict between him and the Dove faction would surely intensify. Just thinking about it made him look forward to it. Victor's mouth curled up into a smile. He actually looked forward to conflict and contradiction. Without conflict and contradiction, how could one stir up trouble and gain benefits? Sure enough, shortly after Rodney reported the situation, Victor received an empty order. The order required Victor to immediately dispatch the fleet to launch a demon-slaying mission against O'Hara. Victor took out the golden phone bug and issued the demon-slaying order. This time, the lineup for the demon-slaying order included Akainu and Akiji. In addition, there was Rodney and 2 older vice admirals. However, Victor suddenly thought of something. Because the headquarters assigned the task to him instead of Sengoku, the vice admiral executing the mission was also changed from Soro to Rodney. That's careless. Victor originally wanted to take this opportunity to mentor Rodney and also to give him some recognition. Unexpectedly, the plot changed. In the original storyline, after Solo interacted with Olvia, he expressed sympathy for their plight, which is why he took the risk to release Olvia. Later, Solo was severely injured and washed up on O'Hara, where he was coincidentally saved by Robin. This led to Solo protecting O'Hara, ultimately being killed by Akainu. Akainu also released Robin out of sense of pity. In the following 20 years, Robin experienced the darkest sides of humanity until she met the Straw Hat crew. If Robin had died in O'Hara, what would the impact on the future be? Victor began the evaluation. It wouldn't be appropriate for Pasalo to take over Rodney's job right now. Wait a minute. Victor suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wasn't he in need of a tool? This was a ready-made solution. Robin's personal abilities made her the best choice as an assistant. When she served as an aide to Crocodile, he was quite satisfied. As for sending her to the Straw Hat crew as a historian, what good would that do? There are others who can understand historical texts, not just her. If Kazuki Oden is still alive, and if the Straw Hat crew really has that kind of luck, then let them give it a try. Light, Victor called out. Light put down the document in his hand and walked over to Victor. Victor said to Wright, go find Felix. Yes, Wright nodded. Felix is now a brigadier general. And recently Victor has not sent him out, but kept him at headquarters for training. Although Victor is a general, positions at the naval headquarters are limited. Aside from the branches in the 4 Seas, the directly affiliated troops, and the branches starting with G, every position has a group of people vying for it. There are many members of the Blue Sea Society, and there are plenty of people trying to rise through the ranks by any means possible. Therefore, Victor has recently come up with a new plan. It is called the Cradle of Stars program. The so-called Cradle of Stars program is to regularly to headquarters for training. After training, they can be granted more important positions. This not only seems fair, but also makes them more proactive. Felix is on the list of the first batch of members in the Cradle of Stars program. After obtaining the Devil Fruit, Felix is now busy cultivating. Felix and Akiji are from the same generation, but their brilliance is completely overshadowed by Akiji. Not to mention Zephyr's first batch of disciples, who are a group of monsters. Now, Felix is only focused on cultivating to enhance his own strength. As for future arrangements, Felix is not worried at all. He believes that Senior Victor will make the arrangements. After receiving Victor's summons, Felix quickly washed up in a few seconds and came before Victor. At this moment, there were only Victor and Felix in the office. Victor said to Felix, now I have a task for you. Please give me your instructions, Senior. Felix replied to Victor. I need to go to O'Hara and bring someone back. This must be done discreetly, without anyone else knowing. Felix nodded seriously. Since it was a confidential mission, he naturally wouldn't take it lightly. Victor said, go to O'Hara, find a child named Nico Robin, and bring her back. Understood, Felix turned and left. O'Hara is a very famous place in the West Sea because it has the most scholars in the world and the Library of the Tree of Knowledge, which holds the most books. As usual, Robin was at home doing housework. Utilizing the power of the flower fruit, Robin quickly finished her chores. Then, she took out some bread and, as per her routine, carefully spread some jam on it. She couldn't put on too much jam, or her aunt would get angry. After finishing her meal, Robin wanted to take a walk on the beach. She often went to the beach alone. It was usually deserted. A paradise where she could play by herself without being discriminated against by other children or isolated by the townsfolk. Walking on the cool, soft sand, she let the waves wash over her feet. In that moment, she felt completely relaxed. However, Robin didn't notice a large bird following her in the sky. As soon as she arrived at the beach, the bird swooped down. Robin was covered by the bird's shadow. She turned around and looked up. A massive eagle was about to pounce on her. Startled, Robin ran away. But how could she outrun an eagle? The eagle landed in front of Robin and transformed before her astonished eyes. It was a man. Next, Robin was knocked unconscious by the man. 2 days later, in the waters off O'Hara, a fleet consisting of 5 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, and 10 warships was ready. Because Saul had not shown up, Akiji stayed on the deck. Akiji was now starting to become lazy. He wore an eye patch and lay sleeping in a chair. As for this mission, he wasn't too invested. Akainu's ship was right next door, and Akainu had changed from wearing a hoodie to a suit and shirt, sporting a naval cap. Influenced by Victor, Akainu had become more cheerful. On the path of enforcing justice, he was not alone. Rodney raised his wrist to check the time. He was waiting for Lord Victor to give orders. Meanwhile, CP5 agents had already landed in O'Hara. The agents ran quickly through the streets, causing residents to hide on the sides of the road. Spandam hummed a tune. After completing today's mission, he had gained promotion capital. Moreover, he had the backing of Victor. With Admiral Victor protecting him, what did he have to fear? Capture all the scholars and confiscate all suspicious items. Spandam's mission was to find out the progress of O'Hara's research. This was also an order from the Gorosei. The Gorosei were very concerned about the blank century in history. Although Spandam was somewhat curious, he understood that knowing too much about certain matters brought one closer to death. Soon, the scholars of O'Hara were brought out by the agents. They were held at gunpoint by the agents. However, none of the scholars, including Dr. Clover, were afraid. They did not believe they had committed any crime. Since they had not committed a crime, why should they be afraid? Inside the Tree of Knowledge, CP5 agents knocked over bookshelves and smashed walls. They were searching for evidence. They aimed to find proof of the scholars of O'Hara, researching historical texts. As long as they found evidence, these scholars would be considered in violation of world laws and would rightfully need to be eliminated. Although the world government could directly erase them, the scholars of O'Hara were the most famous group in the world. Therefore, even if they wanted to erase them, sufficient evidence was required. These bastards, some scholars shouted loudly. Hey, be careful. These books are priceless treasures. However, the CP5 agents did not care at all. Spandam brought 2 subordinates to Dr. Clover and, smoking a cigarette, looked him up and down. Actually, you guys don't need to pretend. I know you are secretly researching historical texts. If you hand them over now, you might suffer less. I don't know what you're talking about. We're just studying history. Dr. Clover played word games, refusing to admit to researching historical texts. Just because you want to catch Lou? What does that have to do with me? His audacious demeanor made Spandam quite displeased. You wait. Spandam gritted his teeth. Although Alvia did not admit to being a scholar of O'Hara, the personal items found on them already suggested their scholarly identity. Yet, she simply refused to acknowledge it. For now, they could only wait until they found the items before dealing with it. Boom! At that moment, the Tree of Knowledge exploded. Sir, we found historical texts in a basement. An excited agent came to report their findings to Spandam. The scholars had hidden the historical texts very discreetly, but CP5 had truly dug them out. Ha ha! Spandam laughed triumphantly. He immediately took out the Din Mushi to report to the Gorosei. Soon, the Gorosei's Din Mushi was connected. Spandam, have you found evidence? The Din Mushi imitated the deep voice of the goat-bearded old man. Spandam lost his earlier arrogance and respectfully said, We've found the historical texts, confirming their connection to O'Hara scholars. Let me talk to the Gorosei for a moment. It's just right for me to report on the research progress. At that moment, Dr. Clover shouted at Spandam. Spandam frowned but heard the Gorosei say, Give the Din Mushi to him. Yes. Spandam instructed his subordinate to bring the Din Mushi to Dr. Clover. Dr. Clover took the microphone and began discussing the history of the past 100 years with the Gorosei, speculating based on the historical data they had obtained. When Dr. Clover mentioned the Great Kingdom, the Gorosei ordered to open fire and shot him. BRR. The Din Mushi kept calling out. Victor picked up the microphone. Erased O'Hara. This command was not issued by the heir, but was personally ordered by the five elders. I understand. Victor knew that the five elders had been struck at their core. Therefore, Victor picked up the golden telephone bug and issued the order. It has been confirmed that the scholars of O'Hara have violated the world laws by secretly researching ancient weapons. From now on, after the CP-5 agents on the island evacuate, an indiscriminate attack will be launched on O'Hara. On the deck of the warship, Rodney, Akiji, Akainu, and others heard the order, but only Akiji frowned. Researching ancient weapons? What a bunch of crazy scholars. What exactly are ancient weapons? Although I don't quite understand either. I've heard they can destroy the world. Destroying the world, that is truly terrifying. The Navy soldiers were discussing among themselves. These soldiers were at the bottom, and they had no opportunity to discern good from evil, or perhaps they simply had no chance to distinguish between the two. The commander said the scholars of O'Hara are demons. Then those scholars are demons. If they violate the order, they will be arrested or even shot. Hurry, evacuate this place. Quickly retreat. After the CP-5 agents received the retreat order, they quickly evacuated O'Hara. Spandam was the same. The residents of the town heard that O'Hara was to be destroyed and frantically ran towards the port, wanting to board the evacuation ships to leave. The scholars of O'Hara looked at Dr. Clover on the ground. Dr. Clover's heart had been pierced by a bullet. He surely would not survive. Let me on the ship. Don't push, let me go first. At the dock, the residents of O'Hara were scrambling to get on the evacuation ships. Only the scholars of O'Hara did not go anywhere. Akiji picked up the binoculars and watched the scene from afar. He saw people fighting to board the evacuation ships. As long as they could get on the evacuation ships, they could avoid the demon extermination order. Just then, Victor's voice rang out again. To avoid any scholars disguising as ordinary residents, it's better to kill 1,000 innocents than to let one escape. When Victor's voice reached Akiji's ears, his pupils contracted. To prevent the world from being destroyed by ancient weapons. For justice. As soon as Victor finished speaking, Akiji heard the sound of cannon fire. He saw Akainu's ship fire the first shot, and the cannonball hit the refuge ship. After being hit, the refuge ship quickly caught fire. After a series of cannon fire, the refuge ship was shattered and sank into the sea. Seeing this scene, Akiji couldn't help but clench his fists. Victor, Akainu. These two guys, is this their justice? Akiji gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger as the cannonball flew towards the Tree of Knowledge. Upon impact, a blaze erupted immediately. As the fire blazed fiercely, it engulfed the scholars who tried to rescue the books. The Tree of Knowledge, one of the world's most important treasures. From today onwards, it will be erased from the world. Akiji gripped the ship's railing, powerless to change this scene. He could only watch helplessly. Where am I? Robin woke up to find herself locked in a room. The door was locked. However, with her abilities, she could still find an opportunity to unlock it. Click! The door lock was opened. Robin pretended to still be asleep. She prepared to launch a surprise attack when the opponent was unprepared. Stella pushed a food cart into the room. Still not awake? Didn't Brigadier General Felix say you would wake up at this time? Stella mumbled, then left the food cart and turned to leave. The door was gently closed, and Robin rolled over and got up from the bed. She approached the food cart and uncovered the silver lid. The food on the plate emitted an enticing aroma. Unable to resist, Robin picked up a fork, pierced a piece of steak, and put it in her mouth. The meat was incredibly tender and tasted excellent, simply the most delicious food she had ever eaten. You're awake. Just as Robin took a bite and was about to take a second, a man's voice entered her ears. Who? Who is speaking? Robin was startled. She had just been pretending to sleep and now was caught sneaking food, naturally feeling tense. In this unfamiliar environment, she was frightened. Soon after, Robin found the surveillance snail in the room. It had been watching her. Was it the one talking to her? Although Robin became a doctor at the age of 8, she was still just a child and hadn't seen much of the world. Naturally, she had never encountered a surveillance snail before. Such a big snail? And it can talk? Just as Robin was observing, Victor was watching her in the room. Victor said, "Finish your food first. Wasting food is not what a good child does." After hearing Victor's words, Robin looked at the food on the cart for a while. It really was tempting, but if you're questioning my identity, there's no need. You're just a child. Even if you were sold, you need to eat enough to have the strength to escape, right? After hearing Victor's words, Robin began to eat the food seriously. It was truly delicious. She picked up a piece of cake, topped with a variety of fruits, and it was very sweet, making it hard for Robin to put it down. She gently wiped it with her little hands and took a bite. The feeling was wonderful. Robin had never eaten such delicious cake before. Was she in heaven with such tasty cake? She had watched people in town eat it through the shop window, never expecting it to be so good. After Robin finished eating, Stella pushed the door open again and said to Robin, "Please follow me." Under Stella's guidance, Robin arrived at Victor's study. Pushing the door open, Robin saw Victor. Words like tall, handsome, and imposing could all be used to describe him. He wore a black robe, and his expression was cold, making him seem hard to approach. This man seemed quite frightening. "Have a seat," Victor said, pointing to the sofa. Robin nodded and walked over. After sitting down, she looked at the proud man in front of her and asked, "Why did you capture me? What do you want me to do?" "You don't need to do anything," Victor answered indifferently. Such a simple response left Robin stunned. No need to do anything? Robin thought she would be captured and made a slave, as she had heard of such things. The townspeople would scare children to keep them from running around, lest they be taken by slave ships. At this moment, at Victor's behest, Stella took out a piece of paper. The paper was filled with writing. "What is recorded on this paper is the most detailed information I know. Take a look," Victor said. Taking the paper, Robin looked down carefully. The content was brief. Only a few dozen lines. "Your father has passed away. Your mother is still alive. Her name is Nicole Alvia." Victor began to recount the story of Alvia. Robin listened attentively, hearing about what happened to Alvia and the scholars of O'Hara. At this point, Victor signaled to Stella, who lowered the curtain and turned off the lights. Then, the scene of O'Hara being destroyed by the Buster Call began to play. During this process, Robin saw Dr. Clover being shot, the Tree of Knowledge being destroyed, and even the escape ship being destroyed. In an instant, Robin felt a pang of heartache. It was an incredibly sad story. After the playback ended, Victor continued, "I have investigated thoroughly. The reason O'Hara was destroyed by the Buster Call is that you violated the laws of the world by privately researching history." After hearing this, Robin was completely bewildered. She still didn't understand what crime they had committed. "We clearly didn't harm anyone. Dr. Clover said that history belongs to all humanity, and we need to understand the blank 100 years of history. What would happen if your aunt didn't allow you to add more jam, and you added more jam?" Victor asked Robin. "She would be angry and scold me," Robin replied. "The world government prohibits the investigation of history. You violated that. So the world government is angry. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Victor said calmly. After hearing this, Robin fell silent. She didn't expect things to turn out this way. She originally thought it was just normal academic research, but it turned out to be so serious. "What about my mother?" After realizing, Robin looked at Victor and asked. "She should be publicly executed. The world government has already branded her as a demon." Victor replied. After listening, Robin was completely stunned. She didn't expect it to turn out this way. However, Robin was still very clever. She looked at Victor and said, "What about me? I'm a doctor too, and I also participated in the research of the historical text." Victor smiled faintly and then made a gesture of pinching a cigarette. Stella placed the cigarette in Victor's hand and lit it. Amidst the swirling smoke, Victor said to Robin, "Your mother is surely going to die, and you and I will find you a new identity, allowing you to stay by my side." "Why?" Robin didn't understand why Victor wanted to keep her. "Because," Victor said, "you're a good seedling." "I don't understand." Robin looked at Victor and asked. Victor chuckled. He didn't need Robin to understand. "If you could obediently listen and be a good child, then perhaps I could help you see your mother for the last time." Victor's words left Robin stunned. "Do you want to see her?" Victor asked. Robin nodded, tears streaming from her eyes. "Now follow Stella. She will teach you some etiquette." After Victor finished speaking, he let Stella take Robin out of the study. Once they left the study, Robin looked at Stella beside her and asked, "Can he really help me see my mom?" "Of course," Stella replied with admiration. "Lord Victor can do anything. But can he save my mom?" Robin said, shaking her head again. Hearing this, Stella, somewhat angry, said, "Please cherish everything Lord Victor has done for you, and devote yourself to repay his kindness." Robin was taken aback. She stopped speaking as she sensed Stella's anger. Stella took Robin to the maid's room, where she would teach Robin obedience and the skills to serve Lord Victor. This was also what Victor wanted, to have Robin learn obedience through immersion and be trained into the tool he desired. In addition, she would have to learn many other things. Victor would also teach her. The game of raising Robin had begun. Alvia was not a big figure like Roger. Therefore, her public execution did not receive much attention. The world government only symbolically made this matter public, labeling the O'Hara scholars as devils. Ordinary people are easily fooled. For them, it was just a way to join in the excitement and have something to talk about. Even if someone raised doubts, could they really challenge the authority of the world government? Thus, the destruction of O'Hara would soon be forgotten. Alvia's execution was scheduled for a month later. Victor called for Felix. Felix came before Victor. "Senior, is there something you need?" Felix asked Victor. Victor smoked expressionlessly and said, "How much do you know about Nico Robin?" Felix replied, Her mother violated the world law, secretly researching ancient weapons, attempting to destroy the world, and is now a death row inmate. At this point, Felix glanced at Victor secretly. Senior, you were taking in Nico, Robin. He was worried that Robin would bring trouble. What do you think my intention is in taking her in? Victor questioned Felix. Felix shook his head, saying he couldn't understand either. In fact, when Felix saw the newspaper, he became worried about Robin's identity being exposed. Fortunately, there were no survivors from O'Hara, and they managed to take Robin away before CP5 arrived. CP5 did not recognize Robin. Now the world government wouldn't pay attention to Robin either. Even if they knew Alvia had a daughter, they would assume she died on the escape boat. However, Felix truly did not understand why Senior Victor wanted to take Robin in. Was the Senior also after the ancient weapons? Although Felix had doubts about the charges against O'Hara, after all, who would believe that a group of harmless scholars wanted to destroy the world? Felix, do you believe ancient weapons can destroy the world? Victor asked at that moment. Felix was stunned for a moment, thought for a few minutes, and replied, maybe it's possible. Victor took a deep drag of a cigarette. Actually, the world government is also looking for it. Really? Felix exclaimed in surprise. Victor did not answer directly, but instead asked Felix, can a gun kill? Yes, Felix nodded. Would you be afraid if a child had a gun? Victor then asked. Felix shook his head. The gun in the child's hand posed a risk of accidental discharge, but did not threaten him. If the gun were in the pirate's hand, would you be afraid? After hearing Victor's words, Felix nodded. Pirates know how to use guns, and pirates are enemies. If the gun were in my hand, would you be afraid? Victor continued to ask. Felix shook his head vigorously. At this moment, he understood the meaning behind Victor's question. Ancient weapons were the same. They were just more powerful weapons. The issue lay in whose hands they were in. In the hands of villains, they could destroy the world, but in our hands, they could help us eliminate pirates and eradicate evil. Victor said as he approached Felix. This mission is very important. The 5 elders are taking it very seriously. Don't let me down. Mission. Felix tensed up. He didn't expect it to be related to the 5 elders. He also didn't expect Victor to value him so much. There are some things I can't tell you right now. It involves a lot of people, and there are many undercover agents in our department. Once Robin's existence is leaked, the consequences would be unimaginable. In short, Victor patted Felix's shoulder firmly and said from now on, you are officially the commander of the Knights, responsible for protecting the princess until we find the ancient weapon. This is not just about whether we can eliminate the pirates. If the Revolutionary Army and the pirates find the ancient weapon first, that would be a true disaster. Victor's words left Felix drenched in cold sweat. At the same time, he felt the weight of the mission on his shoulders, as well as the trust that Senior Victor had in him. He couldn't believe he was entrusted with such an important task. Remember, this is confidential. Only you and I know about Robin's identity, and no third person is allowed to know. Victor said seriously yes. Felix replied earnestly. Even if he died, he could not reveal Robin's identity. If the pirates and the Revolutionary Army learned of Robin's existence, the consequences would be unimaginable. For the world, for peace, for justice. Felix felt it was his duty and responsibility. Well, as long as you know. After Victor finished speaking, he let Felix leave first. After Felix left, Victor called Robin over. Robin followed Stella to the door, and then Stella left first. Robin walked into the study and respectfully addressed, My Lord Victor. Stella has taught you well, and your adaptability is strong, Victor said to Robin. Robin maintained the standing posture of a maid, but her eyes were red, clearly having just cried. Victor said, Have you seen today's newspaper? Robin nodded. In a month, her mother would be publicly executed. Looking at Alvia's photo, she would remember the scene when her mother abandoned her at the age of 2 to go out to sea in search of historical texts. The mother she longed for, and she never expected that before they could meet, she would have to witness her execution. Only Robin knew how much pain she felt inside. Victor said, Do you want to see her? Robin nodded. Victor said, Come here. Robin obediently walked over to Victor's side. Victor raised his hand and gently stroked Robin's head, as if petting her. Smile, Victor said again. Robin didn't know how to smile, especially not now. It was even harder for her to do so. Stella should have told you. Victor said to Robin, You must listen to Lord Victor's words. Whatever Lord Victor commands, you must carry it out. Robin replied. She has now been repeatedly brainwashed by Stella. All day long, she is subjected to the CPU, dedicating everything to Lord Victor. Find a way to smile, no matter how difficult it is. This is your test, until I am satisfied, Victor said seriously. After listening to Victor's words, Robin began to try to laugh out loud. She even forced a smile by stretching her mouth open with both hands. Victor was sipping tea while watching Robin's performance. It was a process of taming. Robin needed to get accustomed to following commands. Only then would Robin grow into a qualified tool. After half an hour, Victor still hadn't called a stop. Robin continued to try, putting on a smile that he hoped would please Master Victor, until a knock sounded at the door. "Come in," Victor called out. Connor walked in, first glancing at Robin before leaning close to Victor's ear and whispering, "Senior, he killed someone." Victor let Robin go out to find Stella. "Killed someone? Progressing quite fast, huh?" Victor was thinking to himself, but on the surface he remained calm. toSave was an important tool he had cultivated, who would continuously provide him with money in the future. Otherwise, this method of making money would not easily support a large army. The transformation of toSave from a low-level young man to a powerful figure was not something that could happen overnight. He needed to go through more pain and trials to temper his body and to meet Victor's expectations. While Victor was listening to Connor's report, toSave had already killed his boss and successfully taken over. He was now a cadre of the Wild Wolf gang. Now he needed to establish his authority while accumulating wealth to strengthen his power. Not far away, some small minions were trembling. They had witnessed toSave kill their boss and were all afraid that toSave would turn on them. These fools. toSave sneered, feeling no pity for them. In the Wild Wolf gang, he hated being deceived the most, and these small minions had once deceived him, so toSave didn't mind killing a few of them first. His gaze swept over the crowd and slowly landed on a woman, a beautiful lady. She was one of the assets of the Wild Wolf gang, a prime catch just acquired. She would work in the Wild Wolf gang's nightclub, being exploited for money. A cruel smile appeared on toSave's lips. "Since you dare to deceive me, be prepared for death." After saying that, he walked step by step towards those minions. The woman saw the coldness in toSave's eyes and was so scared that she trembled all over, wanting to run but unable to move. At that moment, a man ran up beside her, shouting, "toSave, don't mess around." "Ha ha ha, what a stupid kid." toSave scoffed, grabbing the man by the neck and effortlessly throwing him to the ground. The man struggled for a while before passing out. toSave continued to walk towards the remaining minions, who all began to flee. But before they could escape a few steps, toSave pulled them back. Soon, the entire street fell silent. The woman was so frightened that her legs went weak. She kept backing away, her face pale as paper, her lips trembling. toSave approached the woman, crouched down, looked at her terrified expression, and smiled slightly. "Not bad, a rare beauty, but don't worry, I'm not like those scum," toSave said proudly. He would never use women to make money. That would be no different from selling Stella like a beast. Soon after, toSave arrived at the entrance of the nightclub with a group of people. This nightclub belonged to a rival gang. Although they were rivals, usually they kept to themselves, as they were all there to make money, and both gangs were relatively restrained until they had a sure way to take each other down. However, today toSave intended to break the peace. Holding a submachine gun, he walked in, followed by more than a dozen men. These men were all desperados that toSave had recently recruited. He was willing to spend money, using the wealth he found in his boss's house to successfully recruit a group to work for him. The moment toSave entered the nightclub, there was an uproar. What were these people doing? Did they not know this was the territory of the Tabi family? "Hey!" Suddenly, a muscular man in a black tank top walked towards toSave. toSave stopped, frowning at the man. This guy was the owner of the nightclub. toSave had seen him before, so he recognized him and knew he was the behind-the-scenes boss of the nightclub. "Hello." At that moment, another sleazy-looking man walked over, grinning. He was Tabi's cousin, responsible for overseeing the place. Occasionally, when some clueless outsiders came to cause trouble, he would handle it. However, toSave didn't waste any time talking to them. He raised his gun and shot at the two men in quick succession. Bang! Bang! 3 gunshots rang out, instantly bringing the 2 men down. The 2 men lay on the ground, howling in pain. The surrounding customers screamed in terror. toSave coldly snorted, "Tabi, come out and die." After he finished speaking, there was another commotion around. At that moment, a tall young man walked down the stairs. This young man appeared to be around 20 years old, tall, with fair skin and shoulder-length golden hair. He had a somewhat effeminate aura, resembling a noble young master. This person was Tabi, the leader of the Tabi family. "Who are you?" Tabi descended the stairs, staring at toSave with a gloomy expression. "Do you want to die?" toSave ignored Tabi and began shooting at him. Tabi reacted quickly and immediately dodged. However, toSave's madness had just begun. He threw a prepared bomb directly at Tabi and his men, instantly killing more than 10 people. Among these, half were Tabi's subordinates, and the other half were ordinary people. Help!" Tabi and his men screamed in horror, scattering to escape. toSave looked coldly at the fleeing crowd and said in a cold voice, "Tabi, get out here." Tabi's face was pale, but he still forced himself to stand up. toSave sneered, grabbing Tabi by the hair and slamming him hard against the wall, causing Tabi to cry out in pain. "Bastard, I'm going to kill you." Tabi writhed in agony, struggling. He wanted to resist, but toSave held his head down tightly, continuously smashing it against the wall, each punch producing the sound of cracking bones. Tabi felt a loud ringing in his head, his eardrums buzzing, and he saw stars. This situation lasted a full half-minute. By this time, the surrounding customers had all left, leaving only toSave and Tabi. Bastard. Tabi was in excruciating pain, constantly letting out screams, but it could not change the situation. toSave slowly stood up, one hand holding Tabi by the collar, and the other hand took out a pack of cigarettes, lighting one up. Amidst the swirling smoke, toSave's expression grew more sinister, looking like a demon. "I want you dead," toSave growled. Tabi was gasping for breath, his face turning red, his eyes rolling back. He felt he was about to die. Cough, cough, cough. Tabi began to cough violently, feeling a fiery pain in his lungs. Suddenly, toSave punched him in the chest, and in that instant, Tabi felt as if his internal organs had shifted. Tabi opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but he couldn't say a word. "You." Before Tabi could finish his sentence, his eyes suddenly widened, his pupils constricting, staring intently at toSave. Because he saw toSave holding a knife, stabbing it into his own abdomen, blood flowing down the blade. "You." Tabi's eyes widened, filled with unwillingness. A gurgling sound came from his throat. toSave pulled out the knife, wiped his hand, and said, "This place is nice. I'll take it." With a dull thud, toSave kicked Tabi's corpse away. The raid on the Tabi family was underway, striking at the heart and killing Tabi. The madness of the night had just begun. Just as he had been ruthless when killing Tabi, toSave knew that to gain power, one must be brutal. Killing should be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. This world is one of survival of the fittest, where the strong are revered, and only those with absolute power are respected and worshipped. Those without strength are only fit to be oppressed and trampled upon. toSave killing Tabi was merely a declaration of his strength to the entire city, a way to intimidate everyone. He wanted all to know he was a ruthless man. After doing all this, toSave turned and walked out of the bar. His silhouette appeared exceptionally lonely, like a bloodthirsty wolf. The night breeze rustled his clothes, and he emanated a strong aura of killing intent, instilling fear in others. People always grow, especially when they desire change. toSave's growth met Victor's expectations. In fact, Victor didn't need toSave to be loyal to him. He only needed to control toSave and make him earn money for himself. The facts proved that Victor's assessment was correct. A free-range dog is always more energetic than a caged one. toSave was unaware that his life was already under Victor's control. He became cruel and began to learn how to use violence to gain more benefits. Having tasted the sweetness of this path, he believed it was the right way to go. Victor continued to arrange for Connor to watch over toSave. West Sea Penal Prison. This is the largest prison in the West Sea, housing extremely dangerous criminals, such as the Revolutionary Army attempting to overthrow the world government. Olivia is locked away in the deepest part of the prison, where death row inmates and life sentences are kept. Clang. At this moment, the cell door was opened, and the guard said to Olivia, "Miss Olivia, a distinguished person wants to see you." "Who?" Olivia asked. "You'll understand once you meet him." The guard replied and took Olivia out of the cell. Soon, the guard led Olivia to the top level of the prison, where in the interrogation room, she met them. The man was dressed in a naval uniform, wearing sunglasses, and had a cold expression, not even glancing at Olivia. Next to the man stood a girl. The girl looked at Olivia, tears already welling in her eyes. Although the mother and daughter had not seen each other for many years, Olivia guessed Robin's identity. Her heart sank, thinking that the world government was going to use her daughter to threaten her. How despicable. However, in order to not implicate her daughter, she decided not to acknowledge Robin. "Miss Olivia, please sit down and speak," Victor said. Olivia sat down. At this moment, Stella brought 2 cups of coffee, placing one in front of Olivia and the other in front of Robin. "You have a cup of coffee's time," Victor said to Robin. Then, Victor said to Stella, "You can go out first." "Yes." Stella nodded and turned to leave. O'Hara was destroyed, and the scholars and books on the island were gone as well. Victor said slowly, "Now you have the time a cup of coffee to say goodbye. I hope you cherish it," Victor said, pointing to the surveillance phone bug on the wall, which had already fainted. "During this time, you don't have to worry about being monitored." Olivia had too many questions, but Victor ignored her. Looking at Robin, Olivia chose to trust. "You are Robin, right?" Olivia asked. Robin nodded. "You should know who I am, right?" Olivia asked. Robin nodded. How did you find your way here? And how did you escape? Olivia asked. Robin said, I was rescued. Rescued? Olivia was surprised. Who rescued you? Robin hesitated for a moment and looked at Victor. Olivia was silent for a moment. She knew this news would definitely cause quite a stir. But why would General Victor want to rescue his own daughter? From his behavior, it didn't seem like he was trying to use his daughter to threaten her. At this point, Victor was smoking, glanced at Olivia, and said, I think you don't need to know too much about this matter. You just need to know that Robin will be safe with me now. As for the rest, you don't need to know. Thank you, General Victor, Olivia said. Victor has already told her that he will take good care of Robin. Victor blew out smoke rings and said, Quick, say some last words, or you'll have no chance. General Victor, can I have a moment alone with Robin? Olivia said. Victor thought for a moment, nodded, and said, all right. Then, Victor stood up and left. As soon as Victor left, Olivia couldn't control her emotions anymore. She hugged Robin and cried. Robin kept calling out mommy, 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 as if trying to make up for everything she felt she owed in this lifetime. Victor was outside smoking, while Stella had already cried her eyes out. Victor raised his hand and patted her head. Stella looked at Victor with tearful eyes. On the day Olivia was executed, the sky was gloomy. On the way to the execution ground, Robin witnessed people throwing stones and rotten eggs at Olivia. Olivia was thrown onto an iron frame. She was dressed in heavy prison clothes, her hands and feet tightly bound, and she could only lie there and endure the humiliation from everyone. Which, hang her, the crowd believed the world government's claims. Therefore, they treated Olivia as a demon. Robin watched this scene unfold. Stella covered her mouth to silence her. However, seeing her mother like that made Robin's heart ache. I will not let you get away with this. Suddenly, this thought surfaced in her mind. She gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at the group of people in front of her, until she saw her mother being taken to the gallows. Kill her, kill her. Demon. She is a demon. In the midst of the chaos, the crowd was furious. Victor's expression was emotionless as he patted Robin's head and said, Are you very angry? Do you want to kill them? Robin nodded. She watched as her mother was hung up. The rope tightened, turning her neck bright red. Robin felt her heart racing in her chest, until Olivia was completely dead. Ever since returning from the West Sea, Robin had been awakened every night by nightmares. In her dreams, she repeatedly saw her mother being hanged. The people she encountered in her dreams were all so angry. Was it really wrong for O'Hara to study the historical text? Robin asked herself this more than once. Until one night a month later, Victor returned to the villa. Victor doesn't come back often. He spends most of his time at the Navy headquarters or on duty in Mariewa. Victor called Robin into his study, ready to check on her learning progress. He had arranged for many teachers for Robin, preparing to train her in a well-rounded manner. Robin did not disappoint him. She studied very diligently. Lord Victor, may I ask you a question? Robin inquired at that moment. Victor stood in front of Robin and said, Well, go ahead and ask. Robin asked, What exactly is justice? Hearing this, Victor smiled. This is a good opportunity to brainwash Robin. As long as you act according to the will of the powerful, then you are justice. Conversely, you are evil. Brainwashing should start from a young age, making Robin understand the law of the jungle from an early age. Justice, evil? Who defines the boundary between the two? Victor believes that Robin will have her own thoughts. However, the ideas that Victor conveys to her will also influence her. Sure enough, Robin begins to have doubts. Her past worldview is completely different from the worldview she has recently accepted. She is eager to know the answer. Are pirates evil? Victor asked Robin. Robin nodded. They had done many bad things. Like what bad things? Victor continued to ask. Killing, burning towns, robbing wealth and food. Robin thought for a moment and replied. The celestial dragons have destroyed many cities. They can kill anyone at will and take whatever they want. So are they evil? Victor said patiently. Robin nodded. However, the Navy must protect them, and the Navy's profession is to uphold justice. Victor continued. Robin looked up at Victor, her black and white eyes filled with confusion. She had experienced too little to understand the adult world. There is no absolute justice or evil in this world. Remember this. Victor was rubbing Robin's face, and he found it quite amusing. If the celestial dragons were not the world's nobles, protected by the king of the world, they would have long been executed for their crimes. The existence of the celestial dragons is a trampling of justice. Victor did not shy away from saying. At the same time, he introduced the concept of the king of the world. Robin thought for a moment and said, Lord Victor, according to your meaning, my mom is actually not wrong. She just angered the king of the world, right? Yes, just like at your aunt's house. You were forbidden to eat too much jam. But here, you can be satisfied. Victor replied. If Lord Victor were the king of the world, would you prohibit O'Hara from studying history? Robin asked cautiously. Of course not. The existence of history serves as a warning and a reference, so that people do not make the same mistakes. Victor answered reluctantly. In fact, if he were him, he would also erase history. After all, it was through disgraceful means that he seized the world. History is like a little girl who can be dressed up by anyone, written by the victors. If the losers are not tarnished, it would be good enough, let alone expecting glory. If only Lord Victor were the king of the world. Robin thought to himself. In the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, the first half of the year was relatively smooth. At least for the Navy, there were no major incidents during this period. However, when the news of the Golden Lion's escape broke, the tension that the Navy had just relaxed snapped back into place. What? The Golden Lion escaped. Impossible. How could this happen? Escaping from Impel Down, how could that be? At the Navy headquarters, almost everyone was discussing this matter. Kong convened a military meeting. This military meeting was special. Even Zephyr was invited. The Golden Lion has escaped, and with his personality, he will definitely seek revenge on the Navy. What Kong feared the most was the impending retaliation. Sengoku, Zephyr, Carp, and others all had serious expressions. They knew that Kong was not exaggerating. Victor was smoking and glanced at Qingji. Qingji, instead of sleeping, noticed Victor looking at him and turned to look back at Victor. So, Victor took a deep drag from his cigarette. What should we do? Sengoku fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said, I propose that the Navy temporarily withdraw from the New World. Akiji was taken aback. Akainu was also stunned, and the other Navy personnel were equally shocked. Withdraw from the New World? Gecko Moria exclaimed. Admiral Sengoku, is it a bit too exaggerated to withdraw from the New World just because of one Golden Lion? Not only Gecko Moria, but also Fire Fist Ace was puzzled. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. If what you say is true, the Golden Lion is very strong. Then we should send troops to eliminate him, rather than choose to avoid him. Admiral Sengoku, I believe withdrawing from the New World is a mistake. It will make the world think we are afraid of pirates. Gecko Moria, Fire Fist Ace, and others all retorted, believing that the Golden Lion's strength should not be underestimated. But it was certainly not terrifying enough to make the entire Navy fearful. I think it's more than that. Just as everyone was arguing incessantly, Sora suddenly spoke up. This is an order from the higher-ups of the world government. Higher-rank officials can suppress lower ones. Moreover, it comes from the higher-ups of the world government, right? Victor is a time traveler, and his perspective on the world is naturally different from that of Akainu and the others. Akainu and the others are very angry. The Navy is actually withdrawing from the New World, preparing to leave it to the pirates. ISNT that just allowing the pirates to develop in the New World? Although Akainu and the others are furious, they don't say anything. Moreover, they also understand that they are not part of the decision-making body of the world government. At this moment, Sengoku looks at Victor and says, the task of capturing the Golden Lion is now your responsibility. Victor nodded. This was not an easy task. At that moment, Kong looked at Zephyr. You all need to pay attention to safety. Kong was worried that the Golden Lion might retaliate against the Navy and attack their warships, especially the military academy students, who were particularly vulnerable to attacks. Zephyr nodded. I will be careful. The Golden Lion truly lived up to his reputation as a legendary pirate. He alone was enough to threaten the Navy. I have to go to Panga City for a meeting with Sengoku. I'll leave the meeting here to you. After Kong spoke to Victor, he turned and left. Sengoku followed him out. This scene left people with much to ponder. Had the 5 elders chosen Sengoku? After Kong and Sengoku left, Victor approached Zephyr and the others, looking at them and asking, what should we do next? We need to find a Golden Lion. At that moment, Ghost Spider stood up. The Golden Lion's subordinates must have heard about his escape from prison and will definitely meet up with him. Then I'll leave that to you. Victor assigned the task to Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider stood up and said yes. To prevent the revenge of the Golden Lion, it is necessary to strengthen vigilance. Additionally, each person's family should be taken care of, and if conditions permit, they should be relocated to Marinvondo Town. As for the expenses of the process, the headquarters will reimburse them. Furthermore, if there is a need to send warships for pickup, please register the names, and the headquarters will send a fleet for escort. Victor's words were undoubtedly heartfelt, but only Zephyr felt sorrowful. The pain of losing family made him realize how terrifying the revenge of pirates could be. A direct attack is easy to avoid, but a hidden dagger is hard to defend. At this moment, Victor continued speaking to Akainu, saying, although we need to withdraw from the New World, the G1 branch must still remain stationed, so you should go to the G1 branch. Upon hearing this, Akainu nodded lightly to Victor. He had no objections to Victor's arrangement. After breaking out of Impel Down, Shiki the Golden Lion did not immediately seek revenge on the Navy, but chose to go in a hiding instead. He found a village to recuperate. Although he successfully escaped from impel down, the cost was his 2 legs. Now, his replacements were Sakuraji and Kuju. Although he had substitutes, he had lost too much blood and still needed time to adapt. Therefore, the wise choice was to rest and recuperate. Victor, just you wait. Shiki cursed Victor fiercely in the village. He never expected to fall into Victor's hands. However, Victor was indeed powerful. Shiki also planned to take revenge on Victor. 2 months later, in a new world on Heliotrope Island, the Moby Dick and 3 mini Moby Dicks were docked in the bay. How did you escape? Whitebeard frowned in surprise as he looked at Shiki on the deck of the Moby Dick. After seeing Whitebeard, Shiki smiled and said, "Whitebeard, now you are the overlord of the era." Upon hearing Shiki's words, Whitebeard ignored him and instead asked, "What scheme are you up to now?" Whitebeard and Shiki were old acquaintances, both former members of the Rocks Pirates. Therefore, Whitebeard knew Shiki well. What Whitebeard wanted was family, while Shiki wanted power. Now, what Shiki meant was that he wanted to hand over power to Whitebeard. "I need some time to prepare," Shiki said to Whitebeard. "What do you need to prepare?" Whitebeard asked cautiously. Shiki said coldly, "The pain that guy left me. I will make him pay for it." "That guy?" Whitebeard thought for a moment and said, "Are you referring to Victor?" "Yes," Shiki replied, stroking his knee, "that insidious and despicable guy. For him to make you suffer. He is indeed formidable." Whitebeard knew Shiki's strength and cunning. Capturing Shiki was not an easy task. "In any case, I will disappear for a while. During my absence, the sea will be temporarily entrusted to you." Shiki stood up, not intending to stay for a meal, and of course, Whitebeard did not intend to invite him to stay either. Whitebeard did not respond to Shiki. Under Whitebeard's gaze, Shiki flew into the sky and quickly vanished. Marco looked in the direction Shiki had left and asked, "Dad, what does Shiki want to do?" Whitebeard shook his head and replied, "How would I know his thoughts? But it certainly isn't anything good." Since Shiki's breakout, the Navy had been tracking down Shiki's remnants, hoping to find out Shiki's whereabouts through them. However, Shiki did not make contact with his old associates. Rumor had it that Shiki had met with Whitebeard. As for where he went afterward, no one knew. However, now no one cared about Shiki anymore. Because the Navy had given up more bases in the New World, pirates began to fight more fiercely for territory in the New World. Every place in the New World was at war, and killing was everywhere. Whitebeard, in the era of great pirates, saw those pirates who lost their territories, those who lost their companions, and those who wanted to cling to someone strong, all coming to seek refuge with him. The strength and influence of the Whitebeard pirates were constantly growing. Even if Whitebeard did not have ambitions for domination, his sons were gradually pushing him toward the position of a ruler. In this process, the big MOM pirates and the beast pirates were also growing stronger. However, Whitebeard was still very powerful, and Charlotte Linlin and Kaido were quite wary of him. Therefore, they did not initiate a conflict with Whitebeard. Shortly after Akainu arrived at the G1 branch, Victor recommended him to take command of the G1 branch. Ghost Spider, Dogman, and others also had important arrangements, and their subordinates received promotions. In the eyes of Ghost Spider and Dogman, Victor is a good person. Although Victor's reputation is not great, and he has a lot of dark history, they are now friends. Who dislikes their own friends? In comparison, Victor is truly loyal and values friendship. Akainu's mentality is similar to that of Kizuru and Dogman. At the Navy headquarters, he is also among the less likable group. If it weren't for Victor, he really wouldn't have anyone to walk alongside him. Marine Ford, Navy headquarters. Victor is smoking in the office while looking at today's newspaper. At this moment, the phone on the desk rang. Victor picked up the microphone. "Victor, come to my office." The phone bug mimicked the empty voice. Victor put down the phone bug and got up to walk into the empty office. Once inside, he sat down and reached for the dessert on the table. He glanced around and said, "It was sent by Carp. He really is quite relaxed. If I had known I wouldn't be promoted to admiral, it would be so much more comfortable to just be a vice admiral." Victor spoke while eating. Kong didn't take Victor's words seriously and said, "There's something that needs your attention." "Me?" Victor replied in confusion, "But I still have to capture the Golden Lion. The guy is currently missing and probably preparing a new scheme somewhere." Kong was also quite familiar with the Golden Lion. Although the Golden Lion was arrogant, he also understood the importance of patience. Now that the Golden Lion had completely disappeared, he was not as frightening. At least he wasn't the Navy's primary enemy at the moment. "Go ahead, what do you need me to do?" Victor asked Kong. Kong said to Victor, "You know about the Wuhai plan?" Victor nodded. Kong said to Victor, "Before the Wuhai plan begins, the world government needs to showcase a display of force. Should I go out for a walk?" Victor asked. Kong said, "In a couple of days, a cruise ship will depart from Mary Geos, embarking on a journey around the world." Victor frowned. "You can't be asking me to go." Kong said, Angela T. Sane is also on the ship, and he specifically requested you to accompany him. Victor smiled and said, well, after all, one of our admiral's other identities is being a private army for the celestial dragons. As long as you understand. After Kong finished speaking, he let Victor go back to prepare. Just as Victor was leaving the office, Sengoku happened to walk in. Victor greeted Sengoku and then saw Sengoku enter the empty office. The old folks still prefer Sengoku. Victor murmured to himself. He smiled coldly but accepted it calmly. Sengoku was much older than him, with far greater achievements and experience. Moreover, Sengoku was more steady. Considering all factors, the 5 elders currently favored Sengoku more. However, it didn't matter. The position of admiral was sufficient for him at the moment. Besides, accompanying the celestial dragons on this trip, he could also bring back a few promising children. Mary Ahua, St. Charlotina Palace, this is Admiral Victor the first mentioned to you. St. Angela T. Introducing Victor in front of a female celestial dragon. The female celestial dragon was about 40 years old with small, thin eyes that slightly tilted towards her temples. Although her irises were not black, when her gaze flickered, sparks occasionally erupted in her deep gray pupils. While the whites of her eyes faintly glimmered with a blue hue, she had single eyelids. Her eyelashes were not long, but they were thick and black, giving her eyes a misty, enigmatic, and alluring appearance. St. Charlotina Palace looked at Victor and smiled slightly, saying, St. Angela T. has mentioned you more than once. You are an excellent and loyal warrior. You flatter me, Your Highness, Victor replied. I still have to accompany Ida Palace, St. Charlotina said before turning to leave. Hearing this, Victor gained a deeper understanding of this global journey. This global journey is definitely not just a trip for a few celestial dragons. To be precise, there must be someone in this global journey who is highly regarded by the celestial dragons. Although they are all celestial dragons and seem to have the same status, there must be someone among them with a more esteemed position. Victor had an idea in his mind. He planned to extract information from Angela. As expected, there were quite a few celestial dragons participating in this global journey. Including Angela, there were a total of 16 celestial dragons comprising men, women, elderly, and children. In addition to the celestial dragons, there were also their escort teams, CP0, maids, and slaves, totaling more than 2,000 people. Fortunately, the mode of transportation was a cruise ship. Otherwise, a regular ship wouldn't be able to accommodate so many people. The Navy had also dispatched 10 warships for escort. The Demon Slaughter Order was equivalent to the scale of 10 warships. These 10 warships could destroy any country at any time. Major. Do world nobles usually travel on such a large scale? I don't know. This is my first time participating. With so many of us, we would need quite a few supply ships. This is going to waste a lot of money. The world nobles don't care about money. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let CP0 hear, or it might cause trouble. Amidst the many discussions, a tall and beautiful woman in a white suit jacket walked onto the bridge. She wore a light blue long-sleeve shirt and black tight pants, perfectly outlining her figure. On her long, straight legs, she wore matching casual shorts. The woman approached Victor's side. Angelina, she greeted Victor proactively. Victor responded as she introduced herself. This mission is very special, Angelina said to Victor. Victor did not rush to respond. In any case, let's hope there are no surprises, otherwise, you will be in big trouble. Angelina spoke in a gentle tone, saying something that sent chills down the spine. It was a threat. Victor nodded at the words, assuring that as long as he was there, nothing unexpected would happen. I hope so, Angelina replied as she turned to leave. At that moment, the CP0 members that Angelina brought with her all showed her great respect. Victor knows that the world government selects gifted orphans from around the world and trains them to become CP agents. Among them, the most talented individuals are trained to become admirals or the shields of the celestial dragons. These individuals even have the potential to become fleet admirals. This seemingly slender woman might just be the shield among CP0. Victor smiled slightly. It seems that this escort mission was the right choice. So far, Victor's understanding of the celestial dragons is limited. He only knows that the world nobles are not just the descendants of the 19 kings. For example, the royal families of the allied nations of the world government also have the opportunity to become world nobles. This time, it's just right to take this opportunity to learn more about them. The first stop is to go to Logtown in the EC. 10 warships are escorting around, ensuring the safety of the cruise ship. The cruise ship's sailing speed is not fast, ensuring comfort and stability during the journey. If the cruise ship experiences severe rocking, all the crew members and their families on board would become slaves. Accompanying a ruler is like accompanying a tiger. Victor noticed that the sailors on the ship were all tense, afraid that something might go wrong. Victor was smoking, watching the dragon people children playing below. 2 dragon children were riding their slaves, engaged in a game of horseback battle. Several female dragon people were watching the slaves fight, giggling and occasionally covering their mouths to stifle their laughter. Even the dragon people who were simply enjoying the scenery were sitting on their slaves. No matter where they were, as long as they could keep their feet off the ground, they would sit on their slaves. At that moment, Victor turned around, and his gaze fell on the Shartina Palace. He saw Shartina accompanying a woman. The woman was beautiful, with a graceful figure and fair skin. However, what caught Victor's attention were her eyes. She had hawk-like eyes. Ordinary people would tremble and feel fear when looking into them. Looking around, outside the Shartina Palace, Angelina was also by her side, always ensuring the woman's safety. Victor had a calculation in his mind. This woman was definitely not an ordinary celestial dragon. Just her eyes resembled Im's eyes so much. Could she be Im? Although Im's gender could not be determined, Victor preferred to believe that Im was male. Of course, even if the woman in front of him was not Im, her eyes were so similar to Im's. This indicated that her relationship with Im was not superficial. How should he approach her? Victor wants to seize the throne of the world and needs to accomplish 4 tasks. The first task is to obtain the military power of the Navy. The second task is to acquire ancient weapons. The third task is to understand Im's strength and the celestial dragon's national treasure. The first 2 tasks are relatively easy, but the third task is very difficult. Even if the first 2 tasks are completed, if the third task is not accomplished, he cannot become the king of the world. This is because the celestial dragon's national treasure has the ability to erase anyone at any time. This is also why Victor wants to be in the Navy. Only by continuing to serve in the Navy can he have the opportunity to get close to him. Just as Victor was deep in thought, a woman looked at him. At the moment their eyes met, Victor did not immediately shrink back. Instead, he behaved like a gentleman and politely bowed his head in greeting. The woman looked at Victor with a hint of curiosity in her eyes, as anyone who met her gaze would usually be panic-stricken. Victor was neither humble nor arrogant. He was an exception. The woman averted her gaze and then returned to the cabin. Shartina accompanied the woman back to the cabin. From her appearance to her departure, the sense of oppression she brought was completely different. Light and the others clearly felt flustered, as if they were very insignificant in front of her. This overwhelming sense of pressure was so real that they dared not look directly at her, let alone resist. "Senior, who is she?" Light asked quietly. Victor replied, "Who else could it be but the world aristocrats?" Victor did it on purpose. He deliberately did not answer the question. Even among the celestial dragons, the Sharlatina Palace would not instill such fear. What is the source of this contrast? Light and the others wanted to find out the answer. However, Victor already knew the answer in his heart. Bloodline. Why does the world government want to eradicate Roger's bloodline? The woman's gaze is so similar to Im's. The power hidden within the bloodline cannot be cultivated through acquired means. The fleet arrived at Roadtown. The Celestial Dragon's global tour must be different from that of ordinary people. Lower your heads. Under the pressure of the Celestial Dragon's guard, all the citizens from the port to the town must kneel on the ground. They're not even allowed to look up at the faces of the Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragons seem to truly consider themselves as gods, towering over all living beings. Woof, woof, woof. At this moment, a black dog ran out from the crowd. It barked at a distance. Its barking startled the Celestial Dragons. Behind it, a girl ran out, tried to pull the dog back. 2 armored Celestial Dragon guards immediately raised their axes and killed the black dog and the child. The girl's mother covered her mouth, watching this horrific scene. At this time, a female Celestial Dragon riding on a slave was very interested in watching this spectacle. Therefore, she stopped the guards, preventing them from killing the girl's mother. Taking pleasure in the suffering of others is one of the ways the Celestial Dragons derive joy. Light and the others witnessed this scene with their own eyes, and they clenched their fists in silence. Although they were angry, they could do nothing. Is this the justice they uphold? After spending a long time in the Navy and experiencing such events, the Navy would often question themselves. Victor smoked a cigarette and walked over to Light and the others, patting them on the shoulder. "Someone is watching you. Be careful," Victor reminded Light and the others. Then his gaze turned to CP0 not far away. After that, Victor walked towards a CP0 member. "Don't keep staring at my subordinates. They're all young." Victor said beside the CP0, "The mission of CP0 is not only to protect the world nobles, but they are also responsible for handling crises. Any crisis that threatens the Celestial Dragons will be resolved in advance. There must not be any hostile groups near the Celestial Dragons. General Victor hopes there won't be a second time. Just now, the performance of Light and the others can either be executed on the spot or turned into slaves. Victor raised his hand and patted CP0 on the back. I will take good care of my subordinates. No need for you to worry. After Victor finished speaking, he left. Light and the others noticed that Victor was having a private conversation with CP0. At that moment, Victor returned and whispered to Light, learn from this. No matter the situation, always remember that you are just a soldier and do not bring any emotions into your work. Yes, Senior, I will, Light replied.